2, 1. This is Counting Day, live, exclusive, right here on India's #1 election destination. This is EI 4.0. I just want to give you a sense of why it's 0.1 being added, because we made some very significant changes. We looked at the American networks. We saw some of the things that they had which weren't present on Indian networks, and we tried to find ways of being able to ensure that we were one step ahead of everyone else. So what you will see this time around, I just want to give you a head start about that, is a count which tells you what percentage of the vote has been counted. And that is important because, you know, so much panditry gets done. You really at that time need to know if only 1 or 2 or more percent of the vote has been counted. You will also see what's happening in the Assembly by-polls. You'll see what's happening in the Assembly Lok Sabha by-polls, and then all the regions. All that and more coming up as we get set for this, the most consequential Assembly election for the next 4.5 years. This is the prize catch of Maharashtra. This is where the money is, the muscle is. Whoever wins Maharashtra really has huge political bragging rights, Rajdeep.
Absolutely. I mean, Maharashtra is as big as it gets. It's a Maha battle. It's a state which has gone through enormous instability. We've had 3 chief ministers in the last 5 years. We've had governments being sworn in at 7 a.m. in the morning. We've had 1 in every 3 MLAs in Maharashtra has switched sides in the last 10 years. I mean, that's the extent of chronic instability that's been built in. So is this a moment where Maharashtra will see stability, or will Maharashtra see more of the same, which is chronic instability? Important election for Maharashtra, but let's not also forget Jharkhand. It will decide whether the BJP captures another India alliance ruled state. So the momentum then will be clearly with the BJP, which 2-0. 1-1, 2-0 often makes a difference even in a cricket series.
No, but can I contest that to say, you know, of course Jharkhand is important and there's tribal sentiment, it's a mineral-rich state. But let nobody have any doubt at all that Maharashtra is the prize catch. That is what this battle is all about. Everything else, you know, Wayanad matters, the by-polls matter, Uttar Pradesh is important, particularly from Yogi Adityanath's lens. But Maharashtra is make or break. The future of Indian politics rests on what happens in Maharashtra.
The way BJP entered into these 4 state elections, they were completely down and out, written off by a lot of parties. If they are coming back, they're truly coming back with a vengeance. And if they're able to seal victories in all in these 2 states, along with the Haryana reasonably doing good in Jammu and Kashmir, they would have completely flipped the cards.
But look at what a trend reversal this is. Maharashtra, Amitabh Tiwari, ended during the Lok Sabha 30 versus 17. And the one independent was also on the UPA side. And remember, that's when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket. Here, Prime Minister Modi is not on the ticket. It's a localized election. So everything which is usually seen as being factors working against the BJP, they're all at play. And if in those circumstances, the Mahayuti is able to pull it back, that would be a phenomenal achievement for Messrs. Modi and Shah.
Yeah, because the BJP clearly was on the back foot in this state, and this is one of the states which was responsible for BJP not getting the magical mark of 272. So down and out, they have taken many corrective steps, and they seem to have the edge in the sense that, at least in the terms of sentiment, the edge which Maha Vikas Aghadi had, that has completely evaporated, and it's become a battleground state. And why is it important? All the metros today are controlled by opposition-ruled states. Kolkata, Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. BJP has to win this state because all the finances, everything is controlled in these 6 regions of India.
You know, very important. You mentioned 30-17-1, but keep in mind, vote share was identical. And that's why Maharashtra don't go by vote share. There are 6 elections taking place in Maharashtra. Thane, Konkan, Mumbai, North Maharashtra, Marathwada, Vidarbha, and Western Maharashtra. So there are 6 elections. If you win big in one place, your vote share goes up. But it is also other regions which will matter, which is why it's clear. But I got a lovely little tweet which I think is worth saying. Just switching between India Today and Star Sports India. There's a test match going on. For the 2 most exciting results, Bumrah leading from the front, so is Eknath Shinde. Both seem to be kind of stopgap arrangements. Today could decide whether they become permanent. So if Bumrah wins and leads India to victory at Perth, who knows? He could be the next captain.
But for the next 4 hours, India Today is more exciting than the cricket match. I mean, after that, you may want to go. But right now, India Today...
I hope both, it's easy today. You can have 2 TV sets. right? You can live stream India Today somewhere. You can watch Star Sports India.
So
you can
on
do
the
both.
big screen, watch India Today. On the small screen, watch the
Whatever
cricket,
you
right?
want.
I mean,
Wherever you get better
whatever's your jam.
commercials.
Okay, here's the thing. I want to go across to Mustafa Sheikh. He joins us from Worli. Worli is where there is a big battle. Aditya Thackeray, the incumbent MLA, who won in the Lok Sabha elections, mind you, with an assembly lead of just 6,500 from this assembly constituency. He's up against Rajya Sabha MP, former UPA minister, Eknath Shinde leader, Milind Deora. Mustafa Sheikh in Worli, what's the mood like this morning? Is Aditya Thackeray confident that he's got this in the bag, or is he wary that Milind Deora could end up the giant killer?
Well, Rahul, this seat is important because Thackeray is fighting it. Whatever Aditya Thackeray says, for Shiv Sena winning seats, Shiv Sena UBT winning seats in Mumbai will be very important, and Aditya Thackeray winning because he is being seen as the next Thackeray to take over the reins of Shiv Sena UBT party. So for him to win this election is also very important. At the same time, it is not an easy election because he has been one-term one-term MLA from Worli. He is contesting against Milind Deora, who is a formidable opponent. Also, there is Sandeep Deshpande, who is from Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. So the Marathi Manus votes in Worli is going to split, and it will be a small margin again this time, whoever wins this contest. And also this will be important for UBT, for Uddhav Thackeray especially, that Aditya Thackeray wins, because last time when the MVA government was formed, Aditya Thackeray was a minister. He was seen alongside his father, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and this time
But the
also,
first set of leads now coming in. 4 leads from Jharkhand. Forest, Khand means land, land of the forest, 4 leads there, 3 for the NDA, 1 for the India Alliance. Remember, these are very, very initial leads. It's been just a handful of votes have been counted. On the other side from Maharashtra, it's 1-1 each.
The 2 leads from Maharashtra as of now, Sakoli, where Nana Patkule is contesting in Vidarbha, hoping to become Chief Minister. And the other lead is coming from Baikala, where interestingly at the moment, it's the Shiv Sena, which is leading there in what is again a big battle in Baikala. But these are very early leads.
But you know, I also want to cite what Rajiv Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, said in a press conference. He basically made the point that till about 9:30, whatever you see is just very initial. You know, it's just like you're kind of building up before the match actually begins. It's post 9:30 that you get firm trends on which you can start doing serious punditry. Till then, just sit back, have your coffee or jalebi, whatever it is that gets you going this Saturday morning, and just see the very initial trends coming in. 1-1 in Maharashtra, 3-3 in Jharkhand. This match is off to a tight start.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Jharkhand leads which are coming are all 3 at the moment in ST seats, where, of course, the India Alliance hopes to do well. Remember, they dominated those seats in the Vidhan Sabha 5 years ago. That's how the JMM came to power there. At the moment, it's 2-1 to the NDA. But as you rightly said, Rahul, these are very early trends. But that will be interesting to see, because if the JMM has to win, they've got to consolidate themselves in tribal areas. But they've also got to hope that their ally, the Congress, is able to take on the BJP in the non-tribal seats. We forget there are 44 non-tribal seats in Jharkhand. It's not in that sense you win the tribal seats, you win Jharkhand. Only 28 are tribal, 9 are SC. But the remaining 44 seats are not either.
But you don't
SC or
want a
ST.
complete tribal consolidation on the other side either. You want to ensure that you're able to split some of the tribal votes if you're in the BJP camp. Otherwise, it becomes complicated. So we've got 7 leads from Jharkhand so far. The NDA up 2 from the last time, 3 of these for the BJP, 1 for the All Jharkhand Students Union, the LJP and the JDU yet to open their account. We've got 3 leads at this moment for the India Alliance, all 3 for the JMM. And the interesting thing is that if you speak to people around Omar Abdullah, they tell you about how disappointed they were, Rajdeep, about the Congress not making enough of an effort during the Jammu and Kashmir elections. You speak to people around Shibu Soren, they'll tell you the same thing. Arey, inhone zyada seat le li, jitni mehnat karni. Allies constantly disappointed at the fact that Congress didn't make enough of an effort.
He wouldn't be very happy with the way ticket distribution in Congress went about. They made some glaring errors in ticket distribution as well.
Or
if they win, they would be pure lucky.
Or Rajat, Congress ceding space to the
No, but there
UBT
is
Shiv
not,
Sena
let's
with
not
her.
just
in a
blame the
lot of
Congress.
seats
You have
in
also
each
got to,
with us.
if that happens, you'll also have to blame Shiv Sena
Exactly.
UBT.
That's
Shiv
what I was
Sena
saying.
UBT asked for maximum seats. Mala 100 paije.
They could be the
as if you're
Achilles heel
Sachin
with her.
Tendulkar. You know, Shiv Sena thought they're Sachin Tendulkar. We want 100. 100 what seats? You have got to see, do you have 100 candidates good enough to fight? So you took away some crucial seats in Vidarbha. You took away seats in places like Solapur. So there were seats which, the fact is, when you do ticket distribution, you've got to decide, do you want to win the election for your alliance or do you want maximum seats for yourself? And I think that could hurt, As I said very early, that could hurt the MVA. Remember, Mahayuti has taken an early lead, 5-1, but these are very, very early trends. Some of the interesting places where these trends are coming from is Baramati. Yeah. Ajit Pawar is leading at the moment. Vandre East, interesting. NCP again leading this seat. Remember, this is the seat where Zishan Siddiqui, son of Baba Siddiqui, is contesting. So you've got leads which are coming in. Brahmapuri in Vidarbha, again a lead there for the Mahayuti. Sakoli is the one lead at the moment which the MVA has. Nana Patole is expected to win that seat. So I think what you're seeing, Rahul, if these numbers, if the Mahayuti holds, there will have to be a serious debate and introspection on how the seat distribution was done. But as I said, that is only when the final numbers come. Please, let's not predict anything or overanalyze this morning.
So these are just postal ballot numbers. So I think
that's right. And very early postal ballots.
9:30, the EVMs will not start to be counted.
This is the kind of thing where even I might win. I might tell my mother and tell all her students, "Das vote apne."
Here's something that we know for sure, and I want to spend a moment on that data. I'll show you the gender-wise turnout for 2024. And what's interesting is, look at the pink line. This line determines the women voters, which has jumped up from 59% in the last assembly elections of 2019 to 65% this time. That's a 6% increase in the percentage of women voters who went out to cast their vote in Maharashtra. Male voters are up 4% from 63 to 67. And since 1995, this is the one election where we've seen the maximum amount of voting. But this 6% increase, that could really hold the key to what happens in Maharashtra today.
This is the key. This is the key number to look at, Rahul. Remember, there were 50 seats out of 288 where women have outpolled men in Maharashtra this time. 50. They're spread out.
But but Rajdeep,
yes.
While we talk about the women vote, I'd like to also see in which regions have these women voted. Yeah.
You see, the 50 seats are spread across. Remember, there's the highest voting percentage increase is in rural Maharashtra.
Yeah.
So while
70%.
You see, so the Mahavikas Agadi is hoping that Shetkari anger has come to the party. That farmer anger has brought higher voter turnout. The Mahayuti is hoping that women have come out.
So I can actually plot that on a map right now and show you the 2024 heat map. What this does is, just spend a moment processing this. In fact, if we can have the camera zoom in so you can see it better. This gives you a sense of where the votes were cast. So as you can see, in Toni, South Mumbai, where Rajdeep comes from, voter enthusiasm usually the lowest. And as you move towards belts in Vidarbha, in Marathwada, you can see much more intensity of voting. Voting also less in North Maharashtra. But Rajdeep, this really shows you where so the darker the shade on the screen, the higher the percentage of voting. The lighter the shading on your screen, the lesser the percentage of voting.
So, you see, traditionally, of course, rural Maharashtra votes much more than urban. So, that's not new.
But even in Konkan and Thane, there's lesser voting.
Yeah, but these are generally so that's what the MVA is holding on to. Remember, Konkan and Thane is where the Shiv Sena Shinde group hopes to dominate. The 39 seats there, including Mr. Shinde's home bastion of Thane, they hope to dominate. The real voter change in terms of percentage has come in areas where the MVA hopes to dominate. Which is, Vidarbha, Marathwada is where constituencies uniformly have seen a 5%, 8% increase also at times in voter turnout there. So are we seeing rural anger or are we seeing Ladki Bahin being an important factor, particularly among farm labor? So that's going to be an interesting factor.
If I plot just two maps back to back, one after another, this is the 2024 heat map. Look at the heart of Maharashtra and how density is over here in terms of the intensity of voting. Let me switch this to the 2019 heat map. And suddenly you will see the shades are far lesser, which shows how much more interest there was in this Maharashtra election amongst the voters of Maharashtra than there was in the last. So massive jump, Amitabh, and you stay in Mumbai. So explain that to our voters, this massive increase in the intensity of the desire of voters to go out and cast their votes.
So because the political competition is severe, last time, if you see in 2019, most of the polls and even on the ground, it was clear that the NDA is going to emerge as victorious after the 2019 Lok Sabha election. And when you see turnout, Rahul, there are 5 districts which have polled lesser than the average of 65, and all of them are urban. Mumbai, Mumbai suburban, Pune, Nasik, Nagpur. And in the rural areas, the turnout average is 70%, which Rajdeep is alluding to. And in the urban areas, the turnout is only 60%. And that's how the average is roughly 65-60.
You know, what is interesting at the moment, as in very early trends, the NDA's gains are coming in Vidarbha. A lot of their gains are coming in Vidarbha. Also in reserve constituencies, I give Washim, Murtizapur. These are all
Rajdeep, I was in Murtizapur, and
yes.
this is where the effect of the VBA will come into question.
You're absolutely right.
Because I'll tell you because I was there at that point of time, and it was very clear that the VBA was taking a significant chunk from the Aghadi's vote share, and you could see it on ground. And this is a reserved.
Okay, we are also getting a very early trend for Kulaba, where my mother still votes. And the fact is, at the moment, Rahul Narvekar, Speaker in the Maharashtra Assembly, is winning. He's expected to win that seat. Again, that's one of those seats where there's a huge question mark. Did the Congress again mess up? Didn't have a strong candidate to take on Rahul Narvekar? Did they not prepare for it? But the real story early in Maharashtra is clearly coming from the ST and SC constituencies of Vidarbha at the moment. That's where, whether it's a Melghat, whether it's a Washim, whether it's Badnera, whether it's Teusa, these are the Atsalpur, these are all constituencies at the moment which are seeing a tinge of saffron. And remember, in the Lok Sabha, Rahul, Vidarbha was dominated by the Mahavikas Aghadi. So that saffron which you're seeing at the top there in Maharashtra is where the worry is.
It's a massive reversal. If this continues, Vidarbha and Marathwada is where the BJP lost out during the Lok Sabha elections. If they're able to hold on to this orange belt over here, it would be to the credit of the BJP and the kind of micromanagement. Look at the number of trips that Amit Shah made to Marathwada and Vidarbha. He understood that this is where the contest is, this is where Maharashtra will be decided, and a lot of effort was made in trying to micromanage the communities and bring them on the side of the Mahayuti. So we've got 18 leads for the NDA at this moment, up 8 from the last elections, the BJP at 14, the Shiv Sena at 2, the NCP at 2, and remember, 90 is, according to the BJP, the magic figure from the BJP's perspective. If the BJP gets more than 90 seats, then they'd want their own man. And there's already a massive clamor from within the party, cadre, leaders, that you can't end up as the single largest party and not have your man as chief minister. Rajdeep, how do you think that's likely to play out? 80 and below, the buzz in Maharashtra is they'll be forced to go with Eknath Shinde. If it's 90 plus, they'll say this has to be a BJP chief minister.
Look, the local BJP is determined to have a local, that they want their man. They believe that they sacrifice the chief ministership for Eknath Shinde. It's time to return the favor. But you're right. If the BJP ends up at around 80 and is dependent on both Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar to form the government, then Eknath Shinde potentially could remain chief minister. Remember also, there are crucial municipal elections in Maharashtra a few months from now. And many believe keeping Eknath Shinde will keep the Shiv Sena UBT in check and away from Mumbai. So you could even have a scenario, make Eknath Shinde for 6 months and then replace him. Remember, they've gone into this election with his face. He's been one of the favorites, but the local BJP does want Devendra Fadnavis. Fadnavis wants himself.
But there is a problem there. If you see, Jarange Patil in his agitation has largely been an anti-Fadnavis, anti-BJP agitation. So could Eknath Shinde emerge in some ways as the Nitish Kumar of Maharashtra? That he becomes very difficult to get rid of. You've got him now. He's a Maratha leader. He's worked incredibly hard, working up till 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
But just think, if I have got 90 seats, I've got 90. And Shinde ends up with 35.
Sure.
That's almost three times. Why will I not get the chief ministership? I think if Eknath Shinde crosses 45-50, so he does remarkably well, and the BJP is at 90, then Eknath Shinde could well say, I've got the highest strike rate.
So it's the election, Amitabh Tiwari, where you want to do very well yourself, but you also want to ensure that your friends also don't do too well.
Yes.
If they do less than very well, that's better for you.
Because Eknath Shinde has to maintain that equilibrium. BJP was 2.5 times of Eknath Shinde. So if BJP still is 2.5 times of Eknath Shinde's party, then he could come around and say, what has changed? Why should I not be the chief minister? Because things remain the same. It's only when this ratio deteriorates, as you're pointing out.
But his leverage is much lesser after the results come out.
No, because if you see, if the mandate is one way, then it is very difficult to replace a sitting chief minister who has enabled you to get that mandate. He is fairly popular.
Yeah,
so
but-
Rajdeep
but-
is
but-
saying,
no,
it
but
becomes
you saw
very
what
clear.
happened with
BJP 's got
Shivraj
three-
Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh. I mean, he won the BJP the mandate in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And where did that leave him? So I don't know whether that is a factor really.
See, because he was from the party and this.
This is an intra-party.
Yeah, it's an
Who do you think is
intra-party
most
matter.
likely, Sheila Ben, to
No,
be the
no,
next
I-
BJP president?
No, I think Fadnavis. Because
President?
Okay. No, I'm talking of Maharashtra. I don't think there is much of a debate remaining because all the videos of BJP showed Fadnavis along with Modi. So I think they have already given the clue very clearly because videos shown on television on Maharashtra election, BJP videos, shown Fadnavis. So that matter settles.
let's take a look at the numbers
But BJP president should be, I think, a women. Because the way
Which woman will they make president? Who do you
because
think
this,
is most?
the way they always BJP has such a smartness. How they bring Draupadi Murmu like that. I think if Modi wants, he will find somebody. But
Yes,
because the
Saroj
way
Pandey is there.
this
You
is
have,
happening, I feel this is a curtain raiser to women's reservation, which BJP has already promised.
Women call the shots, they decide who's in power, who's not.
It will be really historic if BJP gets women president.
You know, the Maharashtra story is very interesting. All the results or trends largely are coming at the moment from Vidarbha.
Yeah.
And that's where you're seeing the domination of the BJP. Remember, BJP won 29 seats there last time out of the 62. If these trends hold, they could go beyond that. If these trends hold. And if that happens, whoever wins, if the BJP holds on to Vidarbha, you can say with relative safety, BJP will be Maharashtra #1 party. That's without a doubt. If they hold and win big there, you can say without a shadow of a doubt, Mahayuti will form the next government. Because the BJP strongholds are yet to come in places like Mumbai and North Maharashtra. In North Maharashtra, we have one lead, which is in Nandurbar, in an ST constituency. BJP doing well in
But
the
that's
tribal
what-
and Dalit
Rajdeep,
pockets.
That Dalit and the tribal pockets, even if you look at Vidarbha, that is where the BJP is doing really well at. So
That's
clearly,
where we are getting a lot of the results also.
Yeah.
The plank of the Aghadi is actually working.
But
if
if
the
this is-
cotton issue is not an issue, if the other prices of important
Agrarian
things
distress is not an
That's
issue.
what I'm saying. So that is not an issue. Even to an extent, a Maratha reservation issue is not hurting the BJP that much, and BJP is able to decimate Congress party in Vidarbha. So all the lead that Congress was able to garner in the Lok Sabha election has just evaporated.
We can take a look
And the Congress leads, for example, are coming in places where they expect to win. For example, Aslam Sheikh is one of the few Congress candidates in Mumbai expected to win. He's leading at the moment in Malad West. You've got R.R. Patil, late R.R. Patil's son Rohit Patil, who's leading in Taskau from the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction. So the NCP and Congress are only winning in their limited strongholds at the moment. But the turnaround is taking place mainly in Vidarbha, where you've got sitting Congress leaders also losing at the moment. So that could make a huge difference. Remember, only Nitin Gadkari survived the Congress wave in Vidarbha in the Lok Sabha. If this is a turnaround, this is a huge turnaround at the moment. That's the early morning story at the moment.
Let's take our viewers through how some of the well-known candidates are doing in Maharashtra, where we have trends. So Ajit Pawar at this moment is leading in Baramati. This is a grudge battle. He's up against his brother, son Yogendra Pawar, who's trailing at this moment. Ajit Pawar currently, who's an incumbent MLA from Baramati, is currently leading. You got Devendra Fadnavis in Nagpur Southwest. He's leading as well. He's up against Praful Gudhade of the Congress, the former chief minister, hoping to get rid of that former tag and be chief minister again. Nana Patole in Sakoli, the Congress's strongman. He left the Congress, came back into the Congress, is the current state party president. He's up against Avinash Brahmankar. He's currently leading in Sakoli. I'll see who else we can pull out results for just at this moment. These are initial trends. Zishan Siddiqui in Bandra East, currently leading. We also have a lead for Rahul Narvekar in Kolaba. Rahul Narvekar, the Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, up against Hira Navaji Devasai, currently leading in Maharashtra. Rajdeep.
You know, I think what you're seeing in Maharashtra is most of the heavyweights are the only ones of the opposition who are holding their own. in all marginal constituencies, BJP ahead. And that, in a sense, could make a huge difference. Remember, many of these are multipolar. Preeti made the point of the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, for example, playing the role of a spoiler in some parts of Vidarbha. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. It's interesting, you're now also getting a few others in Ramtek, where there is an important Congress rebel who's contesting. He was hoping to get the ticket, he didn't get it, so he contested as a rebel. So you've got a few rebels also who are now slowly making a bit of an impact in this election. But by and large, when you're 36-6, you sense that the wind could be blowing one way, at least in these early trends, suggesting that the BJP-led alliance could be heading, or the Shinde-led alliance could be heading for a big victory there. By contrast, Jharkhand, where we are seeing also the NDA in Jharkhand as well, is in these early trends winning 10-5.
So let's take
in
our
both
viewers-
these big in both the states, advantage NDA this morning.
Let's take our viewers through how the prominent leaders are doing in Jharkhand at this moment. Babulal Marandi, who hopes to be chief minister in case the BJP comes to power, up against Nizamuddin Ansari of the JMM. He's currently leading in Dhanwar. Apart from that, I want to give you results for Dumka. It's a tribal reserved seat in Dumka. Basant Soren, the brother of Hemant Soren, up against Sunil Soren, who's a former Lok Sabha MP of the BJP. Basant Soren in Dumka currently on the lead. Let's give our viewers a sense of what's happening in the Chief Minister's constituency of Barhet, where the incumbent Chief Minister is currently leading against his BJP opponent. Let's also take you to Sita Murmu in Jamtara. Jamtara, of course, infamous for all the cyber frauds that happened there. Sita Murmu, the daughter-in-law of Shibu Soren, is currently leading on a BJP ticket against Irfan Ansari of the Congress. After this, who else can I show you? Okay, Kalpana Murmu Soren. On a JMM ticket, the wife of the Chief Minister against Munia Devi of the BJP, Kalpana Soren is currently leading. That's how it looks like in Jharkhand, where the big picture suggests, if I look at the big picture for Jharkhand, you've got 20 leads at this moment out of 81, 14 of those for the NDA, 12 for the BJP, 2 for its alliance partner, the Students' Union. The India Alliance currently leading on 6, down 4 from the last time, 5 for the JMM. And the problem there is that the Congress at this moment has just 1 lead, Rajdeep.
One interesting thing is that if you see here also, the leads are coming from Santhal Pargana largely,
Sure.
where there is a turnaround, where the BJP had done very poorly in 2019.
You know what we're one of the battles within a battle in Maharashtra, as we've been saying, is Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar. And you remember Ajit Pawar is fighting Yogendra Pawar, his nephew. In the Lok Sabha, it was Supriya Sule fighting Sunetra Pawar, Ajit Pawar's wife. At the moment, in that battle of the Pawars in Baramati, advantage Ajit Pawar. Not surprising. He's been a dominant.
Was a very weak candidate.
Sorry?
Yugender was a very, very weak candidate. You cannot just thrust anybody out there and say that, okay, Pawar Senior is going to bless him and he's going to get all the wickets.
But, you know, so therefore we have to see the final margin. Ajit Pawar won by a huge margin last time over a lack of votes. We'll have to see that margin. Interestingly, Sharad Pawar's wife, Pratibha Pawar, whom many believe is the sort of head of the family, actually campaigned for Yogendra for the first time. She stayed away from politics so far, but she came for the final rally. So that battle within a battle that's taking place in Baramati, advantage Ajit Pawar, at least for now. Yes.
Rajdeep, too early to say that, caveat must be said that, but I think pure politics of Maharashtra carries lots of human stories.
Yeah, sure, but I
Lots
just
of.
want to put a huge caveat. All the Marathi channels are putting it at level pegging. One of them
Right
is
now.
51-50. So the local channels are all putting it at 51-50 with 7 or 8 independents and smaller parties. So there are two
Don't hope against hope.
No, I'm giving you what I'm seeing.
So I'm also seeing TV9 is saying 68, 69 to Yuti and 50 to Aghadi.
Yeah, so I mean, remember, 68, 69 to 50 is not one-sided. The moment it closes, you need to be secure. One party needs to be 140 plus. then you have a clear government. The moment you go below that, then you are looking for independents and smaller parties and the demands they make. I still think Mahayuti has the advantage even there because they have the resources, they have many more independents who might back them. Some of the smaller parties, Samajwadi Party, MIM, PWP may go with the Mahavikas Aghadi. But by and large, independents will go whoever is giving them power. Prakash Ambedkar openly said, Vanchit will also go with whoever gives them power. So I think advantage Mahayuti even at 130. I think Mahavikas Aghadi needs 140. That's one of the, so it's not just the lead, which is a huge lead for the Mahayuti, but Mahavikas Aghadi is going to have to make a spectacular comeback to actually be in the race in this election.
And incidentally, the ECI website does not show a single lead.
It hasn't started showing any leads yet.
No, but can I just explain why that happened? So we've got, these correspondence stringers at several counting centers. We've got a data agency which provides us these points. The ECI will put up their first set of data at 9:30 a.m. That's the first set of data that comes out from the ECI, which is a reliable indicator of what the Election Commission is saying at that moment. Before that, you've got the very initial leads coming in, which is how they're brought together and presented on India Today at this time. So we've got 47 leads at this moment from Maharashtra, 28 of those for the BJP, 7 for the Sena, 4 for Ajit Pawar's NCP. On the other side, the India Alliance down 12 seats from the last time. The UBT has only 1. The Sharad Pawar NCP has only 1. Congress has 5. It's not at this moment. And if this is Perth, the UPA is off to a disastrous start, a bit like India yesterday. But the only difference was Australia did quite as badly when they started batting too.
That's a good point to go to Arshpreet Khadial, spokesperson, Congress, waiting on us. Arshpreet, last time in Haryana, you all were celebrating prematurely. Now it appears you have little reason to celebrate at all this morning so far because in both the key states, it's the BJP who's ahead. If these results hold, will the Congress accept that all the glow of Lok Sabha is gone and you're back to square one?
Well, Rajdeep, let's not judge a book by its cover. It's just 8:30 in the morning and you'll see that we'll be winning with a clear majority. And number two, there was massive anti-incumbency against the ruling regime of the Bharatiya Janata Party and their allies because we all saw what they have been doing, the Operation Lotuses that have been happening, the misusage of agencies, whether it be the IT, the ED, the CBI, whether it be Mr. Vinod Tavade, who was caught on camera distributing money to influence voters. This is something that the people have always disliked about the ruling regime, number one. Number two, we've all seen one thing, that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been accustomed to arm twisting people and we have seen that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been accustomed to being indulged and to being involved in these kind of activities, and therefore there have been many malpractices that have been witnessed in this election. That's two. Number three, the Bharatiya Janata Party and their allies have failed on 5 issues: law and order, women empowerment, farmers issues, and they failed on corruption issues, and they failed on the development issues. What we are trying to say here is,
are we now once again blaming EVMs, talking about malpractice, arm twisting? Is that the narrative we are going to take this morning?
Well, it's not about the narrative, it's what's been witnessed. Have we not seen Mr. Vinod Tavade on camera distributing money? Is that even a question? We have all seen that happening on camera. And what action has been initiated against the
justification of what you see on the board right now, where especially the Vidarbha region, where you have the maximum dibs in, if it comes down to the direct fights, out of 75, 36 are the direct fights with the BJP in Vidarbha. And at least what initial trends seem to suggest, Arshdeep, all with the UT leads.
Well, see, as far as the Election Commission of India's website is concerned, is it showing even a single seat that's going in the favor of the ruling? That's way early to judge. Let's not judge a book by its cover is one. And number two, like I said, the people will be ousting the ruling regime because of the anti-incumbency that has built over the years and because of the unethical conduct of the ruling. Number three, I want to ask from the Bharatiya Janata Party, is there 5 things that the BJP's regime has done in the last couple of years? 5 things that the Bharatiya Janata Party and their allies could tell. There's nothing that the BJP has done and their allies have done. And let me leave
it there. As you said, let's not judge a book by the cover. Let's also not make let's not also jump ahead of ourselves and claim anti-incumbency sweeping, because in these early trends, at least, it's certainly not happening in Vidarbha. And it's often an old saying, Rahul, in Maharashtra, Vidarbha jinkla, Maharashtra jinkta. because it's 62 seats and it often is a critical barometer as to which way the wind is blowing. These are
Swing
seats
region.
which are rural, these are seats which are tribal, there are large number of SC seats. So it gives you a sense of what is the mood in rural Maharashtra. It's 6 elections still, but Vidarbha clearly at the moment has a tinge of saffron around it.
Let's take our viewers through the strike rates for the different alliances in Maharashtra this morning. Of the trends that we have available, the NDA leading on 44 of the 52 seats for which we have trends. That's an 85% strike rate. The India Alliance leading only on 7 out of 52. That's a 13% strike rate. So if this is an exam, at this moment, the India Alliance is failing and the NDA is acing it. Whether this continues still remains to be seen. But in the initial trends, that's what it looks like in Maharashtra. If I were to do the same for you in Jharkhand and give you a sense of the strike rate of the different parties in Jharkhand, you will see there as well, the NDA is off to the better start. In Jharkhand, the strike rate for the NDA at this moment, 71%. Less than the 85 that they have in Maharashtra, but more than the 29 that the India Alliance has. India Alliance currently leading on 10 out of 35. 29% strike rate for the India Alliance, a 71% strike rate for the NDA. Who's most likely, Amitabh Tiwari, in your view, to be Chief Minister if the JMM India Alliance comes back to power in Jharkhand? And on the other side, do you think Babulal Marandi has the brightest chance of being Chief Minister again?
I think if India Bloc comes to power, then it is likely to be continuity. It's likely to be Hemant Soren until he wishes to install Kalpana Soren as the Chief Minister.
But why would he? If he's out of jail, there's no reason.
You see, she has been the star campaigner, and until he wants now to have some sort of a national role, gets the confidence, blah, blah, blah. And in Maharashtra, it is, if the NDA comes to power, then it is, I don't think it is going to be a tribal chief minister from BJP side. It is likely to be an OBC face from BJP side in Jharkhand.
Because
we're getting also
Jharkhand
some trends in Marathwada. The first trends in Marathwada are also going the way of the NDA. And remember, Marathwada was the other region where the MVA has placed most of its hopes. This is where Maratha reservation agitation was at its peak. This is where the soybean challenge was there of giving remunerative prices. So if you've got Marathwada and Vidarbha, add the two of them together, that's 106 seats between them, 62 place and 46. You've got 108 seats. If in the 108 seats I'm winning, then if I win in the cities, in the Mumbais, in the Punes, then it's clearly advantage to the Mahayuti. The Mahayuti at the moment is leading in places where the MVA was expected to do well, which is Marathwada and Vidarbha. So that's why the numbers are as stark as you're finding the Mahayuti is so strongly ahead of the MVA, because they're winning in areas, Rahul, where the MVA was supposed to do well.
Let's show that to our viewers now. An urban-rural breakup for Maharashtra. Out of the 22 urban seats for which we have trends at this moment, remember there are 115 total urban seats in Maharashtra. We have trends for 22. I define urban seats as a seat which is more than 60% urban population. So here you've got 19 leads for the NDA, up 6 from the last time. India Alliance has 2 initial leads, down 3 from the last time. Both of these are for the Congress. In the NDA, you've got 14 for the BJP, 3 for the Sena, 2 for the Ajit Pawar faction. If I come now to rural Maharashtra, we have trends for 36 out of 173 seats, which are classified as being rural. Here you've got rural and semi-rural, okay? So you've got 30 leads for the NDA, up 14 from the last time. India Alliance is at 6, that's down 10 from the last time. And therefore, in the trends that are currently available, it seems the Mahayuti is off to a rollicking start, Rajdeep.
There isn't a single region at the moment. Just take a look at Mumbai. Mumbai, you've got 3 seats at the moment where which are there. 2 to the NDA, 1 to India. But it's in Vidarbha, as I said, it's 35-2. I mean, that's a wipeout at the moment there in Vidarbha. You go to Western Maharashtra, which is Sharad Pawar's bastion, it's 2-1. So very early days there. In Marathwada, it's 2-0. Again, very early days in Marathwada. Konkan Thane, which the NDA is expected to dominate, it's 1 seat each. But really the story, the early story of Maharashtra is primarily from Vidarbha, 36-3 at the moment. I expect that to change. There are seats where you would expect Mahavikas Aghadi top leaders to hold their own. At the moment, the only top leader of the Mahavikas Aghadi who's seemingly holding his own is Nana Patole, but all the others are
Not even right now,
and even he's
Rajdeep,
trailing
even
there.
he's trailing
So
right
even
now.
he's trailing there. So all the seats in Vidarbha really is where you're seeing a saffron sweep. If that sweep is maintained come 11 a.m., it's game, set and match. Yeah. You can be assured that the Mahayuti is winning with a big majority. If that changes, then Maharashtra opens up again. So I think it's going to have to, for the Mahayuti, they're going to have, Mahavikas Aghadi, they're going to have to hope that Vidarbha, these early trends do not last more than another hour.
So let's go region by region in Maharashtra and take you through how the different regions are faring in the leads that we have available. I'll start with Mumbai, which has 36 seats. We have trends currently for 5 of them. Both of these have currently gone to the BJP. That's Kolaba and Bandra East. We have 3 leads for the India Alliance. The 3 leads that we have are from Andheri East, Baikula and Malad West. So those are the leads for the India Alliance. From there, if I now come to Marathwada, where the NDA had done badly in the Lok Sabha elections here, we've got 1 out of 47. That is from Jalna, and that's going in favor of the NDA at this moment. Let's now come to Western Maharashtra. In Western Maharashtra, we have leads for 6 out of 70. 3 of those for the NDA, 3 for the India Alliance. So it's equally split in Western Maharashtra at the moment. From there, let's now go to Northern Maharashtra. 12 leads for the NDA, holding on to their leads from the last time. The India Alliance leading on 7, 1 for the UBT, 3 for Sharad Pawar's faction, 3 for the Congress. From there, let's now come to the prize catch of Vidarbha. In Vidarbha, which is where the maximum initial leads have come in from, the NDA at 37, up 12 from the last time. The India Alliance at 8, down 6 from the last time. The BJP bagging a whopping 30 of the 37 leads. The Sena at 5, the NCP at 2. India Alliance has 8 leads, 3 for the UBT, 2 for Sharad Pawar's faction, and 3 for the Congress. This is where the script seems to be coming apart for the India Alliance in Vidarbha just at this moment, Rajdeep.
You know, let me explain for our viewers why Vidarbha, the politics of Vidarbha. This used to be for the longest time a Congress-dominated region. There were seats that the Congress had never lost in the Lok Sabha for the first 50 years after independence. The BJP's first breakthrough also really didn't come in Vidarbha outside the urban pockets. Because Vidarbha was traditionally seen with a large Dalit, Muslim, Kunbi population, that so-called DMK alliance was built around the Congress party. It's only in the last 20 years that Vidarbha has started to change. The BJP began to make gains. When the BJP started to grow in Vidarbha, that's when they became a major party apart. Then you have leaders like Devendra Fadnavis, comes from Nagpur Southwest, Nitin Gadkari, Sudhir Mungantiwar. A lot of their leaders started to also come in from Vidarbha. Early leaders of the BJP had come from Marathwada, Pramod Mahajan, Gopinath Munde. In recent times, by building in Vidarbha, the BJP was able to expand into rural Maharashtra outside the urban pockets. If they win big here, it means that the BJP has gone back and consolidated its leads, and 2024 Lok Sabha was an aberration. But 2024 Lok Sabha, a lot of the domination was of the Congress once again. Yes, Preeti.
But Rajdeep, if you look at 2024 Lok Sabha, Gadchiroli is 1 seat of Lok Sabha.
Yes.
It was swept by the Congress in 2024.
Yes.
And right now you have the BJP leading. Look at the other, and Gadchiroli's got the maximum voting percentage this time as well, and 24 as well.
Also, a lot of rebels were there. You see, there the Congress's ticket distribution of the Mahavikas Aghadi was under huge question.
That's what I'm coming on to. In places like Chandrapur, in places like Gadchiroli is where the ticket distribution of the Congress was questioned. Even in, if you look at Amgaon, that's also a ST seat, Rajdeep. This was a seat which the Congress thought they had it in the bag. And if the tribal seats are now shifting to the BJP, then there is a problem for the Congress on hand.
Okay, the best news at the moment for the Mahavikas Aghadi, we are seeing slowly making some gains in northern Maharashtra and places like Dhule, North. But whether these trends will hold is another matter. But you're seeing Dhule rural, Erandol, some places in North Maharashtra, small gains being made at the moment. But by and large, it's Marathwada and Vidarbha which is driving this surge of the NDA, the Mahayuti, in the very interesting constituency, Kankauli in Konkan, beautiful place. Nitesh Rane contesting from there, son of former Chief Minister Narayan Rane, former Union Minister, is leading there. So in the Konkan also, Kudal, the other brother, Nilesh Rane and Nitesh are both contesting, one in Kudal, one in Kankauli, both are leading. Savantwadi, where Deepak Kesarkar, who was the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde group is leading. This is the most beautiful part of Maharashtra. When you go from the air, you see these magical beaches unspoiled. The politics not so magical, I'm afraid. But you're seeing in Konkan at the moment again, the Shiv Sena Shinde group making the gains. And this is one of the battles within a battle. So the two battles within a battle, NCP versus NCP, I would say it's even at the moment, although Baramati Ajit Pawar is ahead. In the Konkan region, clearly advantage to the Shiv Sena Shinde group, including the likes of Nilesh and Nitesh Rane, the family member dynasties actually work in Maharashtra, it appears.
Okay, you speak of dynasty, we can show you how the dynasts who are in the fray in Maharashtra are doing at this moment. There are 14 people who are contesting on a BJP ticket. We have 3 of those leading at this moment. Congress has 8, at least 8 dynasts. 2 are leading. 2 of the 3 NCP, Ajit Pawar faction dynasts are leading, and 2 out of the 6 UBT dynasts are leading. But more interestingly, I want to show you now the retain ratio for the different parties in Maharashtra. So of the seats for where we have trends, the BJP won 34 last time round. They're currently retaining 82% of the seats that they'd won in the last election. So the BJP at this moment has a retain ratio of 82%. The Congress at this moment has a retain ratio of only 36%, which essentially means of all the seats that they won last time, from within that, the seats for which we have trends at this moment, which is 22 out of 44, the Congress is retaining only 36, and at this moment trailing on 64% of the seats for which we have trends. The Shinde Sena at this moment is retaining 92% of the seats that Shinde Sena MLAs had won in the last elections. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, 6 trends, they're retaining on 6 at this moment. Kya hua?
आपने ये सिक्सर कहाँ मार दिया 52 plays 55 Rahul Kanwal, you have to explain this. What was 53 plays? Look, all of this, according to me, that's why I'm hesitant to make any large. And what suddenly happened, because suddenly Western Maharashtra is coming in, and in Western Maharashtra the domination as of now, and again I must again make the point, as of now, when I look at the region-wise map of Maharashtra and you see Western Maharashtra at the moment, clearly the domination is with Sharad Pawar's group. So moment you go into the western part of Maharashtra, it is India Alliance 8, that's the Maha Vikas Aghadi, NDA 4, 2-1. Remember, there are 58 seats. You add Ahmednagar, it's 70. I think we are taking Western Maharashtra as 70. Suddenly the picture changes. So you're creating a situation, and that's what worries me till 9:30.
Yes.
Please do not make larger predictions of who's going to win, because it's all turning.
But it's so interesting because we've talked about regions and the politics that exists between regions and within regions. Marathwada, we spoke of the Jarange factor. We spoke of how he goes after Devendra Fadnavis. We've also spoken of how he doesn't say a word against Eknath Shinde. Guess who's leading in Jalna, where he started his agitation from?
Yes.
Eknath Shinde's party.
Yeah, no, look.
Right now.
But don't forget, Eknath Shinde is a Maratha.
Exactly.
So the Maratha, the fact is, Eknath Shinde was seen by some as propping up Zarange Patil. This was the conspiracy theory that he wanted to build himself as a Maratha leader, position him. Just to explain to our viewers, Marathwada is where the Maratha reservation agitation started last year in September. This is where you also have a large OBC population. The BJP focused on OBC groups there, Mali, Dhangars, Vanzaras. Those are the groups that the BJP focused on. So don't write off anyone in any region of Maharashtra. This is going to go down to the wire.
But Rajdeep, no, if you actually do look at Marathwada, the BJP is not making any gains yet. So it is the Eknath Shinde faction, and that is classic with what most people, reporters, maybe not pollsters, saw in the Marathwada region.
Devendra Fadnavis did not go to Marathwada because he was worried that if Devendra Fadnavis into rural Marathwada.
I'm hoping there was an OBC versus Marathwada consolidation.
That's right. So I think Marathwada again will be one of those regions to be looked at very interestingly. One of the 6 battles within a battle in Maharashtra. At the moment, that's much more even. The battle in Western Maharashtra is much more towards the Mahavikas Aghadi. The battle in Mumbai is also even at the moment. Konkan and Thane, the battle is in the favor of the Shinde Sena. And you've got the battle of Vidarbha, which is heavily weighted in favor of the Mahayuti. The lead that the Mahayuti had is being driven by what you're seeing in Vidarbha at the moment. So it is a mixed picture. Very early trends now. We still don't even have, I want to make it very clear, the first round is also not over. and an average constituency has 15 to 20 rounds in Maharashtra. Remember also multipolar. So you have about 68 seats where you have at least 5 strong candidates in Maharashtra. Given all of that, all these early trends may well get reversed. Either the Mahayuti goes much further ahead, or the MVA, which only a minute ago on this program had actually gone ahead of the Mahayuti for the first time, could also pull off a surprise. Maharashtra is going to be the classic, as of now in these early trends at least, a ding-dong battle that could change in an hour from now, and one side could go ahead. But that's what we are seeing at the moment. When you look at Jharkhand also at the moment, you will see that even in Jharkhand, you've got an election slowly building up there. What was NDA 25, India 10, but you're not yet getting the seats from many of the bastions of the JMM as well. Once you get that, you will have a clearer idea. At the moment, Aishwarya Paliwal is at the BJP headquarters. Aishwarya, okay, but Preeti, your big takeaway so far in these very early trends that we are getting, what is it that has most surprised you? What is it that stands out?
Well, number one, what really surprised me is if we can even play out the Vidarbha region, the sweep of saffron, Rajdeep, because that would technically mean that the agrarian distress, which was spoken so much of, that how soya bean was the political crop, how farmers were not getting compensation, when it came down to the failed crop of soya bean, when they spoke of cotton, when they spoke of inflation, high price, all of that is not a factor because you do see a surge of saffron there.
Okay, let me for a moment look at Rahul's wonderful magic wall and look at some of the key candidates. Aditya Thackeray is leading at the moment in Worli. So Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora, that battle within a battle, he is leading at the moment. I'm not surprised. Remember, there's MNS's Sandeep Deshpande also. Ajit Pawar, interestingly, is leading there in the battle with Yogendra Pawar. So there are these very fascinating battles within a battle that are taking place in Maharashtra. I'm also going to be looking at which one else should we look at? Devendra Fadnavis. Nagpur Southwest is against Praful Gudade, and he's a strong candidate. He was doing a very strong campaign, but Devendra Fadnavis has shown a certain domination of this part of he was the youngest mayor of Nagpur as a very, he's been meteoric. His rise in politics as one of the young faces of Maharashtra politics about a decade ago, very few people knew him in the early,
But he wanted to do a kind of politics which he wasn't able to practice. He preached it, pro-development, wanted to send out an image of being honest and hardworking, and then look at the mess that he finds himself in on account of having to poach from the Shinde Sena, poach from Sharad Pawar.
Rahul, he was the first Chief Minister of Maharashtra since Vasant Rao Naik in the 1970s to complete a 5-year term, 2014 to 19. He became, he was even being positioned as a future potential national leader of the BJP. Then 2019 comes, he says, "Me Puna Enar, I'll come back." Last minute finds the chair stolen away virtually from him. Decides to hit back, forms a government, perhaps the one big mistake he made, formed that government with Ajit Pawar, lasted just a few days. That setback.
Didn't want to be deputy CM.
Didn't want to be deputy.
Kind of nudged to be deputy CM.
And don't forget, even when the Lok Sabha defeat took place, he offered to resign. And then that resignation was taken back. If they win, if the Mahayuti wins, it will be a big day for Devendra Fadnavis. If BJP gets more than 90, there will be a huge demand from below that Devendra Fadnavis come back as Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Vinod Tavade may not like that very much.
Well, Vinod Tavade then will not matter. I do think, though, that there is a view, as Amitabh mentioned, that Eknath Shinde's supporters also will feel, look, our candidate was, if the Mahayuti wins, we fought this election under his leadership, why should he not get it? That's post today what plays out.
But he doesn't have enough bargaining chips. Politics is about what chips you have on the chessboard. Eknath Shinde, if the BJP is above 90, Rajat simply doesn't have enough chips to be able to drive a hard bargain.
It's much, much more complex than that. Who is going to throw what? Like, what sides are they going to pick post the election results? We're just talking about the election results. After that, the dynamics might completely change because everybody has that leverage to go to the...
No, but there's too much bad blood between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde for Shinde to now come back to the Uddhav Sena.
No, that is true, but politics, especially in Maharashtra, I've seen everything under
the art
sun.
of the possible.
That in Maharashtra, you cannot prejudge anything. Everything is kosher in Maharashtra. So,
Nana Patole is leading in Sakoli. Interesting again, because Nana Patole was once with the BJP, moved back to the Congress. Again, meteorically, suddenly became Congress president. Represents the Kunbi factor in Maharashtra politics. Rahul Gandhi talks a lot about OBC politics. You've got an OBC leadership in Maharashtra, unlike in Haryana. One of the differences between Haryana and Maharashtra is Congress didn't have an OBC leadership in Haryana. They put all their weight behind the Hudas. The BJP had an OBC leadership. You projected an OBC leader. Here he's hoping that if they win, he can become chief minister. I think that's been part of the problem. They got overconfident, but Nana Patole is leading.
They start counting chickens which haven't hatched yet.
That's right.
Really
I think that's been a huge
It happened
problem.
in Haryana and they were squabbling. I mean, we haven't even seen the results yet. And Sanjay Raut and Patole have been going at each other over which party gets to form the chief minister. Just hold on to your horses. Let the results come.
Nitesh Rane is interesting because he was seen as the face of this aggressive anti-Muslim politics that was launched by a section of the BJP in Maharashtra in the last couple of weeks. He's been accused of inflammatory speeches. FIRs were filed against him. The Ranes rule that particular Sindhudurg district. I didn't hear a single voice when I went down Malvan beach speaking against the Ranes.
He owns all the land there.
No, but you see, if you're seated in a television studio, you think, the Ranes are terrible, there are all these cases against them, their politics is polarized, but go out there, he's the Dada of Sindhudurg. And I remember him as, in the 1980s when I started journalism, he was the head of the BST committee in the municipal corporation. He's from Mumbai, originally from Sindhudurg. Bal Thackeray sent him back to the Konkan to build the Shiv Sena in the Konkan. So he's an interesting character. And now he looks at you like this. I asked him a question again about the ED. The moment the interview was over, he said, he threw the mic away. Every time you ask me this question, Kati Thamnar, when will you stop? And he pushed the mic away. Narayan Rane is quite a character, so is his son. Not exactly reputable characters, if I may add. Let's see if we have any more of these. Mumba Devi is a seat we are going to look at very closely. Srijaya Chavan leading. This is the daughter of Ashok Chavan. They suffered a setback, lost Nanded after Ashok Chavan had switched Rahul from BJP to the Congress to the BJP. His daughter is standing from Bhokar, where her grandfather Shankar Rao won, where Ashok Chavan has won.
Ashok Chavan interestingly took a position against Battinge to Kattinge, saying it doesn't really work because Nanded does have a Muslim population. He would have been hoping to.
And the final one is my home constituency of Kulaba. Rahul Narvekar, speaker, became controversial for the verdict.
Lowest voting, just a point of trivia, in the state was in your constituency.
You see, in Kulaba, we have other things to do like watch Netflix. At least upper class Kulaba tends to watch Netflix or goes for a nice, evening out. That's the upper class. The Machimar Nagar people still vote.
There's only 45.
Rahul Narvekar has gotten closer now.
Okay, let's show our viewers what's happening in Jharkhand.
Rahul Narvekar has been in 3 parties.
That's right.
He's an epitome of what is happening in Maharashtra.
So we have
politics.
59 leads in Jharkhand. It's a dead heat at this moment. 21 leads for the JMM, only 5 for the Congress, 3 for the RJD. On the NDA side, we've got 29 leads, up 9 from the last time. 23 of those for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 5 for the All Jharkhand Students Union, the JDU yet to open its account, and the Lok Janshakti Party of Ramvilas Paswan, represented now by his son Chirag, with 1 lead in Jharkhand. It's a dead heat. And okay, here's what I'm excited about. Right here in the corner, you'll now start seeing what percentage of the votes have been counted. This is important because it gives you some perspective and context. Can we just zoom in there? So you can see here, 0.2% of the votes in Jharkhand have been counted. So when you get really excited, do a lot of panditry in your mind or listen to what everyone here is saying. Remember, at this moment in Jharkhand, of all the votes on offer, 0.2% of the votes have been counted. This is a new addition we just made because it gives you context, which I believe is very important. So when you look at these numbers, you know how much of the votes have been counted. 61 leads, 30-30. Jharkhand, Rajdeep, proving to be a very exciting contest.
With the caveat that you put very rightly, 0.2%. I mean, the problem with this kind of T20 kind of analysis is everything that you and I say and Preeti says and Amitabh and Rajat say will be clipped by media. Says, imagine if we say today, what a fantastic campaign that was run by the BJP in Jharkhand. by Hemant Biswa Sarma, Shivraj Chauhan, and let's say a couple of hours later the situation changes. I think it's best to hold our horses and go by what we are seeing in real time at the moment. Mahayuti nears the 100-seat mark in early trends is what we're saying at the moment for Maharashtra. And I think the psychologically important number will be 140. 144 is halfway, but with all the independents, you will form a comfortable government, anyone who gets 140. So keep in mind, 140 is what you need. Australia not even is struggling to score 100 at Perth. So, you know, the Mahayuti is doing better than even the Australians at the moment.
I have the first figures of the percentage of votes counted in Maharashtra. So far in Maharashtra, 0.2% of the votes have been counted. So that will give you a sense. We have a total of 158 leads at this moment. The NDA, and this, remember, is the big battle. The NDA at this moment is running away with the election. 96 leads for the NDA, 70 for the BJP, 16 for the Eknath Shinde Sena, 10 for the Ajit Pawar NCP. The India Alliance is 52 leads. Of these 52, 13 are for the UBT, 20 are for Sharad Pawar's faction, 19 are for the Congress. Interestingly, at this moment, the Sharad Pawar faction ahead of the Congress when it comes to which is the #1 party in the Maha Vikas Aghadi. If I look at the stronghold scanner of the 16 BJP strongholds for which we have trends at the moment, the BJP is leading on 14 of them. If I look at the Eknath Shinde faction of the 3 strongholds for which we have leads, they're leading on 2. So they're largely holding on to their strongholds. Whichever party it is that we're looking at, the Congress, we have 9 leads in seats that constitute a stronghold. Strongholds are seats that that party has won in every election over the last 3 elections. So if you win the same seat over 3 elections, it constitutes a stronghold. So interestingly, the NDA has got 4 leads on Congress strongholds. The India Alliance leading only on 5, down on 4, down 5 from the last time. The Congress, Rajdeep, in the very initial leads, not being able to hold on to its own strongholds.
That is the story of Maharashtra at the moment. 100. The Mahayuti has touched 100 in terms of lead. So that's a significant milestone that they've reached at this particular juncture. Also in our studio at the moment is the man who knows more about Maharashtra than any of us on this table. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, joins us. Sahil, early trends, only 0.2% of Maharashtra has been counted. But is there something significant that you're already seeing? What I'm seeing, at least on our chart, is saffron in Vidarbha. That is the story at the moment.
More than that, I can also see that the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading more number of seats than that of the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and they are far ahead than their alliance partners as well. So if this trend continues, what happens next about the chief minister position? If this trend continues and if they come to power, Mahayuti comes to power, then what happens to the chief minister's position? That's
what do you
I'm
think?
looking at.
What is the number at which you think the chief minister has to be from the BJP? Is there a number?
No, so the number has to be, if the BJP crosses 90 mark, then I don't think that the BJP will leave the chief minister's position.
So what happens to Eknath Shinde then? He becomes a minister again.
He can become a minister, he can become a deputy chief minister.
Urban development.
Urban development is going to, he will try and retain urban development.
That's, you see,
which
that
he
is
loves.
that's the ministership in Mumbai everyone wants. But so therefore, what Sahil is saying is significant. You're saying 90 is the psychologically important. And what you're seeing in these early trends is the BJP doing much better than its allies. Am I right?
At this point of time, yes. They are far ahead than their allies, not only against the Maha Vikas Aghadi, but at this point of time, in the initial trends, the NDA has already reached to 100 mark. India Alliance is at 50 and the others are 10. So that 10 is also going to be really interesting because this is just an initial trend at this point.
Yeah, you see, I think, Rahul, the other thing to look at, 90, good number to look at from the BJP perspective. 60 is the number the Congress will need if they have to form a government, because then you can bank on Pawar pulling in with 40 and UBT with 35 and come close. The number to look at will be independents. Maharashtra has had an election in 1995 where 45 independents and smaller parties won. If independents cross 30, in my view, it will be difficult for any party to get a majority. Then the independents and smaller parties. So 30 for independents, 90 for BJP, 60 for Congress are the numbers to look out for.
For the first time, we now have leads available from the 49 assembly by-polls that are ongoing at this moment. Out of these, we have leads for 8 of them. 2 of those going to the BJP, 2 2 going to the Congress. So 8 leads out of the 48 assembly by-polls, 2 for the Congress, 2 for the BJP. The SP in Uttar Pradesh yet to open its account. If I look at the Lok Sabha by-poll where we have trends, we know for a fact that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the initial trends available from Wayanad is currently in the lead. So that's where things stand. Rajdi spoke of how Maharashtra is stacking up. If we spend a moment on Maharashtra and look at the seat shares, 98 leads for the NDA, 66 for the India Alliance. And this is very important. Remember, the India Alliance together is at 66, the NDA is at 98, the BJP is at 68. So the BJP by itself at this moment 2 seats more than the rest of the India Alliance. If it holds this way, it would be a formidable showing. And what's happened, Sahil, during the campaign is the fact that in Vidarbha and in Marathwada, the BJP has been able to recover a lot of ground they'd lost during the Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah, that clearly could be seen because, you know, the BJP, they immediately understood that the Vidarbha is going to be their major issue, and that's how they tried to manage it, be it a caste combination, be it coming up with the schemes like Ladli Behna and make it happen that advertisements use it so much that it could reach to the people and counter the narrative of Samvidhan which the Maha Vikas Aghadi tried to build during Lok Sabha elections. So they managed the elections well at this point of time. They concentrated on the districts like Chandrapur, Ramtek or Gadchiroli, where they were 6-0. I mean, in the Lok Sabha, all the 6 assembly segments Maha Vikas Aghadi was leading. So they concentrated on those assembly segments and then planned their strategy. So it is giving them some kind of a results at this point of time. Even though it's an initial trend, at this point of time, we can see that the BJP is leading on 80 seats almost, and those seats are mainly, if we can look at, are from Vidarbha and the region of Marathwada.
You know, there's something interesting I want to show our viewers. We have 17 seats at this moment where there's a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP. And just so that you understand what a direct fight means in the way that I've defined it, a direct fight is where BJP is 1 and Congress is 2, or Congress is 1 and BJP is 2. So where they're directly 1 and 2. So if the vote share suggests that BJP or Congress is 1 and 2, that constitutes a direct fight. 17 such leads, all 17 at this moment are for the BJP. The Congress, in any fight where it's direct BJP versus Congress, the Congress is yet to open its account. Just at this moment, this could change as the day goes on, but at this moment they haven't opened their account. In the 2 Sena fight, okay, you got Shinde Sena versus the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. We got 2 leads, both of those for the Shinde Sena. The UBT is struggling at this moment. Let's see the Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar faction. Okay, so we've got 2 leads there, both of those for Ajit Pawar, not for Sharad Pawar. Both of those for Ajit Pawar, not for Sharad Pawar. Then I'll see if I can show you some BJP versus UBT, BJP versus Uddhav Thackeray, both of those for the BJP. UBT is struggling, both against Sena and against the BJP. Let's look at BJP versus NCP Sharad Pawar. 7 such seats, the BJP leading on 6 of those, NCP just on 1. And Congress versus the Eknath Shinde Sena, 1 such lead. Congress is trailing and the Shinde Sena is leading. But the big one there, BJP versus Congress, Rajdeep, where all those leads are for the BJP.
Another interesting seat that I'm going to look at closely, I'm sure Sahil and I will both, is Mahim. Mumbai, you know, we've focused a lot on Worli, but Mahim, remember, is the ultimate Sena versus Sena battle. Amit Thackeray at the moment is leading. MNS is Amit Thackeray against Sada Sarvankar of the Shiv Sena and
Mahesh Sawant of Shiv Sena UBT.
Mahesh Sawant of the Shiv Sena UBT and Sada Sarvankar of the Shiv Sena Shinde group. Okay, let's quickly get in one reaction from all the guests that are joining us. Dr. Seema Malik is spokesperson of the NCP Sharad Pawar. Advocate Susiben Shah, spokesperson Shiv Sena Shinde group. Rohan Gupta, BJP spokesperson. Quick reactions from all of you first. Rohan Gupta bhai, you're now of course with the BJP spokesperson. At the moment, it is advantage to you in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand. But what was looking like very one-sided just half an hour ago, the gaps in both states could be closing. What's your number for Maharashtra? You're a numbers man. Su number apwana, Rohan bhai?
राजदीप भाई 200 टच थसे महायुति
200
टच करेंगे हम लोग
तमे डबल सेंचुरी ऊपर जाओ
राजदीप भाई 200 yes.
So you're saying that you will get 200 in Maharashtra?
BJP 100 महायुति 200.
On what basis are you
Absolutely
so
right.
confident
See, the
with these
way,
numbers?
this trend. I'll tell you why, Rajdeep bhai, the way these numbers are coming. See, I am not the man who will just say that कि अभी हम रुझान में आ गए हैं तो मुझे हरियाणा मालूम है कि क्या होता है. But the way ground feedback was coming after the elections were over, कहीं पे उनका कोई narrative था ही नहीं. They were like on defensive. If their senior leader had to react on the narrative of BJP on the last day of campaign, it clearly shows that they have lost the election on that day only. There was no anti-incumbency, there was no cohesive alliance partners, there is no narrative, people won't trust their guarantees. On the other side, BJP had delivered in the state. And so there are a lot of factors which clearly
So you're
shows that
saying
people will want a government
captured
which
the
can deliver
narrative.
and which can give the stable.
Okay, so you believe you captured the narrative, you had a better campaign.
Absolutely.
And many will agree, certainly on the campaign point of view, it appeared even to me that Mahayuti had a more organized campaign than the Mahavikas Aghadi. But Sushiben Shah, early trends again, Eknath Shinde's group doing well in Konkan, Thane, Mumbai is a tighter race. What is your number for Eknath Shinde's group? And do you believe that if, let's say, Baso Par, 200, you're also a Gujarati, 200 Baso Par tame thai jao, who gets the chief ministership? Sushiben, you're on mute. How long? You can't be on mute. You're a loud voice, you're on mute,
A
madam.
very good morning. I am a
Good
Gujarati,
morning.
of course, yes, but I am largely a Mumbaikar. But be as it may, it's a tight race in Mumbai, but we will surge forward, I will assure you that. And we are comfortably forming the government. We had the right narrative. We had a very concentrated, focused approach on ground. We learned our lessons from Lok Sabha and we were foots on the ground. We worked with the farmers, we worked with the women, we worked with the youth, and you see the results. And I'm telling you very, very confidently. We had our Mahila Sena touching more than 1 crore of ladies on ground. We had a team who went across Maharashtra. Some of us leading in Mumbai and
Initial
the
trends
others
where Vidarbha is showing. Because in Vidarbha, it seems everything has been eclipsed by the Ladki Bahin Yojana. Farm distress eclipsed by the Ladki Bahin Yojana, at least with the initial trends.
Let me complete.
So the gamble that you took is paying off.
No. The point is that we led a very focused approach with the women. We ensured, we delivered. It needs immense political will. I kept on telling Mr. Joshi that it is the women voters. The surge in voting is only because of women, because of whether it be rural or whether it be urban. And we have delivered. The women have delivered. The Mahashakti have delivered. The Adi Abadi.
Sushiben Shah, it's too early because it's still counting. 116 in India Alliance and India Alliance 87. So they are catching up with you at this point of time. And the data shows at least that only 0.2% of the votes have been counted yet. So there is a long way to go. So let's hold for some time. Right now, these are very initial trends. But things are turning out to be very interesting. If this trend continues, then the BJP is going to be the largest party. And I don't think that the BJP is going to let the chief ministership position the way they did in 2022. So you need to really push it hard, You have to reach at least close to the BJP to put a claim on that, right?
That's a good point, Sahil. What is the number you think where Eknath, you said 90 BJP needs. What is the number Eknath Shinde needs to say, I want to be CM again?
0.5.
50?
He doesn't need his own number. He needs BJP's number to come to 70 to 75.
He needs BJP. Very interesting.
BJP's number to come down to 70 75.
Rajdeep, so far, 0.4% of the votes have been counted. So as you get agitated...
In India's second largest state, by mind you, not even a small state, 0.4 of India's second largest
It's a much bigger sample than any poll would have.
That's right.
But so far, just 0.4% of the votes have been counted. We have trends for 209 out of 288 seats. The India Alliance is currently leading on 87. That's up 28 from the last time. The NDA is leading currently on 117. But it's quite clear that the BJP is likely to be the #1 party. Within the India Alliance, a competition for who's ahead. And at this time, the Sharad Pawar faction is interestingly ahead of both the UBT and the Congress. Sharad Pawar faction scoring a higher strike rate than the Congress.
Old jungle saying, whether you're doing an exam in life or whether you're doing politics, work hard. There is no substitute for hard work. At 84, I keep saying this on the program, I saw Sharad Pawar out there far more than some people half his age. And if these numbers hold, Sharad Pawar becomes a factor because you add the 39 to the 15 that Ajit Pawar's faction is winning.
Right.
The old NCP is 54.
NCP
They become the second largest party after the...
But Rajdeep, you look at regions. Look at Marathwada, look at Western Maharashtra, and that is where
Western
the
is where
MVA is doing exceedingly well.
That's
look
right.
at Marathwada.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
And that is, see, according to me, Marathwada is going to be the deciding factor because in most of the regions, Mahayuti and Mahavikas Agadi are going to be at neck
But
and neck.
Sahil,
Except Vidarbha.
Except Vidarbha.
But if Vidarbha is swept by the saffron, then how will Marathwada be deciding
No,
factor?
but it will have to be countered. Na? Somewhere it needs to be countered. In the rest of the regions, if you are going to be neck
But-
and neck, and if that Vidarbha
Marathwada,
is sweep by the NDA, then Marathwada can be the counter. So
The
that
NDA only has 9 leads right now in Marathwada where it's concerned, and most of them are coming in from the Shinde Sena.
0.4% votes are counted yet.
Exactly.
0.4% votes are
I think
counted
everything
yet.
should be said
Only
with 0.4% of the votes are counted.
Now look at my Sahil and I both are Mumbaikars. I am a Mumbaikar in exile. Sahil is an original Mumbaikar. Look at the numbers at the moment for Mumbai. India Alliance now leading in 12.
Yeah.
NDA leading in 9. So when I look at the Mumbai seats, for example, where importantly the India Alliance is leading, Anushakti Nagar. That's where Abu Azmi is contesting, presumably.
Anushakti Nagar is Nawab Malik's
Sorry,
daughter. Sana Malik is contesting.
Sorry, Nawab Malik is contesting. His daughter is contesting in the neighboring constituency against Abu.
No.
Malik is in
It's Abu Azmi is contesting in Madkur. In Anushakti Nagar, Nawab Malik's daughter is contesting. Sana Malik is contesting Anushakti Nagar.
Against
Fahad Ahmad of
Fahad Ahmad, who's at the Faraz Ahmad, who's Swara Bhaskar's husband. He's leading. Malad West, Aslam Sheikh leading. In a lot of the areas where what Sahil and I call the Mamu factor of Mumbai,
Yeah.
Maharashtrians and Muslims coming together, which we saw in the Lok Sabha, is giving a slight edge. Very early trends, you said less than 1%, so I don't want to make a larger point. But if they have any chance, the Mahavikas Aghadi, Rahul, in places like Mumbai or Western Maharashtra, they have to repeat what happened in the Lok Sabha. If they cannot repeat, if the Dalit vote switches to the Mahayuti, or if the Maratha vote partly switches to the Mahayuti, I don't think the Mahavikas Aghadi can win. Mahavikas Aghadi needs at least 80% of a repeat of what happened in the Lok Sabha.
But interestingly, if you see right now the rural seats, where we are counting on that. If the 0.4% vote, the initial trend shows that NDA is leading in 49 seats and India Alliance on 29 seats. So even that factor right now in the initial trends are going in favor of NDA. So that is going to be the important factor. Rural seats, NDA right now leading on 78 seats and India Alliance 54 seats. So that is the crucial area. If in the rural sector, Mahavikas Aghadi manages to push back well later, then they have a chance to get into the race. Actually.
Part of the reason why this battle is skewed towards the NDA in Maharashtra is because in those direct contests between the BJP and the Congress, the BJP is routing the Congress. 20 leads currently for the BJP in these direct fights, all of them for the BJP, not one for the Congress. The other battles aren't quite as skewed. I mean, if you see the Eknath Shinde Sena versus UBT, again, all 3 leads for the Eknath Shinde Sena, the UBT being bested in the leads available at the moment. In the Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar battle, you've got Sharad Pawar currently leading on 14%. You've got Ajit Pawar currently leading on 86%. So it's very clear, Rajdeep, whether it is the Shinde Sena or the Ajit Pawar faction or the BJP, the Mahayuti is hitting it out of the park at the Wankhede this morning.
Look, I'm going to again hold it because of the numbers, particularly when you look at Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar. I think BJP versus Congress is one of the key battles within the battle. There are 75 seats where they are virtually in direct fight. If the BJP can win a majority of those, they are in pole position, they will be party number 1 and Mahayuti will be propelled further. But I have to see the allies. There are 2 more fights. Sena UBT versus Shinde Sena is 51 seats. Those are going to be important. And the 37 seats between NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar will be important. I just want to add here, for the first time since the morning, I think India Alliance has taken the lead over the NDA in Jharkhand. For the first time since the morning, out of 75...
India for a good number of time, but you're so obsessed with Maharashtra that you're not paying attention to Jharkhand.
Yeah, but because we decided Maharashtra is the Maha battle, and therefore the focus was on Maharashtra.
For the past 15 minutes, they've been leading.
So for the first time in that we've mentioned it, India Alliance leading NDA in Jharkhand, but clearly there's a strong lead for the Mahayuti building around Vidarbha and slowly spreading into other rural parts of Maharashtra for the Mahayuti.
So far, ladies and gentlemen, 0.6%, just 0.5% of the votes have been counted in Maharashtra. We want to go region by region. Marathwada is seeing a pitched battle. Of the 39 leads we have in Marathwada, the NDA is leading on 18, the India Alliance on 20. A pitched battle in Marathwada, UBT leading on 8, Sharad Pawar on 7, the Congress on 5. If from there we come to Western Maharashtra, we have leads currently in Western Maharashtra on 38 seats, the NDA leading on 16, the Congress leading on 22. So in two regions of Maharashtra, you actually got the MVA in front. From there, if we go to Vidarbha, which is where the story of this election is being written at this moment, in Vidarbha, of the 60 leads available, NDA leading on 50. This is where, Rajdeep, the NDA has really run away with the initial leads.
You know, there are the Vidarbha story, as we keep reiterating, could well be the story that the Mahayuti takes to victory in Maharashtra. If there is to be any comeback, the Congress in particular, you see, the Congress was the one pushing for the maximum seats in Vidarbha. Now, these are the seats where you're taking on the BJP. The Congress, as of now, is the Kamzor Kadi in Maharashtra.
36 lie in Vidarbha.
Absolutely. So almost half of them.
Yeah.
Shama Mohammed is joining us at the moment. Shama Mohammed, in these early trends in Maharashtra, and very early, Congress Kamzor Kadi. It's the direct fights that you're having with the BJP where you're losing out. And therefore, questions will be asked if these results hold. Did you get your strategy wrong? Did you do the same mistake BJP made in Lok Sabha? Count your chickens before they were hatched?
Rajdeep, you are a senior journalist, and I just heard Rahul using the word BJP is routing the Congress. You all were there during the Haryana Assembly elections result day. And at 10 o'clock, till 10 o'clock, what was happening? The Congress was leading. What happened after 10:15 onwards? It was the lead of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, these are too early times to say that the Congress is being routed by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Those are strong words, Rahul Kanwal. Why are you getting so excited? Look at Jharkhand. Jharkhand, they were leading, and now we are up there. I'm telling you today, Jharkhand is a state which we are winning. But in Maharashtra, I'm sure this trend will change after 10 o'clock. I was there in Maharashtra. There are various issues. See, the farmers are very upset about the soya bean price. And there are farmer suicides every other day. And that's really going to affect. Youth have no jobs.
You know, if you'd allow me, I was at the same press conference as you, which was 3 days before campaigning closed. And that was the time when the Congress picked Shama to actually announce that they are going to, if they come to power, they will acquire soya bean at 7,000 rupees a quintal. Wasn't that too late in the day? Why I say that is, yes, these are initial trends. Yes, only less than 1% of votes have been counted. But if you look at Vidarbha, where, the backbone of the farm unrest is what you speak of, then right now it seems to suggest as a saffron sweep, Shama.
So I'll tell you why, even if the announcement is late, the farmers of Maharashtra believe in us. They know that this party was against the 3 black farm laws. This is the party which waived off 78,000.
So you think that's going to change? You think this saffron surge we see in Vidarbha is going to turn blue after 10?
Turn blue. Mark my words, because the farmers are very upset. Let me tell you that. The youth are upset. The businessmen are upset. I mean, which sector is not upset with this particular government? I'm telling you, the GDP has gone down to 5.5% from 10. Every field, even women. Now, you think the women, when I spoke to them, and I asked them about this Ladki Behna scheme, they said, हमसे लेकर वो दे रहा है. That means the gas price is 1,000 rupees.
Let's give some update right now. Very interestingly, in the initial trends right now, Amit Thackeray was ahead in Mahim, was ahead a few minutes back. Now Mahesh Sawant, Shiv Sena UBT candidate, has gone ahead in Mahim. He's leading in Mahim constituency. Shiv Sena UBT, Shiv Sena and Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. Mahesh Sawant is ahead at this point of time. Eknath Shinde is leading in Kopri Pach Pakhadi in Thane. At the same time, Ajit Pawar has kept his lead intact. But interestingly, in Mahim, now we are seeing that Mahesh Sawant, Shiv Sena UBT candidate, has gone ahead after 1.5 hours.
And those are the seats that the Shiv Sena UBT must win. You see, if the Shiv Sena UBT, you see one other number, the numbers I said, 60 Congress must win to form a government, 90 BJP should win to form a government without a problem on its own.
Yeah.
I think a key number, Rahul, to look out for is what is the UBT's number. If the UBT has to be a major factor in Maharashtra politics, they should get 40. And the 40 have to come by starting to win seats like Mahim. If they don't win seats like Mahim, that means that they are clearly in trouble. That means that the Marathi Manus has been divided. That means that even Raj Thackeray has been able to, in at least his little bastion around Shivaji Park, score over them. Interesting, Rahul, in Konkan Thane, the big lead at the moment are in two areas of Maharashtra for the Mahayuti. One is Vidarbha and Konkan Thane. Konkan Thane, I expected it, most people expected it because this is Shinde's bastion. But here the Marathi Manus is going with the Shinde Sena, not with the UBT. Most of the sitting MLAs who defected and joined Shinde Sena are all winning at the moment.
Again, 0.6% votes have been counted. 0.6% votes have been counted.
With that
Let's
caveat,
keep an eye on that.
But Sahil, with that caveat that 0.6% votes have been counted, Marathwala tables have turned strangely. Right now you have the NDA which is leading.
That's what I'm saying. 0.6% votes are counted.
There is one important battle which we are missing. That is BJP versus Shiv Sena UBT.
Yeah.
That is 33 seats. 33 seats, and BJP has sitting MLAs on 30 of them. Yeah. So if BJP has to do badly, they have to lose those 30 seats.
So far we have 4 leads, which is direct BJP versus the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. All 4 currently in favor of the BJP. I want to go across to Seema Malik of the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP. Dr. Malik, you know, the problem here for the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP is that in the seats where it's directly Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar, at this moment Ajit Pawar has a 86% strike rate, 6 out of 7. So in the Lok Sabha it was the opposite. Currently it seems Ajit Pawar being able to hold his own much more than Sharad Pawar. Where does that leave you and your party?
See, this is these are the early trends, you know, and you see the way the MBA is increasing now. I was just watching, and I think this is too early to say anything. And you are yourself telling that we have contest only the 0.6% votes and all, and so this is too early to say. I am very optimistic, and we still believe that we will have good seats. You can see on the screen that the way it is increasing for MBA. And see, I still believe that people have voted for the core issues. They have voted for the price of the soybean and cotton, and they have voted for the...
So let's take our viewers through where the vote share percentages stand at the moment. This is the first time I'm showing you vote share today. 0.8% of the total votes have been counted. In that, BJP has picked up 34% of the votes. 0.8 may seem like a small percentage, but remember, it's on a very large base. Therefore, it's pretty representative in terms of what it could suggest about how this battle is shaping up. 34% of the votes counted so far have been for the BJP. 17.2% have been for the Eknath Shinde Sena. 9.7% of the votes so far have been for Ajit Pawar. The UBT has only 4.7% of the votes. So Shinde Sena at this moment more than thrice that of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, and NCP at 12.5 for Sharad Pawar's faction, more than Ajit Pawar's faction, but they also contested more seats. So remember, the base effect comes into play. The Congress at 17 is half the votes counted in favor of the BJP. The BJP at 34 is more than the Eknath Shinde and the Congress put together. So a big lead there, Rajdeep, for the BJP. And this
BJP is doing well.
Yeah.
You see, one of the things of this election is the BJP is doing
and
well.
crossed the halfway mark right now in leads.
BJP has crossed, Mahayuti, as per our numbers, has crossed the halfway mark in these very early trends. Remember, very early trends, it has crossed that magical 144 mark. But to take your point, Rahul, BJP doing much better than its allies. You see, that's part
No, but the allies aren't doing badly either.
But in these early... Well, you see, they need to also pull up much more. Out of the 148, the BJP is getting almost 75% of the allies are giving you only 25% bandwidth. If your number, the BJP needs to do well, its allies also need to do well. They need to do better than they are doing at the moment.
Not really. BJP,
if you want to go to 160, 170.
BJP needs to do really well to be able to ensure that they become chief minister. The allies need to do middlingly well so that both are put in their place. If one ally does really well, then it's problematic for the BJP. If you've got two allies, then both are in their
2025
place.
odd,
It's the best case scenario
perfect.
from the BJP's perspective.
It is, but you see, the BJP has two battles, and you mentioned one of them, which was with the Shiv Sena UBT. Amitabh made 33 seats. The other battle is really that Congress battle.
Yeah.
Because the better the BJP does in the battle, the more chances of the Congress not even reaching 50. If the Congress doesn't reach 50, Mahavikas Aghadi will find it almost impossible to form a government.
Can I show a vote density map? What this does is, it tells you which seat is being won or lost at this moment by what percentage of vote. Of the trends that we have available, the BJP NDA alliance is leading on 71 of those seats with more than 50% of the votes that have been counted so far. So where the BJP NDA is winning, they are winning big. 71 seats so far have a vote share of more than 50%. The India Alliance, on the other hand, where it is leading with less votes, because 48 seats where the India Alliance leads at this moment, the vote share is between 40 and 50. So where, Sahil, the NDA is winning, they are hitting chakke pe chakka. Where the India Alliance is winning, some of those seats are still very much up for grabs.
That's because the BJP, wherever the BJP has firmed up itself, BJP has always won with big margins, and they have not left those seats, like say in Mumbai, the 6 to 7 seats where the BJP is sure to win, and they don't need their alliance partners to win those seats, and they win those seats with a large margin, and that's why we are seeing this difference very clearly. Similarly in Vidarbha, say for an example, a seat of Devendra Fadnavis, they have been winning it for more than 35,000 votes, and they will retain that seat with a larger number if they are pushing, the election towards themselves. So,
and also, therefore, vote share is a very inaccurate way to look at Maharashtra.
Yeah.
Because if you see vote share, the BJP wins big where it wins. So often that can give you a misleading picture.
Interestingly,
You've got to
Mumbai,
bring it
in
down
Lok
to vote share
Sabha,
region by region.
in Lok Sabha, the BJP India got more votes, absolute numbers in Mumbai, but they got less seats. It's basically because in Piyush Goyal's seat, they won by 3.5 lakh votes, whereas in other seats, the Mahavikas Aghadi won by hardly 50,000 or 1 lakh.
What I want to do now, for the first time, is show our viewers the margin calculator for Maharashtra to give you a sense of how comfortably placed the winner and the runner-up are in these seats. Where do things stand? Of the 185 seats for which we have leads, there are seats where the margin is less than 500. NDA is leading on 96 of these. Remember, if the margin is less than 500, that seat can change. So far, only 0.8% of the overall votes have been counted. 96 leads for the NDA, where the margin is less than 500 between the NDA candidate and the India Alliance candidate. The BJP leading on 59 of those, the Shinde Sena on 25, the NCP on 12. As far as the India Alliance is concerned, there are 84 seats at this moment where they're leading with less than 500 votes. UBT leading on 26, Sharad Pawar leading on 35, Congress on 21. And as I look at this data, it is the Congress which seems to be the Kamzor Kadi. You've got the UBT and the Sharad Pawar faction outperforming the Congress at the moment.
And that's the Vidarbha story. The Vidarbha story is the story of the Congress at the moment being bested by the BJP in direct fights. That's one of the stories within a story. Also, if you look at urban-rural, NDA leading in 53, India in 41. Now, to win Maharashtra, it's a heavily urbanized state. You need to win rural Maharashtra. You can't win Maharashtra if you're, if you don't.
Right now, the bigger story is coming in. That's in Sangamner. Balasaheb Thorat is trailing. What I'm hearing from ground at this point of time, Balasaheb Thorat, the stalwart,
who hopes to be Chief Minister.
Chief Minister. Right now, he's trailing. I'm not saying that it's what 0.8% right now. How much we have counted? 0.8% votes
And
counted.
he's been winning for the
1%.
He's been winning for the last 25 years.
Yes, and on the other hand, India Alliance is crossing 100. So they are pacing up. But at the same time, Balasaheb Thorat is trailing in Sangamner. Even in the initial trends, is I think a bigger story. I mean, if we have.
That's right. Even Chhagan, big one.
of his life.
Chhagan Bhujbal is trailing, and here the Maratha OBC factor comes into play. Large Maratha population in Yeola near Nashik. Chhagan Bhujbal was the original OBC face, first of the Shiv Sena, then went to the Congress, then of course shifted to the NCP, is now with the NCP Ajit Pawar. If Chhagan Bhujbal starts losing, it shows that there is a Maratha factor also, which is consolidating behind the India Alliance.
That's the point. That's the point. If Chhagan Bhujbal loses, then Marathwada is swung towards Mahavikas Aghadi. It's very clear. If Chhagan Bhujbal loses, if it is working in Yevala, which is in North Maharashtra, then obviously in Marathwada it should swing towards Mahavikas Aghadi, which happened in Lok Sabha elections. That's why I keep saying.
It is not necessarily that, Sahil, because we have to see the demographic of the seat. In Yevla, 37% Marathas, 35% OBCs.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That means Marathas are not voting with Bhujbal.
No, because he has taken a
very strong stand.
Correct, but that has happened in Marathwada with most of the BJP leaders as well.
No, but
there was that Swami Kalicharan coming to Marathwada in Sambhajinagar and making a comment against Manoj Jarange Patil just 2 days before election.
But Sahil,
will it not affect?
Sahil,
If it is happening, if it is affecting Chhagan Bhujbal, it will affect. It will have an effect in Marathwada as well.
But Sahil, but that caveat you gave of less than 1% votes right now, apply that to Nagpur Southwest constituency of Devendra Fadnavis. He's trailing.
Oh well,
so he's trailing right now.
I mean,
That's it.
Let's put that.
But that is at 1%. Less than 1% votes counted caveat.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawala from the BJP joins us. We've got 158 leads at this moment for the Mahayuti, 98 for the India Alliance. It seems it's good news in Maharashtra. It's not at this moment seeming to be a very tight election. But let's also keep in mind that just about 0.8% of the total votes have been counted. Shehzad, morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Jai Maharashtra, Jai Johar to everybody. And first of all, these are very early trends and therefore I don't want to jump the gun. Unlike Pawan Kheda, I am not in the business of distributing jalebis before those jalebis are given to the Janta. So I'll hold on to my horses. But one thing I would like to place in front of the
they have already started preparing jalebis.
No. Sahalji, that's why I know. I'm the national spokesperson of the largest party in the world. Please give me an opportunity to speak.
It's at the national
I want to clarify on your
I just saw the visuals. Aishwarya Paliwal was reporting from there. It's not the Maharashtra.
Sir,
it's at the national headquarters. They have already started preparing jalebis. So they're expecting a big win, right?
Sahil, can you please allow me to speak? Can you please allow me to speak? I request you. I'm at the headquarters that you're speaking of. You are not. You're in Noida. So please, Sahil, let me have an opportunity to speak. Sahil, I am telling you that Aishwarya Paliwal's report, as much as she's a good friend of mine, every time the journalists and the BJP Karyakartas come here, we make the breakfast for people. That is part of that breakfast. It is not part of our celebration jalebi. I have clarified it on Twitter and I'm telling you as the national spokesperson of Bharatiya Janata Party that no jalebis are being prepared for any kind of celebration. Please take it on record. Now let me come to another point, sir, with the utmost humility at my command, that Rajdeep ji and Rahul Kanwal ji will know that as soon as the Lok Sabha elections got over with Mahavikas Aghadi having a major lead. Today, if the Mahayuti has a major lead, even though it's very early trends, I still concede that. It must be asked that how come in the last few months the entire narrative and the entire situation has changed, and from this you will realize that the fake narrative that was being peddled by Mahavikas Aghadi and no leadership that is there, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the government's work in Maharashtra is the one that is now giving us the result that we are in such a good situation from somewhere where we were not even in the reckoning in 2024 Lok Sabha elections after the results. So that part should be analyzed because
the
I
important point,
that
and
much
I think
is clear that it is no longer what
Shama Mohammed needs to respond to it. From having almost a 30 versus 17 advantage in the Lok Sabha elections to now being way behind the Mahayuti, about 1% of the vote has been counted. That's a reasonably big sample size. You know, this has been a massive turnaround for the Mahayuti. This was your election to win. There was anti-incumbency. You know, it really is, after Haryana, yet another example of the India Alliance not being able to bring it together against the BJP and its allies.
Rahul, you're a senior journalist. I've used respect for you. You again said 0.8% of the vote has been counted. Somebody's talking 0.8%. I mean, again, I'm going to repeat it. Just now, Shehzad Poonawala said something which is very true. They were not even in the reckoning. He's understood that. Now, what I'm trying to tell you here is it is not yet 10 o'clock. It's 9:40? Yes. How you remember Haryana turnaround happened at 10:15. So I fail to understand what this excitement is all about when I'm telling you today that, yes, there will be a turnaround here by 10:15, 10:30. You will see that. It is not possible just 160 it goes. Even we were way ahead at 10 o'clock in the morning in Haryana, way ahead. Suddenly it changed at 10:30. I still remember that the numbers just changed. It was not going up or something from BJP in Haryana. It suddenly changed. So why are you talking so good about these numbers?
The way Congress had won during Lok Sabha, it is not coming out to be like that. Even if it is 1% vote, even the Election Commission website is showing right now that NDA is leading in 80 assembly segments, whereas Mahavikas Aghadi is only 40. The reason why this whole fight has come to this level is basically because you couldn't campaign well the way you could have in Vidarbha, and Vidarbha is showing tilting towards NDA at this point of time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Again, at this point of time, leads always changed after 10-15. I will not agree to what you all are saying. You're going on saying that there is a victory sort of, I can hear that, pushing it all, including Rajdeep. Everybody is like, and Mahayukti Aghadi is winning. It's not justified reporting in this manner. These are
nobody, ma'am, we have to report the data available for us. At the moment, it is 162.97. On the EC's website also, it is 80-40. Yeah. I mean, the question valid to be asked is a party which won 30 out of 48 seats, including one independent support who eventually supported you, is now struggling to reach the halfway mark. What the final number is, we don't know. Is there a sense that maybe you could have scored a self-goal, or you remain completely confident you will get a majority? Because I'm going to clip what you're going to say and play it again in the evening.
Yeah. See, what I'm trying to say, Rajdeep, is these are early trends. Okay, the trend changes after 10. And for me, when the Prime Minister of India speaks on batega, katega, ek hai to safe hai, means he is not winning. That's the language he uses when he wants to consolidate, when there are huge issues in Maharashtra.
But so Shama, if you look at Vidarbha right now, this is where 36 of your direct battles with the BJP have played out. At least for the last 1 hour, with what the initial trend suggests, Shama, the BJP is hammering you in Vidarbha.
Preeti, I'm also seeing the initial trends. The word is initial trends. Let the initial trends, it must be the first batch which has been counted. Let it pass. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying anything else. I'm just agreeing to you. These are the initial trends. You are a senior journalist. You've done so many of these. By 10:30, the picture will be very clear. The picture abhi bhi baki hai na.
Okay, picture abhi bhi baki hai. Shehzad Poonawalla wants to make a point. Shehzad Poonawalla, picture abhi bhi baki hai. From your side, what are the positives you're looking at? What's the one worry that you have at 9:30 in the morning? Is there anything that worries you at all in these numbers?
No, Rajdeep, I am not worried. I am very confident that the kind of work we have done in the last 2.5 years in Maharashtra, even though we were denied our own government in 2019 by some sleights of hands, despite that, whatever work we have done, and we have humbly gone before the people, Eknath Shinde ji, Fadnavis ji, Ajit Pawar ji, and obviously the central government, the way it has worked. So we will be rewarded for that. And in Jharkhand, it was a government of JMM. J for Jhol, M for Mafia, and M for Muslim appeasement, to the extent that they wanted to give Ghuspetia cylinders. That will also play out in some time. But Rajdeep, I just want to put two small points in front of you. Rajdeep, just 10 seconds. No, I do not interrupt. Rajdeep, I do not interrupt anybody. Rajdeep, I do not like this. Rajdeep, I am never interrupting.
Can I take an update?
Rajdeep, may I please complete?
No, 1 minute, Shehzad. 1 minute. We've got a couple of updates that we have to
Dilip Walse Patil, very close to Sharad Pawar, from contesting from Ambegaon Assembly segment.
Who shifted? He shifted to
Ajit Pawar. Right now he's trailing. The first round, he's trailing at this point of time. If it continues, because Sharad Pawar himself had gone to his constituency and said that, make him lose. He's not a rebel. Dhoka diya hai, use harao. Seedha jaake unhone kaha tha. It's a very clear mandate which Pawar has asked for right now in the initial day.
In a very ambivalent situation that I respect Sahib also, and nobody wanted to confront and bring the wrath of
unlike Shiv Sena, in NCP, nobody said anything against Sahib.
Let me for a moment get some of the VVIP seats done, because that will give us a sense. You just mentioned Dilip Walse Patil, and that got me going on these VVIP seats in Maharashtra. Very interesting seats. Aditya Thackeray continues to lead at the moment in Worli versus Milind Deora. Amit Thackeray, son of Raj Thackeray, is trailing. But this is a big one. Chhagan Bhujbal, the strongman, one-time strongman, former deputy chief minister, is trailing in Yeola. That's the one bad news for the NCP, Ajit Pawar. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis trailing at the moment, but we believe it's very early. And that really should tell you why it's very difficult to even make any predictions. We expect him to win, but he's trailing at the moment only as per very early trends. Eknath Shinde, on the other hand, is winning at the moment in Kopri, the incumbent chief minister from his bastion there in Thane. He's been winning it since 2009. Fahad Ahmed, Anushakti Nagar is winning that big battle. Remember, he is the husband of
He's
Swara
leading at this point of time.
I'm not sure he wants to be described as that, but he's winning over Sana Malik, the daughter of Nawab Malik there in the Mumbai constituency of Anushakti Nagar. Both the Ranes, Nilesh Rane, Nitesh Rane are winning at the moment. Nawab Malik is trailing at the moment. Nawab Malik, controversial figure, spent over a year in jail, blamed the BJP for it. Now is part of the NCP, Ajit Pawar. Abu Asim Azmi is is winning in his bastion there of Mankur. Dheeraj Deshmukh, one of the three Deshmukh who are in, well, two of them in politics, Dheeraj and Amit. You've got also Ritesh Deshmukh, the actor, but he's winning in Latur rural. His brother is, of course, contesting from Latur city. A lot of the Dinis are winning. So you've got a situation in Maharashtra where the family Raj, and remember, Amit Deshmukh is contesting against the daughter-in-law of Shivraj Patil, former Home Minister.
One interesting aspect here, if you look at the numbers like Fahad Ahmad, if he's leading at this point of time, it's a very initial trend, but it is leading. Anushakti Nagar is not a Muslim seat, by the way. It has equal Hindu population there. Whereas if you look at the other seat where Amit Thackeray is trailing, if this trend continues, what we can clearly say is that the Muslims are still voting for Shiv Sena UBT in Mumbai, which will give an edge to Uddhav Thackeray if that continues, because that is what is happening. Even in Mahim, the Muslim voters turning towards Shiv Sena UBT is going to give them a lead if at all they win this particular.
Rajdeep, you spoke of Dinis. Just look at how well the Dinis are doing. And people, watching at this time may be really upset that there are lots of Dinis and this is not good, but they work at the hustings. 10 out of 14 Dinis for the BJP are in the lead. For the Eknath Shinde Sena, 3 out of 5 are in the lead. For Ajit Pawar, 2 out of 3 are in the lead. For Sharad Pawar, 5 out of 8 are in the lead. So the problem is that if you're well entrenched politically, viewers of India Today may not like it. I don't like it personally. But that's the reality, and it speaks for itself.
But the big picture, and maybe Mr. Poonawalla was dying to step in, is clear that as of now, when you're 2-1 ahead in terms of seats at 9:45, 1 hour 45 minutes, you've clearly taken the early lead.
No, and you were saying it might be really tight, etc.
As of now, it's a clear lead.
It's a very
clear lead. Anything over 150 means you have a government come tomorrow morning. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And because you're now seeing some amount of stability and a pulling away. You remember there was a brief period where the Mahayuti and Maha Vikas Aghadi were just 20-25 seats away from each other. Now it's as much as 80 seats. Once you have an 80 seats difference at 9:45, it will require a dramatic reversal over the next 1 hour.
But the story of this election is the story of what's happened in Vidarbha. Out of the 60 seats in Vidarbha, remember a region where the Congress had done remarkably well in the Lok Sabha elections. The NDA currently leading on 46 of those, 10 up from the last time. The India Alliance at 14, 3 down from the last time. Don't compare with 2019 as much as you compare with the Lok Sabha election. This is where the story of this election has been written, because if you see other regions, see Marathwada, for example, here 31 versus 15. 31 leads for the NDA, 15 for the India Alliance. If we go to Konkan and to Thane, 36 leads currently, 26 for the NDA, only 8 for the India Alliance. They're running away with this election. 1% of the vote has been counted so far. In northern Maharashtra, 21 leads for the NDA, 14 for the India Alliance. In western Maharashtra, 62 leads at the moment, 36 for the NDA, 23 for the India Alliance. In Mumbai, 16 leads for the NDA, 18 for the India Alliance. So apart from Mumbai, in every region at this moment, the NDA is ahead. So it's not a seat by seat or region by region election. It's settling in favor of the Mahayuti.
Rajdeep, if you actually look at the regions, it does seem you go all the way from Vidarbha, there is no farm distress. You go to Marathwada, there is no caste fault lines. It's either the Ladki Bahin Yojana has trumped everything across, at least with that 1% vote counted caveat.
Also the MLAs are also important, because if you look at the numbers, the Ajit Pawar candidates which are leading at this point of time, they are leading with big margins, even after the first round. If you look at Devendra Fadnavis is leading by 4,000 votes. You look at, compared to UBT is only leading in one segment by 5,000 votes. Otherwise, the NDA numbers, which Rahul was telling just a while back, They are leading with bigger numbers, and in that, Ajit Pawar's candidates are leading with the big numbers.
Okay, I've got...
So all the big MLAs who are with Ajit Pawar at this point of time are leading with big numbers.
Poonawalla says he wants to make a big point. Go ahead, Shehzad Poonawalla, make your big point that you want to make. He just rang me up. Go ahead.
No, Rajdeep, I am not a big person, so I will make no big points. I only think it is pro...
We don't do that. The Congress party does not ring
No,
you up and-
I didn't want to call you.
Let him speak now.
Rajdeep,
No, let him speak.
Rajdeep.
Let him speak. Go ahead.
Rajdeep, when I was trying to make a point, I was interrupted. I don't interrupt in debates, and the only reason I called you was to draw your attention that it's only courteous and professional to allow me to complete my point. If you don't want me to complete my point, that's perfectly fine. But let me complete my point. That's basic courtesy and ethics. Now, just having said that, let me complete in 30 seconds without interruptions. All I'm trying to say is that, look, whatever the results come, these are still very early trends, and I'm willing to concede that. There are 2 or 3 big takeaways that we need to take. One, that a काट की हांडी बार बार नहीं चढ़ती. The fake narrative that the Congress dwells up about the constitution doesn't run over and over again. Point 1. Point 2, the Congress is a kamzor kadi. Whether it's Jharkhand or Maharashtra, it is a liability. And point 3, please ask Shama to write and give it to you now that they won't blame EVMs at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not a big person who makes big points. Let Shama Mohammed make all the big points.
No. I'm just telling you that I have never in my life sent a message to the anchor to ask me a question. I don't do those sort of things. You've been already doing all these adjustment stuff. But let me tell you... No.
Goodness.
EVMs and all, we have not even put any blame on that. We were talking about the batteries of the EVM last night, and that was very correct about it. And even Rajdeep Sardesai has kept saying the number of votes polled is not equal to the number of votes counted. Isn't it, Rajdeep? Didn't you say that about the Haryana
Yes,
election?
but there's one trend I'm noticing, which is the gender gap that we saw in this election. It could be reasserting itself, the gender factor. And if that gender factor plays, it's playing across Maharashtra. It appears that it's trumping everyone else, because then you need at least one region for me to see that there's a seat-by-seat fight. I'm not seeing it anywhere.
Very interesting update from Marathwada. In Bid, in Parli Assembly segment, Dhananjay Munde, Bid was like a completely OBC versus Maratha fight we saw during Lok Sabha elections. Dhananjay Munde is almost leading by 9,000 votes at this point of time, even in the initial trends. That clearly shows that NCP AP MLAs are doing much better when it comes to the lead, because they have been there since last 4 to 5 terms. And they are getting that traction.
And added to that, Sahil, the big picture is the real swing voter in India today is the woman.
Yeah.
I mean, I've said this now for 10 years, and it's happening today in Maharashtra. If these numbers hold, Rahul, if there is one pan-Maharashtra factor that's coming out, rural, urban, forget my Shetkari identity, forget farmer distress. Me mahila aahe, mala 1500 rupaye miltat. I am voting for the party, money in hand, versus the promise of 3,000, 1,500 in hand. If these numbers hold, it shows that the Ladki Bahin has worked.
Party promise. Even the Congress party weren't sure that
a lot was said in the build-up to the elections about the role that independents were likely to play. Of the trends available, look at the collapse of the independent factor. Only 4 independents are in the lead at the moment. The MNS has only 1 lead. So these smaller other parties, shaded here in purple, which we were thinking could have a big role to play post the results, they seem to have collapsed. It's really a bipolar fight between the NDA and the India Alliance, with the independents being reduced to a rump. They haven't done well. I want to show you for the first time how the rebels are doing. If you look at the rebel factor again, in Haryana, this was a very important factor. Of the leads that we have available, 62 rebels of the BJP, only 1 of them is leading. 47 for the Congress, at this moment only 1 leading. In the NCP, Ajit Pawar, only 1 leading. For UBT, none of the rebels are leading. For Sharad Pawar, 1 rebel from Sharad Pawar is leading.
But Rahul, might not be leading, but they might be pulling away votes in particular constituencies.
Most certainly, but when it comes to how big the independent factor would be, so much scenario mapping was done about how there could be 30 or 40 independents in a tight fight, and that could complicate things. It's the collapse of the rebels and the collapse of the independents in the data so far, Amitabh Tiwari.
Still it's early time.
Sure.
The election commission shows them leading in 16 seats. So I think they will end up at their historical average of 25 seats, almost 25 seats, they will end up. They might not become a kingmaker because one of the parties is going to emerge as a clear winner.
This is independents and
smaller
parties.
parties.
So independents and smaller parties, you see, they need to cross 30 to start becoming a factor. But you're now
nahi ho
seeing,
raha hai na, nahi ho raha.
No, you're not good. And what you're seeing now is a 100-seat lead. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, unless something dramatic changes, and now it's almost 10 a.m.
Now
At
1.2% of the vote has been counted.
Yeah.
A trend is settling in.
A trend is settling in. We are not saying that it can't change given the fact that there are multipolar, but it would require a miracle now. Now you are entering the stage.
But it's
where-
largely, I'm contesting
And
that. I'm
it's
saying it's
happening-
largely bipolar.
No.
The idea that is
Sure,
multipolar
but
is
what-
not where.
No, what
that
is-
is pre-election scenario
What we
mapping.
are also seeing, Rahul, is across Maharashtra now. It's not one pocket. The morning was only Vidarbha. I'm looking now at the trends in Marathwada. The NDA is holding its own. I'm looking at the trends in Mumbai. NDA is pulling ahead. I'm looking at Konkan, Thane. NDA is well ahead. Except for pockets of Western Maharashtra and interestingly some in North Maharashtra. It's NDA which is all, you know, look at the map of Maharashtra. It's orange all over. So it's no longer even one region. So you could now see a huge win if these numbers hold. Not just a narrow win of 150. You could see 180, 190.
Here's the point I wish to make, and this is important. At this moment, there's a 20% vote share gap between the NDA and the India Alliance. 55% of the votes that have been counted so far have gone in favor of the NDA. 35% have gone in favor of the India Alliance. That is a thumping victory. If this trend holds, remember, net 1.2% of overall votes have been counted. But a 55 versus 35, this is not a tight fight. This is a rout. This a 20% vote share lead, if it stabilizes in this fashion, is very difficult to reverse. If I break this up party by party, you will see the difference. 30%, 24.9 of the votes counted so far for the BJP, 14.6% of the votes for the Eknath Shinde Sena, 10.3 for Ajit Pawar. The UBT has only 6.5% of the vote, despite having more candidates. Sharad Pawar has only 9.5% of the vote, less than Ajit Pawar, even though Ajit Pawar fought fewer seats, which means Sharad Pawar's ability to convert presence into votes is much lesser. The Congress has only 18.2% of the votes. This, Rajdeep, if this holds, is shaping up to be a rout. It's not shaping up to be a tight fight at all.
It could be what is historic for Maharashtra. You've seen over the last 40 years, you've had usually very badly hung assemblies for the main part. This could be much like it was to some extent in 2019, where the united BJP and Shiv Sena won over 160 seats but didn't form the government. Now you've got a situation where once you've crossed 170, I don't recall when last an alliance or an individual party crossed 170, which is essentially a 2/3 mandate. You could be heading to a 2/3 mandate. And if you're heading towards...
But look at this, Rajdeep. I'll show you a very interesting cut. And I think this really puts this election... If you're wondering whether there is uncertainty about what happens in the next few minutes, just look at this one data cut and it kind of puts things in perspective for you. Of the seats for which we have trends, there are 84 seats where the NDA's vote share is more than 50%. So these aren't seats which are being fought or won or lost at this moment by a tight margin. If your lead is more than 50% of the votes, then this is settling in your favor. There are 84 such seats. The India Alliance is only 10 seats where their vote share is more than 50%. Most of their vote share is between 40 and 50. On 18 seats is between 25 and 40. So basically, the NDA in Maharashtra is running away with this election. This is very, very clear. They have 16 seats where it's between 40 and 50. But if the bulk of your seats are in this corner, it's very clear they're running away with this election. If I look at the battles where the margin is less than 500 votes, there are 1.3% of total votes counted in Maharashtra. Of that, the NDA is currently leading in 125. Of these 125 leads, 69 are for the BJP, 30 for the Sena, 23 for Ajit Pawar. The UBT at 19. Oh my God, the Congress is the kamzorest kadi in Maharashtra in the MVA. UBT at 19, Sharad Pawar at 25, Congress only at 17. It's the collapse and the surrender of the Congress. That, again, a big data trend coming from the election intelligence dashboard.
Absolutely. And this shows that the Congress party, which was riding high after the 2024 verdict, just didn't go on the ground hard enough. I mean, this has been said by many people that the Congress slept for the three months. If these numbers hold, look at it. Sharad Pawar is actually the single largest. He too is not doing as well as he might have hoped for, but at least he's not being routed. The Shiv Sena UBT is also struggling because if they only end up with just 20 or 25, that means Shinde Sena will be more than them. So you've got a situation now where the Uddhav Sena could be heading for a big defeat, and so could the Congress. And that's the number.
I want to show something
You're showing a very important
interesting.
story.
You know, and this is why I love the election intelligence dashboard. And we make so much of an effort to bring it together because the kind of live insights we can pull out. You don't need to wait for 72 hours, or you don't even need to wait to write a book. It's happening right in front of you, live and exclusive. Of the 33 seats at this moment where there is a direct BJP versus Congress fight, by which I mean that either the BJP is one or the Congress is one. So if in the ring it's BJP versus Congress, the BJP is pummeling the Congress in Maharashtra. 30 such seats, the BJP strike rate on them is 91%. They're winning 30 of those 33 seats. The Congress leading only on 3 seats where it's directly BJP versus Congress. They're getting a hammering at this time. If it's Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, there you've got the Shinde Sena, 9 out of 10 leads, 90% strike rate against Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. The UBT being routed as well. This is not a victory. This is a thumping majority in the way that it's shaping up at this moment. The NCP Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar, there it is 70% versus 30. 70% of those seats going in Ajit Pawar's favor, 30% going in favor of Sharad Pawar. That's not very good, but it's not as bad as the others.
Well, that's again a huge change.
It was
in comparison to Lok Sabha.
in Lok Sabha,
Oh, no, of course.
Sharad Pawar had swept.
You know, but the main reasons are that all the regional satraps were with Ajit Pawar. See, you need to understand, Ajit Pawar's party is the sum total of those individual, very strong leaders.
And they're coming to the party today.
And they're leading in 28.
Now, in the battles which are BJP versus Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, you know, you've got the BJP leading on all 7 of those seats. The UBT being routed, the collapse of the UBT is one of the big stories of the trends that we've seen so far. BJP versus NCP, Sharad Pawar, BJP leading on 9 out of 12 of those seats. Again, the BJP dominating everywhere. Where it is Congress versus the Shinde Sena, you've got the Shinde Sena leading on 5 out of 7, the Congress leading on 2 out of 7. It's very clear from this data, the MVA seems to have collapsed.
The MVA has collapsed primarily because the MVA went into this election without a clear narrative. You see, you went into an election in the belief that because you had won the Lok Sabha by this big margin, you would just as easily win Vidhan Sabha. It is the classic. 2024 Rahul has shown that complacency doesn't work in elections. If you think an election is a done deal, maybe BJP thought that in Lok Sabha, paid a price for it. Maybe Congress thought that in Haryana, paid a huge price for it. And maybe the MVA thought that in Maharashtra, think about it. Uddhav Thackeray stepped out really into the election campaign only in the last 20 days. Sharad Pawar has been on the ground, which might, I still think, give him some hope against Ajit Pawar. But Ajit Pawar got his act together. He got in consultants, he sort of rebranded himself, apologized for putting up Sunetra Pawar against Supriya Sule. There was course correction. The MVA did not do anything new compared to 2024 Lok Sabha. One size does not fit all. And they're going to pay a heavy price for it. They've actually, in my view, handed over this election to Mahayuti, allowed Mahayuti to set the agenda and didn't respond. You can't do that in politics.
Yeah, Rahul, Amit Shah's favorite line is about Indian politics and about his party is that हम देश चलाने नहीं आ रहे हैं. हम दिल्ली देश चलाने नहीं आ रहे. We are not here to govern the country. हम देश बनाने आए हैं. ये जो spirit था. And in this case, the entire Maharashtra story started with the fight with Uddhav Thackeray putting an allegation against Amit Shah one-on-one. That in that meeting in Matoshri, Amit Shah had promised chief ministership and Amit Shah denied it. And I think from that day to today, Amit Shah may end up with a last laugh because
Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar. This is a dramatic victory in the way that it's shaped.
BJP plans micromanagement, how they do micromanagement, and
No, and the Congress was getting very excited what was happening on the TV studios where the end of the Modi era had been declared. The fact
So
is that
Maharashtra
this
was
is
a
a
part
very
of that-
resounding verdict against that narrative.
Maharashtra was a very important part of that vision कि देश बनाना है तो महाराष्ट्र
And
चाहिए.
it settles, Rajat,
can you
so
also-
many political debates.
Can you
Yes.
also give us the margin calculator? How many seats now are is the NDA well ahead? So that would give us a clear sense that this is now a done deal almost.
Okay, so 1.5% of the votes have been counted so far. At this moment, there are 227 seats where the margin is less than 1,000 votes. So typically, that can change.
How many seats were the margin less than 1,000?
227 seats.
Almost.
227 seats. The NDA is leading on 155. Of those, the Congress is leading on 60. The India Alliance is leading on 66.
Yeah, they will win.
If I look at the seats where the margin is less than 500, so this is still tight. But remember, if the gap has opened up so much, even if it changes, the trend can't now reverse. Potentially the MVA can gain a few, the Yuti can come down. But this is very quickly settling in and shaping up to be a Maha Yuti route over the MVA. Jharkhand, though, is very exciting. While Maharashtra now seems to have settled, Jharkhand will keep us going for just a while. And I want to take you to Jharkhand and show you what's happening there. If we look at the overall big picture, 39 versus 38, 41, remember, is the magic mark. So this could go anywhere. JMM on 16, the Congress in Jharkhand hasn't done badly. They're at 16, JMM at 21, RJD at 1, CPIML at 1, BJP at 31, so BJP single largest party, All Jharkhand Students Union at 5, JDU at 2. So it's 39 versus 38. Let's now try and make sense of what's happening in the margin seats in Jharkhand, land of the forest. 29 of the seats which are being won by the NDA at this moment have a margin of less than 500 votes. The gap between the NDA candidate and the guy who's coming second is less than 500. There are 29 such seats. 20, so the distribution is roughly equal. 26 of them are for the India Alliance, 15 for the JMM, 10 for the Congress. In the way this is shaping up, Amitabh Tiwari, it's very clear, Jharkhand will keep us on the pitch for a long time. Maharashtra, you can go home. The only question in Maharashtra is, will Devendra Fadnavis be CM or Eknath Shinde? In Jharkhand, you don't know who will form the government. 1.6% of the votes have been counted in Jharkhand.
It's a dead heat contest in Jharkhand, and we are seeing a clear tribal versus non-tribal consolidation. Also, if you see, Kolhan and Santhal Pargana, still, the JMM is still holding on to the leads, whereas the BJP is doing fairly well.
Oh, interesting. In the BJP versus Congress leads in Jharkhand, it's 50-50.
Yeah,
you know, the Congress has, if the Congress has some reason to be happy, they say, okay, we've not done so badly in Jharkhand. 50-50. 8 leads where it's BJP, Congress, 4-4 each, so 50-50.
But the margins are so small, Rahul, where
it can
Jharkhand
change.
constituencies are concerned.
No, of course, but I'm just saying, you know, you need some excitement. Maharashtra में क्या बोले ना, वो जीत गए, बहुत बड़ा जीत गए. You know, there's a lot of businessmen who were very concerned about what's happening in Jharkhand. The politicians were concerned. Everyone was. The markets were concerned about what's happening in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is settled very clearly towards the Mahayuti. This trend can't change.
My bet is on a 2/3 victory. And a 2/3 victory.
Any radical reversal, it should start happening now. If it doesn't happen over the
next 40 minutes. They've got 45 minutes to save themselves. Unlike
no reversal is
highly
going to
unlikely.
happen.
If anything,
So some of your viewers might be saying it's just 1% or 2%, but you know it's important. It's very important.
Yeah,
It's a critical mass. Once it reaches that critical mass, widely distributed, that trend stays. So do not go
I
by that
see
1%, 2%.
I
only.
think I see a 2/3 victory. I think we can safely say that the Mahayuti will form the next government. Whether that margin will be 2/3 is the only thing to look out for. Mahayuti is set to script a Maha victory in Maharashtra. Jharkhand is tougher. We've got RP Singh, BJP spokesperson with us, Mahesh Sawan, NCP Sharad Pawar spokesperson with us, and Sushil Vyas, Sena spokesperson. The widest smile, and Supriya Shinde, the Congress's chairperson. The widest smile surely is on the face of RP Singh, and a glum looking, but I'm sure still fighting, defiant Supriya Shinde with us. Why don't you start, RP Singh? Is the scale of the victory surprising you at all in Maharashtra?
Well, it might be surprising for you, but in our office we are serving jalebi for all media friends who have come today. And
Sanu bhi bhej deo, akele hi khai ja rahe ho
also
jalebi
order for
tusi.
some special sweets.
Can you send some to our studio as well?
नहीं सर, आना यहीं पड़ेगा जलेबी खाने के लिए. ये जलेबी स्पेशल जलेबी है, ये जलेबी नहीं जलेबा है, ये स्पेशल जलेबा है. And this is because of Jharkhand and Maharashtra both coming to us, and we are forming the government in both the states.
Jharkhand hasn't gone to you yet. It's very
you
tight.
Can check with your,
don't celebrate Jharkhand just at this moment.
Sir,
Jharkhand is a dead heat.
Rahul. Till yesterday, even Maharashtra was tight by a lot of media houses, by a lot of agencies also, survey agencies also. So, but fact is that in both the states, I mean, take my word, the machinery which we have, the party functioning system which we have, no party can match that. The way we work on the Panna Pramukh, the way we work on the booth level, the way we work on the Mandal level, Khand level and the Mandal level, there's no match with any. The system which Amit Shah ji has set up for the organization, no one can break through that. No one can reach that level, I mean, today. But fact is that, yes, the schemes have worked in Maharashtra, the beneficiary schemes have worked in Maharashtra, and also that people look for continuation and also for the double engine government, not for the government which keeps fighting with the center or which is in tug of war with the center. So people are looking for the double engine government, and as the
let me take that to Supriya Shinit. You're spot on. Your welfare schemes seem to have worked in Maharashtra and worked big time. Not just worked, but worked big time. Supriya Shinit, your response to what you just heard from RP Singh. He's saying, look, we've turned over what happened in Maharashtra dramatically, and the numbers suggest that there is no way back now for the Congress in Maharashtra. And certainly the Congress in particular has done badly, as has the Maha Vikas Aghadi in general. Your response, ma'am.
So good morning to you and to your viewers and my fellow panelists. And I think BJP has every reason to be happy in Maharashtra. They sound too smug about Jharkhand. Let's wait on that election. I'm reasonably confident that Jharkhand will go our way. But Maharashtra has been very, very deeply disappointing, and I'm not going to mince my words on that. I thought we had a good campaign. I thought we were raising the issues on the ground. But it looks like Maharashtra wanted continuation, as the numbers seem to suggest right now. I do hope the final tally will look a little better for us. But I think BJP fought a good election and they have every reason to be happy. But to say that, you know, they should only be double-engine governments, you have a double-engine government in Manipur, you have had a double-engine government elsewhere, and we've seen what has happened. So I don't think you can extrapolate what is happening in one election to
are you conceding Maharashtra then?
BJP has reasons to celebrate. It is disappointing.
You're conceding Maharashtra?
No, I'm not conceding.
Especially with the numbers on board now.
What they are. No, I'm not as yet, but if you only let me speak, I'm not conceding Maharashtra, but if the leads are what they are, I'm not a political novice to think that suddenly the tide can change completely. They have a huge lead. I'm not conceding just yet. I don't think anybody should be calling an election at 10:15. I think it will be political stupidity to do that. But yeah, the leads are big, and I think BJP has a reason to celebrate. But do the issues in Maharashtra cease to exist? Do the issues on the ground cease to exist? Absolutely not.
No, but if those issues were there, why couldn't you capitalize on it? Supriya Shinit,
no, it doesn't.
In recent political history, this will constitute one of the biggest botch-ups in terms of campaigning. You were 30 plus 1 versus 17 in the Lok Sabha election when Prime Minister Modi was on the ticket. From there, such a sense of complacency seems to have set into the India alliance that they almost took it for granted. Nana Patole versus Sanjay Raut over who's going to be the next chief minister, which party will the chief minister come from. The BJP has pulled the carpet from right underneath your feet and landed a massive victory, 200 versus 73.
Rahul, you will have every right to use the words that you are using. You are at liberty to do that. What is a botch-up? We led a good campaign. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it does not. When Mr. Modi was on the ticket, we won. When Mr. Modi was not on the ticket, they have won. It also tells you another story, right? I mean, there are various ways to look at an election. You can keep calling it a botch-up. Yes, we could have won this election. We should have won this election. We wanted to win this election. If Maharashtra hasn't gone our way, we are not going to hang up our boots and say, oh, we watched up. No, we did not. We did all we could. You were talking about Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut. Why are you not talking about Fadnavis and, one second, Mr. Ajit Pawar or Mr. Eknath Shinde? I think, you know, let's not extrapolate one position from the other. Maharashtra has been hugely disappointing. I have a lot of faith attached and pinned to Jharkhand just yet because that's also an important state that went into election. I hope we will retain power there. I'm reasonably confident we will.
You don't want to call it a botch-up, but just for the benefit of viewers, what is it that the Congress bought in which was different than Lok Sabha 2024? What was your narrative this time? You were hoping to bank on the farm unrest, but clearly you came to that way too late. You didn't understand what was really going on ground. You were hoping people would re-vote you on the issues that they voted during Lok Sabha 2024.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The farm unrest was something that we were looking into. We were talking about it. We kept talking about soya bean. We kept talking about onions. We talked about the farmer suicides. Absolutely not. You are at liberty to now say what you want to because the election has gone the other way. I think as far as women were concerned, as far as the farm issues was concerned, unemployment was concerned, projects from Maharashtra to Gujarat were concerned, there were various issues that we raised in this election and some of those issues continue to be pertinent. I mean, you're talking about issues as if we didn't touch them. Of course we did. And the issues that were pertinent in the Lok Sabha, the supremacy of the constitution continues to call,
Then Supriya Shenate, what so dramatically changed?
I'm not going to just say that,
but Supriya Shenate, what so dramatically changed in less than 4 months' time from Lok Sabha that you swept Maharashtra in Lok Sabha and look at the numbers where you're facing an abject rout?
It could be various things. I don't think it's any one reason that either sweeps or makes you lose an election. Various combinations. Perhaps our ticket distribution could have been better. Perhaps we should have, had a more heightened campaign. It could be various things. It could be the fact that the Maharashtra people wanted continuation of a government that had just offered them Ladki Behna. Maybe Ladki Behna on the ground did a lot better than we had anticipated and assessed. It's always various factors. It's never one factor which you extrapolate and say we won or lost because of this. Even Lok Sabha, we won because of various factors in Maharashtra, not one factor alone. So I think we underassess. If you ask me, one of the prime reasons is we perhaps underassess the value of Ladki Behna on the ground.
No, but you had no counter to it. But we can discuss that at length. Mahit Sawan, NCP, Sharad Pawar, are you also just as willing as Supriya Shenate to concede? Rahul Gandhi was waving Samvidhan. Samvidhan was over, many believed, was an issue for the Lok Sabha. But Mahit Sawan, NCP, SP, are you also being willing to concede defeat? Ajit Pawar doing much better than you. Just the reversal of what happened in Lok Sabha. So he will turn around and say, look, I'm the real NCP now.
Yeah, Rajdeep, this is definitely disappointing. The numbers look really, surprising and unexpected for us. Though it would be a little early to comment, but yes, looking at the trends, we humbly accept the mandate given by the people of Maharashtra. And what I feel is we need to introspect. This is what I can say just now.
Okay, you need to introspect. Sushil Vyas, on the other hand, Eknath Shinde could turn around and say, I'm the real Shiv Sena. Is that what you're going to say today? Marathi Manus is with us now.
You're on mute, sir.
You're on mute, sir.
Entire Maharashtra as a whole, not only Marathi Manus, those who are living in Maharashtra, they have endorsed the popular scheme, they have endorsed the way in which our present Chief Minister and the present government works. So we were telling, the kind of response we were getting in the campaign period, during campaign period, we were confident that this kind of results will be there. So, and we fought this election under the leadership of Eknath Shinde. So there is another, I may agree with you, this is an endorsement, who is the real leader of Shiv Sena. Yes, the people of Maharashtra are expressing themselves by expressing faith in the leadership of Eknath Rauji Shinde, that he can lead the Maharashtra, he can give a popular government. So there is a pro-incumbency votes which we are seeing. Although these are the earlier trends, but it looks nothing likely to be changed.
Can I give you a fascinating number? The BJP on its own is already 30 seats ahead of the MVA as a whole. The BJP on its own is more than 30 seats, more than the entire MVA. That's the kind of rout that we are seeing of the MVA in Maharashtra. So it's not as if it's only the Congress being routed. It's all the three factions. Out of the lot, Sharad Pawar seems to be the one who might hold on to 20 plus. The other two, we don't even know whether they'll be 20 plus at the moment.
No, because there are victories and then there are decimations. This is a rout of historic proportions, and it is one of the most remarkable turnarounds in Indian politics, because just remember, the mighty NDA was bested by the India Alliance in June. From June to November, this has been the most fascinating turnaround possible. 209 versus 68. The BJP has 83% retail.
Vengeance of the Hindu vote. You know, it was discredited for a very long time, for the past 5-6 months, saying that there is no Hindu consolidation possible because the divisions on the caste lines, etc.
No, there were people who thought that Batenge, Katenge doesn't work, etc. in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is not that kind of a state.
Also
but it's not worked in Jharkhand.
No, Jharkhand, we'll come to Jharkhand.
But
let the
it's
dust
the same,
settle
that the
there.
narrative played out more in Jharkhand than in Maharashtra.
Jharkhand has...
It's Ladli Behna. Yeah, it's Ladli Behna.
45 seats on the tribals. There are far fewer seats on...
But Rajat, the Katenge Batenge narrative started in Jharkhand before it reached Maharashtra.
Yes,
it was engineered for Jharkhand. Yet it's not seemingly working as it should in Jharkhand.
No, it's again one size doesn't fit all,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
What is working in Maharashtra
Is
doesn't
Ladki
seem to be
Bahin.
working.
That's
No,
what it's
no, let me put it this way. I think the one thing that unites Jharkhand, correct me if I'm wrong, one thing that unites Jharkhand and Maharashtra is it is the power of 49, the women of this country. You get the woman vote. They are the real swing vote. The gender vote is what decides. The Maya scheme, and again it was well delivered. Technology allows you to deliver it well.
But Rajat, you know, you talk about...
If it happens.
It was in September month that they started distributing the money. Look at Yuti. Yuti had been planning this since February. They could not roll out in the Lok Sabha, but they effectively started
So it
rolling
is the
it out
Ladki
in
Bahin.
July.
No,
And
so
Rajat,
I'm saying what unites it.
What is the common theme?
No, I'm saying the common theme is not batenge to katenge.
Exactly.
The common theme, according to me, is I've got you yourself admitted women have voted 6% more
Is
compared to
Ladki
last
Bahin.
time.
I totally
And you win the
agree.
election.
Yeah.
My point is, see, ultimately your campaign, if it, you know, starts slipping onto the lines that caste becoming a dominant factor, all of this could have gotten
Rajat,
into
you know,
that
I'll tell you
wedge.
why I disagree. Even you look at your partners who've done very well. Ajit Pawar very openly, completely pulled away from the Katenge Batenge narrative. You had main players of your own. You had Ashok Chavan openly pulling away. You had Pankaja Munde openly pulling away. Now, if you look at...
Can I also get a look at the bypolls? Because I'm getting some fascinating
So
numbers
I'll
of
show
the
you the bypolls.
which are also stories within a story very quickly.
Okay, so let's start with the overall picture for the bypolls. There are 48 overall bypolls happening at this moment where counting is going on. I'll try and show you what's happening in all those bypolls taken together. We have trends currently for 31 of them. BJP leading on 9, Congress on 4, Samajwadi Party on 2, BSP on 1, Trinamool on 4. If I go state by state and start with Uttar Pradesh, in Uttar Pradesh, of the 9 bypolls, we have trends for 7, BJP on 4, Samajwadi Party on 2, RLD, which is a BJP ally, on 1, so that's 5 for the NDA. From there, let's now come to Rajasthan, where we have trends for 7 seats. Of those, we have 5 leads, 2 to the Congress, 1 to the BJP. So the Congress, in fact, leading over the BJP in Rajasthan at this time. Let's come to West Bengal. We have trends for 4 seats, all 4 for the TMC, none for the BJP. So the BJP not doing well in the bypolls at this moment in West Bengal. Let's come to Assam. We don't have trends from Assam just yet. Let's go to let's go to Punjab. 4 seats where elections are happening at this moment in Punjab. We have trends for 3 of them, all 3 going to the Aam Aadmi Party. Barnala, Chhabrewal, Dera Baba Nanak, all 3 going to the Aam Aadmi Party at this moment. We've got 4 seats where bypolls are being held in Bihar. Out of that, it's interesting that you've got the new Prashant Kishore Party potentially... No, they're not winning. BSP is leading on 1. So you've got BJP leading on 1, JDU leading on 1, RJD leading on 1. Okay, so that's as far as Bihar is concerned. Let's now show you the 3 Karnataka bypolls. In the Karnataka bypolls, Congress leading on 1, BJP leading on 1. We have trends for 2. From there, let's now go to the Lok Sabha bypolls and see what's happening in the Lok Sabha bypolls. So Wayanad and Nanded, those are the 2 seats where elections are happening. I want to see if we can pull up the... We know for a fact that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is running away with the election in Wayanad. It's quite a big victory for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Wayanad in the way that it's shaping up. So Rajdeep, that's really where the bypolls stand at this moment.
You know, the interesting one there was states like Uttar Pradesh, where clearly again the BJP has
pulled it back. Big victory for Yogi Adityanath.
Obviously, state government, Mamata Banerjee sweeping Bengal again, not surprising. So you've got all the sort of sitting chief ministers doing very well in bypolls. And the Congress's problem is they'll celebrate Wayanad and not realize the bigger picture. Rahul Gandhi spent a couple of days in Wayanad and spent the same amount of time almost in Maharashtra.
But Rajdeep,
now you've got to spend, you want to win Maharashtra or you want to win Wayanad, you were going to win
Maharashtra is fascinating to the point of infinity. At this point, the BJP is leading on 123 seats by itself.
They could be on a halfway mark on their own.
Shinde Sena is just 3 behind all the MVA put together. What a fantabulous performance this has been by Eknath Shinde's army. 56 leads for Shinde Sena. The problem though for Ajit Pawar is whether he's around or not may not matter very much. He's now entirely dependent on the BJP's largesse because the BJP is 123, Shinde Sena at 56. I think it's quite clear that the BJP might want to press Sheila Bhatt for its own. With 123 seats, there is no way that anybody else will be chief minister.
Devendra Fadnavis will be sworn in as the chief minister of Maharashtra third time. There are no ifs and buts anymore.
And Shinde might be taken to the centre.
Shinde may be offered something at the centre or he'll take UD minister. I don't think he wants to come to Delhi. But look at Ajit Pawar. You made a very important point. Why do I need Ajit Pawar now?
Absolutely.
You see, the fact is Ajit Pawar was taken by you because a year ago you felt you needed a 3-party army to stop the Mahavikas Agadi. He may well have you may use him as a minister. You may still make, but you're not dependent on him. This is the perfect scenario for the BJP. You get your chief minister, you're not dependent on Ajit Pawar, and even Eknath Shinde cannot dictate terms to you beyond a point. You may use him because there's a Thane and Mumbai Municipal Corporation election in 2025, so you will need him for that as one of your faces. But I think he will also acknowledge at 123, you don't get it. That's the difference with Bihar. In Bihar, usually they used to be in the same range when Nitish used to be made chief minister.
No, but imagine 216 versus 60. This is a rout of historic proportions. This is not a normal election. This is not a wave election. You know that whole
this is
thing
a tsunami.
that Yogendra Yadav was saying ki aandhi hai, tufan hai, tsunami hai, and they missed it all. I mean, frankly, there was an aandhi, so you can call it tufan, tsunami, call it what you will, a tsunami most likely in Maharashtra, and again everybody missed it.
Look at Jharkhand. They have similar tsunamis going the other way.
The excitement though is that the India alliance in Jharkhand is very close to the India alliance in Maharashtra, and I don't think that's something they would have expected. I mean, Jharkhand only has 81 seats, but there are 51 there and 59 here. A complete decimation of historic proportions currently underway in Maharashtra.
But therefore, let's not also, minimize what's happened in Jharkhand. This is a state where normally you have some element of anti-incumbency every 5 years. If this has come back and they've won 51, Hemant Soren is another of the man of the... There are 4 man of the match today, or 5 I see at the moment.
I think with Hemant Soren, you have to put a slash and you have to put Kalpana Soren with it. Kalpana Soren was widely popular in Jharkhand.
But, at the end of the day, let's put that the Soren.
Arresting key leaders and putting them in the jail in the run-up to the election
today.
is always, backfires.
The
same happened with Trump.
So at the very top, I'm going to give credit to Amit Shah for what he did for Maharashtra.
Sure.
They planned Maharashtra, they course-corrected right at the top. He had 2 guys who did it for him, 3 people. Bhupendra Yadav from the centre, Devendra Fadnavis, who was, as I said, ready to resign after the Lok Sabha defeat, and Eknath Shinde, who 2 years ago was, ye kaun hai? Auto rickshaw driver hai, kya karega, 3 mahine rahega. The auto rickshaw driver has shown he can run through any road. So auto rickshaw...
He's not driving an auto rickshaw, he's driving a Ferrari.
So there, Ajit Pawar also written off. Small, would call him a man. These 3 are the big winners. In
the biggest winner of all, Rajdeep, the biggest winner of all is Prime Minister Modi, and I'll explain to you why.
Yes.
Because post the 4th of June, this massive effort which was made to try and push the Prime Minister on the defensive, to make it seem that he'd lost the trust and the faith and the goodwill of the Indian people. Maharashtra speaks to that. Haryana spoke to that. Look, this is not a normal victory. If it was 160 versus, say, 100, you're in a different situation. This is 218 versus 58.
Yes, but
BJP is double the entire Maha Vikasa Agadi put together. That's the extent of the victory we are looking at.
Yes, but this victory would have been even bigger if Jharkhand had not been what it is. What it does, it shows the diversity.
There's no comparison, Rajdeep. Surely not. These are not two equal states.
With a limited point that there is a diversity dividend in this country. No one state, no one size or no one formula fits all. Think about it. The Congress has been unable to win Haryana, big setback. The Congress has been decimated in Maharashtra. It pushes the Congress back to where they were before 2024. Agreed. What it does is look at the regional parties. My point is, we are seeing this time and again. The regional parties are always better positioned to take on the BJP than the Congress. The Congress is the Kamzor Kadi.
No, Rajdeep,
even in Jharkhand, you're going to see.
Okay, no, Rajdeep. Turn around and see the UP by-polls right now. Yes. And the number is right there. It was what? The BJP plus RLD leading on 7 of 9.
Yeah, but Rajdeep. A by-poll cannot become a by-poll is controlled by whoever is in power.
It is.
My limited point is simply this. Elections are, the problem some politicians and even experienced ones have is they treat one size fits all. And they win one election and they think, yaar, ye formula chal gaya, wo chalega. You saw Jagan Mohan Reddy. He also put money in the hands of people but lost the election.
BRS,
it doesn't mean,
Telangana.
It's a Telangana, BRS. I think in Maharashtra, Rahul, if the opposition was a better opposition, they could have taken them on Ladki Bahin 4 months ago. You opened up. If you don't fight back when someone puts Ladki Bahin out there, what did your first reaction do? Arey, isse kitne paise chale jayenge? You should have said, arey, you could have given your narrative, na? You have to have a stronger...
Maybe they should take you as the strategist.
No, I will not. They will lose their deposits.
Wo better hoga. Isse to better hi hoga, Rajdeep. It can't be this bad.
No,
I mean, 61, the strategists, the politicians, they need to be fired.
No, in my blog, the one state I seem to have got right is Maharashtra. I came back and said Mahayuti is winning Maharashtra.
True, you're right. Yeah, you did.
She will,
you're right. 100%. Most people said that it's going to be hung or it's going to be close.
I said Mahayuti is
but
winning.
yes, Rajdeep did say.
I didn't see the scale of the victory. I thought it would be 160, 170. But once you win now in India,
So Rahul,
Supriya Shrinate, will the Congress draw solace from Jharkhand, which now seems to be settling in your favor, 51 versus 28? Again, tough for trend reversal to happen from here. Or do you concede that Maharashtra really was the big political prize? That's where commerce is, that's where industry is, that's where the money is, that's where the politics is. You won Jharkhand. Is that a consolation prize, or will you at the end of the day say the score is 1-all?
37.
Rahul, first and foremost, while I'll say the score is 1-all, I would want to take some objection to what you just said in your conversation with Rajdeep and Preeti. To say, Maharashtra is a completely different state. Jharkhand and Maharashtra are two states of the Indian Union. Let's not forget that. Let's also not forget that the more polarizing campaign of Beti, the Prime Minister invoking Beti, happened in Jharkhand. Let's also not forget, when you give all the credit for Maharashtra to Mr. Modi, what about Jharkhand? If he was on the ticket in Maharashtra, he was also the face of the campaign in Jharkhand.
I'm giving it to the Sorens. Hemant Soren and Kalpana Soren were the face.
Let me please finish.
Madam, why don't you agree that the regional parties are in a better position to take on the BJP?
If you let me speak, I will also come to you. I will also come to the assumptions that you have made. I was only responding to what Rahul has said, and I think it's not fair to say Maharashtra is what matters and Jharkhand does not. Jharkhand also has mines, Jharkhand also has minerals, Jharkhand also has people, and the people have spoken very effectively in Jharkhand. They have rejected the BJP. They are voting us back to power. As far as the face of the campaign is concerned, he was the sitting chief minister. He was jailed and he was not allowed to campaign in the Lok Sabha. It also tells you what people feel about the kind of ammunition you put to power. It also, the Congress is doing well in Jharkhand, by the way. I was just seeing the numbers. So don't dismiss us there. I do feel, and I'm very confident that we will form the next government. We will repeat the government in Jharkhand. I have already said I'm very disappointed with Maharashtra. We perhaps need to go back to the drawing board and see why did it not work for us. And I must also say here, the fact that the Election Commission allowed the elections to be delayed in Maharashtra has worked for them. I mean, Ladki Behna could be rolled out. Three installments went to the people, went to the women. And you're right, the women voter matters. And she matters big time.
Okay, Sanjay Raut is speaking from the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. He's crying conspiracy. He says, how can they all win? Let's listen to Sanjay Raut.
पहले गौतम अडानी के खिलाफ एक वारंट निकला, अरेस्ट वारंट, बहुत बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप हो गया, ब्राइब का केस है, रिश्वत का केस है 2000 करोड़ का, उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूरी पोल खोल गई। गौतम अडानी, बीजेपी, मोदी जी, शाह जी और फडणवीस, शिंदे, ये एक है और उसका ऊपर से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये पूरा एक कपट कारस्तान हो गया है और उसकी तैयारी पहले से चल रही थी। हमने ये महाराष्ट्र जो गौतम अडानी के जेब में जा रहा है, मुंबई जेब में जा रहे हैं, हमने विरोध किया। ये अडानी राष्ट्र नहीं होने देंगे, तो इसके लिए इस प्रकार के नतीजे महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर लाद गए हैं। ये जनता का कौल हो ही नहीं सकता। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मन हमें मालूम है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता है।
राउत साहब, दिख रहा है कि लाडली बहन जो सरकार की,
अरे लाडली भाई, यहाँ लाडले भाई है, लाडले नाना जी है, लाडले दादाजी है, सब कुछ लाडले है ना यहाँ। हमको मालूम है क्या है ये। इतनी ये निर्णय जो आया है, ये नतीजा आया है, ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं है, मैं इतना ही कहूंगा।
नहीं राउत साहब, लेकिन लोकसभा चुनाव के वक्त आपने जो जनता ने कॉल दिया उसको
उस वक्त भी हमने कहा था मोदी जी हार गए हैं, लेकिन चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो चाहे और स्टेट में गड़बड़ की है। महाराष्ट्र के नतीजे भी उससे ज्यादा आने वाले थे अच्छे। हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ।
नहीं, पर राउत साहब, अब दिख रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र के विधानसभा में विपक्ष के लिए भी कुछ, मतलब विपक्ष
यही लोकसभा के 2 चुनाव में 2014-2019 ने मोदी और शाह ने यही किया था कि विपक्ष का नेता कांग्रेस को नहीं मिलना चाहिए। इस बार भी वही स्ट्रेटेजी महाराष्ट्र में की है कि विधानसभा में कोई विपक्ष का नेता नहीं रहेगा। ये हमेशा बीजेपी की स्ट्रेटेजी रहती है।
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि कुछ गड़बड़ है।
गड़बड़ तो है।
गड़बड़ क्या है? मतलब
अभी
ईवीएम में गड़बड़ है या
अरे भाई ठहरो,
फंडिंग हुआ है,
पूरे नतीजे आने तो हम बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे। पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि आपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
जो नतीजे आ रहे हैं वो महाविकास आघाड़ी को कबूल है नहीं? तो आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी महाविकास?
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है, मैं मानता हूं जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी, ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूं और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या ये? अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है, इसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है। चलिए, थैंक यू।
What is in bad
that's
taste
crazy.
There? It's in bad taste to discredit
No,
the
the
voters
problem with
or the mandate.
Sanjay Raut is part of the problem of the Shiv Sena UBT. He comes every
If there is one person who should be sacked, this is the guy.
He comes every.
He disturbed the Aghadi consistently.
Supriya Shane, do you concur with your allies' opinion that this election was rigged? This is discrediting the people's mandate, Supriya.
I have said what I have to say, and I think I have said it very clearly. I've been on your show now for about 37 minutes. I have countered everything that you guys have said. I've said what I have to say.
So you don't think there were any unfair means? This is a fair verdict, and you have to accept it whichever way you introspect.
Look, I do believe what the people do in an election has to be accepted by everybody. Do I believe that the BJP doesn't use unfair means? Absolutely not. I think it does. But I am not going to sit here and cry foul. I think we accept the verdict in Jharkhand. We also accept the verdict in Maharashtra, and I think we'll have to go back to the drawing board. Did the delay in Maharashtra elections by the Election Commission help the BJP and its allies? Of course it did.
No, but so when a Sanjay Raut says Adani is... So when a Sanjay Raut ma'am says Adani is a ladli bhai of the BJP, are you going to, or ladka bhai of the BJP, are you going to say that's unfortunate, that's regrettable? Because the moment you start making these statements, it appears like you are sore losers. And that you, instead of introspecting, you're finding reasons for your massive defeat.
No, but more than anything else, the voters have spoken. You know,
so
they tried to make...
I mean, is this the moment for him to... Yes, go ahead.
No. Can I finish? Can I please finish? In the last 40 minutes, I have introspected very, very loudly with all of you. I have not been defiant, and I have said the BJP has reasons to celebrate in Maharashtra, just like they have reasons to introspect in Jharkhand. And for me, two states equally matter. But as far as the point about Mr. Adani is concerned, Mr. Adani is very close to the BJP. Mr. Adani was toppling a democratically elected government, as was said by one of their allies, Ajit Pawar. Mr. Adani is being protected by Indian government and at Mr. Modi's behest. Are we going to deny that? Just because they are winning Maharashtra, does the Adani factor cease to exist? Does the indictment against him go away because they are winning Maharashtra? Does Mr. Adani's alleged unfair practices cease to exist? I mean, let's get real here. Are you saying that Mr. Adani,
while the case in the courts will be dealt with in the courts, the fact of the matter, Tom Vadakan, is that the Congress made it one of the key parts of their campaign that business was being moved out of Maharashtra to Gujarat. They tried to build this Maharashtra versus Gujarat narrative. When it's 215 versus 60 and the Shinde Sena roughly equal to the entire MVA put together, I think the voters of Maharashtra have let the country know where they stand on the Maharashtra versus Gujarat issue, and if they think of that as an issue at all.
Well, I think this whole thing has been clarified by our Deputy Chief Minister of when the industry moved out. He has given the logistics, and I think people of Maharashtra understand that logic, because it has nothing to do with the current government in Maharashtra. It is something that was a backlog of the Shiv Sena dispensation of that time. Let that matter rest. But however, let me tell you something. This crying foul about Adani and trying to say he is influenced, I mean, this is rotten, absolute nonsense. And I think it is an appropriate time to keep industrialists out of these political discussions, because essentially today it is Adani, tomorrow it will be Reliance, it will be Tata's. I mean, you can't go on with this. I mean, there are influencers, there are regime changers across the board. Soren is one. He has done it through his NGOs. He has been working. So let us keep our Indian industrialists safe and sound, because essentially they are our providers. They give employment to our people. They protect, I mean, they set up industry, and today we are one of the top reckoners industrially across the globe. So please, my request is, keep them out. And if you want to win an election or lose an election, today I am proud of the electorate who has voted for our government. And besides that, I also congratulate the Election Commission to have conducted an election. This is celebration of democracy. You may win, you may lose, but don't do this. Don't damage
it's also a stirring
the providers of our economic
Given
growth.
How badly placed the NDA was in the Lok Sabha elections, where they were behind by a factor of almost 2, to come back from there and win in this fashion is one of the most remarkable political turnarounds conceivable. And that is just credit to Messrs. Modi and Shah and the manner in which they've planned this campaign out. The excitement, though, to some extent is in Jharkhand, which will give the Congress and the India Alliance some solace. The interesting thing in Jharkhand is that the JMM is at 31, the NDA together is at 29. That's a big victory in Jharkhand for the India Alliance. Congress is at 12, RJD at 6. In the NDA camp, the BJP at 26, the AJSU at 2, JDU at 1, and the Kurmi voters, because of the JLK and potentially Amitabh Tiwari going away, seems to have hurt the BJP a lot in Jharkhand. And frankly, this is embarrassing for Hemant Biswa Sarma, because this was his big coming of age outside Assam, running a full campaign, and also for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who worked really hard in Jharkhand, but at the end of the day, they don't have anything to show for it.
See, I think the Tiger Jairam Mahato helped the NDA bloc in 2024 Lok Sabha election because he split the opposition vote. But in the Vidhan Sabha, he's again splitting the opposition vote and thus helping JMM alliance because he has emerged as a leader of Kurmis. Ajsu, Sudesh Mahto has been the leader of the Kurmis for a long time now, for 15-20 years. And that's where the battle is. If you see Santhal Pargana, where this entire "Katenge to batenge aur ek hai to safe hai" slogan is there, they're not doing particularly well. And the very surprising thing is, Tejasvi Yadav's party, RJD, is leading or winning in 6 out of the 7 or odd 8 seats it is contesting, which is near the border of
No, but
Jharkhand.
look at this. So much was said of Kolhan and the impact that Champai Soren could have in Kolhan. In Kolhan, you've got the JMM India Alliance at 8, NDA only at 3. So the JMM at 7, Congress at 1, and that is deeply problematic. NDA is at 3, which is an improvement of 3 from the last time. But frankly, this is quite embarrassing.
You know, the fact is this was an area swept by the JMM alliance last time itself. So they've still swept it. And I come back to it, Rahul, and I'm going to emphasize this because I'm getting people you saying, you know, look at Bhatenge to Katenge, it works so well in Maharashtra. It doesn't work everywhere. Are you telling me that the BJP, in fact, if anything, the BJP was even more overt with pushing the thing, Ghuspetia narrative in Jharkhand? It didn't work. India is, I meant, you know, this is the problem I have with facile explanations. India is the most diverse country in the world. What is true of Maharashtra is not true of Jharkhand. The only unity I see between two governments, both incumbent governments are being voted today, is your strong welfare schemes well directed to the woman. The woman, I'm going to say it 100 times because that's the only way someone out there is going to understand what's happened. You're asking me why, for example, our guys who've never lost elections in Maharashtra 5 times, right, are trailing today. Because there's a 50% woman vote. And if that vote goes up by 6%, then I need the male vote to go for me by 10%.
No, but can I show you the strength scan of Maharashtra? This is very important because it will show you on seats which are typically considered strongholds of different parties. How are they faring there? So I'll start with the Congress's strength scan. Now look at this carefully. There are 18 seats in Maharashtra which are considered safe because the party has won those seats in every election over the last 3 elections. The Congress is winning only 1/3 of supposed safe seats. They are being bested in their own bastions in Maharashtra. Now there are 13 seats which the Congress considered relatively safe. Relatively safe because the Congress won them twice out of 3 elections in Maharashtra. The Congress is currently leading on only 2 of those. There are 13 seats considered weak. Weak because the Congress has won them once in the last 3 elections. The Congress currently leading only on 5 of those. And they're losing very clearly on most of the very weak seats. But the big problem there is that of the seats the Congress thought was safe, they're winning only in 1/3. From the Congress, let me now come to the BJP to draw the parallel. 24 safe BJP seats which the party has won in every election over the last 3 elections. They're winning on 20 of those seats. They're also winning on 51 of the 62 relatively safe seats. So if they've won them twice out of the last 3 elections, they're winning the vast majority of them. They're also winning, and this, Rajdeep, is where the genius of election management comes to the fore. 19 seats considered weak, where the party has won only once in the last 3 elections. They are winning all 19 seats. I have never seen this in all the years that we've had the election intelligence dashboard. No party ever weaks all the seats where they are weak. They have a better strike rate on the seats electorally constituting weak seats than they do even on their safe seats. Amitabh Tiwari, this is just...
It's a wave.
You know, as somebody who's a data geek and loves this...
It's a tsunami.
It's a wave. Nahi hai, ye management ka genius hai, genius. So 19 safe seats.
Then I disagree.
What do you disagree about?
I disagree.
If you're winning 19 safe seats, that is electoral genius.
Rahul, when you have a wave, when you have a tsunami, forget wave, this is a tsunami. When you have a tsunami, ये सब management कुछ नहीं चाहिए. You have won.
सर वेव बनाना पड़ता है, ऐसा कौन सा वेव होता है बैठे बैठे?
That's not the management.
अरे ऐसा होता ही नहीं है सर, वेव बनाने पे बनता है, ऐसे कैसे वेव कोई पेड़ में थोड़ी अमरूद है कि उतार के लेके आ गए?
One minute. What is you know, one of the theories that was expressed at the start of the day and even in the lead up was micro planning, OBC, ye wo. I'm giving you an example. Look at Maratha vote. The so-called Maratha vote is also gone. Now that is nothing to do.
I fiercely, vehemently, as strongly as possible disagree with Rajdeep.
Rahul, I'm sorry.
Boss, you have to build up an election campaign.
That's okay. That's not management. That's not management. The fact is, when you get a cross-class, cross-caste,
it didn't exist in Maharashtra. 2024, June the 4th is evidence of where Maharashtra stood. You had as clear as possible a vote from the voters of Maharashtra. From there to here, it would have taken immense electoral effort to make it happen. It didn't happen on its own.
Rahul, sometimes you have what you call a referenda election. You take a single point and people are able to bang it.
Campaigns are designed like
yeah,
that.
so it's a victory, not a management of campaign design. You vote, you designed the best possible. No, that's it. But you delivered it, you marketed it, and you convinced the women.
Campaigning.
You see, you could.
I disagree with you.
No, I'll tell
this
you
cannot only be Larki Behan. They have won everywhere where it is possible to win. It's a combination of all factors. I'm sorry. Anybody? Okay, Shaina NC joins us. I want to go across. Just one for Shaina NC is the Mumba Devi candidate of the Eknath Shinde Sena. She's joining us. Okay. So Shaina NC. You know, from the data that we have, you're not winning on your seat just yet, but your party and your alliance has just killed it in Maharashtra this morning.
Really?
Well, the latest report I have, Rahul, is that we are killing it there too. Having said that, in your terminology, I don't want to go into any kind of overconfidence. I truly believe that eventually we have to wait for the last vote to be out to determine who's victorious and who's not. But having said that, this is probably one of the toughest seats in Maharashtra today. And you know that there are 140,000 Muslims and 1 lakh Hindu voters. And despite that, you have schemes like Ladki Behna Yojana, where the chief minister has given 2.5 crore families and girls 7,500 directly in their banks as transfers. And we know that in the days to come, where you have Mumba Devi, 40,000 people, of which 15,000 were Muslim girls who benefited from this. So I think that there are lots of game changers when it comes to good governance models. And we've had the women empowered. We've had youngsters get the internship schemes, the pension schemes for the senior citizens, the kind of availability of people who have really got so many opportunities to grow, as has the infrastructure. If you look at the metro, the Trans-Harbour Link, Atal Setu, bullet trains, the sky is the limit when it comes to Maharashtra and its development. So Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar have worked tirelessly to make sure that this is a reality.
Who should be the chief minister? That's the question both Preeti and I have. You know Mr. Fadnavis well, and you're a candidate of Eknath Shinde. Who should be the chief minister, Shaina?
I knew you would ask this, Rajdeep and Preeti, but let me please say that this is going to be a historic mandate, which is a mandate we welcome, and it is for the Mahayuti leadership to decide who should be chief minister. Every party would want its own leader to be chief minister.
Shaina, for somebody,
but having said that,
who do you owe your allegiance to? On the party you come from or the symbol you're representing?
Preeti, very smart question, but I owe my allegiance to my leadership and the ideology that we all subscribe to, and the Mahayuti under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, and of course, the honest popularity and hard work of the Prime Minister who has made this possible for all of us. And I want to tell you that probably Mumba Devi is the toughest constituency in Maharashtra. And if we make it here, it is history which will be created, because people have moved beyond vote bank and appeasement politics and false narratives and want true progress, which I think is the learning point and the learning curve from this election.
Okay, you're only trailing at the moment by 830 votes, so you still have very much of a chance in Mumba Devi, and you're right, it's a constituency in South Mumbai. where if you win, it'll be a big win. Amin Patel has been a several times sitting MLA who you're contesting against. But I ask you one last time, who would you prefer in the... Do you agree that this is Fadnavis's day out and he should come back as CM, or should Eknath Shinde continue? Who would you prefer?
You know one thing, that this is a party and an ideology that believes in discipline. It is the Mahayuti leadership that will decide. And having said that, please let me tell you, whether it's the popularity on ground of Eknath Shinde or the learning of Devendra Fadnavis or the administration of Ajit Pawar, it is honestly the leadership that takes such calls. We are here to serve Mumbai, and unfortunately, Mumbai Devi is the worst backward constituency in Mumbai today, with no development for 15 years. So I hope to focus on that. And if people give a mandate and support us, then I'm sure that in the days to come, the sky is the limit to transform this great city of ours into a model constituency.
Okay, we'll wish you well. We'll see how that goes. It's quite a battle that you're having there at the moment.
Yeah.
But we are seeing at the moment, for example, former Chief Minister Preeti and all of us, Prithviraj Chavan is trailing in Karaj South. So you've got heavyweights of the Congress trailing. The only few who are surviving this sort of tsunami which is taking place in Maharashtra are the likes of Jayant Patil of the NCP. He seems to be winning at the moment. Chhagan Bhujbal is on the other side, one of the few heavyweights of the Mahayuti who's losing at the moment. But by and large, across Maharashtra, we are seeing a phenomenon, a kind of tsunami of unprecedented proportions. And it will be interesting to see now whether the BJP can edge towards the halfway mark on its own.
Rajdeep,
you see, because if the BJP was last when you showed us was 123. If the BJP comes close to a halfway mark, that's game, set, match, everything.
They're 20 short of a halfway mark.
That's right.
That's not mathematically
You know,
possible
Shaina
because they contested only
NC was with us. She's been itching and waiting for an opportunity to contest. कहीं से भी chance मिल जाए. Like a Ranji batsman saying, मुझे एक मौका दो.
And very tough seat round.
And you know, she was in the chawls, in her sari, climbing all the way up. She really gave it her all. I don't know how this election will end, but especially for our viewers who see her oftentimes on television, she fought a tough battle and she fought it really hard. It was almost like this Ranji player saying, एक मौका मुझे दो, see what I got. Here it is.
Rahul, there are many mysteries of this election, very big, important election. But one of them is that how come no print media or anybody used the word tsunami for BJP, neither even the strong wave for BJP? We missed it.
That's a fair point, no doubt. But that's also what makes elections exciting. If everybody already can just go on a motorcycle or on a chopper or in a car and coming up with answers on what happened, then there's no fun.
3/4 majority.
Yeah, it's 218 is 3/4. It's more than 3/4. So it's a phenomenal victory, and I think that's what, you know, frankly, you can't blame anyone. This is what makes elections and politics so exciting. I have a story to tell you. During the, I won't name the election, but during one election where a particular party was trailing, the topmost leader from that party called while counting was going on at around 10 o'clock, which means counting was on for 2 hours, and said, we will lose, but we will lose just by a bit. The opponent will be in front, but we will lose. 2 hours later, that party had won a landslide. And this is somebody who I think is very smart when it comes to political management. And even though he was winning, he didn't know he was winning. He thought it'll be a tight mandate. And that just shows, Rajat, how no matter what they say and the swagger and the strut that they exude, andar hi andar sabko dar lagta hai. You don't know what's happening. Ultimately, that's the reality.
You know, there are a lot of like America.
You know, no, America was much tighter. This is a sweep. This is a sweep of historical proportions.
Conservative nationalist class that BJP is
Can I just show so that this is in context for our viewers? I just want to show you where the historical data stands in Maharashtra. So if you look at where things stand and compare with the past, the NDA has a 51% vote share at this moment. The India Alliance is a 35%. In the Lok Sabha elections, it was 43.9 versus 43.3, a 0.6% gap. That's now a 16% gap. You know, Rajdeep, for Rahul Gandhi and the kind of politics that he ran, you know, very strongly pitched against one corporate group, trying to make this an anti-Adani election. So, this kind of a verdict where you've got India at 55, Congress at only 21, not even the #1 party, and the Sena is at the exact same number at this time as the India Alliance.
Yes.
It's a very strong rejection of Rahul Gandhi's brand of politics.
Look, I think, again, I repeat, one size doesn't fit all. I think Rahul Gandhi's brand of politics is also to be measured against the complete lack of organization of the Congress party. You see, why put the door only on... What about the likes of KC Venugopal? Remember what happened in Haryana? You see, more than this Maharashtra victory on the back of Haryana. Haryana was an election you are expected to win.
And you had all the issues working for you.
In all these states, the fact is it's not just an individual. It's your machine, right? You build a machine. It's not just Amit Shah, one individual. It's the manner in which your RSS... Remember, RSS did 60,000 meetings in Maharashtra. 60,000. Often of 100 and 200 people going on the ground. Do you have anything similar to match it? The BJP RSS machine is just far too formidable. So Rahul Gandhi has to recognize that if the Congress expects to win, they win by default. They won Telangana because BRS screwed up. Had Chandrasekhar Rao dropped 30 sitting MLAs, he may well have won Telangana as well. You won Karnataka because Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar worked for it 2 years before and got their act together as a group. And the Bommai government screwed up. So the Congress cannot expect to win on default. It cannot expect to win.
No, but they have to pick the right issues. Soya bean prices, cotton prices. अरे पता होना चाहिए ना कि जनता को क्या चाहिए. आप constitution लेके घूम रहे हो.
So
in an assembly election, people don't care about that at that time.
We have been talking about it even during the exit poll discussion time, that anybody who was there did not see any preparation, any run-up to the campaign. That fire was not there. You were picking issues which, sitting in Delhi, you could guess that this is possibly an Adani issue. Possibly the Dharavi is going to come up, stand against and sway the whole state of Maharashtra. How on earth is it possible?
If Supriya Shunit is still with us, Supriya today, okay, she's not with us, but Rajdeep, today you can, the Congress can take solace in the fact that you've got Jharkhand. But having said that, how many, but Kalpana Soren, over 50 rallies she did. How many did Rahul Gandhi do in Maharashtra?
8.
Exactly.
8,
and
out
the
of which
answer
2
lies
was
in
closed
that.
door Samvidhan Sabha.
Exactly. And the answer
You're
lies
in an
in
election.
that. Exactly.
I'm not at the India International Center where I'm going to discuss constitution.
Can I show you how Maharashtra has changed? I think this is very important for viewers to see. There was a big Dalit consolidation in favor of the Congress on the issue of Arakshan in the Lok Sabha election. See what's happened now. Out of the 18 seats which we classify as being Dalit majority, where the Dalits can decide who wins. So predominantly Dalit, where the Dalits are influential, the BJP alliance is winning on 14 of those seats. Even on Dalit reserved seats, even on Dalit seats, the NDA is being bested. It's 14 versus 3. From Dalit, if I come to the OBC seats, the OBC seats of Maharashtra, 160 such seats, the NDA currently leading on 119 of those seats versus the India Alliance leading only on 33. From there, if I come to the tribal seats of Maharashtra, on the tribal seats as well, and this is important, this is data we are showing for the first time, the NDA leading on 28, 15 for the BJP, 5 for the Sena, 8 for Ajit Pawar, the India Alliance leading only on 7, 5 for the Congress, 1 for the Sharad Pawar faction, 1 for the UBT. From there, if I come to the Muslim seats,
Marathwada seats, Marathi dominated
30 Muslim dominated seats, which is why I said this is a phenomena of election management. Of the 30 Muslim dominated seats, NDA leading on 16, the India Alliance on 11. Rajdeep, on Dalit seats, on tribal seats, on Muslim seats, the BJP has really run circles around the India Alliance.
Look, when a woman votes,
अरे बार-बार woman बोल रहा है, woman का नहीं है, सबका वोट है.
No, 1 minute.
So you can't have a 16% vote share lead with only women.
Sir, the Muslim dominated seats in Maharashtra, barring Malegaon, do not have a Muslim majority population.
No, but it's the same Muslim voters who helped them win in the Lok Sabha elections. I don't agree. This is your home state, I don't agree with you.
An example.
No, what example will you give me? This is not just the women voting for the BJP.
Rahul, you have to understand. For example, Dhule seat. I said this even pre-election. Dhule seat has 6 assembly segments. The seat in Lok Sabha was won by the Congress, but in 5 of the assembly segments, the lead was with the BJP. In the 6th segment, the Congress had a huge lead in Malegaon, which is Muslim dominated. When you say Muslim seat, it doesn't mean Muslim dominated. My limited point is, we are seeing a tsunami election that is cutting across class, caste, region, right? That doesn't mean it's management. That means you have struck an issue which has struck a chord across the state. Now, why not accept that? Look at Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is winning virtually 3 in every 4 seats he's contested, which is phenomenal. Ajit Pawar, who most people wrote off, is winning also virtually 3 in every 4 seats he contested. Now, does that mean management? No. It means it's a tsunami. People have chosen between two parties and decided, हमें ये लाडकी बहन and the stability which is offered by Eknath Shinde is eminently preferable to a Mahavikas Agadi, which till the last moment was fighting कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री, कौन सी सीट मिलेगी, and offering nothing to the voter. Why not accept this as the mismanagement and the complete debacle and decimation of the Mahavikas Agadi, plus the very intelligent campaign run by the BJP alliance, backed by the election machine on the ground. It's a combination of various factors. That's all I'm saying.
But everything under the umbrella of the Ladki Bahin Yojana.
That's right. You need one thing. You need one
You had
talking
that under
point.
the umbrella and you ran a multi-campaign underneath that.
I agree
Even
with you.
with the Katenge, Batenge, all
Amitabh
fell through
Tiwari,
under it.
Rajdeep's argument is, and I want to demolish it through data, that this is a woman-led vote. Women would have had, and the post-poll studies will prove that, a role to play. But when you're 222 versus 54, this is in some ways like Trent Bridge 1983, Kapil Dev 17 and for 5 coming in, or the last match in Australia, I think it was at Adelaide where we were 36 all out. This is that kind of a recovery.
No, I'll give you one example of a similar vote that you remember Bengal just 3 years ago. Why did Mamata Banerjee win big? She won Madhya Pradesh. Mamata Banerjee had a 6% lead among women. The moment you have a 5% plus lead among women, it's a decimation. Shivraj Singh Chauhan had a 6% lead among women. Yes, the other factors also come in. Stability. I'm not saying men don't vote for one's party, but your traditional core voter comes. Elections are won by incremental voters switching from one side to the other. You had a roughly, we'll see the final swing. My sense is you'll have a 6% swing.
I can show that.
Also, one aggregating factor has been Hindu consolidation, whether you like it or not, but there is this current...
To some extent, of course.
Which
under the umbrella of the Ladki
That's a subtext. Why would Marathas otherwise vote in such big numbers?
So
That's, I want to see how the Marathas... You're right.
To have unifying agendas instead of divisive agendas, which Congress gave up right at the outset of the election. They had no play on the caste issues. They had no play
Not just Marathas, Rajdeep, even Dalits, where you saw an identity of a Hindu, then you saw an identity of being Dalit, which aided under the Ladki Bahin
But
Yojana.
ma'am, look at it, Jharkhand, tribal-dominated state, with a large Dalit population, they voted the other way.
I agree. So
See,
it
the
comes under
common
the
theme
umbrella of
is
the Ladki Bahin Yojana.
Is the common theme.
Exactly.
But if you see the swing is 16%. So the swing is of 8%. 8% vote share, NDA or Mahayuti's vote share is increasing compared to Lok Sabha, whereas 8% vote share of the MVA is declining. And that all this 16% swing cannot come just from women. So it has to come from OBC. There is a severe OBC polarization
consolidation, I agree. How does that
happen,
also
it happens
happening.
because of these building blocks that you come up with a unifying
And there is
campaign
also this
around a
weakening,
common thread.
But then
weakening
how
of the
does
Maratha
Marathas
agitation.
also vote there?
Let's see
Marathas
Marathwada.
vote
Let's see
If there was an
Marathwada.
OBC versus Maratha consolidation, both have won.
Marathas have women also.
See
That's
Marathwada.
exactly
Marathas are
my
all
point. Rajdeep, my
Marathwada.
point
This
with
is all the
Rajat.
more reason for a
It
Hindu
is the Ladki Bahin
consolidation.
Yojana.
OBC consolidation, I think, is a very important point. The BJP consciously targeted that. They knew that the Maratha vote may get fractured at best. They did that in Haryana as well. Fracture the dominant caste, but consolidate your OBC vote. So everything that could go right they've done it.
But
They've run one of the most amazing
But
campaigns.
this is not fracturing the Maratha vote, it's
You see, the
consolidating
difference
it as
is,
well.
Bhupendra Yadav went to Mumbai, correct me if I'm wrong, end of June, and has spent more time there than here. Ramesh Chenitala, dividing his time between Kerala and Maharashtra, is not from Maharashtra in any case. Most of the other Maharashtra leaders between July and August, Mala Mukhyamantri Vaitsa, because they were convinced that they will get 180.
No, they can do a Dream 11.
Yeah, so
can do a Dream 11.
So just look at the distance. So it's a disastrous campaign run by one side and a first-class campaign run by the other. And then you have Ladki Bahin as your narrative. It's a winning.
Yes,
a winning
Sheila
card.
I would like to agree with you that there is no one reason. I think since 2002 onwards and more so since 2014, in India, there are two big blocks. One is secular liberal minorities and such one group, and one group is nationalist conservative group. Nationalist conservatives solidly supports Modi. This group has got a Modi as an efficient leader for them, who is able to deliver to
But
them.
they weren't that enthusiastic in the
But
Lok
just
Sabha
a minute,
elections.
I'm not coming to the different point. I feel today, just take a pause and think about secular liberal people, how they must be feeling a great betrayal by Congress. Is it a joke? Are you kidding? When Modi and other machinery is fighting so seriously, and this is not fight of a freebie and Revdi. No, this is a fight of an idea, after all, at the end of the day. And I think really Congress is taking them for granted and not working hard enough. This is the message.
But the Congress never works hard enough.
No, you can't say that.
Where
because
do they hardly
No, but
if you look at the effort.
in
Telangana and Karnataka, but I'm saying look at Maharashtra.
Because of this,
where did they work hard?
Because of this, Maratha reservation issue and Adani issue will now fade away. Because
no, but you make an important point. When you make that the fulcrum of your campaign,
see,
Adani this, Adani that, and this is the kind of verdict that comes out at the end of it.
Culture, they are talking of religion, politics, society, marriages, and he is talking of Adani.
Lazy campaign. But let me tell you, it's not going to fade away.
No, it's
you
not.
You see, Rahul Gandhi is determined. Rahul Gandhi believes that this is a long fight. That's in his mind, that this is a fight.
Like Rafael was
I'm
a
ready
long
to
fight.
This is an ideological war. The problem is, how do you fight an ideological war with a party which is not ideological? You see, congressmen after this defeat will happily, even though some of those who win, will happily switch over to the other side.
And you have to keep your troops motivated
so
if it's a long war.
No, it would also lead to the decimation of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. Look at the current tally. If you look at the UBT,
NCP also.
The UBT has 17 MLAs. Getting 12 on the other side, how tough is that going to be for Eknath Shinde? With this kind of a verdict, do they come, and then where does that leave Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray? That's a question he'll need to ponder over. Similarly, with Sharad Pawar, there are only 12 MLAs, getting 8 of them on that side, or 7. How tough is that? And where does that leave them? So Charanjit Singh Sapra joins us from the Congress. We've got Tuhin Sinha from the BJP. Tuhin, one of the most remarkable, historic turnarounds conceivable between June and November. This is like Kapil Dev coming in at 17 for 5, or what happened at Adelaide the last time. When you thought all was lost and gone, to be able to snatch a famous victory from the jaws of defeat.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. This is historic. This is unprecedented. But like I have been sticking my neck out in the last 2 weeks, in the last 3 weeks, anybody who has traveled on the ground would not be surprised with this victory. But yes, नहीं मैंने आपको कहा था, मैं परसों से कह रहा हूँ 160 मिनिमम, 180 से ऊपर संभवता, लेकिन हाँ 220 की कल्पना हमने नहीं की थी. और यही होता है, जब भगवान देता है तो छप्पड़ फाड़ के देता है. देखिए, आज पिछले 3 सालों से इन लोगों ने केवल एक बात कहा कि हम लोग गद्दार हैं. आज इसका फैसला हमेशा के लिए हो गया. आज कांग्रेस की जो तुष्टीकरण की नीति थी, जिस प्रकार से पिछले 2 हफ्तों में केवल उन्होंने मुस्लिम रिजर्वेशन की बात की, केवल उन्होंने उलेमा का साथ लिया, आज उसका फैसला हो गया. जो बिटकॉइन स्कैम कर रहे थे, काला धन एकत्र करने के लिए, आज उनका किस्सा हमेशा के लिए खत्म हो गया. देखिए, why this victory is very important for us. Maharashtra is a very crucial growth enabler. It is a very crucial engine in the Viksit Bharat journey, in the Viksit Bharat story of us. And the $1 trillion economy goal which we have set, that will only get precipitated from here. And Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh are going to be very big enablers in the larger journey of the nation.
Charanjit Sapra, the irony is the entire India alliance put together stands at the same level as just the Eknath Shinde Sena. I mean, I think that's the irony of the verdict in Maharashtra. You are clamoring about who will be your chief minister, which party will he come from. You can now spend the next 5 years playing political dream 11 because it's the Yuti that's come to power and has, given you a political thrashing.
Yes, Rahul, it is, very difficult to understand the figures which are coming out. And if these figures turn out to be the actual results, then really the entire Mahavikas Aghadi needs a serious introspection. I feel as of now, I can say that the freebies thing have worked with the NDA or the Mahayuti. The kind of Ladki Behan Yojana, it has worked in Maharashtra also, and it worked in Jharkhand in favor of India Gathbandhan also. So the freebies are working. This is one conclusion. Secondly, polarization factor. The BJP tried to, do a desperate polarization, which they have probably succeeded. And the results are coming accordingly. The war slogan like "Batenge to Katenge" or maybe "Ek hai to safe hai." These slogans have somehow
No, but do you
created a
accept, Charanjit
polarization.
Sapra, that this is also a rejection of your Maharashtra versus Gujarat? You know, Adani, the whole focus was this anti-cop, in an industrialized state like Maharashtra, the issues that your leaders took up, have frankly been rejected by the voters of Maharashtra. That's how Eknath Shinde is a breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena. They alone are equal to your entire strength.
See, Rahul, I told you and I'll repeat again that when polarization plays, the other factors, they mellow down. That is one thing. Secondly, money has also worked. Note for vote has also worked for Shinde Sena or for the Mahayuti. You see, when 150 crores have been caught by the Election Commission or by the police, the maximum money which is confiscated is from the leaders of Mahayuti, whether it was Shadol, whether it was Pune, whether it was in Marathwada or whether it was in Kolhapur. I can give you names also. So, and we have seen the Vinod Tawde issue also. This issue was not brought up by Congress party. This issue was brought in front by the PVA, Hitendra Thakur and his team. So the note for vote and the note jihad has also worked in Maharashtra. This is the thing which we can, go towards conclusion. But let us wait. Let us see till 1 o'clock what happens, and then maybe post-poll introspection is required.
Okay, Aishwarya Paliwal joins us from the BJP headquarters. They had some garma garam jalebis which were in the pan in the morning. I want to see what's happening there right now. Aishwarya, I'm told that the Prime Minister will be coming to the BJP headquarters. This is the best way for the Bharatiya Janata Party to end this election here. Winning in Haryana, winning in Maharashtra. They haven't won in Jharkhand. But the fact is that Maharashtra was the big political prize and they won in style there.
Well, Rahul, this is what we are also being told, that in this building, and let me tell you, the preparations will begin in the next 2 to 3 hours, because when they will have the exact number, that's when the extent of the celebrations will actually begin. But the Prime Minister, let me tell you, between 6:30 to 7 p.m., that's what we are told, he'll be coming to the BJP headquarters. There'll be karyakartas, and that's the time when the real celebration will begin. The BJP will also, from here, from what we're expecting, the Prime Minister will speak with all the supporters and tell them that they're on the right path and moving forward, marching forward for the development of the country. That will be the crux of what the Prime Minister will be speaking today. Rahul.
It's interesting. The Prime Minister has perfected this art. And I think that's again, galvanizing your troops, mobilize. I think that's Mr. Modi's biggest strength, that he's able to rouse his troops even from adversity, from all the criticism that he faced after the... And I think that is his strength. When you've been in politics for 50 years, you're able to handle adversity and success and be able to build on it. You don't get carried away. The problem with the Congress is that they saw those 99 seats and thought that they'd won 270. And that is a huge mistake that you make in politics, because a lot of those seats also, let's not forget, came on the back of the regional parties supporting you. Akhilesh Yadav played a huge role in what happened in Uttar Pradesh. So I think the Congress party remains, I think the story of our times, Rahul, over the last 10 years has been the almost secular decline of the Congress. There have been aberrations from time to time, but they've been aberrations. They don't signal a revival of the Congress yet.
But also, Rajdeep, zero course correction. What happened in Haryana? How did you course correct? Till date, Haryana doesn't have a leader of opposition in assembly.
But
because you haven't been able to appoint one.
They divided the entire state of Maharashtra into 10 different parts and had one Congress leader come in and become in charge. Honestly, none of them actually ended up going there. They were all sitting in Narman Point in the 5-star hotels. Nobody got onto the ground to micromanage the elections they were sent for.
One of the big grudge battles in this election was Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. We have 40 seats where Shinde Sena or UBT is 1 and 2. Out of those, on 31 seats, you've got the Eknath Shinde Sena winning. The UBT is winning only on 9 of those 40 seats. I want to introduce Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, Deputy Leader of the Shiv Sena UBT. Ma'am, Welcome. Not a pleasant morning this. The Shinde Sena by itself at the same number of seats as the entire India alliance put together. What do you think went so dramatically wrong in this election, ma'am?
To be very honest, I don't really know. And I won't be able to give you answers because I wasn't mentally prepared to come on television channels accepting this kind of a defeat. And again, I'm just hoping something would turn around simply because we saw that it was a very close fight. What we saw on ground was a lot of anger against the government. What we saw was tremendous amount of support coming from the people. All the surveys across the state showed that Uddhavji was amongst the most popular, and the votes don't seem to be matching up to the sentiment that we were seeing on the ground. So right now, I don't have an answer to this particular question as to what really did not work for us. But again, it does raise questions on, when we are gauging the mood of the people, when we are seeing different surveys and outcomes coming out to be totally different. What really went wrong is something for everyone to speculate.
Is this for introspection, or unlike your own party person Sanjay Raut actually blame the mandate and say that this is a rigged mandate because that's a spoil sport and that's discrediting the people's vote?
No, I would continue to say this, that when we were on ground, many people came and expressed a similar sentiment that while our vote may be going towards y'all, please ensure that the EVMs are playing fair. That is a doubt which has been consistently raised by lots of voters across Maharashtra, and it's not like it's coming out of the blue. This is something which has been raised consistently during.
But Priyanka, it wasn't raised in Maharashtra in Lok Sabha 2024. Come assembly elections, you have a mandate like this, and you blame the EVMs there.
Allow me to,
please. Yeah.
Preeti ji, you haven't allowed me to complete. I do know it's a tough day for me right now. And I do know you'll have 101 questions to ask of me and to cut me out because you'll have multiple more questions. But allow me to speak. It's not like I'm saying something out of the blue. This is all I'm trying to say is what Sanjay Rautji is expressing is a doubt expressed many times. Whether we accept it in the Lok Sabha, whether we are not accepting it in the Vidhan Sabha is a second thing. The question here is, when the ground sentiment showed that it was such a close fight, when every single seat was a close fight to finish, for us to have such a difference in numbers is something which is not fathomable. That is the question that comes in everyone's mind. That we have been amongst the people, we have seen the sentiment, and we've seen the Lok Sabha outcome versus the Vidhan Sabha outcome. To us to see this kind of a pattern and difference is something which, again, I don't have answers to. And I'm not blaming anything here, but these are questions that will arise in every voter's mind as well as in every political party's mind.
Is the question of who is the real Shiv Sena settled today? Has this election settled that in your view? Or do you believe that you want to wait till the Mumbai municipal elections? Has that question been settled?
No, I'm not going to get it. No, I don't think winning and losing decides what is the sentiment amongst the people. Of course, they've got more numbers. But do they believe the legacy is with them is something which is up for a debate. Simply because the Election Commission handed over the party symbol name, which we are still fighting in the Supreme Court. Unfortunate that the Supreme Court still couldn't take a call as to whether what Election Commission did was the right thing to do or not to do. And that's a fight we will keep fighting. The second thing being Lok Sabha, we did better than them. Every election cannot be about who's the real Shiv Sena. Every election is about how we will be able to convert that sentiment into votes. Probably this time it did not work for us. The next time it will work for us.
But isn't that a question? Ma'am, isn't that a question? Because just a minute, ma'am. Y'all went into this election, calling Eknath Shinde a Gaddar. It worked in the Lok Sabha to some extent, Khoke ki sarkar. You tried it again. The formula didn't work in the Vidhan Sabha. Is there a recognition of that? That you can't just call him a Gaddar time and again and win.
Let me repeat to you, we may not win, but he will continue to be a traitor. That's written on his forehead forever. So please, he will continue to be that. Someone who wins on the back of an AB form given by Uddhav Sahib Thackeray, someone who becomes a minister in an alliance which he later said was not the alliance he wanted to be a part of, held 3 important ministries, and after 2 years his conscience arises and he says, okay, now I'm moving on. You cannot take that reality away. And again, that's a fight we are fighting in the Supreme Court. And we were hoping that the constitutional judgment, the constitutional bench would uphold democracy and constitution. It's not happened, but we'll keep fighting the fight. Does that mean at every point we prove whether who's the real Shiv Sena, who's not the real Shiv Sena? Lok Sabha, then you can say, oh, it's now settled. But then you all started to talk about the strike rate. Now you're talking about, oh, look, he's won emphatically. That does not mean that people don't believe the legacies with Uddhav ji. And I'm not going to get into that debate.
You know, the fact at the end of the day is that there will need to be some look by these parties, which I think, I mean, she may not agree with me. You all squabbled over Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri through July and August. You all were more interested, project Uddhav Thackeray CM, everything will be well, rather than doing the hard work on the ground.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
the fact is, at that time, the BJP was on the ground, the RSS was on the ground, and you all were sitting in your bungalows in Delhi and Mumbai deciding Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri.
Let's not be unfair. She's saying it's a tough day and a tough morning to reconcile to this. Not a
No, but that's not true.
Fought hard
I'm not holding it against her. I'm not holding it against her. I think there's a recognition.
I'm willing to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Rahul, I'm willing to answer your questions, even if they are the toughest ones. So Rajdeep, let me tell you one thing. What we were doing, what went wrong, we will give you a detailed analysis, firstly. This second thing about squabbling over Chief Minister phase, wasn't it your survey and CSDS survey and various other surveys which showed that Uddhav Thackeray ji was amongst the most popular leaders, above even Mr. Eknath Shinde? It's a fact. For our political party to say that there should be a phase which leads this campaign, I don't think it was unfair ask. But of course,
no, are you saying that would have made a difference?
The other two allies.
Are you telling me you think that would have made a difference?
Oh, you all were sitting. No, you all were sitting in your bungalows and having discussion. I think it's a very unfair charge to make to lakhs of our karyakartas who are working on ground. Lakhs of karyakartas who are working on ground.
Are you concerned, ma'am?
Having to fight a battle between, it was a David versus Goliath fight, with tons of money being pumped in on one side and we struggling to ensure that our karyakartas could be on the ground and fighting this fight. They have fought this fight. So please do not undermine my party karyakartas, my party
UBT has 19
just because you think we are sitting in bungalows and deciding who's winning and who becomes the CM.
Priyanka ji, at this moment, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena has 19 MLAs who are in the lead. Are you concerned that given the scale of this victory, that more than 12 could switch over and you've already lost the vast majority of your MLAs, you may end up losing some of these as well?
No, why would they want to go anywhere now? They have fought on our AB form, Bharatiya Janata Party, and they seem to have a comfortable majority. But if they, I mean, I cannot predict what is going to happen in the future. But I can only believe that we will, all of us together, will learn to fight another day. We'll have enough strength to fight another day. And winning and losing is part of it all.
Sure, you're being very strong in this verdict, saying that you're willing to take on the tough questions. I want to show our viewers now what's happening in the VIP seats of Maharashtra. And the problem there for the Eknath Shinde, for the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, is that even someone like Aditya Thackeray, who's the only member of the Thackeray family to have fought an election himself, is actually leading just by 500 odd votes at this time. And the reason that he's winning is because the MNS actually put up a candidate there who's pulled away a substantial amount of the votes. You take the MNS votes away, and then there is a possibility that Milind Deora may have actually been ahead. At this moment, Aditya leads, but it's not by a comfortable majority.
And
remember?
Don't forget, even in the Lok Sabha, this was a seat that they only won by 6,500. So it was open.
In the last assembly, it was a 60,000 lead.
Right. So I
it
think
shows the fall in popularity.
Look, I think this is very good example, Rahul, because remember, Worli has a large Marathi population, as Marathi-speaking population as well. So you see, this whole thing of the Marathi Manus standing by you has not really happened. If the Marathi Manus was standing by you, you should be winning these seats with a very big, comfortable margin. And I think
but that's the ultimate scare, right?
Aditya Thackeray, to his credit, took up the challenge of becoming an MLA, took up the challenge of becoming a minister. But I think somewhere there's been a mismatch between the Shiv Sena's communication of why did it abandon Hindutva as it was seen, and the mood on the ground. There is confusion in the ranks. You need to resolve that. You can't say, the reason why I left is because Amit Shah betrayed us on a 2.5 year commitment. The worker is now saying, look, the worker is a Hindutva-Vadi Maharashtrian. That is your core voter. That core voter, it appears, and it happened in Lok Sabha also, Rahul. In Lok Sabha, you will see the Shiv Sena did well in constituencies with large Dalit Muslim population.
I've just been sent data because remember, this takes a few minutes to update. In Worli, Milind Deora is now up by 597 votes. And Aditya Thackeray is trailing. He's got 17,607. Milind is at 18,000. You know, I asked him when we met at the Mahalakshmi racecourse, will you be Balika Bakra or the Giant Slayer? At this moment, with the slenderest of margins, he's leading. Let's look at some of the other seats. In that Pawar versus Pawar battle in Baramati against Yoginder Pawar, his nephew, you got a very comfortable lead for Ajit Pawar. So he's smiling and he's got reason to smile. Amit Deshmukh in Latur city, son of former Chief Minister Vilasrao Deshmukh, is trailing behind Shivraj Patil's daughter-in-law Archana Charukar, because she's got a 1500 lead, which is a pretty comfortable lead in Latur city. Amit Thackeray, Raj Thackeray's son in Mahim, is currently trailing. Chhagan Bhujbal of the NCP in Yevla is currently leading. Devendra Fadnavis, most likely to be Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Remember, if the BJP has 120 plus, it's very difficult for someone else to become Chief Minister. He's the man who is now odds-on favourite to be the next Chief Minister, leading with a big majority, with a big margin in Nagpur Southwest, Devendra Fadnavis. Eknath Shinde in his seat, leading quite comfortably. I want to look at Fahad Ahmed. Fahad Ahmed of the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, husband of Swara Bhaskar, is currently leading in Anushakti Nagar in Maharashtra. So if I look at Nana Patole in Sakoli, he's leading. Nitesh Rane is leading. Nilesh Rane is leading. The sons of Narayan Rane. Milind Deora is now in that's a very tough, exciting election there. Milind Deora leading against Aditya Thackeray by just 500.
No, but it's huge, right? In the context, I mean, if Aditya Thackeray loses in a constituency with a substantial Marathi-speaking vote, there is, of course, it's cosmopolitan. Let me be fair. Worli has other large communities which are non-Maharashtrian as well. But it would be huge if the former Chief Minister's son, the scion of the Thackeray family, loses to Milind Deora. This would be Milind Deora's biggest victory. You know, and look at how life changes. He lost 2 consecutive elections from South Mumbai as a Congress candidate. Switches over to the BJP, Eknath Shinde faction, gets Rajya Sabha, and now could be one of the giant slayers. We don't know where it will go.
He wasn't very enthusiastic about fighting.
He wasn't.
Originally.
They had a French. Yeah, but look.
And if this is the way it turns out, it will be a big victory. We don't know yet.
You know, when I look at those 54, these 54 who are winning actually deserve a huge credit, because they're winning in the face of this tsunami. And they include some a few heavyweights, but by and large, most of the candidates of the NCP, Shiv Sena, UBT and Congress, who even are powerful. Prithviraj Chavan there, for example, former Chief Minister, is trailing. Now when a former Chief Minister trails...
But that's a tsunami, no, Rajdeep? Once it starts kicking in, then it washes everything in its way.
Yes, but you know, when it's a tsunami of this kind, it also shows just how weak the MBA was. I don't think, I mean, I thought the Mahayuti would win, but if you would ask me 220, no way. I would have said 170 was my number, 220 is way above. But good luck to them. I think what they've done is run a very, very effective campaign. But Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora, Rahul, will, I think, become a major election victory for Milind, because it will revive his political career also. I mean,
it will be the hallmark of the Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray faction battle, Rajdeep. It will go down in the annals of...
If you can tell me in Amit Thackeray's constituency, I think Amit Thackeray is trailing.
Trailing Latur city.
I think there you've got, ironically, the Uddhav Thackeray group winning. Again, remember, there's a third candidate there. It's Eknath Shinde, MNS and
but Raj Thackeray would have wanted that the NDA not put up a candidate against him.
That's right.
And Eknath Shinde said, you know, this is a sitting seat, how can we just give it up?
Yeah, Sada Sarvankar is a several times MLA, you know, he didn't want to give it up. I think Raj Thackeray, again, has, you know, is really not a factor in Maharashtra politics. He's only leading in 1 seat. He had lots of posters, seemingly a lot of resources.
We have the first images of Devendra Fadnavis.
I just spoke to him on the phone.
Mumbai, what's he saying?
He's coming this evening on the show. He's very excited, very happy. I said, Mukhyamantri.
Did he say, will he be CM?
I said, Mukhyamantri Onar. He's, on the phone, he just said...
There he is. The big boss. He is most likely going to be Chief Minister of Maharashtra. I mean, it will be very difficult with this kind of a verdict.
No way.
For
It's done.
Eknath Shinde to be Chief Minister again.
You're watching the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra on screen, and he will therefore now become a 3-time Chief Minister, Rahul. 1 term of 5 years, 1 term of 3 days or 4 days, or was it a week? But the shortest surviving Chief Minister of Maharashtra, only the second in 40 years to complete 5 years. And this time, with this kind of majority, you would expect him to comfortably complete another 5 years. And thereby he becomes a leader for the future.
That's what. He's got a long runway in front of him. Chief Minister again, most likely. He's looking confident. He has that Don-like feel to him right now. You know, he's there talking on the phone. He knows he's being recorded. He loves it. And what a day it is, because there's so much said about it. He takes himself very seriously.
No, he's a serious politician. Youngest ever mayor of Nagpur. Comes from a family. His father was also an MLA. Nitin Gadkari claims he brought him into politics. I recall Devendra Fadnavis, Rahul, very interestingly, between 2009 and 14, made his reputation by targeting Ajit Pawar on the irrigation scam. He made his reputation as taking on as an anti-corruption crusader. Then became the leader of the BJP party president. Came in from the outside. He was junior, let's say, to a Gopinath Munde and others. Gopinath Munde tragically passed away in that accident. I believe Gopinath Munde would have been Chief Minister of Maharashtra in 2014. Sometimes, you know, that's the way life takes you. Suddenly, from just being another face in the BJP, you become Chief Minister. Then very effective. You see, he's a CEO-style Chief Minister. And I believe, I mean, this may be wrong, that Maharashtra needs that. When you're the country's financial powerhouse, you need a Chief Minister who says 10 a.m. means 10 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis has...
With Eknath Shinde, it could mean anything. 10 could mean 12, it could mean 7.
Let me give Mr. Shinde one credit. The Chief Minister converted CM to common man. And it broke the accessibility. You see, today if I wanted to meet the Thakres, very difficult for an average citizen. Eknath Shinde's doors were open. Now for the Shiv Sainik, that's what you want, right? Suddenly you have access to the so-called... So I think from a variety, Devendra Fadnavis, I think suits the kind of politician BJP wants. Strong RSS background, comes from Nagpur. What better way that, you know, to have your... In the next year, the 100th year of the RSS. You'll have a
Nagpur Brahman.
You'll have a Nagpur Deshastha Brahman, if I may call him. I'll break it down even further. Comes down from Nagpur, becomes the Chief Minister. It's been tough for a Brahmin. Remember, he couldn't go into Marathwada.
If any RSS person is watching, he'll say Rajdeep is being unfair because we've grown much beyond just the Brahmins.
One minute. Devendra Fadnavis could not go into rural Marathwada because the Maratha factor was so strong. Brahman, it's not that. My point is, it's not easy for a Brahman to rule Maharashtra. Yes. It was used by his opponents also. So for Devendra Fadnavis to achieve what he has is a great credit to him. I think he is a potential CEO-style Chief Minister. His critics say he has played, and he will have to look at that, a lot of jod-tod politics, and it cost him. But I think, you know, you live and learn. If he learns from that, he made a lot of enemies as a result across party lines. I think this time, with this kind of victory, he will hopefully learn.
Is there a remote possibility that he might not be the CM?
What is the possibility? Why?
I don't know. I'm just exploring.
No, I don't think so. I think Rajat, you're right.
Let's not. I think Rajat has a point. The more you keep saying, then they'll spring a surprise at the last moment. Yeah, let's see what happens.
No, 1 minute. The only surprise that can be is Eknath Shinde stays on. There can be no third person. Now you can't tell me that BJP will pull out...
Why Shivraj Singh Chauhan won the election in Madhya Pradesh?
This is not the same. Shivraj Singh Chauhan had already been Chief Minister for over 15 years. BJP said generational change. You can't say generational change.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying let them announce. We are saying with so much conviction. Let the people.
You see, I'm on a roll. I got one state right. I've got everything wrong in 2024. This is the first time I've got an election right.
Not on a roll, but yes, you got it right.
I said Mahayuti. I came back. Yeah. I said I didn't expect 220. I thought 170. But my point is, Devendra Fadnavis, if he doesn't become Chief Minister now, what do you do? If with such a big change, you can't...
Let them decide. Let the students...
The one person who will remain Up Mukhyamantri is our friend Ajit Pawar for the 6th time.
Do you think he still will?
But he was reconciled to it. Yeah. He was reconciled to it. He knew his position, and they've punched hard. And they won a disproportionately high number of seats.
Yeah, so we have to see what they do with him. We have to see what they do with him.
Anil Antony joins us. Anil Antony is now a leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is a massive victory. You know, winning in this fashion, would you accept that this is beyond your wildest imagination, that while you were hoping to win, 216 is just Happy New Year, come a little early for the BJP?
Thank you. No, we were expecting a win, and we were very sure that our alliance, it is a very formidable alliance that we had created in the state, and we are very sure of a victory. It was only a question of margin, and now the numbers are as per our expectations. This is a clear thumbs up by the people of Maharashtra that a lot has changed after 2024, where in the Lok Sabha elections, this was one of the few states where the India Alliance, this new alliance, had done slightly better than the NDA. But within 5 months, things have drastically changed. Within 5 months now, we are getting our biggest ever margin in the state, where we didn't do as well as we expected in 24. And this is a big thumbs up for the our Prime Minister's vision of Vikasit Bharat, the desire of people to have a double-engine government, and also the work we have done as a coalition in the last few years, where there was a large amount of developmental work. Our opposition.
You come from the state of Kerala.
To create narrations.
Kerala now has a new MP, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra.
Yes.
Anil, romping home in style in Wayanad. How do you see PGV's entry into the Lok Sabha, which starts Monday, impacting what will happen in the Lok Sabha? She's going to be a player in the state that you come from.
No, this election itself, this is, I believe, one of the reasons why across India the Congress party is getting dismissed by the people, because this election in Wayanad itself was an election that was forced to the people of Wayanad, where, and yes, Priyanka is winning by a fairly good margin, but you look at 2019 and 24 numbers of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his victory in Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi's margin will be lesser. So it is not, comparatively, when compared to the last two elections, the Gandhi family and the Congress is doing slightly worse than the last two times also. Priyanka Gandhi, yes, it was not that long ago that she was the face of the Congress in UP. She was supposed to be the person who was supposed to fight the UP Chief Minister and BJP in UP, and now suddenly she is also in Wayanad.
Let's pivot for a moment to Jharkhand.
Having a fight with one of her more...
one piece of bad news for the BJP comes. You've got the India Alliance at 49, the NDA at 30. Where do you think Jharkhand went wrong? Why could you not put up a good fight in Jharkhand like you have in Maharashtra?
No. See, right now I would say it is too early for us to analyze the results of what went wrong or right. There are still 4 or 5 rounds of counting left in many constituencies also. The difference is around 10 seats, so we are still optimistic that things could change. And at the same time, we are putting a good fight there in Jharkhand also, where by vote share we are the largest party in the state at this moment. But yes, numerically we are we hope that we can have a last minute surge. We are not writing anything off. At this moment, the Bharatiya Janata Party is very happy with the results across India. In Maharashtra, we are having a record performance. The by-polls in UP, Assam, many states we are doing very well. Kerala also, at this moment when I speak, there is a by-poll happening in Palakkad, where we are slightly ahead after 9 rounds. So things are good for the Bharatiya Janata Party today. This is a thumbs up for the party across India, where there is a desire by the people to have double-engine governments everywhere.
Anil Antony, there was a slogan that was used in this election which became contentious. Ek hai to safe hai, batenge to katenge. Now, you could argue that in UP, Yogi Adityanath has won. You've done remarkably, spectacularly well in Maharashtra, and not so well in Jharkhand. Is this slogan, you believe, a factor? Was it the Mahila factor, the fact that Latki Bahin in Maharashtra and Maya in Jharkhand will be seen as the winning ticket? Do you believe the sloganeering of the BJP won you the election? Was there Hindu consolidation in your view?
See, it's a combination of many factors. We wouldn't say Hindu consolidation. Our leaders did say ek hai to safe hai. Essentially, we are just telling that you need to be united. Like when you are an MLA, MP, a minister, any constitutional holder of the country, when you are taking your oath, what do you say? You say that it is your responsibility to uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. This is exactly what we are saying, that if we are together, we are not just counting Hindus. We are saying that as a country, if we are together, we will be more we will be safer. That is all it says. There is nothing wrong in that particular slogan which we had. And women empowerment, like you rightly said, it is a huge factor in our victories everywhere. Where in Maharashtra itself, you had the Latki Bahan Yojana. Then 50%, like in transport buses, 50% off were given to women. Then you had the Mukhyamantri Yojana, where 3 gas cylinders are given free for women across the state annually. So there are a lot of schemes that we have used to empower women. Now pink auto rickshaws are being promoted across Maharashtra. So a lot of women empowerment schemes are also a factor. Development schemes are also a factor. Our opposition were trying to create narrations that we are not getting enough development projects.
In 2014 in Haryana, in 2024. And now, if you look at their individual performance, the BJP has bested what it did in 2019 in the state of Maharashtra. 122 the BJP had in Maharashtra. They're leading on 126 seats right now. It's like a full circle if you look at it.
And can I give you a very interesting, I mean, you're free to dive in. Look at the reversal with 2019. 2019, BJP won big time
122 seats in
the Lok Sabha in both these states. When it came to the Vidhan Sabha, there was a decline. And what was our analysis? That when Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, BJP loses by double-digit vote share. That was the analysis then. And of course, look at how it's changed. Mr. Modi is not on the ticket. In Maharashtra or in Jharkhand. And in Maharashtra, the BJP gained. He was not on the ticket in Haryana. BJP gained. So I think what you're seeing, and I meant, is localization of elections. You need local leaders. You need local organizations. And you need a strong narrative. And resources. Let's not be honest. No, I will say this, Rahul. This again will get me into trouble. The BJP had 10x, or I will say 100x.
But Rajdeep,
100x of resources.
My problem
of the opposition in Maharashtra.
Resources come later. You have seen Nilesh Lanke.
Do you deny that?
First, let me complete my point. There have been candidates of the Sharad Pawar's camp who've barely been living in a small house. Look at Nilesh. Nilesh Lanke is a case in point. He won the Lok Sabha seat. Problem is hard work.
No, I'm saying resources are a huge advantage as well.
It's just one of the small things which matter. Narrative has to be good. Problem with the Congress party, they just did not have the narrative, and it's so alarming. You've been repeating this.
In this case, if you look at it, resources matter, but does the Congress really use their resources? Haryana, you had people, you had helicopters at their disposal.
Yeah, of course.
You had the top leaders sitting in hotels.
I am not holding the Congress party, Preeti, Rajat, is a party that needs to go back to the drawing board and start finding how do you win elections. You cannot sit in, 24 Janpad, 10 Janpad and 24 Akbar Road. You can't sit in 24 Akbar Road and 10 Janpad and have people who are completely cut off from the grassroots. You will be surprised, Rahul. There was a Congress leader who was apparently had a major role to play in Maharashtra. He was ringing up journalists of Maharashtra to find out the names of constituencies 1 month ago. He did not know the caste demographics of those constituencies 1 month ago.
No, but what did they learn from Haryana? What has changed in Haryana?
No, but then how can someone sitting in Delhi, then on what basis is that person being put in charge of a particular area? What did the Congress do? 3 weeks ago, they told Ashok Gehlot, you're in charge of Mumbai.
Exactly.
They put some... How? You can't run. You see, what is someone... He's a very successful...
Gehlot was put in charge of the Jat belt in Haryana.
After you lost the Maharashtra election, suddenly the Congress said, okay, we need people on the ground to manage things. You can't do it like that. Indian elections, Rahul, don't work like that. This is... If this was a business house which was working in this manner, it would have shut a long time ago.
They would have sacked their CEO.
Right? Look at what Tata's did. Tata's was an old company, a legacy brand. Congress is a great legacy brand. But Tata's reinvented themselves, got a Chandrasekharan, got the best guys to be CEOs of the various Tata companies. Congress still will say, ये मेरा आदमी है, ये उसका आदमी है, अच्छा उसको कैसे नीचे करना है, ऐसे नहीं होता है. The Congress has a lot of talent.
Congress rewards non-performance. Congress rewards non-performance.
Mediocrity.
General Secretary organization of the Congress has lost how many elections?
You disrespect your voters because it's not that there were not people willing to vote for the Congress.
Debacle is not the story of this election. Frankly, it is the BJP's comeback in Maharashtra, which, ladies and gentlemen, will go down in history as one of the most remarkable modern-day comebacks. Comeback because this was in Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat where they romped home during the Lok Sabha election, so they already were starting from a high base. This was Maharashtra where they were starting from a deficit. 30 versus 17. That's the quantum of deficit they started from. From there, to be able to decimate the opposition and to reduce the Congress to a rump, that is one of the most phenomenal tsunamis we've seen being created. Rajdeep made the point earlier that it was a tsunami. I don't agree, because there was a tsunami that existed. They've literally, man by man, woman by woman, by putting effort on the ground, they've built this tsunami. It wasn't a tsunami that came from the Arabian Sea. This is a tsunami that was man-made. I want to show you how the gains and losses fare when it comes to votes for the BJP. The BJP's biggest gains have come from northern Maharashtra, where it's picked up 7% votes, from Vidarbha, where it's picked up 6% votes, from Mumbai, where it's picked up 4% votes. If after that I look at the Congress's vote share, in terms of its losses, they've lost 6% vote from the last assembly in Marathwada. They've lost 10% vote in Western Maharashtra. They've lost 4% vote in Vidarbha. They've lost 4% vote in the north. So they have losses everywhere and no gains in any cycle. This is a complete collapse. It's been said in the past, 4th of June was the aberration. From there on, Haryana and Maharashtra show just how empty the Congress's nest at this moment is, and how corroded it is, and how much effort it will take to try and revive it.
Consistently, their underlying message was caste census repeatedly. You know, what is RSS in these 60,000 or 18,000 meetings doing? It is essentially carrying forward that message that we have to stay united, no matter what color you want to give it. But this is a central message. We cannot be divided on the lines of caste. This has ensured that, you know, there is unity, largely speaking, plus good amount of tinkering in the strategies.
And just to give you a historical arc as to why today is such a big day. Rahul, till 1995, the BJP had never had even a cent of power in Maharashtra. It was a Congress-dominated state. All the battles would take place intra-Congress. 95 was the first time they got an opportunity. By 99, 2004 and 2009, Congress NCP coming together won 3 elections in a row. This was even when Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was the Prime Minister of the country in 99. Congress NCP came together and won. So this is a Congress-dominated state for about 60 years. In the last 10 years, barring the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP has emerged as the party number 1. It's a dramatic transformation of a kind. I'm not saying that it's like Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat, which is a BJP dominant state, but BJP is a number 1. And this victory gives the BJP the platform now over the next 5 years to try and make it a BJP dominant state. Remember, large RSS presence. RSS plus BJP in a state like Maharashtra gives the, you know what one NCP leader has said? NCP Congress built its foundation on the sugar cooperatives of Western Maharashtra. Now they'll be worried कि आमच्या साखर कारखान्याचं काय होणार? Devendra Fadnavis, even in his first term, started chipping away at those dominant places where the Congress was.
Who's the cooperative minister of India? It's Amit Shah.
So they will now use this period.
They know where the power of Maharashtra comes from.
That's right.
That's the power they're taking back from the Congress.
That's right. And you've got Ajit Pawar with you. Now you can break a part of the NCP.
The interesting thing, Sheila Ben, is that Amit Shah hasn't done a single interview since the Lok Sabha elections. I have a feeling we'll soon be seeing an interview, because this is when he needs to speak. Look at the victory that they've got. A victory which is beyond the wildest imagination of even those within the BJP. A victory that they've strung together. A tsunami they've literally created.
I think because of 240 seats, I think they were very serious this time. They really kept everything under the carpet and misled the print and all TV media also. But more importantly, they were very sure of what they were doing about the OBC and other issues. And I think, as I said, I mean, if you, Radip, you see how Yogi was used, how Ek Hai To Safe Hai, Prime Minister himself said those things. So they were really determined to do something. And they
let the numbers speak.
But more, I just want to add one line on this controversy about Congress. It's very easy today to speak in a very typical secular liberal rant against Congress. But I just want to tell...
Okay, your mic is... I just hold that for a second. I think your mic just slipped. Till then, look at the power map of Maharashtra. About 26% of the votes have been counted in Maharashtra so far. Here you see the 2019 power map of Maharashtra. The saffron denotes the NDA. The blue denotes the India Alliance. Just see how the map has changed. This is a very big sweep, because the entire hinterland of Maharashtra now has a saffron edge. There's some pockets where you've got the India alliance, where they've picked up some seats in concentrated pockets, Rajdeep. That is the interesting analysis here. There are concentrated pockets where the India alliance has done well, but by and large, if you look at the map of Maharashtra, it's been changed quite dramatically.
You know, when you have a tsunami, it changes the landscape of a state completely. I think the biggest change that I actually see is Western Maharashtra. You see, if there was one region where the BJP used to always find it a bridge too far, it was Western Maharashtra, because it was dominated by either the Congress or the NCP. Now when I look at the numbers and we can see them, that's where I believe the biggest shift has taken place in Maharashtra politics. Look at region-wise, I look at Western Maharashtra, 53-11. 53-11 in Western Maharashtra. Who would have ever thought, even at the, that the Congress would be, even in the worst times, even when Indira Gandhi was swept away in 1977, the few seats that they would hold on to was in Western Maharashtra, because you had the Patils, the Pawars, the families. This time, you're seeing a decimation of the Congress even there.
Because 20 seats were NCP SP versus NCP Ajit Pawar. And Ajit Pawar is holding on to it. So this is also lost also of Sharad Pawar here.
Sure.
Also of Sharad Pawar.
So Sharad Pawar has lost out to Ajit Pawar in Western Maharashtra, and in Mumbai, Konkan, Eknath Shinde has completely demolished Uddhav Thackeray.
The reason for that also is that Sharad Pawar was only getting leftover candidates. All the prominent leaders of the NCP, 42 to 44, they sided with Ajit Pawar. They were all regionally very strong.
Yes.
Now, Sharad Pawar, when he wanted to contest 80 odd seats in this election, he didn't have any faces. So he had to get whatever was left over in each of the constituency. All these leftovers, if you get, they do not have the equal amount of strength that these very strong regional incumbents had.
You speak of how an incumbent has got the top hand during assembly by polls, right? Which is what we are seeing in Uttar Pradesh. Look at in Gujarat, Congress is leading in Vav, Banaskantha.
And can I explain to that? Can I explain to that? The seat of Banaskantha is held by Geni Ben Thakur.
And those are images from the residents of Eknath Shinde's residence. They're celebrating. The laddus have come out this morning, and with good reason. I just want to show you on the Sena versus Sena seats. 76% of the wins are for Eknath Shinde's party. 29 out of 38 seats, where 1 and 2 were either of the Senas. You've got 29 leads for the Eknath Shinde Sena, and 9 only for the UBT.
And let me give you another example. On the screen, you're seeing Shrikant Shinde. Shrikant Shinde, at the age of 35, is already a 3-time MP, was an trained orthopedic. While his exams were on, contested his first election, now he's a 3-time MP. But he undertook a 2-month yatra. Eknath Shinde, Shrikant Shinde went to over 90 constituencies, took a yatra through them in the month of September, October. Now, Aditya Thackeray, on the other hand, was boxed in by the end by having to take on a Milind Deora in Worli and didn't really move out of Mumbai.
I just want to give our viewers this story.
He'll be the first Thackeray to lose an election.
During the campaign,
if he loses,
Shrikant Shinde called us home. So we reached home after interviewing Ajit Pawar at 9 o'clock. We were at Varsha. He wasn't there. So I was a little irked, like, where is this guy? He said, I was working till 6 a.m. in the morning and I slept over at Thane. So that is really a reflection of the kind of work ethic they have. Krishna Hegde from the Shiv Sena joins us. Celebrations galore and with good reason. But are you concerned now that somebody from the BJP could become chief minister, given how close the BJP is to the victory mark all by itself? 127 leads. 127 leads for the BJP. They are happy. The question then is, will the pre-election arrangement of Eknath Shinde being chief minister continue, or will they make their own man? 127 is too close to 145 for anybody else apart from a BJP leader to be chief minister. Rajat, what's your reading of the BJP's mind?
See, there is definitely a very strong case for Fadnavis, but I think BJP will look at much longer term goals as well. How do we utilize him in grooming him as the next big leader of the party? What role fits into the larger equation? So all of these questions only BJP has the answers to. Would they want to change the current setup in the state, continue to keep him at a junior position? That is not going to happen for sure. But will he become the chief minister? That is something which only the BJP leadership will be able to tell at this stage.
You know, I still think that, I think the best way to describe it is Devendra Fadnavis is the front runner now. Now I don't think Eknath Shinde is the front runner. This morning, I thought with 160, 170, where the BJP will be, say, around 100, Eknath Shinde could well have been the front runner. Now, unless the only calculation, Rahul, I can see is that there is a major municipal corporation election in Maharashtra within the next 6 months, where one of the primary battles will be between the two Senas. Do you want to once again use Eknath Shinde's clout as Chief Minister to try and decimate Uddhav Thackeray and the Senas once and for all? Or do you believe Devendra Fadnavis deserves his time? From talking to people in Maharashtra on the phone and getting their messages, I don't see how Fadnavis can be stopped at a moment like this. This is his big victory, as much as it is of Eknath Shinde. But
I don't see any change because BJP style is not like that.
So they will continue with Eknath Shinde.
And gave this landslide victory.
Interestingly, it is Aditya Thackeray who is trailing from his
People are showing his the way he has worked for 5 years. जिस तरीके से unavailable रहे, from the starting you were saying, unavailable and not accessible MLA. I think he is on the verge of losing his seat. So I think people in last 2.5 years, the way Eknath Shinde has worked, the way he has carried forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, the way Mahayuti has worked under his leadership, and the way Mahavikas Aghadi or the Ubhata Netas, leaders, जो सिर्फ गाली गलोच और आलोचना, उसके सिवा उनको 2.5 साल में कुछ जमा नहीं करने के लिए, उसमें से एक नाम था आदित्य ठाकरे का भी. लोगों ने उनको उनकी जगह जो है ये दिखाने का काम इस इलेक्शन में किया है.
सर कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री सर? मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर
Okay, there you've got Eknath Shinde celebrating at this moment, and he has every reason to celebrate at the moment. Let's try and look at some of the VVIPs one more time. Okay, yeah, okay. There you can see Shrikant Shinde, as I said, orthopedic surgeon. In the middle of his final MBBS exams, decided to contest for the Lok Sabha elections in 2014, won that seat from Kalyan, and since then has been twice elected. He's the young face. He was offered union ministership, I can tell you, and he chose not to take it because, according to him, he told me, I don't want to be seen as a dynast who has not earned his spot. So Shrikant Shinde has tried to distinguish himself from Aditya Thackeray. Remember, Aditya Thackeray became Chief Minister first time round. But you're seeing those two images. And those two images are of Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri now. Those are pictures of Devendra Fadnavis embracing Mr. Bawankule, the BJP state president in Maharashtra. Big day for all of them. And on the other side, you've got Shrikant Shinde with his supporters, Mr. Paturkar and others who are part of Eknath Shinde's core team. They have been with Eknath Shinde from his days as a Thane municipal corporator. I want to give you the Eknath Shinde story also for a moment as we see Shrikant Shinde. Eknath Shinde became a Shakha Pramukh in 1984. He was, of course, seen as a close associate of Anand Dige. Anand Dige was the strongman of Thane. He then became a municipal councillor. In 2002, became the leader of the Thane Municipal Corporation of the Shiv Sena. Contested an election in the 2009 election, 14, 19, now 24. So he's a 4-time MLA. We'll wait to see when Eknath Shinde comes on screen. Mr. Shinde likes to wake up late. He is a night bird. Gave me an interview at 3:45.
It's noon.
Yeah, 3:45
I think today
in the morning.
Today he'll wake up in time, Rajdeep. It's already, or he's going to wake up to some spectacular news.
Well, what he did was he gave me dinner at midnight. So you see, when you give someone dinner at midnight, you're feeling good. Then he said me, I'm just coming. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Finally, I had to go into, sir, you're still here? And the interview happened at 3:45. And he was fresh. and I at the age of 60 was collapsing. So Eknath Shinde is a lot more energetic. That happens when you can ride an auto rickshaw as well as he can. And I am unfortunately a bit of a nepo baby, if you want to call me that. I didn't ever ride an auto. I can't even ride a scooter well. But let me go and get Maninder Singh Sirsa, BJP spokesperson, is with us. And I think also with us is Syed Zafar Islam.
But Rajdeep, there's a difference.
Yes, sir.
If you were made chief minister, then you'd be more energetic even at 3:45. See, the energy also comes from power. The energy comes from power. Power is the greatest aphrodisiac.
No, but you know, Eknath Shinde told me this. He said, look, and he's had a tough life. You know, one of the sad parts of his life, which he doesn't talk much about, he lost 2 of his sons to a drowning accident. He saw them drown in front of his eyes. You know, there are these tragedies that you overcome, adversities that... And I think once when he spoke about it, he immediately told me, "Techabaddal bolaitsa na. I don't want to talk about it." He dotes on his grandkid as a result. You go to Varsha, the chief minister's house, the grandkid is on this little tricycle running around. And one day I said, "Arey, you'll fall." Immediately I said, "No, sir, please don't say that also." Because he is very well protected. So the grandson was on a tricycle. But Eknath Shinde has gone through a tough ride. It's a great life story. There are 2 pictures which have been made in Marathi which have become hits.
Look, but can Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray revive from here? That's a very tough question.
Look, Sharad Pawar is 80. You asked me in the morning, can Sharad Pawar revive from a defeat? That question will have to be asked. He's 84. Not easy for him to fight another Maharashtra election with the same energy that he did. So huge question mark. Uddhav Thackeray also has had about 8 stents. He's not kept well. Just before the election, he also had to go to hospital. I think the Bombay Municipal Corporation election or Mumbai Municipal Corporation will be the final test of that, Rahul. I know we say every election has test. That will happen. It's already delayed for 2.5 years.
Now, ab kara denge jaldi.
No, it's in the court. It's in the court over OBC.
Now they'll find a way of doing this.
Sure, if it happens and he loses that, then that's very, very difficult to come back
from. From this verdict, it's very difficult to come back.
This verdict, because you know there will be no position of LOP now because the numbers are so low. They are below even the independents.
No, I agree with you, but in politics, politics I never write off anyone.
No, of course.
And therefore,
today what Prime Minister will speak on in Deen Dayal Upadhyay Magh, because he always gives a Vijay speech. I think that is in that I feel he will also speak ek hai to safe hai. Because that caste census issue of Congress will be taken up now, even now.
Despite Jharkhand, you're saying?
Yeah, because
100%.
Bihar is coming.
That is nothing.
Bihar is coming. And then after that, Uttar Pradesh, 26.
And you've got Delhi in 2 months' time.
No, but
so
it's
the
not just
BJP will be very energized for Delhi also now.
Manjinder Singh Sirsa might have a thing to say
Okay, so
about Delhi.
Manjinder Sirsa ji, Sat Sri Akal, welcome. The next big battle is Delhi. You know, the problem with the BJP is its Delhi unit is just not as strong as some of the other states. You know, your party does well in Madhya Pradesh, you've done well in Maharashtra. Your Delhi unit has always been the weak link. Are you energized by these results? Do you think you'll be able to get it one past Kejriwal in February?
Now we have to see. Another interesting thing is to watch. No, definitely we will. Definitely. There is no chance of Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi, and as you are saying, the clean sweep in Maharashtra, this was also consumption by a few TV channels also, and obviously opposition was always saying कि महाराष्ट्र में तो इनका सुपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा, and so was for Haryana also. And you have seen that how we have won with 2/3 of majority in Maharashtra. It clearly gives an indication that how people support our Narendra Modi ji, the most known person on this earth as a politician. And this is the reason that the love and affection for the Prime Minister, and he has continuously been working for the poor and the downtrodden, and that's the single reason that people like him. And
but
as far as
Majinderji,
Delhi
if you look at it,
people are
you know,
aware
let's
now.
look at Jharkhand. A tsunami in Maharashtra, look at Jharkhand, because very similar to what happened in Delhi. You had Hemant Soren, who went to jail, many say, coming back at the back of a sympathy wave along with his wife Kalpana Soren. Similarly, exactly the same thing happened in Delhi, and you know Delhi very well. Because the BJP unit, weaker, similar circumstances where Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is coming in, he's already started his campaign. You know, even 2 months now, Arvind Kejriwal has done over 35 sabhas. So very similar in terms of what happened in Jharkhand.
No, you cannot compare 2 different states. That's Jharkhand. There are various other reasons for Jharkhand that we'll discuss later. But now if we're talking about Delhi, the Arvind Kejriwal in every election, if you have seen, मैं अगले इलेक्शन में आपको यमुना जी में डुबकी लगवाऊंगा। मैं तो 2 कमरे में घर में रहने वाला आदमी हूँ, मैं तो गरीब लोगों का मसीहा हूँ। और अब आप देखें कि इज लिविंग इन सच अ लग्जरियस हाउस दैट ही हैज फेल्ड इवन अ बिलियनर्स ऑफ दिस अर्थ। सो दिल्ली के लोग अब समझ चुके हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली को गंदा कर दिया। दिल्ली की हवा गंदी है, दिल्ली का पानी गंदा है, दिल्ली की यमुना गंदी है, दिल्ली की सड़कें गंदी हैं, दिल्ली में कूड़े के पहाड़ बन चुके हैं। और ऐसे में अरविंद केजरीवाल का जादू नहीं चलने वाला। ये फ्रॉड जो बातें करते थे, बार-बार झूठे वादे लेके आते थे,
महाराष्ट्र लाड की बहन योजना,
promises will fall flat.
The Revdi seems to be working.
No, that's
whether
right.
It's
but
in,
there is no
whether
such...
it's in Maharashtra,
no, but here we'll bring that
or
yoga
maybe in Delhi now.
We'll bring this in Delhi, na? No, we'll bring this
You're
in
also
Delhi.
promising
Arvind
Revdi in
Kejriwal
Delhi,
isn't brought in Delhi. वो कहते रहते हैं कि मैं लाऊंगा।
सर आप ये सब
No,
टीवी
it's
पे
not
तो
the
बोलते हो,
Revdi.
वोटर
There
को
are two
कन्विंस नहीं
different
कर पाते हो आप
things. रेवड़ी वो
दिल्ली
हैं
के।
जो एक धर्म के नाम पर दी जाती हैं, जो धर्म विशेष को दी जाती हैं, वो रेवड़ी हैं। जो धर्म विशेष के नाम पर एक मस्जिद के मौलानों को दिया जाती है तनख्वाह, वो रेवड़ी
नहीं कर पाते हो दिल्ली के। That's the problem with the Delhi BJP.
No, but you've already
you've
already seen Arvind Kejriwal move ahead by announcing various promises. So there's the whole first mover advantage.
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਸਿਰਸਾ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋ go on.
He's in a government. He can't do that because he has only one state. He is only one state. You need to understand. अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास दिल्ली ही दिल्ली है, तो उसको तो वहीं सब कुछ करना है. But for us, we got our entire India. We got a big canvas with us. एंड एट द सेम टाइम दिल्ली में अभी आप देखें जो उन्होंने झूठा वादा किया था कि मैं अपनी बेटी बहन बेटियों को पेंशन दूंगा, आज तक उन्होंने शुरू नहीं की क्योंकि वो कर ही नहीं सकते। उन्होंने दिल्ली के खजाना खाली कर चुके हैं और हमारा ये वादा है हम आएंगे दिल्ली के लिए, दिल्ली का विकास भी और दिल्ली की उन बहनों के लिए भी हम ही चिंता करेंगे। दैट इज द रीजन द पीपल गोना दिल्ली गोना वोट फॉर बीजेपी दिस टाइम एंड यू विल सी अ क्लीन स्वीप। I must keep write down my words. Clean sweep means clean sweep this time.
Okay, the fact is that the BJP in Delhi will be enthused. Amitabh Tiwari, but there are, as Rajat Sethi will acknowledge, hopefully, there are very serious structural defects with the BJP in Delhi, which is why so far they haven't been able to win. I mean, there's really no reason that they shouldn't, but they haven't been in. Kejriwal in every election in the assembly context has beaten them.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there are structural problems with the Delhi BJP unit. I would say it's one of the weakest units of BJP in entire India. However, this victory does give them
but that irritates Modi and Shah a lot because it's under their nose and that guy comes and keeps beating them.
Most of the attempts of the state unit of BJP are very cosmetic in nature. They will do a cosmetic dharna here and there. There is no genuine outreach to the public between.
The
face is also later. Let your Karyakartas build. See, RSS was not built with a face. It was built with the hard work of a regular Swayam Sevak. You need to have the attitude of Seva. That Seva Bhav is missing because between the two elections,
why is it missing? How can it be there in Gujarat and in Madhya Pradesh but be missing over here?
Maharashtra, Haryana.
So true. So I think most of the BJP leadership is well off that way. They're not like, among the masses to that extent where you see, an auto wala coming in and, making it a fight for the BJP on the grassroots. And Arvind Kejriwal continue to, sway that sentiment among the local and
but it does make Delhi very exciting. Yeah. See, here's the deal. If hadn't been, if from here the BJP can't win in Delhi, then they'll never win Delhi. Forget it. I mean, with 222 for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, you feel energized and charged up.
Rahul, you're making a blunder.
No, I'm not making a blunder.
You are
Haryana
not.
gave
Every
them
election
confidence.
is different
No, of course. But I'm saying it gives them confidence.
Yes, you see, we in television, I'll give you an example now. You see, while you said it gives momentum to the BJP, rightly so, there I agree with you. It also demoralizes the Congress. You see, you need a strong Congress is bad news for Kejriwal in Delhi.
Ajit Pawar
because it takes away some of his votes.
Yeah. With Praful Patel, those are the images of Ajit Pawar smiling with good reason. Ajit Pawar, 38 out of 59 seats.
So you've got Sunil Tatkare in the middle, the NCP president. You've got state president. You've got Praful Patel, who of course was the person who pushed Ajit. Some believe, Sharad Pawar believes, pushed Ajit Pawar out of the NCP.
His wife wants him to be CM.
His wife wants him to be CM. Now, that's not happening. Now, he's not going to be CM. But it's a big revival after what happened in the Lok Sabha. Also celebrating with them is our other old friend, Rahul. You interviewed him at the conclave, Naresh Arora. He was with Ashok Gehlot and DK Shiv Kumar in the past. Didn't work out quite well with Gehlot. Worked with Shiv Kumar. Now it's he was with Ajit Pawar. He made Ajit Pawar wear pink and to try and soften his image and smile. He's smiling. He certainly has every reason to smile. Sunetra is, of course, now a Rajya Sabha MP. She's the daughter of Padam Singh Patil, who was sister of Padam Singh Patil, who was an old Maharashtra minister. Now, you know, there are two questions when I see those pictures. As you rightly asked, what happens to Sharad Pawar and who's the real NCP? For now, Ajit Pawar has consolidated his position, but I think the NCP will go through more churning. And therefore, because they're all joined at the hip. True. And in some way, they will have to come back together again, I think, to revive their fortunes. It's a strange thing to say, but in the next 2-3 years, I don't rule that out.
Some clamor
not immediately, though.
Not 2-3 years.
They will just enjoy the power for some time.
Of course, they'll enjoy power.
Some clamor has started for who becomes next CM. Sunetra Pawar is saying Ajit Pawar should be CM. She's the wife of Ajit Pawar. Eknath Shinde, MP Naresh Maske has said that CM should be Eknath Shinde. And BJP MLCs are asking for Fadnavis. Let's listen to Eknath Shinde.
अगोदरपासून सांगत होतो की थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिळेल खरं म्हणजे लँडस्लाइड विक्टरी अशा प्रकारचा विजय या ठिकाणी महायुतीला मिळालेला आहे मी त्याबद्दल तमाम मतदारांचे महाराष्ट्रातल्या मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि माझ्या लाडक्या बहिणी यांचं देखील मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो लाडक्या बहिणींनी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर मतदान केलं लाडक्या भावांनी तिने काम केलं त्या कामाची पोचपावती या निवडणुकीमध्ये जनतेने दिली आणि म्हणून महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेला मी पुन्हा एकदा त्यांच्या मनापासून आभार मानतो त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो की पूर्णपणे जे काम आम्ही केलं 2.5 वर्षामध्ये त्याचं मोजमाप नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना देखील महायुतीच्या मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय एवढा मोठा विजय मिळतोय मी माझ्या ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरीपात पकाडी मतदारसंघातले देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला विजयी करण्याचं काम करतायत आणि त्यामुळे मी पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा मनापासून सगळ्यांचं सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं सभी वर्ग जो है सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है काम को तवज्जो दिया है प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल की है इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो आई हूँ उनका स्वागत करता हूँ लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ
हाँ सर ले रहे We are joined at this time by Dr. Shrikant Shinde, son of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Member of Parliament of the Shinde Sena from Kalyan. Thank you very much, Dr. Shinde, for joining us. Your first reaction on one of the most historic victories for your alliance in Maharashtra in recent decades.
I will thank all the voters and Janta of Maharashtra who preferred only development rather than the fake narrative. मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ, सभी का बहुत बहुत तहे दिल से अभिनंदन करता हूँ, सभी महायुति के कार्यकर्ताओं का धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ कि इतनी बड़ी जीत जो है उन्होंने हासिल मतलब हमें दिलाई। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ जी शिंदे साहब के तपश्चर्या को, जो 2.25 साल उन्होंने जिस तरीके से न थकते हुए काम किया, उनके साथ दोनों उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय काम कर रहे थे पूरे जान से, खाली डेवलपमेंट को तवज्जो किया, डेवलपमेंट की राजनीति हम लोग ने की और लोगों ने भी डेवलपमेंट को ही प्राधान्य दिया।
सर, आप 56 पे हैं, पूरी महाविकास आघाड़ी 55 पे, which is a phenomenal achievement. Quite unimaginable, frankly, before the results came out. But are you concerned that because the BJP is at 125, अब बीजेपी के भीतर सब बोल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी का ही अगला सीएम होगा?
See, we are not at all concerned. We have fought the elections under the leadership of Eknath ji Shinde sahab, and it is ये सब लीडर्स जो है ऊपर के, मैं एक सादा कार्यकर्ता हूँ, ऊपर के नेता बैठेंगे, जैसे अमित भाई ने कहा था कि सभी लोग बैठ के डिसाइड करेंगे कि क्या करने वाले हैं। कभी भी राहुल जी यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा इसके लिए वोट और रेस नहीं थी। महाविकास आघाड़ी जैसे रोज लोग उठकर कहते थे वहां पर कि महाविकास आघाड़ी में नाना पटोले जी को बनना चाहिए, उद्धव जी को बनना चाहिए, इसको बनना चाहिए, उसको बनना चाहिए। हम लोग ने कभी कहा नहीं, हम लोग ने सिर्फ लोगों को कहा कि 2.25 साल में हम लोग ने जो काम किया वो काम हमें आगे लेके जाना है।
बट श्रीकांत, आपने अभी राजदीप यार, आपने अभी कहा कि एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में, तो क्या आप मानते हैं ये कहीं ना कहीं कि कंटिन्यूटी के लिए एकनाथ शिंदे को रहना चाहिए या नहीं? पार्टी कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते, आपने कहा आप कार्यकर्ता है, कार्यकर्ता का क्या मूड है?
चीफ मिनिस्टर के नेतृत्व में तो होता है सब कुछ, और मुझे लगता है कि सभी लोग मिलकर यहाँ पर डिसाइड करेंगे, क्योंकि ये कभी भी कुर्सी किसको मिलेगी इसकी लड़ाई नहीं हम लोग ने लड़ी, ना कि शिंदे साहब ने भी नहीं लड़ी। हम कार्यकर्ता, अगर आप पूछोगे कार्यकर्ता को क्या लगता है, तो ऑब्वियस है कार्यकर्ता को तो अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को लगेगा उनका नेता बड़े पोजीशन पे पहुंचे, हमारे कार्यकर्ता को लगेगा हमारा नेता जो है बड़ी पोजीशन पे पहुंचे। तो ये जो है ये कार्यकर्ता का लगना ये स्वाभाविक है कार्यकर्ता करके, लेकिन जब हम अलायंस में लड़ते हैं तो एक साथ मिलकर निर्णय यहाँ पर होते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि कुछ दिन में आपको, कुछ समय में आपको पता चल जाएगा।
कुछ दिन आप मुझे अच्छा समय, क्योंकि 26 तक सरकार बननी है, प्रेसिडेंट रूल, तो आपको नहीं, बट आप मुझे कह रहे हैं अगर आप होते तो आपको कह रहा है कार्यकर्ता शिवसेना के चाहते एकनाथ शिंदे रहे, बीजेपी चाहती है फडणवीस जी, लेकिन ये बड़े आराम से सुलझा जाएगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम, कोई टेंशन नहीं होगी।
सर मुझे लगता है क्योंकि उसकी लड़ाई नहीं थी सर, चीफ मिनिस्टर पोस्ट की कभी यहाँ पर लड़ाई नहीं थी। यहाँ पर सभी लोग जो है काम कर रहे थे, और जिस तरीके से सभी नेता बैठेंगे, बात करेंगे, डिसाइड करेंगे क्या करना है और लोगों को क्या चाहिए।
ओके, तो श्रीकांत शिंदे, कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन।
इज दिस बियॉन्ड योर एक्सपेक्टेशंस डॉक्टर शिंदे कि आप 56 पे हो गए, पूरा एमवीए 55 पे?
You should talk to राजदीप जी, मैंने उनको क्या नंबर बोला था।
नहीं, बट देखिए ना, आप मुझ पर ये मत करिए, मैं, आपने मुझे कहा था आपकी बड़ी
बात होती थी ना, बात भी तो होती थी।
नहीं, आपकी बात मुझ
आंकड़ा है 50 to 60 रहेगा, आज वैसे ही दिखाई दे रहा है।
पर आप मानते हैं, मैंने भी कहा था आपको कि आपकी महायुति जीत रही है।
सर आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने जिस तरीके से एनालिसिस किया, एनालिसिस भी 100% हुआ।
हाँ चलो, पर मेरा 220 का नंबर नहीं था, 220 सबके 220 तो कहाँ से कहाँ पर यह सीट।
नो बट इट रेज,
लोगों को डेवलपमेंट की राजनीति चाहिए सर, लोगों को रोज गाली गलौज, आलोचना, टीका टिप्पणी ये नहीं चाहिए सर। लोगों को जो उनके लिए काम करे, लोगों को क्या चाहिए ये सरकार को करना जरूरी है। 2.5 साल में आपने देखा कि किस तरीके से महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार ने परफॉर्म किया, और 2.25 साल में आपने देखा महायुति की सरकार ने किस तरीके से परफॉर्म किया।
क्या अब आप बाकी जो यूबीटी के एमएलएज हैं 18 हैं इस वक्त, क्या आप उनको इनवाइट करेंगे कि अब ज्यादा तो बचा नहीं वहां पे, यहाँ पे आ जाओ?
अरे वो उनका सवाल है मुझे लगता है, और कुछ उसी तरीके से आने वाले समय में आपको देखने के लिए मिल सकता है, क्योंकि लोगों का विश्वास तो खो दिया है उन्होंने।
वन फाइनल क्वेश्चन श्रीकांत, क्या ये हो सकता है कि शिवसेना एक साथ सब आ जाए एक बार फिर? इतने कम एमएलए उनके भी बचे हैं, आदित्य ठाकरे खुद पीछे चल रहे हैं, क्या आप समझते हैं एक बार फिर शिवसेना एक साथ आ सकती है?
राजदीप जी, उन्होंने उनका मार्ग जो है ना, उन्होंने चुन लिया है। उस मार्ग से उनको कोई भटका नहीं सकता। उन्होंने उनका मार्ग जो है चुन लिया, इसलिए उस मार्ग पर वो चले और जहां उनको पहुंचना था वो पहुंच गए। तो उस मार्ग से उनको आप भी नहीं और मैं भी नहीं और कोई नहीं वापस बुला सकता।
Okay, Shrikant Shinde, the orthopedic surgeon turned politician. Good luck to you and to your party. कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री अब अगला डिबेट होगा वो अगले 48
what a big victory this is, regardless of how this goes. 57 for the Eknath Shinde Sena, 53 for all of MVA. This is beyond their wildest imagination as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Each of the MLAs who've defected have won. So, you know, it's very interesting. All those who broke away with him, the 40-odd so-called gaddars, whether you like it or not, I mean, I have my problems of the kind of politics that was waged and the allegations of money changing hands, but they won the election. People reward...
The original sin was done by Uddhav Thackeray. It will haunt him perpetually. Because see, this is Gaddari, original Gaddari was done by him.
Sorry, say that again.
Original Gaddari was done by Uddhav Thackeray.
Triggered by Sanjay Raut.
Sanjay Raut is a character and I can't even fathom how he is still in the job of being a spokesperson and completely destroying whatever credibility Uddhav Thackeray had left. My point is, in 2019, the resounding mandate was for BJP, Shiv Sena to together carry on. We wouldn't have seen the mess that we saw over the past 5 years. Yes. I think the original sin, therefore, once you conduct, you cannot accuse others repeatedly of the same thing. And I think this should settle that affair. Uddhav Thackeray should also, because of health reasons, in all likelihood, he will retire. Aditya Thackeray, if he's serious, he will have to rebuild the party, work hard, and ensure that, you know, there is something more than this Gaddari thing that he wants to perpetually sell. For the past 4 months, these so-called Gaddars have gone to the ground and have worked really hard and have won the minds and hearts of the people.
No, before that, he'll need to win his own election.
There is a larger point here, which is that in Indian politics, one check can be encashed only once. You know, whether it is, say, Arakshan Khatre mein hai, Constitution Khatre mein hai, you try and present the same check in an assembly context, it doesn't necessarily work. I mean, there were other checks which the Mahavikas Aghadi could have tried to present to the voters, the check of soybean prices, cotton prices, there were other things to be said. They presented the same old check which worked for them last time and it bounced at the hustings this time round. That is the reality. You can't present the same check again and again. Those are images from Baramati in Maharashtra, the Ghanti of Ajit Pawar ringing loud, and they've come out. The problem though is, with 124 for the BJP, 56 for the Eknath Shinde Sena, this is a kind of verdict which is not Ajit Pawar's ideal 37, right? Because now they don't really need them. That's a big problem.
No, they don't, and therefore we'll see how the NCP, how the two NCP factions work together. I still believe at some stage there could be a reconciliation. I think as Shrikant made it very clear, no question of reconciliation with the Thackeray's at all. But Rahul Kanal joins me, and he's interesting because Rahul was once seen as a right-hand man of Aditya Thackeray. He's now spokesperson of Shiv Sena Shinde Group. Rahul, big day for you and your party. You all have done remarkably well in this election, winning 55 seats, which is just one behind the entire MVA. Are you now the real Shiv Sena?
Sadhana Sahib, first of all, congratulations to you too, because you come from Maharashtra. And as we have seen, I have followed you closely on Twitter, that your tour all over Maharashtra, then your tour to Varsha as well. Sir, I would like to point out one great stat here. 45 lakh women voters come out, fresh women voters comparatively to 2019. That is the Shinde effect, that is Eknath Shinde, and that is Ladki Bahin Yojana. That has worked, and 20,000 voters, women voters, have increased in every assembly. So that is the major difference if you see the winning margin of the alliance. And likability factors, if you see any survey across media channels, Eknath Shinde has been the most likable CM candidate. So that is what Maharashtra is looking for.
But are you concerned, Rahul, that given this kind of a verdict, where you're at 55, the BJP at 125 plus, 124 at this moment, I mean, the numbers are stacked in their favor. Their man is more likely to be chief minister unless they themselves decide that they don't want it.
Rahul, you're a great fan of cricket as well. So if you see, whoever scores a century, it's about the man who takes the right time, the right wicket at the right time. And it is purely about captaincy. Whoever scores hard, the captain always is credited for the same. So I feel the captain has really played well. for the state, for the Mahayuti alliance, and for each and every Karyakarta like me.
But Rahul, has Eknath Shinde's hegemony over now what the real Shiv Sena is, that referendum been given, or do you think the BMC election is going to be the next test?
Ma'am, BMC election would be much, much bigger by God's grace. But I would tell you, like rightly said by Rahul ji and Sardesai ji, the Gaddar factor, the XYZ, what they started with in the last election. Now, this time, the mandate given by the citizens. Now, how do you counter that? Now they will come up with, Mr. Raut came up with EVM batteries and EVM machines. So where were they during the Lok Sabha? Sardesai ji closely followed Maharashtra. Now he has apple-to-apple comparisons of both the elections. So it is just being sour losers. If you are mature enough, take the win, take...
You know, I think there's some problem with your audio. Rahul, because you were also close to Aditya Thackeray at one time. So till a few months, till what, a year ago, you were one of his close aides. And there was a sense that because you're being investigated in a particular case, that's why you switched over. And that's what the Shiv Sena says, ki inko agency ka dar tha, isliye ye gaddar ho gaye. You believe that narrative is over, or it will still continue till BMC?
Sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Before joining Shinde Sahib, I had a clean sheet of the income tax. And as you read and closely study Maharashtra, why was that raid there, first of all? And if that raid was there, and if I was in any way negative, or if you could say I was involved in any type of illegitimate doing, I took my clean sheet from the income tax and then entered Shinde Sahib. So earlier they started with something that it was all about money. So you can ask them whether they took money from me or I gave them money. So that is for the Thackeray. So when they say money, power.
I want to ask you one more last time. Who should be the next chief minister? Who do you think? You said Eknath Shinde is the most popular.
As a Maharashtrian, as a party worker, hands down, Shri Eknath Shinde.
As a Maharashtrian, as a party worker, hands down, Eknath Shinde should be the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Rahul, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
But the BJP has got twice as number of seats as you. They have got over 120. You're at what, 55? They are 124.
Sir, you understand cricket more than me. So the strike rate narrative, what was there in the last Lok Sabha, if you see this as a cricket game, the captain is always credited for the victory.
Strike rate.
No, the strike rates are more or less the same. So 55 out of 87 versus 124 out of 149. I think they have a better strike rate also than you. Either way, you feel this election was fought under Eknath Shinde's leadership. He should be CM. Am I correct?
Right, sir. As a party.
Okay, Rahul, I'm going to be, we are going to cut what you said and show it to the BJP, because the BJP is going to have to take that call.
As a party worker, you can surely show this.
As a party worker, you can surely show this. Okay, Rahul Kanal, there of the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, now should be called the Shiv Sena, of course, which is their official name, with the bow and arrow symbol. They will claim that they are the real Shiv Sena. Appreciate your joining us. One more time, let's set that. You're hearing every Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde group guys saying, हमको मुख्यमंत्री चाहिए. He's one under our leadership.
But Rajdeep, this is actually the right time to debate on the chief ministership.
Yeah, please
look at for the parties in the Yuti, they should come out, show their logics, various kinds of logic to claim the throne.
Yes.
The problem with MBA is that till yesterday they were only fighting for who is going to the chief minister without even winning the mandate for it. They had a misplaced priority throughout the election. Look at every single utterance of Mr. Sanjay Raut over the past 1 month. Other than chief minister topic, he did not pick up even a single issue in any of the pressers that he did, any of the press conference. He shamelessly, every morning, 9 a.m., he's before the pressers. All the press people are sitting there. He's only debating, we should get these many seats because we are the natural claimant of the chief minister position. That was not the time to debate that, because you completely belittled the voters in the entire equation. You were not talking about the voters' concerns. You were concerned more about your own party leader claiming to be the next chief minister. That was one of the biggest mistakes that he did, and he led the entire Mahavikas Aghadi completely on a wrong trajectory, only fighting about chief ministership when, there was nothing in hand left.
And there was a fight yesterday, before the results were announced, that who will be the chief minister, Nana Patole or Uddhav Thackeray, between the Shiv Sena and Congress. So they were
so,
celebrating
I mean,
even before the victory.
forget that. They've now, I don't know whether Nana Patole, I must check.
He's leading.
He's
I just
leading.
checked,
Okay, so
yeah.
he's one of the few candidates who's surviving this tsunami. He could well end up then as the leader of the opposition.
There is a BJP rebel there.
I don't think he's going to be the leader of opposition. Shiv Sena UBT is getting more than Congress. He's doing better than Congress.
So we'll have to see the final numbers. We'll have to see. But he'll be one of the
UBT is the number one
Let's
party.
put it this way.
But you need to have the numbers in the state also.
No, you'll be okay. You can get your 10%. You need 10%
But
of
who
that.
has 28?
But Rajdeep.
As a grouping, they will announce that.
But
As a
Rajdeep,
grouping, they'll play.
something that was said, right?
Yes.
That Sharad Pawar worked through it all. How the NCP Sharad Pawar of the entire Mahavikas Aghadi grouping was the one who was most prepared on the ground. They've done terribly.
They've done terribly, yes.
Lower than others.
Way lower than others.
Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi will survive?
It just shows
Will it
that the leaders went with Ajit Pawar. The local leaders all went with Ajit Pawar. And Sharad Pawar, who was able to get the sympathy in Lok Sabha.
Development, रस्ते, पाणी, वीज, वंदे भारत, मेट्रो म्हणजे अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण म्हणजे लाडकी बहीण, शेतकरी सन्मान निधी, शून्य बिल या दोन्हीचा बॅलन्स एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस आणि अजितजी दादा या तिघांनी केल्यामुळे
Our alliance has benefited from our welfare and development schemes coming together under the leadership of Eknathji Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis.
जी नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली.
In 2019, we had an alliance with Shiv Sena which was broken by Sharad Pawar and by Uddhav Thackeray.
रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं.
When he says that every day there would be a statement made from Bhandup, that's a reference to Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut would make a statement every morning on the state of Maharashtra politics.
भाजप बरोबर आणल्यामुळे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची मतं ही बीजेपीच्या बरोबर मिळाली.
Eknath Shinde has got the votes of those who believe in Bal Thackeray's ideology along with that of the BJP.
4 पैकी 4 जागा एनडीए पुढे, उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये 9 पैकी 6 जागा भाजप पुढे आणि तसंच राजस्थानमध्ये 4 जागांवर भाजप पुढे. त्यामुळे देशातल्या या सगळ्या निवडणुकांमधलं चित्र हे सांगतं.
Across the country, the BJP today has done well. We have won 4 seats in Rajasthan, 6 out of 9
आपला विश्वास दाखवलेला आहे.
in Uttar Pradesh. The public of the state has stood by us.
पुढचा प्रश्न असणार मुख्यमंत्री पदाचं काय. तर एकनाथ शिंदेजी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजितदादा पवार आणि भाजपचं केंद्रीय नेतृत्व याबाबतचा निर्णय.
Your next question will be who will be the chief minister. That will be decided by Eknathji Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, along with the BJP leadership in Delhi.
महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को जबरदस्त जीत दिलाई है, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस और अजित दादा पवार, रामदास आठवले आरपीआई के इन सब ने मिलकर जो चुनाव अच्छी तरह लड़ा, जो सरकार अच्छी तरह चलाई, विशेषकर मुझे लगता है कि प्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति और अप्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति होती है. अप्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति में जो पायाभूत सुविधा होती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होती है, वंदे भारत ट्रेन होती है, मेट्रो होती है, सड़क होती है, पानी होता है, और प्रत्यक्ष लाभ में लाडली बहना होती है, किसान सम्मान होता है, जीरो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल का विषय होता है. इसका एक बहुत सुरेख मिलाप एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजित दादा ने किया और इसलिए जनता ने पूरा भरोसा रखा. साथ ही 2019 में माननीय शरद पवार साहब ने आदरणीय उद्धव जी को लेकर बीजेपी का अलायंस जो तोड़ा, वो माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के वोटर्स को पसंद नहीं आया. और जब एकनाथ शिंदे बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व का धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्व का शिवसेना ये नाम भाजपा के साथ मेन स्ट्रीम में ले आए, तो लोगों ने उनको भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसका स्वीकार किया। ये आज दिखाई दे रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि बिहार में 4 में से 4 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है। उत्तर प्रदेश में 6 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है और राजस्थान में 4 जगह पर आगे है। तो देश में ये बता रहा है कि देश की जनता का फिर एक बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर उन्होंने अपना विश्वास जताया है। आपका सवाल ये होगा कि मुख्यमंत्री किसका होगा, कौन होगा? तो एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजीत दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे। आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है और महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रही है।
So Vinod Taude is still leaving that question of kaun banega Mukhyamantri open, saying that question will be decided in the next few days here in Delhi or in Mumbai with the support of all the leaders. Will sit together and take a call on that. Ki kaun banega Mukhyamantri, that question will be decided, he claims, in the next 48 hours. So interesting how that's playing out at the moment. As you can see, images there of Devendra Fadnavis with Mr. Bawan Kule, the leader of the BJP. They are embracing each other. And also Eknath Shinde. That question still remains unresolved. Kaun banega Mukhyamantri is still a question that will have to be answered in the next few days by...
Rajdeep, like you say, that,
yes.
Front runner Devendra Fadnavis, but for the Bharatiya Janata Party, keeping the dynamics going as they are. Eknath Shinde acceptable, Eknath Shinde Maratha face, you don't antagonize a lot of people where Maharashtra is concerned, because Devendra Fadnavis was a polarizing figure during the campaign in Maharashtra.
And even Mr. Bawan Kule,
yes,
OBC face of the party,
exactly.
state BJP president.
No, I don't think, if it is a BJP person, it will be Fadnavis. If it is BJP, the only other option they have is, say, continuity.
Would it be comfortable for the Mahayuti to keep going on the way they are, is to keep Eknath Shinde, at least for now. At least for now.
Because you have a big election in the municipality.
If your team is winning matches, you don't necessarily change.
You don't need to change, and not immediately. You know, wait for a year or two and see how.
One thing that would sort of, play a role in the decision making overall. Again, I mean, nothing is sure as of now.
But then Fadnavis might need to be accommodated as BJP national president. You never know, because this is a fantastic victory, correct? He has scripted this.
Yeah, that's also a possibility that if you decide on Eknath Shinde,
then Mr. Taude needs to.
But that is also a possibility. You bring back Devendra Fadnavis, but then you want, then you look at your politics of OBC politics. You've been pushing that. Do you have an OBC face? Do you, as Sheila say, have a woman face? These are all questions the BJP will have to answer. They'll have to look at social engineering, arithmetic. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis will be a high-profile BJP president. Do you want a high-profile BJP president? All these questions will be answered. I think the immediate challenge for them is local workers of the BJP will want their own chief minister. No doubt about that. Right. Just as the Shiv Sainiks are saying we want Eknath Shinde, you've got the BJP members who are saying we want
and the posters are being put around the entire city of Mumbai.
Rajat, how would Nitin Gadkari be looking at this? For somebody who did the maximum sabhas, over 70 sabhas.
Then you've got another of the heroes of the moment. You can see Bhupendra Yadav, Union Minister, who was put in charge of this campaign. And Bhupendra Yadav has spent a lot of time in Maharashtra over the last few months working on particularly the OBC meetings that he'd organized across Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis being feted. And as you can see in that Maharashtrian feta, he looks like, someone who is hoping, me puna yain. This could be his me puna yain moment. I am coming back again. And finally,
if Rajdeep is wishing for the BJP to do something, I would be feeling bad for the guy. Kahin ulta hi na kar de. So let him become whatever he does, if at all.
You should not jinx
rather than jinxing it for
I'm only saying there are two faces. I'm saying the race is between two. Continuity with Eknath Shinde, don't change your captain. Or because you've done so well, give Devendra Fadnavis, who sacrificed. Some say, as BJP said it, I believe Amit Shah said this at a meeting in Aurangabad, closed door, हमने sacrifice त्याग किया. Exact word he used, हमने त्याग किया.
What is political logic of Shinde? This is a huge BJP victory.
So you believe it should be you think it
I
should be
don't believe
Fadnavis?
anything, but we know BJP how it functions.
So
and
what
how
do you, so what do you believe?
No, Indian politics, they are very mature people. They will take a very firm.
What's your belief?
I think it's Fadnavis.
You think it's Fadnavis? I also think it's
Baban
Fadnavis.
Kule could be a very bold decision, but which I don't expect.
Baban Kule as a sort of as an OBC face that you take there.
No, because which we exactly don't know, but internal BJP balance of power, the way things happen between Mumbai and Delhi, seeing that Baban Kule could be there, but I don't see any other political logic. Because this time, even Congress party is, when they win the election, then they are very mature. And they take decisions slowly, steadily, firmly.
Okay.
So I don't see any other reason. Why?
Zafar Islam joins us from the BJP. Zafar bhai, many congratulations. This is a historic verdict in favor of your party.
Thank you, Rahul. I'm sure that you remember that day what I had told you. Both you and Rajdeep, rather on your show I had told you. So, century for Bharatiya Janata Party, half century for Shinde, quarter century for Ajit Pawar ji, and put together double century for Mahayuti, something which has proven right whatever I had said that day. And all credit goes to our leadership, all credit goes to the leadership of the Mahayuti parties, all parties together. The three pillars, big pillars, Shinde ji, Fadnavis ji and Ajit Pawar ji, they fought like a team. And we didn't fight in one particular constituency or the constituency which has been allocated to us. We fought in all Mahayuti partners fought in every constituency, all 288 constituency we have fought. And the result is for everyone to see that it is a collective effort and something we had decided, it worked. And today I'm sure that everybody will acknowledge the leadership we have, the Bharatiya Janata Party has, the Honorable Prime Minister's guidance, the Home Minister's strategy, which has really worked in favor of Mahayuti partners.
So, Zafar bhai, kaun banega Mukhyamantri? Zafar bhai, kaun banega Mukhyamantri is the next big question.
I know that this was I know, Rajdeep, that's why I only jumped the gun. And say, because I knew that you will ask this question, but let me tell you very honestly, we are not authorized to speak anything about this because it is something which is to be decided by our leadership. But let me tell you, whether it's Fadnavis ji or for that matter Baban Kule ji or for that matter any other party leader, even though it's a massive victory, it's a landslide victory for all of us Mahayuti partners and particularly Bharatiya Janata Party, we played a pivotal role in this for this victory. But the position is merely responsibility. So if Fadnavis ji has been made Chief Minister and then subsequently Deputy Chief Minister, but he fought like a tiger, and see, the result is for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
So what would you prefer? Shiv Sena Karyakartas coming on the program are saying it should be Eknath Shinde. What are you saying as a BJP Karyakarta?
Say whether it's Eknath Shinde ji, whether it's Fadnavis ji, for that matter XYZ, whatever to be decided by our leadership, it is acceptable to us. Everyone will accept what one name will come out after the discussion of three leadership, our leadership, Mahayuti party leadership, put together, whichever name will come, it will be acceptable to everyone, irrespective of which
but there is
party, whether it's
the only downside on this big day for you is Jharkhand. Do you concede somewhere? And there you had a high-profile campaign. You put up Hemant Biswa Sarma, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, some very high-profile central leaders were handling your campaign. So while you celebrate Maharashtra, and rightly so, is Jharkhand the big disappointment?
Well, it is disappointment. Yes, we are disappointed with the outcome in Jharkhand because we were expecting that we will cross 50 plus seats in Jharkhand, but this is definitely a disappointment, and we will definitely introspect what went wrong in Jharkhand because the traction which we had with the voters and the kind of feelers we had from the booth level Karyakartas was very, very encouraging, very positive. In fact, we were not expecting, even though I had gone short on various channels, including your channel Aaj Tak in the morning, that at 8 o'clock that we will make double century. But In heart to heart, we felt that maybe we are closer to 175 or maybe 180.
Dr. Islam,
But in
considering...
Jharkhand, we were absolutely damn sure that we will get a 80 plus.
But Dr. Islam,
plus,
considering the
50 plus
success
in
of Ladki
Jharkhand.
Bahin
But this
Yojana
is a
in the
different-
state of Maharashtra, going ahead for the BJP, will now, call it what you may, freebies, revdi, yojanas, welfare schemes, be the calling card, keeping in mind that the central leadership has been averse to it? Is Delhi coming up now
Preeti ji,
and
you
you're
have to
facing off with the king of
differentiate
revdi?
between No. Preeti ji, you have to differentiate between revdi culture and a government who's been elected to deliver the welfare scheme to the people of that particular state.
But Said Zafar
We were,
Islam, if Ladki
elected.
Bahin
We
is
were
not
in the
revdi
government.
culture, how is Ladki Bahin different
Not
than
at
what
all.
is happening in
It
Delhi?
is- it is our
or what is
government.
happening
Let me
in
tell you.
Karnataka?
No, let me tell you. If we didn't promise before the election, we delivered while we are in the government. It is our governance model where we have to deliver few welfare scheme to the most deserving section of the society. And more importantly, you have to understand that we have done the budgetary provision and allocation for this scheme. Unlike many political parties who made the announcement, but they didn't do any maths behind that, whether it will work or not work. You have to understand the finances. We have understood every single the pros
Islam,
and cons.
that is what
of,
each political party says, but the
announcing such a
question now,
scheme,
going
have
ahead, you have an
understood
election in 2 months. Will
Not
the
at all.
same
But
model
I
that
guess for you
was
to-
applied in Maharashtra
No,
be reapplied in the national capital? Because you are facing off with what I said is somebody who's,
Preeti ji.
who made the mold.
Not at all, Preeti ji. We were in the government, and it doesn't matter whether it's 2 months before the election or 2 days before the election. We were elected for the entire five years, and once we are in the government, it is our responsibility, and it is at our discretion. We'll decide when to launch which welfare scheme. And certainly, every decision which we have made, we have understood the financing, the pros and cons, and of course, they've taken the budgetary allocation, made the budgetary allocation before making such announcement. Unlike Congress party, they made the announcement today, they said that they have no funds.
Sir, you see, that's the problem. That's not true, sir.
They made some
Sir,
scheme,
in Maharashtra,
and
that's not true.
They cannot
September.
Sir, you have a 7.5 lakh crore debt and climbing. You're a man of finance. You know it's a problem. Why not acknowledge that?
No, I said that every decision has been made understanding the constraint we have within the government. And the allocation, once the budgetary provision is made, then it is part of the budget. It is not the statement which has been made without providing any budgetary support. That is the differentiating factor which you need to understand. Unlike the Congress parties where they have made announcement without doing any maths. And that is something which that is why they are suffering. And we know exactly how to raise resources to service what the commitment we have made. And we are not overly concerned because we know we have done maths behind this. Unlike the other political parties who have made announcement without doing anything. So there is and Maharashtra is a progressive state. We know exactly how to resource 7.5 lakh crore is not a big amount considering Maharashtra and its credit rating. Definitely, Maharashtra is in a much better position to raise resources compared to many other states who have made huge commitment without ability to raise resources. So that you have to understand.
The fact that the Congress and in particular Rahul Gandhi made this anti-India Inc. and in particular anti-Adani such a major issue of his campaign. Are you reading this also, in your view at least, as the rejection of the kind of politics that Rahul Gandhi was trying to do on the issue of the rehabilitation of the slums of Dharavi and the kind of divide that they were trying to create on the Maharashtra and Gujarat issue?
See, the duplicity of Rahul Gandhi's approach actually exposed him. All the state government who actually did transaction or the projects with Adani Group were either of his government or the opposition parties or part of the Indian government, Indian Bloc. So they were criticized. They welcomed red carpet for Adani ji, for doing business, because they, at the end of the day, every government needs to create jobs, and they need investors to invest in that state. But that time they didn't make any noise. In fact, let me tell you, they accepted 100 crore as donation from Adani ji. By Revant Reddy accepted it. Why Rahul Gandhi is not making hue and cry that why Revant Reddy has accepted 100 crore, signed MOU of several thousand crore? Because Rahul Gandhi has given green signal to Revant Reddy to do transaction with or do projects with Adani Group. But for political reason, he wants to target Adani Group. That is something which was not acceptable to people of India. Your stand is actually contradicts your whatever stand you take publicly contradicts what you stand privately. And people are not fool. People understand those hypocrisy, and that's why they have been Congress party. Rahul Gandhi has been exposed, and they were carrying constitution in hand, something which actually didn't relate with anyone, because everybody knows that the state election constitution is talking about constitution has no relevance. So something their campaign was wrong, their approach was wrong, their strategy was wrong.
So just stay with us, Zafar Bhai. I appreciate you joining us. I'm joined at this time by a special guest. His name is Robin Sharma. He is like a mini PK of sorts. I don't know if he like that or not like that, but he does what Prashant Kishore did earlier. He runs Showtime Consultancy, and the man is on a roll. He's on a roll because the last campaign he ran was for TDP. He ran a very successful campaign for Chandrababu Naidu, hit that ball out of the park at Vizag, and has now hit the ball out of the park at the Wankhede as well. Robin, welcome. Fantastic victory for your team, and in particular, the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, 54. That's the exact number at this time of the MVA. Is this better than what you would have expected?
No, it's online what we expected, and I think it should get better from here.
What do you know about these numbers which we can't see on the screen right now? Why do you think it's going to get better?
Well, I think because I have been sharing the numbers with you asked me, and everyone who has been in touch with me, we have been sharing the numbers, and if you can recollect, we have been telling this either it will be a decisive victory, because we could not pick the trends where this could be hung or it could be in between, tight election. If our numbers, I always said that if our numbers are right, then we'll cross 175 or 180. If our numbers are wrong, we'll be below 100.
Your numbers to me the other day when I spoke to you were 175. This has gone well beyond that. So you had predicted a wave, it's become a tsunami.
Yes,
absolutely. Was it the Ladki Bahin in your view that made the difference, particularly for Eknath Shinde winning the kind of strike rate that he has, or was there something else beyond that?
No, I think the entire credit and most of it goes to Ladki Bahin, but that worked in our favor. But apart from that, the Mahayuti alliance has been well prepared. Coordination was very smooth. The preparedness, the readiness was much better than Mahavikas Aghadi, and there was no friction of sorts. For example, we campaigned for each other during the last 15 days, and Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis ji, and Ajay Dada, all three leaders have always coordinated well with each other, helped each other on each other's seats. We have always gone down to detailing of every seat. Wherever we needed each other's support, they have always helped. So I think that coordination, preparedness, and...
So tell us this, the last guy you worked with was Chandrababu Naidu. He has this CEO kind of avatar, very prompt and punctual. Now you're working with Eknath Shinde, who works till 4 a.m. in the morning, and oftentimes during the campaign, you were also up till late at night and therefore waking up late. What's the difference between working for Eknath Shinde and working for Chandrababu Naidu?
I think what common trait is that both are really hardworking, and both are very, they never get overconfident. I can, last night when Eknath Shinde ji called and said that, will we touch 60 or not? So I said that, no, we will, don't worry, we will 55 plus, we'll see that we will be touching. And if it's a wave election, then we should touch 60 as well. Even Mr. Naidu, after we won the election, he asked me to analyze that the 11 seats which YSRCP has won. He asked me to study why they have won 11 seats. You should study why they have 11 seats. So both are very hardworking. But one major difference is that here, Maharashtra CM, he's a mass leader. I think he's one of the biggest mass leaders that Maharashtra has ever seen. And he could be one of the biggest mass leader that country could ever see in next 5 to 10 years.
You know, he keeps Robin up at 3 in the morning. That's the big difference. You know, Chandrababu Naidu usually is an early riser. And so Robin's time clock has changed. With Chandrababu Naidu, he had to get up early. With Eknath Shinde, you had to sleep late. Am I correct? Broadly.
No, not even 3. 3 is the average. It's 4, 4:30, even 5:30. So, and he, during, if you see it as an example, during election meetings, he used to do 7 to 8 election meetings in a day. Come back at 10:30, 11 in the night. Then he used to start interview. I'm sure, Rajdeep, you took interview at 4 a.m. in the morning.
4 a.m. Finished at 4:11.
Yeah. So he used to give interviews after he completes election meetings at 6 until 6 in the morning. Then 9:30 he gets up and goes for election meetings again. So that's how his schedule was. So he worked really hard, and I think that's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. Robin Sharma, your Showtime Consulting, I believe you're also going to be doing something for Prashant Kishore in Bihar. Is that true?
No. Till now, we were concentrating on Maharashtra. Now that Maharashtra is over, we have to see a way forward. There's a lot of work to do in Maharashtra and a lot of work to do in AP as well.
So you've got a lot of young kids who work with you. I come to your office at Kolaba, swanky office by the seaside. Where's the party tonight? Where do all these young fellows who worked so hard the last several weeks, how do you guys party?
We will surely ensure that they have a good time in the evening. We have not figured out the place. I have to check with my team whether they have figured out the place or not. But I'm sure that they deserve it.
Well, one place to party is an election counting center, because that is where the numbers have been dancing. Your team can dance there as well. A big moment. And, Rajdeep, it's also good to see a new generation of election strategists emerge. Last time, for several elections, it used to be Prashant Kishore used to come, take the accolades, or potentially even the brickbats. Now you got a whole, so we got many people in that genre adding a level of professionalism to this craft and getting taken very seriously by ground level politicians who typically wouldn't believe, kaun hai, hame batayenge laptop wale kya karne, but they're listening to the laptop walas.
I mean, I know Robin may not, look, at the end of the day, give credit to Eknath Shinde.
Of course.
Robin and all can only do the backup work. You need someone out there who's going to do the hard work of being there. I've always said, let's not give over credit to consultants. The limits are there also. At the same time, they play a useful role in organizing a campaign. And Eknath Shinde, to his credit, was willing to sort of work with consultants. I don't know whether
he didn't have a party structure. The first election he was fighting by himself.
But at the end of the day, if I'm going to sleep 3 hours every night for 3 months, be out there going to 200 constituencies, it's the individual. Robin can only provide the sort of
superstructure.
The support staff. I'm not even saying it is the individual leaders. I mean, I don't think Prashant Kishore made Mamata Banerjee win. Mamata Banerjee won that election. I don't think Prime Minister Modi won 2014 because of Prashant Kishore. Prime Minister Modi won that election. The backup comes from the consultants, and the good consultants like Robin recognize that, and I think work effectively with different leaders.
I agree and disagree with you. I disagree with you to the extent that no matter what an anchor may know, unless the election intelligence dashboard fires, you'll be misfiring on it, right? So a lot of example, the DMAs, the daily moving averages, the polling that they were doing, telling the politicians where to concentrate their firepower, that is very precise and important information. You could be campaigning randomly based on your gut and your hunch, as politicians back in the day used to. Here you're looking at 7-day, 15-day, 21-day daily moving averages for each seat, giving you a very good sense of where you're faring badly and where you're faring well. Rahul, so where should you concentrate your effort, and what seats can you, take for granted?
I'll give you an example. Prashant Kishore worked with Mamata Banerjee in Goa. 0 seats to the Trinamool Congress. Because the lie of the land was not there. Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi together, 2017 UP. Didn't work. Akhilesh Yadav won a pretty decent victory in the Lok Sabha. It didn't happen 2017 Assembly. There is a limit to what any consultant can do. At the end of the day, people decide. Janta Janardhan, let's please not give, let's give Janta credit.
We're speaking as if Robin's not there.
Robin, go ahead. You
Robin,
agree
how
with
do
me?
you see this question of the role of the... we are delighted that there is a high level of professionalism. There's so much statistical inputs, a lot of analysis that really gets me very excited. But tell me, as a practitioner, how do you see this question and the debate between the strategist, the brain power, and the boots on the ground?
See, ultimately, I totally agree with Rajdeep that it's the leader who wins the election. It's his hard work. If we do not have a good leader, hardworking leader, and someone who listens to us or understands what's going on and what has to be done. Whatever we do in back office doesn't matter. It's of no use. If we might have daily moving averages, we might have statistics, we might have campaign plan in place, but we do not have a leader who can execute that. All of this is useless. So
where do you think the MVA lost this campaign? What were you most concerned about? Soybean prices, cotton prices. What was getting your goat the most? Where do you think they could have run some circles around you but missed a trick?
I think, because we started this Latki Behan and women started getting the money, they were not able to come up with a counter narrative, because as an opposition, it is their responsibility to come up with a counter narrative to convince people that why they should be replaced with the current government. So I think that the counter narrative would not work, number one. Number two, they continue to speak about caste and Samvidhan. So my belief was that Samvidhan would not work in Vidhan Sabha election, number one. Number two, people have already voted and pressed the EVM button with that issue in Lok Sabha. There is no reason for people to press the button again on the same issue. So number three, they could not counter Latki Behna effectively. They had...
No, so if I were to ask you this, Robin, since you look at the data as closely as you do, to what extent do you think this election turned on the Ladki Behna issue? And to what extent do you think it's an overall mobilization, including on factors like batenge to katenge, which has landed you this historic victory?
I think it's a combination of all. Latki Behna was the fillip that we got to come out of the Lok Sabha performance and created a positive environment in the state. And all these, and the last push was given by batenge katenge. If you look at even turnaround, voter turnout in Mumbai, especially in North Indian dominated seats, it has increased. So we believe that it has at least helped consolidate North Indian votes in Mumbai region. It has helped consolidate votes, Hindu votes in remaining Mumbai region, rest of the Maharashtra region. And Latki Behan has helped us increase the women turnout in our favor.
Let me ask an out-of-syllabus question. Are you concerned that given how well the BJP has done, that they could potentially now want their man as CM at 55, they can play off Eknath Shinde versus Ajit Pawar and say, dono mein se ek bhi chalega, dono nahi chahiye, bas apna CM, varna, we don't really need you any longer.
I think that's out of syllabus, as you said. So it is not, I'm not the right person to comment on that. But
Robin, did it help you that you got an extra month? Because usually Maharashtra would have gone with Haryana. So you were speaking of Ladki Bahen making an impact. That extra month from Haryana to here, how much do you think that in terms of traction and what you spoke of, katenge batenge?
We were hoping that there will be certain drop in vote share and the tracker that we were looking at after the MCC kicks in. So if the and we had a plan in place. If you see that as soon as Haryana results came, within 3 months, within 3 days, we organized a Dashera Milawa, massive Dashera Milawa. So we thought that there could be some drop in vote share after Haryana election or after MCC kicks in. But to my surprise, there was not enough drop in vote share after Haryana election and after MCC took place, kicked in. So, but we were prepared for it. And the extra month, I think we were prepared that we will get extra month after elections were announced for Haryana, not for Maharashtra. So we had planned accordingly. So if Haryana and Maharashtra would have gone together, we would have planned accordingly. So extra month definitely helped to get things right, get electioneering right, get the minute nuts and bolts correct in place. So it definitely helped.
Okay. At the same time could have been used by the other side, which they failed to use. But Robin, good
you have Amitabh has a question for him. Amitabh, go on.
Robin bhai, Amitabh here. Many congratulations.
Thank you, bhai.
I need to ask a question. Did you have some specific strategy for Sena versus Sena contest, or was it really the same for all the seats you contested?
I think for Sena versus Sena contest, one thing I can tell now that we utilized that confusion of CM face that they were having, Mavika Sagadi. Because there are two factors that helped, I think. One is that Katenge Batenge was able to break certain core Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav Sena votes in favor of us. Number two, the confusion of CM face that Uddhav ji might not be the CM face and Congress will have a CM face, that also helped us in Sena versus Sena contest.
You know, that's interesting to look at this Sena versus Sena contest, because there's going to be a final round of that, I guess, in the municipal election. So Robin is not going to go away from the Eknath Shinde camp in a hurry.
No, but I can show that.
You have a municipal election also, Robin, in a few months.
In the Sena versus Sena contest, there were 38 seats where it's 1 and 2, Sena versus UBT, right? 26 of those have gone in favor of Eknath Shinde. 12 of them have gone in favor of Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. Given, looking at it more from an academic rather than a political perspective, Robin, do you think the UBT can hold, or do you think the party is more likely to disintegrate? What's your reading on the back of this kind of a verdict?
I don't think they will be able to hold.
Is that the politician speaking or the statistician speaking?
No, I think because we are getting the numbers from different places where we have head-to-head contest, and we are coming very close, I think this number should improve a little bit.
So what is your final number that are you looking at 60 possibly out of 85?
I think we should touch 58, is my sense.
58. So you should be, that means that the alliance itself should be about 225 is what you're looking at the Mahayuti around that, which means that you will be higher than the MVA put together. Now that's, that's astounding.
But less flamboyant than Prashant Kishore, but arguably as effective. That's Robin Sharma. Thank you very much, Robin, for joining us. Great to have you with us, and all the best. I hope you guys have a great time tonight. Let us know where the party is. Anyway, we can't come. We are here, so there's no party. Okay, you guys have a good time. Thanks, Robin, for joining us. Wish you all the best.
Campaigns which were going well, like those guarantees, it's so much so that even Prime Minister Modi...
one of the election strategies. It's always good to speak to them to try and get a sense of what went into the campaign and how this was mastered. But the good thing, though, is whether it is, say, Naresh Ron, I just invited him to join us, so he'll be with us as well. He runs Design Box, and that's the agency that worked with Ajit Pawar during this campaign. It's good to see how these local satraps, Sheila, you've been covering politics for so long. Typically, kaun hai laptop wale bachcha log aage, inko kya aata? Now they're being taken very seriously.
Yeah. And it's about huge financial game. This election is not much of a politics. It is about 100 of businessmen with crores of rupees at stake fighting an election. This is not an easy election to understand, actually.
Particularly Maharashtra. I mean, all states in general, but in particular in Maharashtra.
And my friend has just written that what kind of an election where onion, soybean and all prices were above, but still they have
but
won.
the Congress really didn't make it much of an issue. Right till the end, Rajdeep, is when they started speaking about soybean prices.
I think the one thing they did get was soybean. They did speak about soybean.
No, but they didn't make it their central. What do you make your central issue?
They talked about it.
Much more than
One minute. Yeah. Forget about their top leaders. Their local leaders were talking constantly about soybean. They announced a minimum support price in the last week. You know where they got the problem wrong? Is that they have no coordination between their central leaders and their state leaders and their local leaders. The central leadership is talking about Samvidhan, Article 370, taking on Modi, continuously bashing Modi, Adani. Now that doesn't resonate in some rural Buldana. Rural Buldana is worried about soybean. So the ability to localize an election is something the BJP mastered both in Haryana and in Maharashtra. And I think that's the big change. Look at the BJP. I keep maintaining, I know you all don't like, but this is the difference between 2014, 19 and 24. In 2014 and 19, BJP put all its eggs in Modi's basket. They don't need Mr. Modi's basket this time. They will give credit to Mr. Modi and he deserves it.
So that's why
this is an election which was won by the successful attempt of the BJP to hyper-localize
and that's why it was confusing, Rajdeep, because you look at rural Buldana. You gave the example of rural Buldana.
Yes.
That is where maximum farmer unrest was. It was one of those pockets.
Amravati.
It was one of those pockets, right? Saw 84% voter turnout. Saw maximum women turning out. Now, you don't know what it was. Was it before the verdict? You don't know whether it was the farm unrest which was pulling them out or the fact that you had Ladki Bahini Yojana.
All I'm saying is that the BJP's flexibility showed in Maharashtra that a party which is otherwise seen to be so centralized and run through Delhi empowered or at least chose a strategy that was designed for Maharashtra and decided we will make you travel. I'm just giving you a simple. You travel from Mumbai to Nashik. Every hoarding had Eknath Shinde, some
And
had
Ladki
given,
Bahin.
and Ladki Bahin. It
100%.
didn't have Prime Minister Modi. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, their hoardings were about Modi. Even the general election was Modi ji ki guarantee. They realized it didn't work. You see, people don't like this to be said. Modi ji ki guarantee didn't work as effectively as
No,
Ladki
but
Bahin has
Rajdeep,
worked.
you're looking at it completely the wrong way as you
No, you
often
got
do.
it
No,
wrong.
no,
Rahul, your problem is you are
what have I
unable.
got wrong? मैंने
It's
बोला ही नहीं अभी
complex.
तक.
It's a complex
No,
issue.
Can I explain my
Okay,
point
please
of view
tell me.
before you say I've got it wrong?
Yeah,
It's a
you
bit
got it
bizarre.
wrong.
You're saying I've already got it wrong without hearing my point of view. I'm saying imagine if Prime Minister Modi is like Don Bradman and he's the one batsman who's scoring century after century, and that's why the BJP won between say 2014 and 24. Now you still have that Don Bradman who's still the Don Bradman that he was, and even without having him, you have enough Kohlis and Rohit Sharmas and the others to be able to win. That shows how mighty the political machine has become.
Wrong. I'll tell you why wrong.
Arre, wrong
you
case,
went,
this is the
I'll tell
fact.
you, simple. You went with Don Bradman into the Lok Sabha election. You got 17,
True.
they got 30. Please understand, same state, same constituency.
In a year when every incumbent lost across the world, how can you look at data
That's one
in such
point.
a half-baked fashion?
I am, Rahul, please. You see, the problem is you all think Farid Zakaria knows more than Indians know about
Forget
politics of our
Zakaria, I'm
country.
saying it's a
so
fact.
I denied. No, 1 minute. I'm giving you hard facts. Hard
No,
facts.
which incumbent has won?
No, sir. Hard facts is 1 minute. Here also incumbent has won 3/4. Please.
This is an assembly. I'm saying national.
You said this is a year. Forget about an incumbent. Both the incumbents have won today. My limited point is this. You went into a Lok Sabha with Prime Minister Modi and Modi ki guarantee. In Maharashtra, you got 17, they got 30. Because
31.
the election was playing on what? Onion export ban didn't affected you with the North Maharashtra farmers. Elections got localized. Not because the Congress tried it or NBA. वो fluke में, luck by chance में हो गया. Nothing that the Congress did. Plus, you ran a narrative on Samvidhan which got the Dalits energized
Especially
and
in
bring the
Vidarbha.
Muslims and came together.
So
what
the
happens then? You decide course correct. Let's give credit to the BJP. You course correct. Decide, yaar, local election pe, local factor pe chalna hai. What does the Congress do? Just the opposite. Misread the verdict. And think that the verdict is about national issues. हमने मोदी को हराया है, हम संविधान खतरे में है, and you make it about national issues. And you get it wrong. And look at the verdict. I'm just saying, one size doesn't fit all. The BJP has been clever and flexible enough to realize that. The Congress has not. That's all I'm saying.
Also,
and you saw it in Haryana as well. How many meetings? You contrast the number of meetings Prime Minister Modi did in 2014 and 19 with 24. Much less. He realized that Mr. Modi himself cannot. You were 5-5.
Yet you got a mandate more than 2014.
You were 5-5 in Lok Sabha. You have won the Vidhan Sabha. Why? Because you localized it. You decided Jat factor ko kaise divide karna hai.
But
OBC.
isn't it the strength
I'm
of
giving it
leadership,
credit.
Rajdeep bhai?
I'm saying it shows that the BJP is a election machine.
Now you're making the
Congress is
point
not.
I'm making. Finally, after that long argument, you've
No,
come to the
because
same
you
point
said Don
I made.
Bradman. Don
See,
Bradman
I said
could not play on this
without
pitch.
having Don
isn't it
Bradman
the
score a
strength of
century, if you win
Sir,
even then,
Sir,
it's
Don
an even
Bradman,
bigger achievement.
Sir, Don Bradman could not score a century in Maharashtra and Lok Sabha and in Haryana and Lok Sabha. The change, you brought in new players, you changed the pitch, and you were able
Change
to win
the narrative.
in Maharashtra. That's all. You changed the narrative. I am giving credit. This,
And so quickly.
This belief that one size fits all, one leader fits all, is the
But
same
no one is
mistake the
saying that.
BJP made in
I'm
Lok Sabha.
Isn't it the strength of the leadership of the BJP, including
Of course
Prime
it is.
Minister Modi,
Absolutely.
to realize that this is a tricky pitch
That
and
I
you
agree.
need other batsmen to play?
101%.
That's number one.
101% agree.
Number two, we tend to overanalyze any election result. Even in Lok Sabha, BJP's tally was more than India Alliance combined. What we are talking about here, that Shiv
In Vidhan
Sena's
Sabha
tally,
seats.
not in Vidhan Sabha seats, pan-India level, I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Maharashtra.
So it is, see,
Sir,
when you go to any war, you have to do a SWOT analysis. BJP does a SWOT analysis perfectly.
Yes, but you see,
Whereas
my limited point, sir, is while you get SWOT, you got your SWOT analysis wrong for Maharashtra Lok Sabha.
Absolutely.
You course corrected. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying therefore Don Bradman can also get out. Don Bradman cannot always score 100. He didn't score 100 in 2024 Lok Sabha. He has scored 100
But
by
I think you're
changing
missing the
pitch.
point. The point is that even without Bradman scoring a century, if you have enough gas in the tank to win, That shows what a formidable rewiring of the basic nature of Indian politics
Don
has
Bradman didn't
happened.
even get a chance to bat. Only the openers won the match for the team. The problem is Congress, this is an important thing. There were a few things which were working for Congress party since the Lok Sabha election. It was these guarantee cards which actually even, rattled the Prime Minister. I'm telling you, it is important to understand
that's an
why.
important picture because you've got Pankaja Munde there, who was seen for a long time as a critic of... I'll give you another example of the flexibility. I'll give you another example of a flexibility. Pankaja Munde lost the elections in Lok Sabha by a small margin. The general belief was Pankaja Munde has been pushed to the margins, and there was a feeling that the OBC leaders within the BJP have not been given that due. What happens in the Vidhan Sabha? She gets an MLC seat, so she feels a little that the party is recognizing her, and they give her a helicopter. She gave her a helicopter and made her a star pracharak. Now, that is despite your personal differences that you have with Mr. Fadnavis, you do it. I maintain the BJP is a more is ideologically strong, but politically nimble and flexible. The Congress is just the opposite. The Congress is not politically nimble and flexible. A politically nimble and flexible party would have gone for a hyper-local election if you thought Uddhav Thackeray, Priyanka Chaturvedi made the point. If there was a belief that Uddhav Thackeray in the month of August was coming #1 in all polls, who do you want as chief minister? What stopped you from projecting?
No, but the Congress's fear there was it might lead to an anti-Maratha consolidation.
Yes, where? These are all, you see, the point is
that was already happening. But that was already happening on ground, technically.
No, it's not my analysis, the Congress's analysis.
Now, they're lying. The truth is the Congress thought that hum to jeet gaye, hamara mukhyamantri hona chahiye. You see, this is the real problem of the Congress. The Congress party thought one size fits all. चुनाव जीत गए लोकसभा, अब तो विधानसभा जीतना ही है. How do you see the BJP realize हम हार गए लोकसभा, हमें कुछ नया करना है. I'm giving the example of Pankaja Munde. You can see her on the screen. They decided that maybe Pankaja Munde can help us consolidate the OBC vote. So you give her a chopper. You remember what happened in Vidhan Sabha in Rajasthan, Rahul? When did you give Sachin Pilot some space? Right at the very end. If they had given Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot had worked together for 6 months earlier,
they would have won that election.
They would have won Rajasthan. I am giving you self-goal after self-goal that the Congress scores. So it's not about Don Bradman. It's because on the other side, you have a party which is playing like Maidan cricket. But you need someone to play test cricket for God's sake, not Maidan cricket. Test cricket खेलो यार. Congress has no test batsman.
ये उनके बसी की नहीं है test cricket खेलना.
वो आप कह रहे हैं, but they ऐसा नहीं है. They have players, but they have to be used ना. Test batsman को अच्छी तरह use करो.
Give something to the Congress here. See, in Jharkhand, I think it's the only non-NDA government which has repeated.
But it's led by a regional party, sir.
Absolutely.
No, and also a regional leader who was incarcerated. Remember this. See, this whole idea of plucking people, sending them to jail. In all the congratulations that go to the BJP. No, it works the other way. You create sympathy for the man.
Same happened with Chandrababu Naidu.
There's a charge leveled against him. You make an important point. Chandrababu Naidu's comeback started when Jagan Reddy made the mistake of putting him in jail. He wouldn't have been decimated in this fashion. This whole idea कि इसको फेंक दो, उसको फेंक दो, ED लगा दो, CBI लगा दो. It might seem like, oh, you're being very brave about this. But amongst people, it creates sympathy and it's never a good idea. Unless there's a solid case which is proven. Look at what the courts have said since. There must be a very deep introspection of the idea that the courts have since said that there isn't evidence against him.
So that's one point. But the fact
Finally, on one thing, Rajdeep and I agree. It's the only thing all day long that we've agreed on.
I'll give you an example. Kalpana Soren worked her socks off for the last 9 months. Hemant Soren came back, worked his socks off. Mamta Banerjee, RG car hua, everybody said Mamta Banerjee right off. What does the lady do? Travels across Bengal, sweeps all the by-elections. Regional leaders are grounded. वो उन्हीं की धरती है और उस धरती में वो काम करते हैं. ये जो नेशनल लीडर्स है ना, दिल्ली में बैठते हैं and they believe कि हमको राहुल कंवल, राजदीप सरदेसाई, प्रीति चौधरी सबसे नेशनल जर्नलिस्ट का थप्पा चाहिए कि वी आर डूइंग गुड जॉब. उससे कहाँ चुनाव होता है? मैं रूरल बुल्डाना का बोल रहा हूँ, रूरल यवतमाल का बोल रहा हूँ. वहां जाके लोकल फैक्टर्स क्या होते हैं वो तो समझो. You're right that soybean, they could have...
They should have
leveraged it
instead
too
of
late.
holding the constitution, he should have had cotton and he should have had soybean and made that a point. The second time Rajdeep and I, this is becoming problem.
You should have made that a point. No. Rajdeep, you should have...
23 farmer deaths per day happening. You could have ensured that the farmers are marching your long marches that Sharad
You
Pawar
should have
was
made
doing.
that...
आपको पता बड़ी joke हुई and I got into trouble for that. I went to interview a farmer in Amravati, taken by the stringer, interviewed her, the story went viral on Marathi thing. I get a call from Mr. Thakere's office, I want, can you send us the link? He then goes to the rallies, says, this story was, अरे ये तो farmer तो कब से चल रहा है? It's not as if Rajdeep Sardesai doesn't have to go to the ground to tell you farmers are committing suicide.
But Rajdeep, it's
You
not
should be
just
telling the people.
taking the cause of the farmers, getting on too late. Yes, the second thing, the minute that the Eknath Shinde government comes up with the Ladki Bahin Yojana, you criticize it.
Because
you
there is
actually
no consistent
downplay it.
communication.
Then you realize 20 days on that this is backfiring.
But, ma'am,
then you come out and say, we'll give 2,100 for a scheme that you've taken to court criticizing.
But you see, Preeti, that's because there are a lot of freelancers. Every morning, 9 a.m., what Vinod Taude said is right. At Bhanduk, which is where Sanjay Raut, he has a place where all the cameras come and ANI comes there, he gives a bite, next day everybody is reacting to it. Now, Sanjay Raut, he's a feisty spokesperson, but he's never fought a Vidhan Sabha election or Lok Sabha. He doesn't know probably what is happening in rural Yavatmal or rural Amravati. He can't set your strategy. You see, Robin, that's where the consultant is better. Consultant would have told Uddhav Thackeray, sir,
the consultant, Rajdeep, take it in writing. Rajdeep, take it in writing. The issue of the toll tax must have come through the consultant. It must have come through the consultant somewhere down the line because, and it's really worked on ground.
Politician बेवकूफ नहीं है. लाडकी बहन is not some consultant idea.
Who is saying Ladki Bahin is a consultant idea? I'm saying the feedback was taken.
Yeah, sure. So I'm saying, please see the Nana
removal of toll tax was a big issue.
Good local politician, but Nana Patole would also sound off every time a mic was put. Mala Mukhyamantri Vaitsai. What's the message? It's not as if there were no fights within the Mahayuti, but the fights were kept within closed doors because you're afraid fight करोगे, Amit Shah आपको बोलेगा, डांटेगा. यहाँ किसी का डर नहीं है. You need some fear. कोई डरता नहीं. Everybody is a freelancer. Everybody says what they want.
Ladki was Madhya Pradesh Shivraj Singh Chauhan's idea,
and
not Shinde's idea.
Not Shinde's idea.
For Maharashtra.
But BJP took it to the Maharashtra.
He tweaked it.
Ma'am, 1 minute.
He tweaked the scheme.
This idea, now word guarantee was a Congress word. Brought in Karnataka, before that in Assam. BJP took it and took it to another level. You take good things that your opponents also do. In politics, I keep repeating one side. Maybe I should take over Robin Sharma's job. I'll make more money. That's another matter. But one size doesn't fit all.
But this time, what is more pinching to secular liberal people is that pitch was not favorable to BJP NDA. Like my friend who is a strong secular liberal, he is writing to me, probably the first ever election won by a ruling party with potato, onion and tomato prices of over rupees 50 a kilo. When have you got such a...
So what stopped the MVA from going around Maharashtra, as Rahul rightly says, with a potato in one hand, onion in one hand, and say, "Dekho, inflation kaise badhi?" You don't do that, na? You have to do it.
Okay. We are joined at this time live by the IT cell chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Amit Malviya joins us now on India Today. Mr. Malviya, welcome. A historic victory this was Adelaide when India last toured, or 17-5 Kapil Dev in the 1983 World Cup. During the Lok Sabha elections you were down and out. Arey itna serious kyun lag rahe ho? Haso, itni badi jeet hui hai. Why are you giving us your most serious look? What do you make and how do you describe this massive turnaround in the fortunes of the NDA in Maharashtra to be able to snatch a historic victory from what looked like a very tough political situation to be in?
Rahul, thank you so much for your kind wishes. I think this is a great win, no doubt. And if you looked at the Lok Sabha results of Maharashtra, more people were in a hurry to write off the BJP-led alliance in the state. However, a closer look at the numbers will actually tell you a very different story. The BJP, in fact, led in most of the assembly segments in the Lok Sabha election. Our vote share was the highest, and we were 9% more than the Congress, which is significant in a state like Maharashtra. The NDA's vote share was also more than the Mahavikas Aghadi's vote share. Not just this, while our vote share dropped by about 1.7%, the Congress and the MVA's vote share did not rise, commensurately. So it got split. There were several seats that we lost by very narrow margins. And to give you an idea, about 37 assembly constituencies, we lost with a margin of less than 10,000 votes, 18 by less than 5,000 votes, and 19 assembly constituencies in a margin of 5,000 to 1,000. So given a tough contest on any day in the assembly election, we would have done really well. And now the most heard word, vote jihad, that we heard in Maharashtra elections. There were 6 Lok Sabha seats that the BJP lost because of massive Muslim polarization in just one assembly segment of the entire Lok Sabha. So translate that into assembly seats. We won actually 30 assembly constituencies and lost 6, but we lost 6 Lok Sabha seats. Fast forward to the assembly constituencies, it is now showing in the results that we have. And more importantly, the NDA's vote share in all the region was higher than the MVA. The BJP had the highest vote share in all the region except to Konkan, where the UBT faction had a higher vote share than the BJP. The Shiv Sena combined and the BJP led in Konkan as well. So given this kind of a scenario, it was only for us to win this election. We were always in the pole position, but the pollsters...
Okay, Mr. Malviya, since June this year, this narrative was sought to be created somehow that Prime Minister Modi's graph was on the decline, that the BJP's fortunes were on the downslide. Given what happened in Maharashtra and before that in Haryana, do you think it really kind of puts a damn squib on that entire effort to somehow say that the Modi era was coming to an end, and this starts speaking about that almost in past tense? Does this give you new energy and conviction going forward? And does it start, Parliament starts on Monday, it's supposed to be a highly contentious session given some of the issues the opposition is raising. Does this give you new momentum in your tailwinds?
Look, I think there are some people in our country who have been writing Mr. Modi's obituary for a very long time. And they unfortunately end up on the losing side. The Lok Sabha election, when most people think that the BJP hasn't done well, I want to remind them that BJP is in power for the 3rd time. 240 is a massive number. The BJP on its own got more seats than the entire opposition put together. And if you cannot read these numbers correctly and you believe that your idea of what is a victory or a defeat is going to prevail, it doesn't work that way. Prime Minister Modi is still in office. We've won Haryana massively. You know how everybody was absolutely certain that it is the Congress that is going to be winning Haryana. Unfortunately, the people had other view. In Maharashtra, I heard a lot of people who were very reticent after the drubbing in Haryana to come out and openly support the Congress-led alliance. So they made up a narrative saying, oh, it's a localized election and candidates are important. I even heard Rajdeep on one of your programs say that he has access to somebody who's followed Maharashtra election for the longest time, and he's put up a list of 174 candidates where the symbol doesn't matter, only the candidates matter.
Not 174. No, correction. You see, you must be specific. In my blog, I said the Mahayuti is ahead. I said 110 candidates who have not lost an election for the last 3 elections, and therefore the local journalists believe they will win. That has not been proved. It's a tsunami, agreed. I said Mahayuti will win, but I want to ask you this, Mr. Malviya. You put numbers which are absolutely right. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. You must hear. No, 1 minute. All your numbers are absolutely right about Lok Sabha. I just wanted to ask you one thing. There is a 6% vote share swing. What do you attribute the swing to? Do you attribute it to Ladki Bahin? Do you attribute it to Ek Hai To Safe Hai, a Hindu consolidation? What is it that you attribute as such a large swing away from the Mahavikas Aghadi and towards the Mahayuti? You've made very good points about the numbers. with one mistake, Mahavikas Aghadi's overall vote share was slightly ahead of you in the Lok Sabha. Overall. I want to understand from you, what explains, according to you, such a big swing away?
First of all, the NDA's vote share was 43.91%. This is 0.37% more than Mahavikas Aghadi, which was 43.54%. So before you fact check me, check your own facts.
I'll check
Secondly, I have to make the point that I was making before Rajdeep interjected, and I don't like to be spoken over. So let me make my point, and if you have something to follow up with, please come up with. So Rajdeep told your audience that a certain local journalist has told him that in a massive number of seats, I heard 174, he's contesting that number, whatever that number is, the symbol does not matter. This election has proved that those who are out there to build a narrative against the BJP-led alliance have again fallen flat. Please stop taking people for granted. Please stop building narratives that don't exist. Therefore, it is incumbent that we call out such people and make sure that their commentary on issues is not taken with, as gospel and is taken with a bag of salt. And I want to call out Rajdeep in particular here because he is the champion of creating these.
I said Mahayuti is winning. Mr. Malviya, it's not about you versus me. I could turn around and say you've lost Jharkhand badly today. I don't say that. I respect
I will come
someone.
to Jharkhand as well. I will come to
but
Jharkhand.
the fact is, nobody in the BJP also predicted 223. No, when jab jeete to wo sab kuch bol sakte hai. I predicted, and you can see it on air, Mahayuti will win. You can see it in my tweets, you can see it on air. Your personal battle with me will not work. Please don't personalize it. I respect you. You should have the decency to also talk to Rahul and Preeti and others without making it you versus me. That's all.
Productive. Let me shape the question differently. While you won a big victory in Maharashtra, when I spoke to you earlier, you said, I just need some time to study the data from Jharkhand. You've now had an opportunity to go through the data from Jharkhand. Why do you think the NDA could not do as well as you would have liked to, despite the anti-incumbency, the charges of corruption against the Hemant Soren government and the fact that they were in power for 5 years? What went wrong in the BJP script in Jharkhand?
Before I go to Jharkhand, I must answer the 6% vote swing in favor of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra because it's very important to understand that. There is a big swing as a result of the Ladki Behan Yojana. There is no denying the fact. There was a lot of talk about rural distress in Vidarbha and Marathwada. No one is denying the fact that there was a bit of rural distress, but you've got to understand that the 2.5 years that the Mahayuti was in power, we did everything possible to address both the cotton price issue, even soya bean. If you remember, the Congress went ahead and made an outrageous promise of paying 7,000 rupees per quintal, but the money is not the only factor. There were constituents, there was moisture content, as a result of which the soybean was not being picked up at the MSP, which was anyway on the higher side. Our government took note of that. We ensured in the final stages to take up the moisture content in soybean from 12 to 15, which meant that a lot of farmers could actually then sell their soybean out there. So, it's about taking corrective measures. And if you go and speak to any cotton farmer in Vidarbha, he will tell you that this government was proactively listening to them. There was a mechanism wherein insurance was being paid out as high as 70%, 75% in certain cases that the cotton, farm produce went bad. So this is a government that was listening. This is a government that was addressing farmer issues. This is a government that was delivering. It is a government that focused on infrastructure for the urban cities, whether it was Pune, it was Mumbai, the metro. Today you go to Mumbai, it is a completely new city because of the crisscrossing flyovers built over, the metros that have come in, the ceiling that has come in. Pune, for the longest time, people were wanting a metro network. It was made possible because of the government. Remember, when Uddhav Thackeray was in office, all he did is to stall all these projects. So that change is really what led to this massive swing. And I repeat again, people have voted for this alliance. This has settled the question of the BJP being the single largest party and in the pole position in Maharashtra politics. The Shiv Sena's legacy issue is settled, and so is of NCP.
Will you extend an invitation to all the Shinde Sena MLAs to hop over and finish this argument once and forever, and also to the UBT MLAs and also the Sharad Pawar MLAs? Is there an open offer?
Well, I mean, Rahul, let's not get into conversations which are going to go nowhere on a television. So I have kind of put to you the reasons for the 6% swing and this massive landslide. And anybody who
is part of the swing the Ek Hai To Safe Hai? Is part of the swing Ek Hai To Safe Hai? Do you believe that worked? Was the Hindu consolidation in addition to Ladki Bahin, or Ladki Bahin was the game changer?
Absolutely. Ek Hai To Safe Hai, it was one of the biggest reasons why we've seen this kind of mandate. But I have specifically answered the points that commentators like yourselves have been raising around rural distress and farmer distress, Vidarbha and Marathwada. Ek Hai To Safe Hai is a raison d'etre of our politics.
So why did it not? Which brings us to why did it not work in Jharkhand, where you ran arguably even a more, according to your critics, divisive campaign? I mean, your social media advertisement had to be pulled off because it was seen to target Muslims. There was the whole infiltrator Guspetiya point. Why did what you say Ek Hai To Safe Hai worked in Maharashtra? Why did it not work in Jharkhand, according to you?
Good. So now we will talk about Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, as we speak, the seats are being counted, and the JMM and the BJP, the two major parties there, are in a dead heat at the moment. We are at about 28-30, both the JMM and the BJP. Clearly, our allies haven't pulled the weight, and Jairam Mahato's factor has played spoil sport. While he hasn't won any seats on his own, he has taken away a large chunk of our votes and has probably impacted on as many as 9 to 10 seats. So that is the difference. On the reason why the Jharkhand mandate looks like what it looks, the answer is infiltration. The answer is demographic change. And we are absolutely unapologetic about the campaign that we ran there, because we believe that the demographic shift in the Santhal region is completely obliterating the tribal identity, and we will continue to make that point. It's a national security issue. It starts from West Bengal, goes all the way from Malda, Murshidabad, up to Jharkhand and upper echelons of Bihar.
But you couldn't have lost only because of infiltrators. Surely you've lost the tribal vote. Hemant Soren has won the tribal vote clearly. He was put in jail. He seems to have got a lot of sympathy for that. Surely it's not just infiltrators. It's a pretty big, comprehensive victory there for the India Alliance, is something you can't deny. And that's one of the few places where the Congress also seems to have pulled its weight, unlike your allies.
Look, I started off by saying that the JMM and the BJP are almost in a dead heat. So both the parties have actually got almost 28 to 30 seats, and they are still being counted. So let's not just get very excited. And
no, they've won in the tribal belt, you won in the non-tribal seats broadly. They've dominated tribal seats.
Because of the massive conversion and infiltration that has happened in the tribal area, which has changed the demographic composition of that area. And that is why the converted tribal, the infiltrators put together, makes up for a larger constituent of the...
Mr. Malviya, it can't just be the infiltrators and the converts. Sir, you also put Hemant Soren in jail. Would you concede that there was, at some level, a sympathy factor that a tribal leader was put in jail? The bail order says that there wasn't enough evidence established against him, and that potentially could have gone against you, even if all the charges about conversion and, if all the charges about conversion and infiltrators are correct. That's not enough for them to win in this fashion.
Rahul, if there was a sympathy for Hemant Soren, then he on his own should have been at the majority mark and not languishing around 28-30. Let's be very clear. And because you're a tribal leader, that does not give you the sanction to indulge in corruption. As far as his bail is concerned, a single judge bench of the High Court had given him bail. It is under challenge. and there is always the Supreme Court to go to. So it's not as if winning an election or getting a bail, a temporary relief, and implies that you are kosher. And there are tribal leaders in our party also. Babulal Marandi is a very tall tribal leader. Arjun Munda is a very tall tribal leader. And clearly, it's not as if he owns the entire tribal vote. It doesn't work that way. We have far more tribal leaders in our ranks than perhaps the JMM does. In fact, Champai Soren, the former CM of Jharkhand, and a long-standing aide of Hemant Soren is also in our party. So, let's not make it sound like people of certain social denomination have this sanction to be corrupt when they're in office. Of course they don't. And I again repeat, the Jharkhand mandate is not as one way as you would like to believe. If you look at it closely, you will find that there are a lot of factors that are still in the play, and it is a state that we want to rest, and I'm sure we will work towards it.
But Mr. Malviya, draw with what's happened in Jharkhand. Now what you're going to be facing off where the national capital is concerned. Similar play out. You had a leader in jail. You might not say that there was a sympathy factor. Kalpana Soren did milk it in a lot of ways, and she was one of the star performers there as well. Similar thing in Delhi. You've had an Arvind Kejriwal who's been in jail, who's going to be fighting an election. Let me add a question to it. When it comes down to, call it freebies, reveries, yojanas, welfare schemes, you yourself say that the Ladki Bahin Yojana has worked wonders where Maharashtra is concerned. This is something which intrinsically the centre has been against. Prime Minister Modi has been against giving out these schemes. Is that going to change now, going forward, in a Delhi, in a Bihar?
Look, we have to be pragmatic to the realities of India's politics. While we believe that we must provide support to everyone who needs it, we also have to understand that there is a certain constituent that needs greater state support, and we will do what is the right thing to do. But as far as Delhi is concerned, it's too premature to comment on it because much water has flown in the Yamuna, and that too unclean water, which hasn't been attended to by the Kejriwal government. So we'll come to Delhi when we come to it. Right now, we are looking at Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections, and I think we've done phenomenally well.
Amit, what will you tell those from your opposition who say it's 1-1 today? What will you tell them? If they turn around today and Congress says 1-all, what will you tell them?
I would ask them to go to the Congress headquarters and see for themselves whether it is 1-1 or is it 2-0. It's as simple as that. And if anybody thinks this is 1-1, well, good luck to them. This is exactly how Congress behaved after winning 99 seats in Lok Sabha. They thought they had won a full mandate, and you see what's happened in Haryana, Maharashtra.
What did you make of Rahul Gandhi's campaign and the manner in which he was brandishing the constitution, speaking of reservation, even though this was a local election and targeting one particular corporate house and building this whole Maharashtra versus Gujarat narrative? How do you see that having played out in your lens at the hustings?
Look, I have said this publicly, and I've said this several times, that George Soros and his henchmen cannot help Rahul Gandhi and the Congress win elections in India. This is a script out of George Soros's playbook. We saw this play out in the American election. We saw exactly similar thing being said by Rahul Gandhi. Now, I don't understand why Rahul Gandhi would do bidding of a geriatric investor based out of the US, unless he thinks that he can somehow help him win elections. It's not going to happen. Rahul Gandhi can target whichever corporate group he wants. The corporate group will defend itself. But I have a larger concern around his politics, because if you're going to target the entrepreneurs of the country, if you're going to target big businesses who create employment and job opportunities, then there is a problem. There's a problem with that mindset. And the last
but big businessmen are not allowed to get caught in. Not every big businessman gets caught in bribery, serious bribery charges. So, I mean, when you say that, you're right. Big business cannot be targeted, but if you're caught in bribery, surely you should have a stronger line and say anyone who violates the law must be acted against.
3 days ago, India's Competition Commission has fined Meta and WhatsApp for $25.47 million for sharing data. Now, clearly, I haven't seen a single response either from the Democrats or the Republicans on the statement or the fine imposed by the Competition Commission here. So if
you can't compare that to bribery, sir, of government officials. Let's be clear. Bribery of government officials, and their Andhra Pradesh government, which is named, which is not your party, but you seem going out of your way to somehow or the other say that that's okay, that's kosher, that's targeting a businessman.
I again repeat myself. It is for the concerned corporate to defend themselves in America. And if there is a wrongdoing here, as has been alleged by the American court order, then it will be investigated. All the four state governments are actually of Congress and their alliance partners.
No, there was a central government of the J&K run under central rule, but that's another point. The point I want to ask you in...
point. Let me answer that. Don't get excited. Yes. Let me answer that. That was during Satyapal Malik's tenure as the Lieutenant Governor. We all know that his tenure is under CBI investigation even before this came up. So we know exactly what we are doing.
Okay, let me ask you then in conclusion, the final big question, kaun banega Mukhyamantri? Shiv Sainiks who have come on our show say it should be Eknath Shinde. Do you believe as a BJP Karyakarta that it should be Devendra Fadnavis's time has come, that he deserves this moment?
I know one thing for a fact, that this is a win for the BJP-led Mahayuti. The decision on who will be the chief minister will be decided by the partners and eventually endorsed by the BJP's parliamentary board. And let that happen as it happens. It's not something that we can discuss or debate.
What is your preference? You must have a preference. Do you believe that
You're trying to get him into trouble.
No, I'm not getting him into trouble. And I think
he's not going to answer that question.
Shiv Sainiks are coming openly on the show and saying it should be Eknath Shinde. Why is the BJP hesitant? Surely this is Devendra Fadnavis's moment in the sun.
Look, my concern right now, Rajdeep, is that it would be nice if you could be a little unbiased in your coverage. Who becomes the chief minister is for us to decide. Leave it to us to decide. We will do it. Okay. It's not for television studios. Let's focus on what you and I can do here. And my suggestion to you is that try and report what you see and not what you want to see. I think that will make for good. So let's close it here.
Okay, I will take that. Only since this is the first election I've got right in 2024. For joining I'm going to keep pressing the point that I said Mahayuti would win.
I want to go across very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Malviya, for joining us. I want to go across very quickly to Praful Patel from the Ajit Pawar NCP. They've performed phenomenally well. He's in the meeting of a party. He's in a party meeting. He's joined us from there. Mr. Patel, welcome and congratulations. This is a phenomenal victory for your alliance.
Thank you, Rahul. I think this has been a great moment for us, and this has been a great moment for us and for the entire Mahayuti. Everybody worked together, and our schemes were so beneficial for the people, and especially women voters came out in large numbers. So we are very happy, of course, and I think this has been one of the most spectacular victories in the history of Maharashtra. It's not just about this election. And here I'm just showing the camera. Mr. Ajit Pawar is here.
Oh, how nice.
Can we say hi to him? Can we congratulate
you can speak
him?
Hi to Mr. Ajit Pawar. He's here.
Ajit Dada, Rajdeep Sardesai here. Sir, namaskar. Rajdeep Sardesai here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
ये बहुत बड़ी.
Thank you.
ये लोकसभा के बाद ये बड़ी.
Yes.
No, but the question really...
No, he can answer also. He can say more than just that. You can turn it again to him and say, आपको ये जीत कैसी लगती है? I'm asking him, can he give us a reply?
Our victory has been spectacular. It is a combination of all three parties working in coordination, minus a few seats here and there. 95% of the seats, all the parties worked in sync with each other. The other biggest factor is that the narrative, the fake narrative of the Lok Sabha, where the constitution will be amended, where a reservation will be abolished, all that has been completely demolished in this election. And the other factor, the farm prices of onions and some other crops were very low during the Lok Sabha election, which worked to the advantage of the opposition. But in this election, there are no such issues. The real issue is only of good schemes, good development. In fact, Maharashtra has taken the lead in investment in industry, and also the infrastructure development of Mumbai and the entire state has been something unprecedented.
Praful bhai, the NCP Sharad Pawar is at 12 seats.
Our Ladki Bahin scheme. has
Where
been
does...
a runaway success. Women, irrespective of caste, creed, or religion, have voted across the line overwhelmingly for the Mahayuti.
So
And
where
that
does
is why a lot of
in
the
your moment,
surprises which you see
sir,
are
in your moment,
there in the
in your
seats.
moment of
And even
triumph,
where some of the
Mr.
Congress
Patel,
or NCP leaders are winning, it's with very slender margins. It's not really a victory even for the few seats that the opposition has won.
in your moment of victory, is there a little bit of sadness? Your guru, your political guru, Sharad Pawar, is only 12 seats, winning 12 seats. Is there an element of sadness there or not? Would you like to see a grand reconciliation or not?
I would not want to say anything at this stage except the fact that we wish all of us were together at one time. That's gone past the deadline. Now it's too late. We are fighting separately, and we have won convincingly. And the fact of the matter is that the Mahavikas Aghadi is in total shambles, and that is, I would say, something which all three parties who are lost will really have to now worry how to even get their act together.
Is there a bit of remorse in the sense that you're at 39 seats at the moment, the BJP at 124? They're so close to the majority mark that they don't really need too much of the NCP of Ajit Pawar and yourself. They are so close to the majority mark that they're pretty comfortable even by themselves.
Let me assure you that we have, even before the election, all of us decided to work unitedly, irrespective of how many seats we are winning or they are winning. And the fact of the matter is that we have all decided that no matter what the number, we will all be forming the government together. Now, who will lead the government is not something we have to take a call alone. That all three parties will sit together. But I can tell you, Mr. Amit Shah just called Mr. Ajit Pawar also. Of course, he spoke to Shinde-ji. And it is decided that we are all three going to be forming the government together.
And who should be the chief minister, Mr. Patel?
Alliances are there to stay. Alliances are not meant to be just use and throw, okay? And I don't
Who should be the chief minister? Who should be the chief minister? Who should be the chief minister?
Well, again, that is one question that only three parties, when they sit together, can answer.
Your choice.
Nobody can take a call
Your choice.
without sitting together.
Your choice. You must have a preference.
Anyway, I think we are very close to it. You'll hear it by tomorrow or day after, because we have to form the government by 26. So you will see a new, a formation in the government. Who gets how many seats in the government and all that will, of course, be a matter of detail. But the chief minister's position can only be discussed when the three parties sit together.
One last question before we let you go. In the manner in which Mr. Gandhi attacked, a corporate group, tried to turn this Maharashtra versus Gujarat, what do you make of the verdict of the voters in keeping with the kind of campaign that was mounted?
Well, Mr. Modi is a national icon. Of course, our Prime Minister, but at the moment, there is nobody who can match his popularity and his appeal. And the very fact of the matter is that he has transcended borders. In Maharashtra, if somebody tries to market Mr. Modi as a Gujarati and therefore he's not doing justice to Maharashtra, it won't work. And that's very evident in this election. And also the fact is, Mr. Gandhi just comes and attacks an Ambani or an Adani, has nothing concrete to offer to the people. So this is definitely going to not give him any results. And it's been proven time and again in national elections, in various state elections. And that's a repeat in Maharashtra also.
Lastly, what's your message to the 12 NCP Sharad Pawar MLAs who won? Are you saying, come join us? Ek ho jate?
Well, now at this moment, you're asking me too many questions. Just let the victory and sink in from our side, and let the defeat sink in to the other side. We'll see what happens later. We don't have any personal angst against anybody. The fact of the matter is that we decided to go consciously as a party in alliance with the Mahayuti, the BJP, and I think it's a vindication. The Lok Sabha was an aberration. People wrote us off as NCP because we were only fighting 3 real seats. Fourth one was only a filler seat. And if out of 4, if you win 1 and you write off NCP, it was not a fair assessment. But anyway, it's proven now that we fought 56 seats, and you have seen our strike rate. Mr. Shinde has also done well, and the BJP has done exceedingly well. So I think we are all very happy. Let us enjoy and rejoice the victory for a while. We'll give you more answers as our meetings progress. We have a meeting at 3 o'clock of all the 3 parties, including both the deputy CMs and the CM. After that, we'll let you know.
Okay. Well, you've literally joined us from the middle of a meeting. I deeply appreciate you taking out time and accepting my request. Thank you very much, Mr. Patel, for joining us. Enjoy the party, the political party.
Just one very interesting micro detail, Nala Sopara, which made the headlines 3 days ago because that is where the allegations were made of cash for votes and money being in the hotel. Rajan Naik of the BJP is leading over Kshitij Thakur. Now, Kshitij Thakur is one of those MLAs who's been heavyweight MLAs who's been winning 3 elections. So both he and his father, the BVA, the Bahujan Vikas Aghadi, who've dominated the politics of Vasai Virar and areas, are losing. So what this election has shown, when there's a tsunami, even heavyweights have started losing of a kind, as I said, who've not lost 3 elections and more. So
Thorat is the biggest example of that. 35 years, Thorat hasn't lost an election. That's and he's trailing.
So, you know, the man who hoped to be the chief minister, there was a Congress government.
Prithviraj Chavan is trailing.
Prithviraj Chavan, less surprising. You know, he's had a tough time, but when Balasaheb Thorat starts losing in Sangamner, you know that this is a landslide election. These are constituencies and leaders who've not lost for years and years on end. So it's a combination, Rahul, of various factors led by, I think, by Ladli Bain and variety of other factors coming together.
Can I just make a cricketing analogy to say that at the time when you played one innings each, the MVA had an innings lead. They're starting from 30 versus 17, so they start with an innings lead and yet find a way of botching this up. So it's not just the victory. It wasn't even Stevens at the end of the Lok Sabha elections.
With one caveat, which I think Amit Malviya made, and I think that's right, that while the numbers look 30-17, in Vidhan Sabha segments it was very close. In vote share it was close. The BJP built on what they had lost in 2024. The Congress squandered it.
I'm joined at this time, live and exclusive, and for the first time since this verdict came out, by one of the key architects of this victory on the Ajit Pawar side. We just heard from Praful Patel. I'm now joined by his chief strategist. We've got Naresh Aroja joining us. Naresh Arora runs Design Box. Before this, Naresh worked with Ashok Gehlot. He's worked with Congress campaigns, comes from Punjab, ran some campaigns for independent candidates in 2017 by himself, ran for the MLA candidate. And from there has now set this up, worked with Ajit Pawar and was in some ways responsible for the image makeover of Ajit Pawar, getting him to don pink, smile, reach out to women, give interviews to people like us who otherwise would have had no hope of getting an interview with Ajit Pawar, but basically open him up to the public, open him up to the media. So we've got Naresh Arora now joining us on this broadcast. Naresh bhai, welcome. You've got quite a phenomenal strike rate for... actually, you're wearing pink yourself. You get your client to wear pink and you're wearing pink yourself. This is a big victory. 39 out of 59 odd seats for the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. You struck gold in Maharashtra.
Naresh, can you hear us?
Okay, give us a moment. We'll try and fix that.
Okay, but it's interesting, the reinvention of Ajit Pawar is one of the more interesting phenomena. Anyone who covered Maharashtra politics said the one thing, Ajit Pawar never smiled. And the other thing was Ajit Pawar never, or if ever, gave interviews. If he gave it, they were very bruised short, couple of bites. Over the last 3 months, he's given more interviews than he's ever given in his life.
No, but I asked him this question, and to which he said, listen, it's not like I didn't want to speak to you. It wasn't my job. I was the karyakarta on the ground, the worker. There was no reason for me to speak. Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar were our national leaders. They had to speak. I never had any reason to speak.
No, he gave us the first interview, if you recall, during the Lok Sabha. And that in itself was unusual because he'd never given an interview until then. First time spoken in Hindi. Even the interviews that he had given until then were always in Marathi. And I was very impressed with Ajit Pawar because at the end of the day, Ajit Pawar also gets up every morning 5, is up in his office at 6 a.m. He's a very hard-working politician. Perhaps...
He wakes up at 5. Eknath Shinde sleeps at 5 and that's the cycle of Maharashtra politics. Naresh Arora is with us. He's on point and on brand. He's wearing pink. You got your client to wear pink and you're wearing pink yourself, exuding pink and smiling at the end of what's been a hectic campaign, but you've struck electoral gold in Maharashtra. So congratulations, Naresh.
Thank you, Rahul, and thank you, Rajdeep. As Mr. Pawar has already tweeted, so Maharashtra has chosen pink, so it's befitting that I should be wearing pink today.
Were you expecting this result, 39 out of 59 odd seats, or is this even better? Because Sharad Pawar's faction is reduced to just 12. This is a complete turnaround from the Lok Sabha campaign where the strike rate was 1 out of 5. You know, the tables have completely turned in terms of which is the real NCP.
Well, of course, when Rajdeep and Rahul, both of you were in Maharashtra, we were discussing and I was confident that we'll be touching somewhere around 35 to 40 seats. And to be honest, 40 was not the number we were looking at. We were aiming for, but yes, something around 35 we were confident that we will be achieving. And we were contesting 57 seats on our symbol. And out of that, we should be around 40. What my numbers are suggesting that there is one seat where we are marginally trailing. So I think we should be touching 40.
You know, what according to you changed between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha? Quite apart from you joining hands with Ajit Pawar, I'm sure that had some impact. But what according to you was the major factor that changed between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha so much?
See, apart from whatever the government schemes and the campaign and the projection, etc., there was one thing which Ajit Pawar had to understand about the change of his role. From an administrator, which everyone vouches for him from opposition to the people who are in power, he had to take on the role of a vote getter as well. He was a person who was reluctant for media. He never used to speak to media. He was never going out for public meetings and the interactions that a vote getter should be doing or a party president should be doing. So first of all, it was the change required for him to understand that he has a bigger and a different role now. Once he understood that that is his role, of course, you could see everything changing on the ground, from Jan Samman Yatra to the adoring of the pink color and getting to the women folk fair to see that they connect with him, whatever he is wanting to communicate. And mind you, Rajdeep understands Marathi more than anyone else, that he is a very good orator as well. So that those oratory skills were not being utilized as the way they should have been for a leader who's wanting to have votes for his party in his name or on his symbol.
But why, may I ask you why pink? May I ask you why pink? And is it true that you asked him to smile more?
Well, Rahul asked the same question to me on the India Today conclave, but it's not that I have to ask him to smile more. It's just that he needs to speak to people more. And while speaking, of course, his original self does come out. And one other thing which I told that time also, that probably for 30 years that he's not been smiling or has not been seen smiling, probably that is why people notice it more.
You know, you worked with Ashok Gehlot before this. What's the difference between working for Ashok Gehlot and working for Ajit Pawar?
Both were different experiences, but when you work with a regional setup, the decision making is quicker and faster. There are less number of tables through which the files pass. So that gives the freedom of implementation at a faster pace, because an idea is only as good as its execution. So whatever ideas are discussed, there is a small group of people who discuss and then they decide, and then implementation becomes easier. Whereas with a party like Congress, even with Mr. Ashok Gehlot at the helm of affairs, he still had to follow a lot of protocols of the party and take the central leadership into confidence and probably have some very difference of opinions on certain stages, which I am sure that they do now. That what happened in Rajasthan, there was an election for them to win, and they just let it.
You know, you've worked with the Congress in the past, Naresh. Where do you think the Congress in particular and the opposition in general got this campaign so horribly wrong? Do a SWOT analysis.
I see there are multiple levels where I was surprised, in fact, that the opposition was the way it was running its campaign. Starting point being not being clear of what to do with the Ladki Bahin Yojana. They were very confused about it. They didn't know whether to criticize it, whether to endorse it, whether to approve it. And surprisingly, a lot of opposition candidates, once the Ladki Bahin Yojana was successful and its implementation was happening the way it was, they started trying to take credit of that scheme also as on an MLA level. So there was a lot of confusion with that, number one. Secondly, I think they left the playing field open for too long. For too long. They should have been on the battleground, I think, at least 60 to 70 days before they started. And third thing, which was, I think, the biggest thing which would hurt them now is that when the ticket distribution was being discussed, of course, there are differences in every alliance. The parties are, of course, jostling for seats from each other, but they let it out in open for too long, for too long. So I think after once the tickets were settled and then they sprung into the race with with whatever the guarantees they were promising, but it was too late in the game for people to even remember those guarantees. And to be honest, even the promises that as NCP or as Alliance, as Mahayuti, what we made, they would have also not reached people as much as Ladki Bahin Yojana reached, because every promise dissemination requires time, it requires planning and execution. In our campaign, because we had the luxury of time, which we generally don't have with the Congress campaigns, our party, despite of not having any cadre, we were able to touch 18 lakh households. 18 lakh households. And those household touching is resulting into the votes into the seats also, where we were marginally behind also. So those seats have come to us. So I think they were late in the game and they were confused about it. There were a lot of confusing signals from every leader coming out of it, despite of them running a very cohesive campaign during the Lok Sabha elections. But this time around, I think there was a lot of confusion. Probably they were smelling power, they were sensing power, and that is why the tug of war was there. I don't know about that, but on the face of it, I could see that whenever we used to sit and discuss that, they were very late in the game.
But Mr. Arora, how do you stem the confusion in your own department? Because messaging was key, especially on certain key areas. When it came down to Mr. Ajit Pawar, especially on the cutenge-butenge issue, he walked a very tight rope line. He needed to give up the, in terms of messaging, not really play the field because he had a sizable Muslim support as well. So what was your input on that? How did that kind of messaging get dispensed out?
See, our take was very simple from day one, that NCP needs to have its individual identity. It needs to tread the path that they have done till now, keeping in mind the alliance dharma. And wherever it came to positioning themselves on issues where they have had an ideology, and it is not just with this particular slogan which you are talking about, I'll just take you back 2-3 months. There were 2-3 major incidents which happened related to the minority community, in which Mr. Ajit Pawar took a very clear stand, including that was the Waqf Board bill. And then there was a Vishalgarh incident. So Ajit Pawar was very clear of what his stand is, what he stands by. And that BJP had accepted that, okay, fine, this is your territory, you can be what you want to be. And Ajit Pawar was very clear that this is what I have prayed my entire life and my ideology stands for this, I will be standing for that.
Interesting Naresh Arora, you...
I have a couple of more questions.
Yes, go on, please.
No, so you're usually an astute observer of national politics. What impact does this 1-1 scoreline, Maharashtra, massive victory for the NDA, India Alliance winning big in Jharkhand, what impact does this have in the immediate on the discourse in national politics?
See, with all due respect to the victory of India Alliance in Jharkhand, Maharashtra is something very different. Maharashtra is the financial capital. Maharashtra is the hub of all politicking after Delhi, despite of being far away from Delhi. So Maharashtra victory matters a great deal in national discourse. Yes, the victory for opposition in the Jharkhand elections will give them some heart to keep going. But other than that, I see that the NDA government at center getting more confident about their performance or their next years in power, because the verdict in 24 was not that resounding as they would have liked. So I think that Maharashtra victory will give them a lot of heart and confidence to go forward. And next step, I think they would be focusing very, very prominently on Delhi.
And what would you leave, where would you leave the Congress? What does, do you believe that the Congress has to completely reboot, make major changes in the way it runs, including right at the very top?
And get Naresh Arora back.
Yeah, done.
He used to be with the Congress. Now it's a bit of a dagger's drawn situation.
He's got a
Are
problem
you willing to go back and pad up for the Congress
and
again?
if so, how would you do it? What would you do? If you had one piece of advice to the Congress, what would it be?
I can't advise Congress party anymore because, first of all, I'm not officially working with them. Secondly, Rajdeep, you have known that I have been very vocal about the requirements Congress party needs to look into. The small victories here and there give them a misconception that they are on the right path. The path is still not right. The way they run and the way they function, it needs to change drastically. And I don't think so they are up for it. But they are very important for India's democracy. They are an opposition party. They are the biggest opposition party. So I hope that they learn from something somewhere. Because after 24 parliament elections, one could see that after 99 seats, the atmosphere was like as if something has changed turned on its head. But that was just one step towards whatever they have been aiming for. They need to understand that this is a long drawn battle and they can't be always preparing for the next election. They always think about the next election. They don't think about the election that they are contesting. In that election, they need to put their head into, they need to spend time. You can't buy time with money, but you can defeat money by time. And that is where I think they lack because they keep complaining about resources crunch, etc. But with time, you can make up for that. But with resources, you can't make up time. So that is my only advice to them, not today, but it has been since the day I've been working with them or had worked with them.
Okay. Naresh Arora, in your pink there,
So what's your reading of what happens in Delhi? If you were to predict Delhi at this time on the back of this big victory, which side would you pick? Why?
I think, Rahul, I have no data on Delhi. You know that how in course we were in Maharashtra and I didn't even go to Delhi for 4 months. So once I go to Delhi, probably I have a better idea. But if I see from far away distance, I think there'll be a tougher battle than it has been in last 2 elections.
Okay. Naresh Arora, in pink at the Oberoi suite, that he's got a good life. He's been overlooking the sea. Good luck to you and well done.
But it's a tough life. It's a tough life.
It's tough. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Kyun?
Yes or no?
It's a tough life.
Oberoi suite mein aap aur hum bhi baith jate hain.
Yes, Rajdeep. It is a complete yes, Rajdeep. You only see me where you are naming me to be, but you don't come to me with the ground campaigns. One day you should, and then you'll probably have a different idea about it.
Okay, fair enough.
But tough life also because take, for example, a rooted politician like Ajit Pawar to convince essentially someone who's a strategist, who doesn't speak Marathi, is a Punjabi in Maharashtra, and this is a Zameen se utha hua neta. It's not an easy ask. You know,
and to Ajit Pawar's credit,
you know, the likes of Naresh Arora have a very tough time. It's not easy. You come with your laptop, young kids giving advice about Maharashtra to the guy who's lived there all his life.
Frankly speaking, Ajit Pawar, you know, ever since he came out, he genuinely wanted to understand how much of NCP voters from a data point are with him and how much are with his uncle. You know, and he throughout, even
but he
during
also listened. Ajit Pawar,
he has been listening because he, you know, there is only so much that he can now trust on because the entire onus of the party leadership is now on him, which so far wasn't the case because Sharad Pawar was doing a lot of heavy lifting.
I think Naresh made a good point. For his entire political career, he's been the administrator. That's the role that he's been. That was his self-image. Suddenly he found himself in a very different role, making that adjustment not easy. And good, you know, all credit therefore to Naresh for being able to achieve that and being able to do it.
But ultimately, you have a point. Amitabh Tiwari has a point. Go on.
Nareshji, many congratulations. Amitabh this side. Can you elaborate on the specific strategy? Did you have some specific strategy for the Sharad Pawar contest, or it was same for all the seats you had?
To be honest, Amitabhji, there was nothing of that sort that we were thinking about it. Our only agenda was to put our head down and see that how our strong candidates are. First of all, the understanding which NCP had before I came in was that they wanted to contest an X number of seats. I told them that there is no point in bravado of showing how many number of seats you are contesting. The bravado is going to be how many number of seats you win. With that understanding, once we were clear that these are the number of seats which we should be ideally needing to contest to reach a certain number of seats as in our victory basket. Once that was clear, then the candidate selection to be to happen in a way that we are not compromising on candidates because of recommendations. So the complete understanding was on that count also. Once the candidate selection was complete, parallelly we were obviously doing the campaign on the ground very silently. People talk about the Jan Samman Yatra in the pink color, etc., because they are loud, they are visible, they were everywhere on social media. But I would give more credit to my team on the ground, because we had people in every constituency assisting the candidates or the to-be candidates in a way that we were knocking the doors, like, if I even have to say so myself, like RSS, to ensure that whatever schemes or welfareism has been done by the candidate itself in the constituency, irrespective of the narrative in the state, should be acknowledged and appreciated by the voters. NCP was the only party in this election and probably ever that they launched 57 constituency manifestos. Parallelly, even Mr. Ajit Pawar released a Baramati manifesto, which probably has never happened. So we tried to localize the election as much, bank on the candidates and the newfound mojo of Mr. Ajit Pawar in combination, alongside, of course, the runaway winner Ladki Bahin Yojana. This combo, I think, worked better for us, rather than, if you would have seen Mr. Ajit Pawar's speeches throughout Jan Samman Yatra and as well as the campaign trail, he never even accused or used anything against Mr. Sharad Pawar or anyone like that, because he was very clear, we were very clear that our campaign has to be positive, and I've always been a believer that negative campaigns will get you headlines and positive campaigns will get you votes.
Okay.
That's an important. He's got some
Naresh, nice one-liners today. Thanks very much.
He's on form. Itna strike rate aega the form mein hoga batsman.
Well, you know, out of the three, the Eknath Shinde 70%, you've got 62% Ajit Pawar, and you've got about 74% BJP. But
85.
Okay, 62.7% as per our thing at the moment. You may win a couple of more. But the 70%.
But the difference is you start from a base of 20%. You're 1 out of 5. From there to turn it around is that much tougher because of the low base effect. आप नीचे से उठा के ऊपर ला रहे हो ना.
But just keep in mind, most of the MLAs, sitting MLAs, went with the Ajit Pawar faction. Please don't forget that. The sitting MLAs did, and most of them, as I said, had their base already settled. I'm not saying it's easy. He deserves credit, as do all the three. I just want to say on the other side, you had Sunit Kanugulu. A year ago, you were felicitating him, celebrating him after Karnataka and Telangana. Nothing is permanent in life and in the life of a consultant. Both of them now will have to, and he's now a member of the Congress party. And the questions will be raised, how did you do your survey?
In Haryana.
So he's lost Haryana and he's now lost Maharashtra.
This is a bad
Jharkhand was driven by Hemant Soren and his team principally. So questions will be raised about on the other side. Look at KC Venugopal, Congress Secretary Organization. He's lost 80. Ever since he became Congress General Secretary Organization, which is the key post. That's the key post. They've lost 80% of the seats.
When will he be replaced, Rajit?
No, so now the thing is, the only way is you send him to Kerala. There's an election there in 14 months. Yeah. My point is the Congress willing to take those tough decisions? That Mr. Venu...
but RG loves him.
No, so therefore, you see, Rahul, you can't run a top corporate if you love someone. Is he efficient? Does he deliver?
We've got news break coming in. Swara Bhaskar's husband is now trailing from Anushakti Nagar, and he's lost actually. Has he? No, he's still trailing. And actor Swara Bhaskar is now and her husband both are blaming the EVMs. Let's listen in quickly. Let's differ.
जैसा कि आप इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे देख रहे थे, मैं लगातार जो है आगे चल रहा था, यहाँ तक कि 17वें राउंड तक जो है मैं आगे चल रहा था, और कुल राउंड जो थे वो 19 थे। और फिर एक मिस्ट्री चालू होती है कि जो ईवीएम सुबह वोटिंग के दिन सुबह 7 बजे से लेके शाम को 6 बजे तक चली थी, उनकी 99% बैटरी निकलती है, और वो 99% बैटरी जहाँ जहाँ निकलती है उसमें मेरी जो सामने वाली उम्मीदवार हैं सना मलिक जी, जो सुबह से यहाँ नहीं आई थी, शायद उनको अंदाज़ा था, हम लोग यहाँ 5:30 बजे आ गए थे, लेकिन वो अब तक यहाँ नहीं आई थी, शायद उनको अंदाज़ा था। लेकिन जिस तरह की शायद महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जिस तरह की भी चीज़ें चल रही थी, उस घटना के बाद जो रुख महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में हो रहा था, 99% की जो ईवीएम निकल रही थी उसमें मेरे से उनको डबल वोट मिल रहा था, और बूथ पे वो मुझसे पीछे चल रही हैं। लेकिन जैसे ही कोई भी ईवीएम खुलती है जिसमें 99% बैटरी है, उस ईवीएम को कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी तरीके से उसमें डबल ट्रिपल का मार्जिन सना मलिक जी लेके चल रही हैं।
Fahad Ahmed was on the symbol of NCP Sharad Pawar from the Samajwadi Party, seemingly has lost his election. Rajdeep, exactly now the same line. Haryana elections, the Congress went to the EC on battery, being at 99%. You had Sanjay Raut this morning, who again questioned the EVMs, and now you even have other candidates.
This is bizarre, and this is the problem. You find the wrong EVMs. You see, all the candidates of the NCP Congress who won, how have they won? Are we saying that
you won in Jharkhand?
I mean, ridiculous. It absolutely, this is the problem. If you don't introspect, before we broke into that breaking news, has KC Venugopal delivered? He may be a nice guy. He may be a loyalist.
For the BJP, he has.
Where?
For the BJP,
For the BJP, yes, okay.
No, but it's true.
No, but the truth is, look, and you can't blame one person, but there is something systemically wrong. Have you got the right people at the right place? Have you got the right general secretaries? Have you got the system in place where you can make sure?
No, but Rahul Gandhi's been talking about changing the structure, having a separate political secretary, having somebody in charge of the north, having somebody in charge of the south. Kiya nahi na, ye baatein hi chal rahi itne saal se.
Rajdeep, where has been the stock taking post Haryana? In Haryana, you are still not being able to pick a leader of opposition because the infighting is still going on.
Yeah, Mr. Huda is still very much around. Mr. Huda is still very much around. In fact, I got a message from Mr. Huda the other day. Strangely enough, he was watching one of our programs and he said, "Ye dahi misal aap kha rahe ho, kahan milta hai?" So maine kaha, uske liye aapko Mumbai aana padega. I said, "Where are you?" He's in Chandigarh. So basically, he's still around. He's not gone. Nobody goes away anywhere in Congress. That's okay. My point is, where is your accountability, introspection? What's the analysis that you do? A, B, C, D cost us the election. This is how we are going to change it. Unless you do that, Delhi at the moment, Devendra Prasad Yadav, their leader for Delhi, is on a yatra, Padayatra. Good luck to him. The question is, how are you going to take that yatra forward? What's your agenda?
But that yatra was supposed to be Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi's yatra. So they haven't come on that yatra where Delhi is concerned, and I don't see them coming as well.
No, so
you practically left the field where Delhi is concerned.
You can't flit in and out. Priyanka Gandhi did 4 meetings. There were 4
But she's won big, okay? She's won in style. Listen, this is the first victory she's won. Her last look, but be fair to her.
Yeah, sure.
Her last campaign was in Uttar Pradesh when she ran the campaign as General Secretary. The party did poorly there.
What's her margin?
From her, she's 4 lakhs plus. I mean, 4 lakhs 60 when I last saw. I mean, we can check that. But the fact is, for her to win, she'll be entering parliament in her individual capacity.
Over Rahul Gandhi.
Yeah, in her individual capacity. This is her first, it's a big day for her. It's her first electoral victory.
Good luck to her. And, it's credit anyone who wins any election. But you've lost the big prize. It's like saying, आप हमको आज आपको consolation prize दे रहे हैं, आप वायनाड जीते. You've lost the big prize. Yes, you've done well in Jharkhand, and I think we need to emphasize that. I mean, you can't ignore what's happened in Jharkhand. It's now 2-1. It's a comprehensive. Please understand, Hemant Biswa Sarma, who calls himself Mini Chanakya.
थोड़ा हवा निकल गई.
नहीं, हम लोग ही मीडिया में कहते हैं ना, Hemant Biswa Sarma, king. He's lost. Shivraj Singh Chauhan spent much of the life. I sometimes wonder some of the ministers whether they spend far too much time. Bhupendra Yadav in Maharashtra, all very good. But you're a minister in the government of India. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, charge of Jharkhand every weekend in Jharkhand. You've lost. Jharkhand is a big defeat. If this was a sole election day, the India Alliance could claim huge brownie points. It's been drowned by the tsunami in Maharashtra.
No, but I would hope after Maharashtra, Bhupendra Yadav maybe will look at the environment in Delhi. The air.
No, it shows, Preeti, it shows that you can win elections. It's not as if anyone is invincible. The BJP is not invincible.
Far from.
You've got, even you've got Hemant, you have to work at an election, plan it out, have a charismatic face. Hemant Soren and Kalpana Soren were charismatic faces. Uddhav Thackeray spent most of his time in the last 3 months sulking, some believe because he was not being made chief minister. Sharad Pawar is 84. You can't expect, someone advised...
Okay, Aditya Thackeray has won worldly by 8,100 votes. What a relief. 8,100 is a reasonable margin. The Lok Sabha margin was 6,500.
Decent margin. Good luck to Aditya.
And the MNS candidate had a role to play because he took away some of the
Now the question comes, what does Aditya Thackeray do? He has to then spend the next 5 years aggressively becoming the face of the Shiv Sena. Aggressively. You can't now, be behind the closed doors of Matorshi. You're going to have to change the way you function. Aditya has an opportunity to become a future face.
You have a BMC election in the next few months.
So
take it away.
Put all your effort on that, and maybe you can revive your party. So Sharad Pawar 84. Somebody advised Supriya Sule, for example, I'm told, why don't you do Kharche Pe Charcha to take on this Ladki Bahin? Go out and say what you said, what Sheila said, prices have gone up. There was no response. You've got to do that. You've got to be out there, among the people. Sharad Pawar, 84, tried his best, but obviously not good enough. And number 3, Congress leaders. Who is the Congress face? Balasaheb Thorat was giving interviews how I'm going to be CM. He's losing his own seat as of now. Nana Patole, every time you put a mic in front of his face, was talking
and he
more
might
about
also lose.
He's struggling. Yeah.
This
so
defeat, Rajdeep, this
point,
defeat, whether
sir,
Mahavikas Aghadi is
so you had Devendra Fadnavis, face of the BJP, Eknath Shinde, face of the Shiv Sena, Ajit Pawar, face of the Pawar Sena. All of them out there. Ajit Pawar did a yatra. Eknath Shinde would do 6 meetings on an average per day. Devendra Fadnavis was all over the place.
But despite of all of that, Rajdeep, the 3 members of the Mahavikas Aghadi, even though Sharad Pawar did the maximum, had his act together, is now the biggest loser if you look at the numbers.
That's because...
And even where his party stands
sure,
today.
Ma'am, but that's because for the simple reason that his party, he lost his party.
Exactly,
That's
but
now clear.
Rajdeep, Uddhav Thackeray with Aditya Thackeray will still have a shot at redemption where the BMC elections are concerned. The Congress can still galvanize itself. But the Sharad Pawar NCP faction is now the weakest link.
It is the weakest link.
Over-dependent on Sharad Pawar.
Exactly.
All the candidates had no other narrative than carrying a photo.
You know what? If I was Sharad Pawar, what I would do?
Merge with the Congress.
Merge with the Congress. This is your only hope. Eventually, that has to happen. And
3 parties might be left. Because
yeah. So eventually, if you have to revive yourself, you're going to have to do that.
He'll have no choice
or
but to do
revive
that.
or ensure some safety for Supriya Sule. Otherwise, what will she do?
And
with
Rajdeep, isn't this the prime time to do that? Because most of the biggest movers and shakers or the big leaders of the Congress have actually lost. Where Maharashtra state unit is concerned.
The good news today is the 5 years of instability that has racked Maharashtra is over. And that's good for India's commercial capital. You don't want instability. And you want stable governments because stable governments attract investors. Maharashtra has lost out.
And hopefully we won't
let
be
people
tortured.
throw all
There was a big threat that he wanted to cancel the Dharavi contract and that would have sent Dharavi back. Now at least you can build it out in the next 5 years.
Sure. So I think it's important to recognize India's commercial capital chose stability. And after all the uncertainty of the last 5 years, at least we know next 5 years, whoever becomes chief minister knows that he's stable. So, I mean, I think from all those points of view, from a larger Maharashtra perspective, at least that chronic instability of the state is over. And good luck to that. I mean, I've called my book The Election That Surprised India. Every election this year has surprised us. Today is the scale of the victory. To some extent, Jharkhand has surprised us. We thought the BJP would win Jharkhand. So every election is surprised.
Image is now out of Hemant Soren. Everybody has this image, and I'm sorry, I might be sounding stereotypical, but you have this image of this tribal leader like Shibu Soren. He's quite different. He's listening to music, he's got his laptop on,
drives a Mercedes,
tracking everything. So he's a very different kind of tribal leader, but to be fair to him, he's won and he's won in style. 55 versus 25. In the context of the way Jharkhand was set up is a phenomenal victory. It's not a small victory. And the hero of that victory really is the man on your screen right now. The first image that we've seen of him, Hemant Soren, winning Jharkhand in style. And his party, and I'll show that to you on the election intelligence dashboard. If you go and look at the numbers from Jharkhand, this is not by any stretch of imagination a small victory. In Jharkhand, 55 seats for the India Alliance, 33 of them for the JMM alone. Now remember, the JMM by itself is more than the NDA alliance put together. That is a huge victory. 22 seats for the BJP, the JMM at 33 seats by itself, the Congress at 16. The narratives can change, theories can change. It's not Kamzor Kadi. Everybody thinks Congress will be Kamzor Kadi in Jharkhand. Congress is not the Kamzor Kadi in Jharkhand.
They have maintained what they had won in 2019 election.
Everybody thought yehi Raut honge.
Correct.
Rajdeep, what do you make of that? Everybody is convinced that Congress will be the Kamzor Kadi in Jharkhand. It's not the Kamzor Kadi.
But we thought of that in Uttar Pradesh. My point, and this is again controversial, Congress gets pulled up by the regional party. Yes. You see, where the regional party is strong, the Congress gets pulled up. You remember 2011 in Bengal? The Congress had its best ever performance in 30 years, pulled up because they were with Mamata Banerjee. You remember Uttar Pradesh 2024 Lok Sabha, Congress got pulled up by Samajwadi Party. I maintain, Rahul, it's a controversial thing to say, barring Karnataka, to some extent Himachal, show me in direct fights Congress, BJP, when does the Congress best them? No, doesn't happen.
Karnataka they did last time.
I gave you 2 examples.
Himachal.
Just to Himachal, and Himachal also very small. The margin was very small.
Was very small.
Karnataka was a little
vote percentage.
Vote percent, but by and large, you need imagine if Congress and JDS were together. They'd have a better chance always in Karnataka versus the BJP. The BJP has found traditionally much more difficult to defeat regional parties that are well entrenched, whether it's Mamta, whether it's a Hemant Soren now, whether it's a DMK.
Even in these Jharkhand numbers, look at this. The BJP is 10% above the JMM in terms of vote share. The BJP is 33.3, the JMM is 23.3, a 10% gap. The Congress hasn't done badly in...
No, that gap is because BJP contested all seats.
No, but I'm saying Congress is 16%, which is not bad by Congress's stand. I mean, 16% where they were expected to be completely decimated.
And come seats contest here, Congress.
And remember, the thing is here, this is the JLKM factor. Rest is 16%.
Congress has done very well.
Basically, the BJP has been done in by Tiger Mato. You know, that is one of the subtext stories of this election. A bit like MNS in 2009 in Maharashtra, which helped the Congress party. Something similar has happened in Jharkhand as well, which they tried to deal with Amitabh Tiwari, but simply in the end couldn't.
It seems that they have pulled down, especially Ajsu, if you see, is down to 3.8%. They were 8.2% last time. And in seats where there is a good amount of Kurmi population, including Kolhan and South Chota Nagpur, it seems that they have damaged the prospects of BJP, including my seat, which is Bokaro. The Congress party is ahead, primarily due to the JLKM doing very well and bagging around 10 to 12,000 votes.
In general, though, it shows perhaps, as I said, that politics is about arithmetic and chemistry. The chemistry that you've got in Jharkhand with the Sorens getting the sympathy after Hemant Soren's incarceration,
And
Champai Soren leaving him,
deserting them.
deserting them. There was a sense that the Hemant Soren got the benefit of that, Kalpana Soren's campaign. Plus, you get a third factor which comes in and takes away your vote. But you've got to try it. It might happen luck by chance, but sometimes you've got to try. What stopped? For example, the BJP already had a plan B in Maharashtra. They didn't need it. Prakash Ambedkar, put up all these small parties, get them to cut the anti-incumbency vote. You didn't need it. But it could have helped you additionally. Politics, I just failed to see whether the Congress realizes how elections have to be fought in India against a party as powerful as the BJP. And if they don't realize that, they will continue to suffer setbacks like they have in Maharashtra. But they've got Jharkhand. So they've got at least some consolation, more than a consolation prize, I would say. Jharkhand is not a consolation prize, it's a big victory. Why not? You could call a consolation prize for Priyanka
Why not
Gandhi.
was a given, right?
I think 6 out of 9 was the UP by-election figure.
7 out of 9 is what...
So, for Akhilesh Yadav, it's also a reminder that you still have a long road before what happens in 2027 UP. Mamta Banerjee recovers from the blow.
Rajdeep, what's also interesting is look at Bihar. You have Prashant Kishore, who made his political debut, is not doing so badly.
What is he getting?
Well, he's number 3.
And getting a substantial
But he's getting substantial seats from where he started.
But what it means, Amitabh, is come next year, when Bihar is going to be the big election in November, if Prashant Kishore still campaigns furiously, is he going to take more votes of the anti-BJP JDU vote and thereby damage the RJD?
That is what is already happening on 3 out of 4 seats. On 2 seats, their candidates are bagging almost 30,000 votes.
So what does the RJD then do in such a situation? If you were sort of advising the RJD, would you tell them go and embrace Prashant Kishore, try and work out a deal with them?
First of all, you don't have to take them lightly. That's the first rule.
You're saying Prashant Kishore could be a factor in Bihar 2025?
Could be a factor.
If he
continues to do like this,
The other thing, Rajdeep, look at Punjab. 4 by-polls. Everybody thought that the Aam Aadmi Party was receding in Punjab and the Congress was on a surge. But right now, the Aam Aadmi Party is seemingly well ahead in 3 out of 4.
And
the one Congress.
One Congress, okay. So that's a state where both the BJP and Akalis have struggled in recent times. India is distinct. Every state is distinct to the other. My home state of Maharashtra has chosen one way, which I think really shows that stability. I think one of the factors we also lost out on was stability. Ladki Bahin, Ek hai to safe hai, but just the feeling that we want a stable government in Maharashtra does make a difference. And they've chosen a stable government. Mahavikas Aghadi was seen as too chaotic.
And I think over a period of time, if you see per capita income, you see overall position of Maharashtra in development indices, it has really gone down. And it is largely because that there is lack of stability and collectively, and this is how our citizens choose people. They do that decision in a very decentralized manner, but net they elect stability on an aggregate.
Nanded was also going for by-polls, Rajdeep. I think, but BJP is leading.
But the thing is, with 125 odd seats, the BJP can now run Maharashtra the way that Maharashtra needs to be run in their lens. They're not dependent on the allies for survival. So if there's a BJP chief minister, there's no excuse for corruption or for misgovernance. They better deliver.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, it is going to reduce the number of ministership for the alliance partners. They won't get as many as they've got earlier. So you will see a more tighter ship being run. Now that you have 50,000 crore of additional burden on your exchequer, you will have to do certain things to actually meet that extra expense. You have to account for that. Moreover, you've promised much more than 1,500. You said much more things, I think 3,000 or something. 2,100. So you'll have to account for those additional amounts year over year. So something miraculous has to be done to bring the development story back into the state of Maharashtra. The task is cut out, be it Fadnavis or Shinde, whosoever becomes the chief minister, the task is cut out to bring the trajectory of development back into Maharashtra, ensure that there is stable, development-focused governance over the next 5 years.
And one point, Amit Malviya, when he said, you know, we've done a lot for rural Maharashtra, that's not true. This government did a lot for urban Maharashtra, and in general, all governments in recent times have done much more for urban Maharashtra than rural. You go to a Yavatmal, there's just one private factory.
No, but you can't say that. No, one second.
No,
how can you decide? Look at, here we have the mood of rural Maharashtra as evinced in the largest poll that is ever possible. Boss. Beyond that is your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion.
In rural, I'll show you the data.
In
rural Maharashtra. Out of the 173 seats, Raj, let the data speak for itself. Everything else is just political.
I'll counter it.
138 seats for the NDA in rural Maharashtra. The India Alliance only with 29 seats. If people in rural Maharashtra were as unhappy with this government as you're saying that they were, this wouldn't be the way it is. BJP having 70 seats in rural Maharashtra. Sena at 33, NCP at 33. The Congress is 9, the Sharad Pawar faction is 9, UBT is 10.
This is where, sir, the problem comes with statistics. I will throw you statistics at you which show exactly the opposite in terms of the regional economic inequalities of Maharashtra. Look at the amount of monies that are spent in the Nashik, Mumbai, Pune corridor. 75%. Forget about an election. An election cannot decide on economic inequalities that exist on the ground. Go to a Yavatmal and you'll find just one private factory run by Hemant, and that's it. MIDC has become a land bank. MIDC does not invest in rural Maharashtra anymore. You don't have deindustrialization, and you actually have industrialization concentrated only, and it's not now. It's over 40 years. I will throw you some figures. Bloomberg did a great article on this to show the stark regional inequalities. My takeaway from Maharashtra was, go beyond the bright lights of Mumbai and Pune.
I agree.
Some parts of Maharashtra have statistics. Surjit
But
Balla.
you can't speak for the voters of rural Maharashtra. The voters have spoken for themselves. The question is, who one second. Rajdeep, you can't theorize outside the data. The data theorizes itself.
One minute.
Who do voters of rural Maharashtra think will do better for them over the last 5 years, the next 5 years?
So Maharashtra today, just a minute, sir. Let me throw you data. You're a data man, you run business today as well. Maharashtra has slipped in per capita income among large states today. Maharashtra ranks 6th, where it used to rank 1. 2 more points suggesting has dropped from 2nd to 6th just in the last decade. Services, which contributed over half the state's output, are buoyant, but industrial growth has declined. You've got to look at the numbers. That's the numbers. Maharashtra is a state.
No, Rajdeep, the question before voters in rural Maharashtra was, who do you think is best suited to address your problems over the next 5 years? They've spoken for themselves and they've spoken very loudly.
I said, what is the challenge for any government?
Of course.
When I see governments showcasing Coastal Road, Atal Setu, Samriddhi Express, all very well. Then I suggest they all travel to Gadchiroli, travel to Yavatmal, travel to Amravati and see the other Maharashtra. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
If they don't, one day or the other, they will pay a
One
price.
Congress leader speaking out against this tirade against EVM. Santosh Lad speaking to Nagarjun Dwarkanath this time, saying that, you know, you shouldn't be questioning EVMs in this fashion. Let's take a look. Okay, no, in fact, he's questioning EVM, saying, how can someone have this margin after 10 years of anti-incumbency?
Even if you don't hear them, you know what they're going to say.
Let's listen to Santosh Lad, the Labour Minister of Karnataka.
So Alliance is leading. In Maharashtra, you are decimated completely.
I don't know, boss. See, I'm not trying to make an issue out of it. But certainly, I think all the analysts in the whole of India, I don't know what is the mechanism why we have lost so much. The reason is, even in MP, when you see Madhya Pradesh, the ruling government has got 8% of increase of vote share. It is surprising. Even if Congress gets, I would like to know what is the reason. I'm not trying to, straight away blame, but always I'm trying to put there is a doubt, element of doubt. The reason is, could be there is a chance of tampering. The reason is, in the parliament election, same Modi ji comes and he does not get some mandate there. After 6 months, the same ruling government, which definitely runs with an anti-incumbency, does get so much huge of majority, is always a question mark. Even if Congress would have won, there has to be reasoning why it has won with such thumping majority. There has to be reason, there has to be disaster. And employment issue in Maharashtra is highest. Employment issue, especially IIT Mumbai, 38% of youngsters are not getting the job. In whole of Maharashtra, unemployment was a big issue. Highest farmer suicide was an issue there. I don't know for what people have voted. What is the reason there? Let us admit that if we are making a political allegation, I'm interested to ask the other political party, BJP friends, what is the reason that you have got 2024? Will anybody put the right hand on the left out of their chest and say, consciously they were aware that they are going to get such landslide victory? No. In the ground, nobody felt this. I'm not trying to make a blame game, but I would like to understand, as a political, anybody who is an analyst of politics, they should come back to and say, how could they get this mandate? I feel there must be a chance that the same EVM machines which was there in MP, they have bought it here, or something must be beyond this, because at any given point of time in this modern world of politics, any political party which has ruled 10 years and getting back this mandate, I personally doubt.
Naturally, people of this point, critic of this point, will say that Jharkhand, you are one. You are not blaming the EVMs. The moment Congress loses state, you start blaming the EVMs. How fair is this?
Pick and choose, no? The Jharkhand is a smaller state. They wanted to prove their metal and the point here. They could set any machines anywhere if they want. So I would like to still understand, why could not they win Jharkhand? Then I will put the other questions. When you showed that Jharkhand Chief Minister was one of the most corrupt, you put him behind bars for no reason, then why did they lose there? And why did they win Mumbai? What is the reason then? There is the same technical question I can ask them. Then why did they lose Jharkhand and why did they win only Maharashtra? Why? What is the reason? Have they got any reason for that?
No, this is a loser's lament. You can't lose in Maharashtra, win Jharkhand and say EVMs were fine in Jharkhand but they were not in Maharashtra. That's just terrible. Yeah, I want to go to Ranchi. Ghulam Ahmad Mir, the unheralded Congress in charge of Jharkhand, is speaking. Last time RPN Singh did this job with some success. He's now of course in the BJP. Let's listen to Ghulam Mir.
झारखंड चुनावों के नतीजों को लेकर एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि तस्वीर अब साफ हो रही है और जेएमएम गठबंधन इंडिया अलायंस को झारखंड में 50 के आसपास का आंकड़ा आता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रभारी झारखंड के गुलाम अहमद मीर हमारे साथ। सर, ये एंटिसिपेटेड नंबर्स जैसा है या उससे ज्यादा अब रुझानों में आंकड़े दिख रहे हैं इस वक्त आपके लिए?
नहीं, 50 और 50 प्लस हमारा एक इंटरनल अपना एक्सपेक्टेड फिगर था। तो बाकी फिर जब ट्रेंड चलता है, जो कॉन्फिडेंशियल लोगों के पास होता है, वो नीचे भी गिरा सकता है, ऊपर भी कर सकता है। बट हमारा बिफोर रिजल्ट जो आंकलन था वो 50 प्लस का था टोटल गठबंधन का। तो तकरीबन अभी तक जो ट्रेंड है, अभी तो डिक्लेरेशन हुई नहीं, ट्रेंड जो है वो उसी के आसपास घूम रहा है। सम टाइम 48, 47, 50, 51,
51 के विंडो में आप
उस बीच में है। बट सुबह के रिजल्ट शाम तक आते आते बदलते हैं और सुबह जो पॉजिटिव था हो सकता है वो नेगेटिव भी हो जाए। सुबह जो नेगेटिव था तो वो एरिया टू एरिया वहां डिपेंड करता है। बट बाय एंड लार्ज वही 50 प्लस और -1।
ये एक है तो सेफ है, कटेंगे बटेंगे और बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया, इसकी वजह से आप लोग दबाव में बहुत ज्यादा थे चुनाव के कैंपेन में। हर वक्त आपको ऑन द टोज रहना पड़ा कैंपेन में। क्या लग रहा है ग्राउंड पे क्या सर?
लोग उसमें इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थे। लोग इंटरेस्टेड थे दोनों सरकारों से, दोनों पार्टियों से, दोनों गठबंधनों से कि आपको हमने यहाँ स्टेट में मौका दिया है, आपने क्या किया है, वो लोग जानना चाहते थे। और भाजपा और एनडीए को सेंटर में 11 साल से दिए हैं। एज ए नेशनल गवर्नमेंट उन्होंने झारखंड के लिए क्या किया है वो सुनना चाहते थे। प्लस आने वाले 5 साल के लिए आपका गठबंधन यहाँ क्या कर सकते है इफ वोटेड टू पावर। और बीजेपी जो आउट ऑफ पावर है यहाँ पर, अगर आपको मौका दीजिए स्टेट सेंटर, आप क्या डेफिनेटली वो टोटली आउट ऑफ ट्रैक थे। वो तो जैसे कोई नेशनल चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। तो झारखंड की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, झारखंड के एस्पिरेशंस क्या है, उसको तो उन्होंने टच ही नहीं किया।
ठीक है, एक सवाल सर, लगातार कैंपेन के दौरान जब मैं यहाँ झारखंड में चुनाव कवर कर रहा था अलग अलग जगह से, तो ये खबर मिल रही थी कि आप लोगों को कांग्रेस
So that's Ghulam Mir. I mean, congratulations to him. He did a good job in Jharkhand. The Congress has done well. The alliance is rom-tom in style. But I want to go across right now to Swara Bhaskar. Swara Bhaskar is alleging that in the seat that her husband was fighting in Anushakti Nagar, where he's lost to Sana Malik, the allegation is that there was some tampering with the EVMs or the EVMs weren't working well. Swara Bhaskar is now live with us. She was at a counting center just a moment ago when we connected. So Swara, can you explain the reasons behind you leveling this very serious charge?
Yeah, so we, as I think was reported in the media as well, and was on the Election Commission website, that Fahad has been leading in almost every round except maybe round 3 and 4 or 4 and 5. Barring that, he was leading right up to the 16th round. And even in the rounds where the margin of lead was reducing, the number of votes that both Sanaji and Fahad were getting were like about the same. From the 17th, in the last 3 rounds, which is 17, 18, and 19, this is not my allegation, Rahul. This is the allegation of the counting agents who were inside the booth, who towards the last round started basically questioning the fact that many of the EVMs that were actually most of the EVMs in those rounds were 99% charged. And and the question that they raised was that how can EVMs that have been used throughout the day on the day of polling be 99% charged? Like, how can they have barely been used? And those are the last 3 rounds, the EVMs. Those are the places where the pattern is quite unusual, right? So, I mean, you're an analyst. So, where there is a pattern of a steady lead, and even where the lead is dropping or reducing, the number of votes polled for both candidates are almost the same. How can in the last 3 rounds suddenly, there be such a huge jump? So then, and then the EVM be 99% charged. So those were the 2 sort of things that they found fishy, the counting agents. And now I think that they have made a demand and an application for a recounting and a matching of VVPAT slips to the machines that have allegedly been.
So what have the agents you spoke to at the counting center, Swara, told you? Are they willing to consider these charges and investigate them?
So when I'm not there anymore, but at the last moment they were willing to first. They said they'll go step by step, that at first they will match the VVPAT slips to the machines upon which objections have been raised. And after that, if those slips are indeed found that there is a problem, then they will order a recounting of the last 3 rounds, or whichever rounds that are.
But Swara, the fact is, it can't be that one particular constituency, there's rigging, the neighboring constituency where the opposition wins, it's all very well. Somewhere, you're going to have to provide much better proof than what is done so far. And it casts a doubt. It makes you all look like sore losers, to be very honest. It can happen in elections. You lose some, you win some.
That's fair. No, I don't think that anybody will not accept the result if it seems that everything is in order. Look, our job is to be very, very vigilant. Our job as the people who are part of the election, and the job of everyone who is supporting us is to be very wary. And I think that if everything was so kosher, I'm sure that the Election Commission would not accept recounting a recount or matching the VVPATs. So if they're doing it, then they're doing their job.
You're saying they've assured you there'll be a recount and the VVPATs will be matched, is it?
No, they have assured us that they are going to match the VVPATs first.
Yeah, but you can ask for a recount. If you want, you can ask for a recount. That's what happened in Mumbai Northwest during the Lok Sabha.
We are asking for a recount, and there are rules within the EC's own guidelines that are supporting our claims. So we are using those rules. So there's nothing that we're demanding Rajdeep, that is unreasonable. Don't worry.
I think that's reasonable. She's saying she'll accept the verdict regardless of what it is. And they want to be careful and sure there's nothing wrong with it.
I think there's a rule, correct me if I'm wrong, that if the margin is below a certain thing, you can ask for a complete matching of all VVPATs. You know, it doesn't have to be. You can ask for a complete matching of all VVPATs.
But this charge that 17 rounds tended one way, 3 had a statistical...
That can happen. I'll give you an example. Aditya Thackeray was trailing till round 15 by about 871 votes. He's eventually won by 8,000.
But it can't be diametrically difficult.
No, he's won by 8,600. You see, it depends on which booths you get.
It depends which booths
you know,
you get.
that is the nature of politics. That argument I don't accept. The argument I think is fair is that when it is narrow, nothing wrong in matching all VVPATs.
And candidates and their families should be allowed to contest the verdict and have the VVPATs be counted and even a rewound. There's nothing wrong. And she's saying she'll accept the verdict regardless. I think that's reasonable. We wish you all the best, Swara Bhaskar. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your time. Thanks. You know, it's just as well that you go through this motion, let the VVPATs be matched so that then everybody has tasalli. In the absence of that, if there's no recount, no VVPATs are, then it looks like dal mein kala. Let there be a recount. Let's see what comes of it.
ECI had also shown it as a one seat for NCP. Now they have moved it back to the leads. So they have put on hold, if you see the Election Commission website also.
Okay. So can we take a break now? We'll take a break. So. I'm famished. No breakfast, so it's time for lunch. Everyone's tired. So we have a full team that's ready to go. So Gaurav Sawant and our colleagues are fully set to continue with this live continuing coverage of counting day. Our phones have been really busy. Our election screens have been very busy. We've been dancing around all over. I hope you enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back later in the evening. But for the moment, it's time to get some lunch and Gaurav Sawant comes up on the other side. Stay with us.
Towards the last round started basically questioning the fact that many of the EVMs that were...
the state's output are buoyant, but industrial growth has declined. You've got to look at the numbers. That's the number. Maharashtra is a state.
No, Rajdeep, the question before voters in rural Maharashtra was, who do you think is best suited to address your problems over the next 5 years? They've spoken for themselves and they've spoken very loudly.
I raised another point. I said, what is the challenge for any government?
Of course.
When I see governments showcasing Coastal Road, Atal Setu, Samriddhi Express, all very well. Then I suggest they all travel to Gadchiroli, travel to Yavatmal, travel to Amravati and see the other Maharashtra. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
If they don't, one day or the other, they will pay a
One
price.
Congress leader speaking out against this tirade against EVM. Santosh Lad speaking to Nagarjun Dwarkanath this time, saying that, you know, you shouldn't be questioning EVMs in this fashion. Let's take a look. Okay, no, in fact, he's questioning EVM, saying, how can someone have this margin after 10 years of anti-incumbency?
Even if you don't hear them, you know what they're going to say.
Let's listen to Santosh Lad, the Labour Minister of Karnataka.
The alliance is leading. In Maharashtra, you are decimated completely.
I don't know, boss. See, I'm not trying to make an issue out of it. But certainly, I think all the analysts in the whole of India, I don't know what is the mechanism why we have lost so much. The reason is, even in MP, when you see Madhya Pradesh, the ruling government has got 8% of increase of vote share. It is surprising. Even if Congress gets, I would like to know what is the reason. I'm not trying to, straight away blame, but always I'm trying to put there is a doubt, element of doubt. The reason is, could be there is a chance of tampering. The reason is, in the parliament election, same Modi ji comes and he does not get some mandate there. After 6 months, the same ruling government, which definitely runs with an anti-incumbency, does get so much huge of majority, is always a question mark. Even if Congress would have won, there has to be reasoning why it has won with such thumping majority. There has to be reason, there has to be a disaster. And employment issue in Maharashtra is highest. Employment issue, especially IIT Mumbai, 38% of youngsters are not getting the job. In whole of Maharashtra, unemployment was a big issue. Highest farmer suicide was an issue there. I don't know for what people have voted. What is the reason there? Let us admit that if we are making a political allegation, I'm interested to ask the other political party, BJP friends, what is the reason that you have got 2024? Will anybody put the right hand on the left out of their chest and say, consciously they were aware that they are going to get such landslide victory? No. In the ground, nobody felt this. I'm not trying to make a blame game, but I would like to understand, as a political, anybody who is an analyst of politics, they should come back to and say, how could they get this mandate? I feel there must be a chance that the same EVM machines which was there in MP, they have bought it here, or something must be beyond this, because at any given point of time in this modern world of politics, any political party which has ruled 10 years and getting back this mandate, I personally doubt.
Naturally, people of this point, critic of this point, will say that Jharkhand, you are one. You're not blaming the EVMs. The moment Congress loses state, you start blaming the EVMs. How fair is this?
Pick and choose, no? The Jharkhand is a smaller state. They wanted to prove their metal and a point here. They could set any machines anywhere if they want. So I would like to still understand why could not they win Jharkhand. Then I will put the other questions. When you showed that Jharkhand chief minister was one of the most corrupt, you put him behind bars for no reason. Then why did they lose there? And why did they win Mumbai? What is the reason then? There is the same technical question I can ask them. Then why did they lose Jharkhand and why did they win only Maharashtra? Why? What is the reason? Have they got any reason for that?
No, this is a loser's lament. You can't lose in Maharashtra, win Jharkhand and say EVMs were fine in Jharkhand but they were not in Maharashtra. That's just terrible. Yeah, I want to go to Ranchi. Ghulam Ahmad Mir, the unheralded Congress in charge of Jharkhand, is speaking. Last time RPN Singh did this job with some success. He's now of course in the BJP. Let's listen to Ghulam Mir.
झारखंड चुनावों के नतीजों को लेकर एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि तस्वीर अब साफ हो रही है और जेएमएम गठबंधन इंडिया अलायंस को झारखंड में 50 के आसपास का आंकड़ा आता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रभारी झारखंड के गुलाम अहमद मीर हमारे साथ। सर, ये एंटिसिपेटेड नंबर्स जैसा है या उससे ज्यादा अब रुझानों में आंकड़े दिख रहे हैं इस वक्त आपके लिए?
नहीं, 50 और 50 प्लस हमारा एक इंटरनल अपना एक्सपेक्टेड फिगर था। तो बाकी फिर जब ट्रेंड चलता है, जो कॉन्फिडेंशियल लोगों के पास होता है, वो नीचे भी गिरा सकता है, ऊपर भी कर सकता है। बट हमारा बिफोर रिजल्ट जो आंकलन था वो 50 प्लस का था टोटल गठबंधन का। तो तकरीबन अभी तक जो ट्रेंड है, अभी तो डिक्लेरेशन हुई नहीं, ट्रेंड जो है वो उसी के आसपास घूम रहा है। सम टाइम 48, 47, 50, 51,
51 के विंडो में आप
उस बीच में है। बट सुबह के रिजल्ट शाम तक आते आते बदलते हैं और सुबह जो पॉजिटिव था हो सकता है वो नेगेटिव भी हो जाए। सुबह जो नेगेटिव था तो वो एरिया टू एरिया वहां डिपेंड करता है। बट बाय एंड लार्ज वही 50 प्लस और -1।
तो ये एक है तो सेफ है, कटेंगे बटेंगे और बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया, इसकी वजह से आप लोग दबाव में बहुत ज्यादा थे चुनाव के कैंपेन में। हर वक्त आपको ऑन द टोज रहना पड़ा कैंपेन में। क्या लग रहा है ग्राउंड पे क्या असर हुआ?
लोग उसमें इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थे। लोग इंटरेस्टेड थे दोनों सरकारों से, दोनों पार्टियों से, दोनों गठबंधनों से कि आपको हमने यहाँ स्टेट में मौका दिया है, आपने क्या किया है, वो लोग जानना चाहते थे। और भाजपा और एनडीए को सेंटर में 11 साल से दिए हैं। एज ए नेशनल गवर्नमेंट उन्होंने झारखंड के लिए क्या किया है वो सुनना चाहते थे। प्लस आने वाले 5 साल के लिए आपका गठबंधन यहाँ क्या कर सकते है इफ वोटेड टू पावर। और बीजेपी जो आउट ऑफ पावर है यहाँ पर, अगर आपको मौका दीजिए स्टेट सेंटर, आप क्या डेफिनेटली वो टोटली आउट ऑफ ट्रैक थे। वो तो जैसे कोई नेशनल चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। तो झारखंड की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, झारखंड के एस्पिरेशंस क्या है, उसको तो उन्होंने टच ही नहीं किया।
ठीक है, एक सवाल सर, लगातार कैंपेन के दौरान जब मैं यहाँ झारखंड में चुनाव कवर कर रहा था अलग अलग जगह से, तो ये खबर मिल रही थी कि आप लोगों को कांग्रेस
So that's Ghulam Mir. I mean, congratulations to him. He did a good job in Jharkhand. The Congress has done well. The alliance is rom-tom in style. But I want to go across right now to Swara Bhaskar. Swara Bhaskar is alleging that in the seat that her husband was fighting in Anushakti Nagar, where he's lost to Sana Malik, the allegation is that there was some tampering with the EVMs or the EVMs weren't working well. Swara Bhaskar is now live with us. She was at a counting center just a moment ago when we connected. So Swara, can you explain the reasons behind you leveling this very serious charge?
Yeah, so we, as I think was reported in the media as well, and was on the Election Commission website, that Fahad has been leading in almost every round except maybe round 3 and 4 or 4 and 5. Barring that, he was leading right up to the 16th round. And even in the rounds where the margin of lead was reducing, the number of votes that both Sanaji and Fahad were getting were like about the same. From the 17th, in the last 3 rounds, which is 17, 18, and 19, this is not my allegation, Rahul. This is the allegation of the counting agents who were inside the booth, who towards the last round started basically questioning the fact that many of the EVMs that were actually most of the EVMs in those rounds were 99% charged. And and the question that they raised was that how can EVMs that have been used throughout the day on the day of polling be 99% charged? Like, how can they have barely been used? And those are the last 3 rounds, the EVMs. Those are the places where the pattern is quite unusual, right? So, I mean, you're an analyst. So where there is a pattern of a steady lead, and even where the lead is dropping or reducing, the number of votes polled for both candidates are almost the same. How can in the last 3 rounds suddenly, there be such a huge jump? So then, and then the EVM be 99% charged. So those were the 2 sort of things that they found fishy, the counting agents. And now I think that they have made a demand and an application for a recounting and a matching of VVPAT slips to the machines that have allegedly been.
So what have the agents you spoke to at the counting center, Swara, told you? Are they willing to consider these charges and investigate them?
So when I'm not there anymore, but at the last moment they were willing to first. They said they'll go step by step, that at first they will match the VVPAT slips to the machines upon which objections have been raised. And after that, if those slips are indeed found that there is a problem, then they will order a recounting of the last 3 rounds, or whichever rounds that are.
But Swara, the fact is, it can't be that one particular constituency, there's rigging, the neighboring constituency where the opposition wins, it's all very well. Somewhere, you're going to have to provide much better proof than what is done so far. And it casts a doubt. It makes you all look like sore losers, to be very honest. It can happen in elections. You lose some, you win some.
That's fair. No, I don't think that anybody will not accept the result if it seems that everything is in order. Look, our job is to be very, very vigilant.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी हैं, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री हैं, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे, तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था, मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ।
It is important that the opposition leaders should be there, and whether they are small or big, we welcome them
मला ते
all.
माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय, आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे। ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेम मध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर झालेला आहे। मला असं वाटतं की कुठेतरी
Fadnavis is raising a question with regards to people raising an issue about the EVM and saying that in case in Jharkhand the JMM wins, then it is all right, but if it is democracy is in danger when it comes to Maharashtra if they win.
असं लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून देईल।
Who in democracy will win and who the people of will not let win, but whatever it is, it has to be accepted.
राजकीय नेत्यांची बाईट्स येत आहेत की प्रतिक्रिया येतात की भाजपला आता यश मिळालं तर भाजपने मुख्यमंत्रीपद घ्यायला हवं।
या बाबतीत माननीय अमित शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्रीपद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही। मुख्यमंत्रीपद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित
Who with the chief minister will be? Fadnavis is saying that the Home Minister Amit Shah has very clearly said it in a press conference that it will be decided amongst the three parties and it will be decided later.
ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही।
There are no issues between any of the parties or the high command. Whatever is the decision that is taken, it will be accepted.
नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे। जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजित दादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से लोगों ने अपना मैंडेट दे दिया। लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है। बाला साहेब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है, और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली है।
या निवडणुकीमध्ये पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला। तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय। याचं प्रमुख अॅनालिसिस आहे।
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं। लोकांच्या मनात त्यानंतर एक प्रकारची सहानुभूती तयार होते। लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जात आहे। तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं. पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं, कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला आहे. आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं आहे. मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे. हिंद हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे, किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे. त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे. आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे.
आईसोबत आणि अमित शहा
आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय, आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमितभाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमितभाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचं अभिनंदन देखील केलं.
मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर बड़ा मुद्दा बना. इसके बावजूद आपकी पार्टी बड़ी जीत यहाँ पर हासिल करी. आपके ऊपर चूंकि एक तरह से आरोप हुआ, आपको अभद्र शब्दों में आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों के फेवर में?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले थे. तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुंचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. सारे समाज. आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में. देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है. तो लोगों का विश्वास हम पर.
2019ला मला आठवतं की वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली होती, त्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमचं आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं कालांतराने. त्याचा बदला घेतलाय का आता? तेल लावलेला पैलवान
कुठलाही बदला मी घेतलेला नाही. राजकारणामध्ये जनता ठरवते कोण जिंकेल, कोण हरेल. कधी कधी एखाद्या गोष्टीचा नापसंती ही जनता कळवते. त्यामुळे यातनं जनतेने कदाचित नापसंती कळवली असेल आणि आमच्या बाबतीत पसंती कळवली असेल. मला असं वाटतं की याला वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं पाहण्याचं कारण नाही. आणि नंबर्स काय आहे याच्या आधारावर मी विरोधी पक्षाचं मूल्यमापन करणार.
सर, चाणक्य नीतीवरतून जी चर्चा सुरू झालेली आहे, महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य म्हणून शरद पवारांचा उल्लेख वारंवार केला जायचा, आता महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य बदलला आहे.
बदलला असेल तर मला माहीत नाही. फक्त मी एवढंच सांगू शकतो की मी तरी चाणक्य वगैरे काही नाही. मी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे. माझा पक्ष मला ताकद देतो, माझ्या पाठीशी उभा राहतो, म्हणून मला हे सगळं करता येतं. आमच्या पक्षातले जे वेगवेगळे नेते आहेत हे सगळे नेते माझं नेतृत्व मान्य करतात, म्हणून मला पुढे जाता येतं. त्याच्यामुळे चाणक्य वगैरे नाही. म्हणून सांगितलं, हे जे काही आम्ही जिंकलो आहे ही एकत्रित भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा हा विजय आहे. याच्यात देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे फार लहान आहे.
And I'm too small a person to make such announcements.
क्योंकि जनता आप लोगों के खिलाफ थी. और सर, और इसी से एक सवाल इसी पे कंटिन्यू कर लेता हूँ. सर, क्या देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रूप में समंदर वापस आ गया है? जो लोग घर किनारे पे बसाए थे बह जाएंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि संजय राउत, इनके ऊपर मैं कभी प्रतिक्रिया देता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन आज आवश्यकता इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. मुझे ये पता है कि झारखंड में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जीता है तो बहुत लेजिटिमेट जीता है. वहाँ चुनाव एकदम फेयर हुआ है. वहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया है. वहाँ पर ईवीएम इतना पक्का था कि वो हैक ही नहीं हो सकता. वहाँ लोकतंत्र का विजय हुआ है. और महाराष्ट्र में अगर हमको लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन भी बायस हो गया है, यहाँ का ईवीएम हैक हो गया है, यहाँ पर लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो गई है. कि कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करने की आवश्यकता होती है. जो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करते जिंदगी में वो समाप्त हो जाते हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए और इस प्रकार से वो बात करेंगे तो क्या लोगों का विश्वास बैठेगा. चलो, थैंक यू.
So Devendra Fadnavis has made an important point. Of course, people have more questions, so they want him back. They want him to speak. Piyush Goyal has also joined him, and these are some of the architects of BJP and Mahayuti's victory in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal and Bhupendra Yadav seen in these images. But an important point that Devendra Fadnavis has just made, he said that the people of Maharashtra have decided who has inherited the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray.
जनता तुम्हाला कमी अधिक करते त्याच्यामुळे मी आहे आणि ते आहे. थँक्यू सर.
And the real inheritors of Hindu Hriday Samrat Balasaheb Thackeray is Eknath Shinde, and that's the real Shiv Sena. According to Devendra Fadnavis, he says it's the people of Maharashtra who've answered this question. He also made another point. He said, I am the Abhimanyu of this new Mahabharat. But he says, I know how to enter the Chakravyuh and also emerge victorious.
मी एक गोष्ट मला या निमित्ताने सांगायची आहे जी निश्चितपणे सांगितली पाहिजे की आमचे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे यांच्या नेतृत्वात गेल्या 2 वर्षात पार्टीने खालपर्यंत जे कार्यक्रम राबवले त्यामुळे पूर्ण पार्टी जिवंत झाली आणि पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी ही निवडणूक अंगावर घेतली आणि म्हणून मी बावनकुळेजी आणि आमच्या पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांचे मनापासून आभार मानतो. मैं हमारे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे जी और पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. इन कार्यकर्ताओं ने हमारे बावनकुळे जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 2 साल लगातार नीचे तक जाकर पार्टी को प्रस्तापित किया. पार्टी के कार्यक्रम उन्होंने वहां पर संपन्न किए और उसके कारण पार्टी में एक नई जान आई.
Leaders and party workers, but very clearly answering that question that the real Shiv Sena in Maharashtra is led by Eknath Shinde, who's the inheritor of the legacy of Hindu Hriday Samrat Balasaheb Thackeray. Also on the questions that are being raised about whether the EVMs worked fine in Maharashtra because of this spectacular victory and leads that the Mahayuti had. Right now it's leading in 229 seats. The Mahavikas Aghadi reduced to just 51 seats. He says, how is it possible? And he wants leaders like Sanjay Raut of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray to respond. How is this possible that the same EVM is working spectacularly well in Jharkhand, where JMM has this wonderful victory? So there the EVM is working fine. There democracy is not in danger. There the election commission is working fine. But in Maharashtra, if the Mahayuti gets 229 seats, then democracy is in danger. Election commission is not working and the EVMs are not working fine. He says those who raise the EVM bogey need to introspect or it's the end of the road for him. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's finest team of reporters who've been tracking every development on this major story here on India Today. Mosmi Singh joins us from Varsha. She joins us from Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Vidya joins us from Matoshri at Uddhav Thackeray's residence. But Mosmi, to you first, did even the BJP or the Mahayuti expect such a spectacular win? And in this celebration, while they celebrate, is there clarity on what next? Who would be chief minister? Would it be the person who lives in Varsha, Devendra Fadnavis?
Right, Gaurav, a spectacular victory scored by the Mahayuti, and that's one reason that you see that the Varsha,
okay,
the
just give me a moment. I quickly want to cut across once again to Varsha and quickly listen to Mrs. Fadnavis.
पार्टी डिसाइड करेगी डेफिनेटली सब महायुति डिसाइड करेगी। मैं इतना ही चाहती हूँ कि जो महाराष्ट्र के लिए सबसे अच्छा है, जैसे आज हुआ है इन टर्म्स ऑफ वोटिंग एंड वोटिंग परसेंटेज, वैसे ही आगे जाके जो भी लीडर हमारे सब मिलके चुनते हैं वो महाराष्ट्र के लिए सबसे अच्छा हो।
पिछले एक महीना इलेक्शन कैंपेन काफी टफ था, कैसे कोप कर रहे थे?
बहुत टफ था, 24 घंटे कम पड़ रहे थे और मैं भी नागपुर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में कांस्टेंट थी, सब कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ थी, तो बहुत खुशी है कि हर जगह बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट हैं। थैंक यू।
So Amrita Fadnavis has been on Devendra Fadnavis' side almost constantly throughout this victory, and she's saying that I was campaigning almost constantly, and it's only now it's beginning to sink in. So as we get to these images of celebrations, Mosmi, sorry I had to cut you short. Take it away, Mosmi. Mosmi, if you can hear me, you were telling me the road ahead for the Mahayuti. Did even they expect that their victory would be so spectacular, Mosmi?
Right, Gaurav, I was just telling you that, the celebrations have simply not stopped ever since the verdict was absolutely clear, and at Varsha, even the floors are covered with gulal. You can see that all these Shiv Sena workers, they are waiting. There's a press conference that's supposed to happen, but the dhol, nagadas have not stopped rolling. You can see the Nandi right there, which is decorated with full fanfare as a part of the celebrations. And, it's holy festival time for the Shiv Sena workers. Ajit Pawar has already come in. Eknath Shinde is inside. And when Devendra Fadnavis arrives, there will be a joint press conference. So, it's like a united colors of BJP, NCP and Shiv Sena that we see in this performance. And you can see that all the young Shiv Sena workers are quite excited and enthusiastic. But they say that we always believed that we were going to make it big this time because we started off 2.5 years back. Just take a sense from one of these local youth leaders. आपको पहले से विश्वास था कि जीतने वाले हैं, पूरा गुलाल से रंगे हैं और कब तक होली बनेगी अब?
Okay, give me a moment as we look at these images. Ajit Dada Pawar, it's a big victory for him in the family bastion. Let me get you details from Baramati as the information just comes in. Ajit Pawar has defeated his nephew by 1,16,000 votes. It's a decisive victory for Ajit Pawar in Baramati. The final results have just been announced. Ajit Pawar 1,96,640 votes. Yugendra Pawar has got 80,458 votes. So it's a very, very decisive victory for Ajit Pawar in Baramati. 1,16,182 votes. Again, there's another issue. Has that also been decided by the voters of Maharashtra, the real NCP? Sharad Pawar, 84, campaigned very hard. Sharad Pawar did also indicate that this was his last effort where he was reaching out to the people who had kept him as the great strongman in Maharashtra. But Ajit Pawar has defeated his nephew by a margin of 1,16,000 votes. Very, very decisive victory for Ajit Pawar in Baramati once these final results have been announced. I quickly want to bring in Vidya for more on this. Vidya, two issues very clearly decided. One, the real Shiv Sena, according to Devendra Fadnavis, is Eknath Shinde. Has the Baramati victory for Ajit Pawar also decided the real NCP?
Well, that's precisely what Fadnavis was saying in the press conference that he just mentioned, that it is this particular decision that has the mandate that has been given is for the mandate of the legacy, and the legacy of the real Shiv Sena is with Eknath Shinde, who revered Bal Thackeray and who's considered one of his strongest followers. And on the other side, it is with the Ajit Pawar faction, who is now not only does it have the symbol, but it has the legacy of Pawar also, while Pawar still is alive, and he is also trying to manage. Make sure that the Sharad Pawar faction is, able to make its mark. But in spite of all his efforts, when Ajit Pawar faction has gathered the numbers, then clearly the legacy is on the side of Ajit Pawar, is what Fadnavis was speaking about.
Vidya and Mosmi, stay with me. Let me also quickly introduce guests on our panel. I have Professor Badri Narayan joining us on the broadcast. He's been tracking these elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, columnist and political analyst. Adil Singh Boparai, national spokesperson of the Congress party. Hitesh Jain represents the Bharatiya Janata Party on this broadcast. Before I come to our guests, I quickly want to take our viewers through the latest developments that are just coming in from Maharashtra. The Mahayuti, it's recorded a landslide win in Maharashtra. A victory in which no alliance has crossed the 200 mark yet. The Mahayuti has done it the first time. Now, Devendra Fadnavis reiterated that it was the Ek Hai to Safe Hai war cry that helped the Mahayuti get their voters together. He said voters rejected Rahul Gandhi's fake narrative. He thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He thanked Home Minister Amit Shah for leading the alliance to a landslide victory. And you're looking at these celebrations at Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, all of them and the supporters in large numbers celebrating the Grand Alliance Maha victory. The Mahayuti is leading or has won in 229 seats. The Maha Vikas Aghadi is leading or has won only 52 seats so far. The BJP on its own is leading in more than 130 seats, 133 at this point of time. And Adil Singh Boparai, if I may, what went so drastically wrong for the Congress and the Maha Vikas Aghadi, Adil?
Actually, it's been a mixed bag for the Congress party. We won Jharkhand with our alliance partner JMM. There's been a stupendous performance of the alliance, and we're extremely grateful to the voters. When it comes to Maharashtra, we respect the mandate. Clearly something went wrong. We have to go to the drawing board and assess the reasons as to what went wrong. But having said this, and I'm not taking away the joy of the BJP when as far as the results are concerned, but it is a bitter reality that there was extensive use of muscle and money power in Maharashtra. We saw divisive slogans like "Batenge to Katenge." Now, how is this slogan progressive? How is this slogan going to create jobs or reduce inflation? So it does appear that polarization has reaped dividends for the party. The BJP had extensive access to resources. We've said that the Adani project in Dharavi will virtually make Mr. Adani one of the biggest land players in Maharashtra. So obviously, he threw his weight behind the BJP. These are other issues which we'll have to deal with in due course. The BJP's use of muscle and money power. Similarly, there have been allegations and there's been empirical proof about manipulation of the voter list. All these aspects will be looked into. But I'm not taking away the fact that, yes, this has been a disappointment for us. We must look at these results more closely and do course correction. But I disagree with the BJP when they say that they ran a progressive agenda.
Hitesh Jain, you want to quickly respond? Did even the BJP or the Mahayuti expect this spectacular victory? 160, 170 is what some analysts were arguing on a higher side, but this is 230 right now.
Gaurav, BJP was very confident, and if I just want to recollect what Prime Minister Modi said in his rally at Shivaji Park, कि मैं यहाँ आपसे बात करने नहीं आया हूँ. I've come here to extend invitation to join in the swearing-in ceremony of the Mahayuti government. Now, this he predicted almost 5 days before. This was the last rally he addressed in Maharashtra. We were very confident. And if you will speak to every person on the ground in Maharashtra and the manner in which you can see the voter turnout, it clearly reflects the confidence and the result which was being seen by every normal citizen, but not by certain poll pundits or the Mahavikas Aghadi. And I'll give you the reasons. One, the comparison between the 2.5 years of MBA and the work done by Mahayuti in the last 2.5 years. The citizens of Maharashtra and the voters saw the kind of work. When you look at Atal Setu, when you look at Coastal Road, when you look at Samruddhi Mahamarg, when you look at Madhav, as against that, what you were seeing, bickering in Maha Aghadi, they don't need to blame. I mean, till the 11th hour, their fight was about Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri. It was not about the development or vision of Maharashtra.
So let me take it to Professor Badri Narayan to weigh in. Sir, you heard both the Congress and the BJP. Your take on what was responsible for this spectacular victory? Slogans like "Batenge to katenge, ek hai to safe hai," or the slogans and the Atal Setu, the C-Link and the development projects that the BJP spoke of?
I think, Gaurav, see, in this election in Maharashtra and also in Jharkhand, one message emerged that beneficiaries community has emerged by the various governmental policy, and they are working beyond the caste and community. And the government who plan this kind of policies and implement it successfully, they get benefit of that. So in Maharashtra also, this in 3 months, the kind of popular policy which Mahayuti government brought, Eknath Shinde brought, Ladli Yojana, and so many years the governmental policy, they worked well. So first thing is this. Second thing is the Mahavikas Aghadi had no new narrative. They are working on the old narrative, danger of constitution or reservation, caste, Maratha, OBC, like that. So conventional politics, diction of conventional politics, and the old kind of already fired issues, they were in their hands.
Adil Singh, you want to quickly respond to this point? Sir, interesting you should raise that. There were two aspects, through the morning, the instant analysis that's coming in. Nothing new in the Congress narrative or the Mahavikas Aghadi narrative, waiving the constitution or targeting Adani, or not being able to put together a coherent strategy, just being critical, but no strategy of their own. Is that what let the Congress down?
I'm glad you put this question to me, Gaurav, and I'm grateful. Firstly, I disagree with the previous speaker. It was the Congress party which promised an unemployment stipend, something which no other party has done. Number two, we came out with the proposal of a loan waiver. We all know the plight of the farmers in the Vidarbha region. Number three, we proposed the Mahalakshmi scheme. Number four, healthcare for all, amounting to 25 lakh rupees. So, it is unfair when you say that the Congress party didn't go to the voters with a progressive vision. Yes, we've lost the election.
Sure.
That of course, that's what the numbers indicate. But to say that we didn't go with a positive narrative is furthest from the truth. Number two,
fair enough, sir. I have breaking news coming. Can I quickly take that for 30 seconds and I'll come back to you to complete your sentence. There's a Mahayuti huddle that's currently on after this victory, and this huddle has Devendra Fadnavis, Piyush Goyal, Bhupendra Yadav, Pankaja Munde. They've reached the Chief Minister's residence. They've reached Varsha right now, and they are the ones who are actually going to put their heads together, the three parties right now, and come up with their candidate who would be the chief minister before that's then taken up with the party leadership. That's the latest information that we are getting right now. I have India Today's Mosmi Singh joining us for more on this. Mosmi, okay, Ritik Bhalekar now joins us for more on this. Ritik, is there clarity on the candidates, the likely faces right now?
Range.
Ritik, can you hear me? Okay, give me a moment as we try and reestablish that link. And as we reestablish that link, Adil, apologies, I interrupted you. Please complete your point, sir.
Point is, which is a very nuanced point. The opposition today in this country is denied a level playing field. Please understand when I say denied a level playing field. All along for decades, the election of the Maharashtra election is with Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. This time, the Election Commission of India, for reasons beyond my understanding, delayed it, number one. Number two, this helped the Maharashtra government to pan out their flagship scheme. Number three, there have been instances where a BJP General Secretary, Vinod Tavre, was caught on camera distributing cash. What action has been taken? Number four, there have been instances of manipulation of the voter list, where members of certain disadvantaged communities, their names have been removed from the list. The entire ECI, the state apparatus, the BJP and Mr. Adani's money and muscle power versus the opposition and their progressive vision. We accept the results. Please don't take it otherwise. We accept the result and we have to undertake course correction. But having said this, I stand by my statement that the opposition in this country is denied a level playing field because of the BJP and Mr. Adani's muscle and money power.
Okay,
and Dharavi, let me say this again, and I'm underlining this.
Sir, give me 30 seconds. I have Ritik Bhalekar. Before I lose the connection to our reporter in Mumbai, Ritik, give us details of the huddle that's currently underway.
So I am right now at CM's official residence, Varsha Bungalow, and here you can see all the leaders, all the top leaders of Mahayuti, NDA-led Mahayuti Alliance have reached here to meet Eknath Shinde, and they'll be soon addressing a press conference in a while. We could see Devendra Fadnavis, Pankaja Munde, Piyush Goyal, Bhupendra Yadav, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare has just reached here before some time, and they will be together addressing a press conference. But before that, they are having a meeting together to decide on to how to go ahead after having this clear mandate. And obviously BJP has gotten the highest number of seats, but despite that we can see that NDA is all intact and very strong and very firm together, and they want to show that they are together, and they are going to address a press conference in a while.
Okay, so that press conference in just a while. Is there likely to be any surprise, or are we to understand that it would either be Eknath Shinde or who could it be in the BJP? Are there multiple names doing the rounds, not Devendra Fadnavis, somebody else, or Devendra Fadnavis? Any clarity? What are BJP leaders telling you?
A lot of speculations, but obviously because BJP has a comfortable number with itself, more than 130, more than what they had achieved in 2014, that was 123. So BJP leaders, and especially the loyalists and the leaders who are very close to Devendra Fadnavis, are saying that the next chief minister of the state will obviously be Devendra Fadnavis. But at the same time, we could see that even leaders from Eknath Shinde's faction of Shiv Sena are also claiming that CM post will be retained by Eknath Shinde. So we really need to know now what is happening behind the curtains, and after a meeting is held, obviously the consensus will be done, and party high command of BJP will also intervene, and the decision will be announced as soon as possible.
Okay. Okay, there's breaking news that's coming in. Of course, Congress has reason to celebrate, and that reason comes from Kerala, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has won a spectacular victory in Wayanad. It's a landslide win for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She is on her way to meet the Congress Party President Mallikarjun Kharge, and that meeting will take place in just about 30 minutes from now, is what we are being told. And Priyanka Gandhi Vadra took to social media platform X to say, "My dearest sisters and brothers of Wayanad, I am overwhelmed with gratitude for the trust you've placed in me. I will make sure over time you truly feel this victory has been your victory, and the person you chose to represent understands your hopes and dreams and fights for you as one of your own. I look forward to being your voice in Parliament. Thank you for giving me this honor, and even more for this immense love you have given me." My colleagues in the UDF, leaders from across Kerala, workers, volunteers, and my office colleagues who've worked incredibly hard for this campaign, thank you for your support. In tolerating my 12-hour-a-day, no food, no rest, car journeys, and for fighting like true soldiers for the ideals we all believe in. To my mother, Robert, and my two jewels, Rehan and Miraya, no gratitude is there ever enough for the love and courage that you've given me. And to my brother Rahul, you are the bravest of them all. Thank you for showing me the way and having my back always. That's a very, very sweet message that comes out from Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. And Adil, it's quite a spectacular victory for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Not that it was unexpected, but the margin is truly spectacular. Adil Singh Boparai.
Well, most certainly, Gaurav. I think Mrs. Priyanka Gandhi's entry into the parliament is a watershed moment. He has resonance across the country, across the length and breadth of the country, and she's directly connected with the voters. She understands their problems, and she's willing to pick up cudgels against a majority government to ensure that their grievances are alleviated. Therefore, I think this is indeed a tectonic moment, and she will contribute very, very effectively to the elevation of the parliamentary discourse and to the polity as a whole.
Hitesh Jain, that's something that the BJP will have to be aware, because Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Parliament, she speaks well, she's won the spectacular victory, she'd worked very hard in the Uttar Pradesh campaign for the Congress party. It'll be a huge challenge, especially when there are so many issues coming up in the upcoming session of Parliament. Hitesh Jain.
Gaurav, in the victory of Priyanka Gandhi lies the defeat of Congress. The message in this election was, what was the Congress party doing? The whole Congress party leadership was in Wayanad. Nobody was in Maharashtra. So it is not for us, but it is like you are going to see a sibling war in the parliament between the camps of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. Congress is enamored by the Gandhi siblings. They feel the Gandhi siblings can come, they can wave some book, whether it is a constitution or otherwise. They still feel India is of 1947, 1950. India is moved ahead. India doesn't get bothered by this dynas who are good for nothing. They just come, they love to build fake narrative. They should come and speak on the real battles, speak on the real issues that are concerning India. And what is the appetite Congress has shown? I mean, I could have understood their strategy if they could have fielded Priyanka Gandhi in Nanded. There were two Lok Sabha elections. Wayanad, as it is, it was Rahul Gandhi's seat, and then tried to win both the Lok Sabha. But what is the message? They choose the safest seat in Wayanad. The whole leadership is deputed to Wayanad over there. You have lost an important state like Maharashtra. So in Lok Sabha...
Adil wants to respond to that, but Eknath Shinde's reaction...
Gaurav, 30 seconds, I will complete the point. In Lok Sabha, what will be discussed and debated is the frivolous issues that will be raised by the Gandhi family and them getting defeated on the ground by the citizens.
Frivolous or not is for voters and the viewers to decide. But for the moment, reactions that are coming in from Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde and other leaders reacting to BJP and the Mahayuti's spectacular victory. Listen in.
ये भी मैं कहूँगा 2.5 साल में केंद्र और राज्य सरकार ये डबल इंजन वाली सरकार चली है। आदरणीय मोदी जी ने भी काफी सपोर्ट किया है। कितनी बार उन्होंने ये महाराष्ट्र का दौरा किया है। अमित भाई जी ने भी बहुत इसमें ध्यान दिया है। हमारे सभी नड्डा जी हो, कई लोग हो, ये सभी केंद्रीय जो नेतागण हैं उन्होंने भी महाराष्ट्र को बहुत प्राथमिकता दी है। महाराष्ट्र एक बड़ा राज्य है और ये राज्य जो है ये देश में नंबर 1 का राज्य है।
I would thank all the voters, Janta of Maharashtra, who stood behind Mahayuti and gave this landslide victory.
Interestingly, it is Aditya Thackeray who is trailing from
People are showing his the way he has worked for 5 years. जिस तरीके से unavailable रहे, from the starting you were saying, unavailable and not accessible MLA. I think he is on the verge of
So while Eknath Shinde is also talking about the spectacular victory in every part, I also want to cut across to the massive victory that the BJP and the Mahayutis had in the Maratha stronghold, in the Maratha turf. The BJP has won 2 seats in the Maratha quota epicenter. Massive celebrations in Jalna after BJP's spectacular victory, and quota activist Dharanj Patel, now he has actually failed to sway the voters. But for a moment, take a look at these images, full frame as we put them out to you, because this was a belt that was seen as perhaps, whether you talk about the Vidarbha belt or the Marathwada belt, that these could be huge challenges for the BJP. But were they truly a challenge? Take a look at these images. I'll get you more on that story.
जीत हासिल की है वायनाड से और यहाँ पर तमाम समर्थक प्रियंका गांधी का गर्मजोशी से स्वागत कर रहे हैं। प्रियंका गांधी
मैं तो मुझे इस बात से खुशी है कि मैं मतलब जनता की इच्छा है और मुझे मौका मिला है अब जनता की सेवा करने का।
आपने बड़ा इमोशनल मैसेज लिखा है अभी ट्विटर पे।
जी, क्योंकि बहुत प्यार मिला मुझे वायनाड में
और परिवार वालों का साथ भी तो मिला।
जी, वो तो हमेशा मिलता है।
तो किसको सबसे ज्यादा आप क्रेडिट देंगे इस जीत का?
राहुल जी को 5 साल उन्होंने जितना काम किया है वायनाड में, वो इसी का श्रेय है, उन्हीं को श्रेय है इस जीत का।
पहली आपकी प्राथमिकता क्या होगी?
अब इतना लंबा, हाँ,
एक बार हमें मिलने का टाइम दे दो।
दे देती हूँ, आप बात कर लो फिर।
तो प्रियंका गांधी यहाँ से निकली हैं जीत के बाद। पहली प्रतिक्रिया आज तक पर उन्होंने दी है और कहा है कि जीत का सबसे ज़्यादा श्रेय जो है वो राहुल गांधी के लिए को जाता है, क्योंकि 5 साल तक उन्होंने वायनाड के लिए जो काम किया उसकी वजह से ये जीत और बड़ी जीत प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा को हासिल हुई है।
So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra spoke exclusively to India today after her spectacular victory in Wayanad. Happy to have been chosen to represent the people of Wayanad. Adil Singh Boparai, you wanted to respond to Hitesh Jain on the issue of Priyanka Gandhi's victory. Response, sir.
मैं तो मुझे इस बात से खुशी है कि मैं मतलब जनता की इच्छा है और मुझे मौका मिला है अब जनता की सेवा करने का।
आपने बड़ा इमोशनल मैसेज लिखा है अभी ट्विटर पे।
जी, क्योंकि बहुत प्यार मिला मुझे वायनाड में
और परिवार वालों का साथ भी तो मिला।
जी, वो तो हमेशा मिलता है।
तो किसको सबसे ज्यादा आप क्रेडिट देंगे इस जीत का?
राहुल जी को 5 साल उन्होंने जितना काम किया है वायनाड में, वो इसी का श्रेय है, उन्हीं को श्रेय है इस जीत का।
पहली आपकी प्राथमिकता क्या होगी?
अब इतना लंबा, हाँ,
एक बार हमें मिलने का टाइम दे दो।
दे देती हूँ, आप बात कर लो फिर।
तो प्रियंका गांधी यहाँ से निकली हैं जीत के बाद। पहली प्रतिक्रिया आज तक पर उन्होंने दी है और कहा है कि जीत का सबसे ज्यादा श्रेय जो है वो राहुल गांधी के लिए को जाता है।
So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra giving the credit of her spectacular win with a huge margin to her brother Rahul Gandhi. Also thanked the voters of Wayanad for continuing to place their trust first in Rahul Gandhi and then in Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Adil Singh Boparai respond to the BJP saying that perhaps there'll be sibling rivalry and 2 camps within the Congress in Lok Sabha.
It is utter nonsense. What the BJP spokesperson has said is utter nonsense. The hallmarks of the Congress party leadership are decency, sincerity and honesty. These adjectives are alien to the BJP and their cadre. But having said this, as far as issues in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha are concerned, yes, we intend to take up the Adani issue. We do understand that the BJP has become spokespersons for the Adani, but it is unprecedented that the US Justice Department has indicted an individual who had participated and played an active role in the dislodging of the Maharashtra government in 2019. And the Dharavi project, let me again underline.
Okay, you're coming to Dharavi project, those first images coming, and I want to go to those images full screen right now. These are images that are coming in off the huddle of the Mahayuti that is taking place. Devendra Fadnavis, Mr. Athavale sitting next to him, leaders, okay, that's also Eknath Shinde next to him. Leaders coming in for that meeting. Ajit Pawar also. Spectacular victory as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. And look at the strike rate for all the 3 alliance partners there. Sitting together. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde in the center. Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis, Praful Patel. Flanking Eknath Shinde. 227 is what the Mahayuti is leading in. Mahavikas Aghadi reduced to 54. And if you were to look at the numbers
of the parties in terms of their strike rate? What is it that they've been able to achieve in these elections? Praful Patel very clearly said that this is a great moment not just for the NCP but also for the Mahayuti. They've thanked women voters, all three. The message that they were able to put out through the Ladki Behan Yojana was women voters. They came out in larger numbers to vote. 95% is their appreciation, their efforts working in sync. They have, of course, said that the fake narrative, and these are Praful Patel's words, that fake narrative that the Congress party was trying to put out of constitution will be amended or reservations will be abolished, that's been demolished by the voters of Maharashtra. They're also saying that the 54 seats, the victory or the leads of the Congress or the NCP, Sharad Pawar, or the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, it's rather slender, the margin of lead. But very interesting, if I could bring in Professor Badri Narayan on this. Praful Patel said, I wish we could all have been together. That is there a hope that the NCP could be united or reunited? Is that even possible? Or has that ship sailed, in your view, sir?
I think, Gaurav, the Mahayuti is a united at the moment. And I think it will be united because it's the demand of the politics of Maharashtra. If they will be not united, I think it will give bad message, negative message. But it may possible that CM face maybe in this time, maybe Devendra Fadnavis may be one of the main contender of this CM face also, because already this election being organized is very clearly.
Okay, I think Eknath Shinde is speaking. Let's quickly cut across and listen in.
निरंतर गोरे, सर्व महायुतीचे सन्माननीय उपस्थित असणारे मान्यवर नेते, पदाधिकारी, कार्यकर्ते आणि पत्रकार मित्रांनो, आपण आज सकाळी काउंटिंग सुरू होईपर्यंत प्रत्येक जण आपापले परीने अंदाज व्यक्त करत होते. काल तर मी स्वतः वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलला बघत होतो, म्हणजे आम्ही तिघ कशातच नसल्यातच जमा होतो. बाकीच्यांच्या गाड्या फिरवणं, ड्रायव्हिंग करणं, इकडे जाणं तिकडे जाणं, इतकं काही सुरू होतं की आम्ही पहिल्यांदा 1:45च्या पुढे जाऊ आम्हाला वाटत होतं. कालचं सगळं बघितल्यानंतर आम्हाला वाटायला लागलं की आपण कुठेतरी खाली जातोय का काय. परंतु महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने विकासाकडे बघून महायुतीला प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं जे यश प्राप्त करून दिलंय, त्याबद्दल महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेचं महायुतीच्या वतीनं, व्यक्तिशः माझ्या वतीनं मी त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो, मनापासून आभार मानतो. सगळेच कार्यकर्ते राबले, उमेदवार राबले, सगळे सहकारी घटक पक्षाचे, मित्र पक्षांचे सगळे आमचे सहकारी त्याच्यामध्ये स्वतःला झोकून दिलं आणि सगळ्यांनी ही निवडणूक आपली स्वतःची निवडणूक आहे असं समजून त्या ठिकाणी कामाला लागले. आमच्या ज्या योजना होत्या, योजनांच्याबद्दल बरेच थोडीशी चेष्टा मस्करी करण्यात आली, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये दोष देण्यात आला, आमची थोडंसं टीका टिप्पणी करण्यात आली की राज्य कंगाल केलं, अमुक झालं तमुक झालं. परंतु नंतर त्यांचे जाहीरनामे बाहेर आल्यानंतर आम्हाला ते दिसलं की हे काय चाललेलं आहे, कसं चाललेलं आहे, कुठलाही हिशोब न ठेवता अशा प्रकारचे जाहीरनामे बाहेर आले आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी पाहिलं. आम्ही मुळात काय केलं, लोकसभेच्या निवडणुकीच्या निमित्तानं आम्हाला मोठं अपयश आलं. म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आम्हाला तिघांनाही वाटलं नव्हतं की बाबा अशा प्रकारचं आपल्याला अपयश मिळेल, परंतु ते मिळालं. आम्ही ते मान्य केलं, त्याच्यातून आम्ही पुन्हा सावरण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. अर्थसंकल्प सादर करत असताना आम्ही सरकारमध्ये तिघांनी मिळून काही योजना जाहीर केल्या. त्या योजना इतक्या पॉप्युलर झाल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली. अंडर करंट असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले. एक माझं स्वतःचं स्पष्ट मत आहे, प्रत्येकाची वेगवेगळी मतं असू शकतात.
Ladki Bahin Yojana was actually a game changer and it helped us a lot. And let me tell you, all the Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme, the beneficiaries, this was a very important scheme which was put out by the government.
किंवा कुठल्याही आघाडीला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तरी कधी असं यश मिळालेलं माझ्या तरी पाण्यात नाही, माझ्या तरी ऐकवत नाही.
Let me tell you clearly that never in Maharashtra such victory has happened in the past. This is a landslide victory of Mahayuti in Maharashtra.
अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये जसं आम्हाला समजतंय तसं तर एवढं प्रचंड यश हे पहिल्यांदाच मिळालेलं यशाने आम्ही हुरळून पण जाणार नाही आणि आम्ही अतिशय जमिनीवर पाय ठेवून
First time ever such mandate has been received in Maharashtra. This mandate is given to Mahayuti and we thank all the voters of Maharashtra.
पण फोन केला तेव्हा म्हटलं देवेंद्रजी खूप काही काम करावं लागेल. एकनाथरावजींना पण तसं सांगितलं की फार आर्थिक शिस्त आपल्याला त्याच्यामध्ये आणावी लागेल आणि आम्ही आणू. त्याच्यात आम्हाला हे नवीन नाहीये, आम्ही सगळे अनुभवी माणसं.
The mandate which is given by the people of Maharashtra will definitely prove our work. And let me tell you, I have also spoken to Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde about this. Financially as well, we have to work very hard to fulfill all the promises.
त्याच्यामुळं या सगळ्या ज्या काही गोष्टी झालेल्या आहेत, आता विरोधक टीका करतात की बाबा बॅलेट पेपरनी घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं, मग बॅलेट पेपरने लोकसभेला पण घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. लोकसभेचा निकाल लागला की तो बरोबर आणि इथला निकाल लागला की बॅलेट पेपर यायला पाहिजे. मग
This is very strange what the opposition always says. Now, when they got the mandate in Lok Sabha, they accepted the mandate in Lok Sabha. Now, here in Mahayuti, in this particular assembly election, they are not accepting the mandate. They are saying that ballot papers should have been used. But why ballot papers? They should accept what the people of Maharashtra have given the mandate. We accepted the Lok Sabha results. Now, you should accept the assembly results.
तुम्ही बघितलं तर सगळीकडे महायुती जोरात चालली. असं कुठं नाही की मागच्या वेळेस कसं झालं, आम्हाला झटका दिला तो मराठवाड्याने दिला. आमची एकच जागा त्यावेळेस भुमरे साहेबांची आली संभाजीनगर सिटीतली, बाकीकडे सगळीकडे आम्हाला दारुण पराभवाला सामोरं जावं लागलं आणि तसं ह्या वेळेस झालं नाही. तुम्ही जर अंदाज घेतला
And this is a very clear mandate. It is unlike that we will get a mandate in particular region like Marathwada or Vidar, but we have got support and particular mandate in this assembly election from all over Maharashtra.
प्रिंट पण मीडिया आहे. मला एक कळत नाही, तुम्ही खऱ्या बातम्या देत चाला ना, जे खऱ्या देत नाही त्यांना मला म्हणायचं तुम्ही बाकी सगळे खऱ्या बातम्या देतात त्याच्याबद्दल दुमत नाही. पण मी टीव्ही चालू केलं आणि अजित पवार पोस्टल बॅलेटमध्येच माग मी विचारतोय तिथं फोन करून, ते म्हणले नाही दादा आपण पुढे आहे. आता माझं लीड 1,02,000 मताधिक्य मी मिळवलं आणि खुशाल तुम्ही दाखवताय अजित पवार माग, अजित पवार माग.
It is also very strange how the news actually spread. Initially, they were showing that I am behind in the postal ballot, but it was not true. I was leading in this entire result of with over 1 lakh margin.
किती झाले? पोस्टल बॅलेटमध्ये पण आम्ही पुढे होतो आणि रेग्युलर मतदानामध्ये पण पुढे होतो. सांगायचं तात्पर्य की बाबा तुमच्यावर सगळ्या चॅनलवर जनतेचा एवढा विश्वास आहे, म्हणजे विश्वास नाही ते सकाळच्या 9 वाजताच्या भोंग्यावर विश्वास नाही, पण बाकीच्यांवर फार विश्वास आहे. माझं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की खऱ्या बातम्या दिल्या तर काही वाईट होणार नाही.
Ajit Pawar take pot shot on Sanjay Raut. He clearly says that people have mandate given to us. They don't believe in the loudspeaker which actually goes at every morning at 9, but they believe in us.
वाढलेली आहे आणि त्या उलट आम्हाला अधिक जास्त बारकाईनं इथून पुढे काम करावं लागणार आहे, कारण एवढं दैदिप्यमान यश या सगळ्यांनी मिळून दिलेलं आहे आणि जनतेचे मानावे तेवढे आभार कमीच आहेत. म्हणजे काय आता त्यांच्याकरता म्हणजे त्यांच्या ऋणातच आम्ही राहू इच्छितो आणि 5
One
वर्ष.
thing is very clear that this is a very big mandate and a very big responsibility which has been given by the people of Maharashtra, and we have to deliver all the promises and all the faith which is shown by the people of Maharashtra to us.
राज्याच्या सर्वांगीण विकासाच्या करता जसं आम्ही विकास हा केंद्रबिंदू मानून पुढे गेलो तशाच पद्धतीचं काम हे इथून पुढच्या काळामध्ये देखील महायुतीच्या वतीनं त्या ठिकाणी चालेल अशा प्रकारची खात्री मी आपल्या पत्रकार मित्रांना पण देतो आणि आपल्या मार्फत महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेला देतो. पुन्हा एकदा मतदार
To you media people, I actually want to tell you that all the promises will be fulfilled. The faith which has been shown by the people of Maharashtra, that will be fulfilled. And once again, I want to thank all the voters of Maharashtra.
मराठी मातृभाषा अभिजात भाषेचा दर्जा आत्ताच दिलाय ना, लगेच विसरायला लागला. नाही नाही, ते दिल्लीत बोलतात.
मी माझी भावना मगाशीच मांडली आहे की केवळ आत्ता एवढंच सांगेन की महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसमोर आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. जनतेने ज्या प्रकारचा विजय दिलेला आहे, खऱ्या अर्थानं हा विजय एक प्रकारे आमची जबाबदारी वाढवणारा विजय आहे. देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री मोदीजींवर महाराष्ट्राने दाखवलेला विश्वास आहे आणि त्यामुळे आता आम्हाला खूप काम महाराष्ट्रामध्ये करावं लागेल.
I bow down to the people of Maharashtra. The mandate which is given to us by the people of Maharashtra, this is huge, and we respect this particular mandate. And actually, let me tell you, this is a big responsibility now. The trust which has been shown by the people of Maharashtra on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership will definitely fulfill all the promises.
खरं म्हणजे आजचा हा महाराष्ट्रातला ऐतिहासिक दिवस आहे आणि ऐतिहासिक विजय देखील आहे. आतापर्यंतच्या अनेक वर्षांच्या निवडणुका आपण पाहिल्या, परंतु ही निवडणूक लोकांच्या हातात घेतली अशा प्रकारची निवडणूक होती. म्हणजे लँडस्लायडिंग जो काही विक्ट्री आपण म्हणतो ऐतिहासिक, याला काय.
Let me tell you, there have been several elections in the state of Maharashtra, but this is something very different. This is a landslide victory for us. People of Maharashtra literally came out, they took it onto their own and made sure that Mahayuti wins.
लाडकी बहीण असेल, लाडका भाऊ असेल, लाडका शेतकरी असेल, एकंदरीत सगळ्याच घटकातल्या लोकांनी यावेळेस महायुतीवर प्रेम दाखवलं.
बीट लाडका भाई, बीट लाडका शेतकरी,
धन्यवाद देतो.
people from all walks of life, all community and everyone have decided to give us a clear mandate.
अशा प्रकारचं काम मतदारांनी केलेलं आहे. खरं म्हणजे गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये मी, देवेंद्रजी, अजितदादा, आम्ही जे काम केलं या राज्यामध्ये की शिवसेना, भाजपा, राष्ट्रवादी, RP, आमचे आठवले साहेब इकडे आहेत आणि आमचे इतर घटक मित्रपक्ष, आणि जे निर्णय आम्ही घेतले ते निर्णय आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये न भूतो न भविष्यते असे होते. म्हणजे एकीकडे विकास केला आम्ही, डेव्हलपमेंट म्हणजे जे 2.5 वर्षात महाविकास आघाडी सरकारने जी काही कामं बंद पाडली होती, स्पीड ब्रेकर टाकले होते,
party all over here. Such decisions have been never ever taken in the state of Maharashtra. This was historic. The way different schemes we brought in.
आणि ते स्टे आम्ही सगळे काढले आणि कामं सुरू झाली. मग अटल सेतू झाला, समृद्धी झाला, आपला कोस्टल झाला आणि मेट्रो झाली, कारशेड झाला आणि
मेट्रो, अटल सेतू, कोस्टल रोड, समृद्धी महामार्ग. People had lot of benefits from all this infrastructure projects.
त्यामुळे कामाला आम्ही प्राथमिकता दिली, विकासाला आम्ही प्राधान्य दिलं आणि आम्ही त्यामध्ये एकच डोळ्यासमोर ठेवलं की या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास. आणि राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करत असताना सर्व घटकांना आम्ही समोर ठेवलं.
डेव्हलपमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, डेव्हलपमेंट ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र to be kept on priority. We didn't work on politics. We only worked on development of Maharashtra.
सगळं बंद पाडलं होतं ते किती वेगाने आम्ही सुरू करू शकलो याचं समाधान आणि आनंद आम्हाला आहे. कारण त्याचे तुम्ही ते फळं पाहत आहे. सगळी लोकांना आपण मेट्रो दिली, समृद्धी दिलं, अटल सेतू दिला, कोस्टल दिलं, लोक तो वापरू लागले. आणि त्याचबरोबर दुसरीकडे आम्ही केल्या कल्याणकारी योजनेमध्ये लाडकी बहीण, मुख्यमंत्री लाडकी बहीण योजना, त्यानंतर मग
And
लाडका
one needs
भाऊ
to
केला आम्ही,
understand that why
युवा
people
प्रशिक्षण
have
योजना
given us
केली,
this mandate.
3 गॅस सिलेंडर
There
दिले,
are the people who are
त्यानंतर
getting benefits from
वयोश्री
metro,
योजना
coastal
केली,
road, Samruddhi
शेतकऱ्यांसाठी
Mahamarg,
योजना
Atal
केली,
Setu. Then we brought
वीज बिल
very
माफ केलं,
nice schemes
शेतकऱ्यांचं
like Ladki Bahin,
जे
Ladka Bhau, Ladka Shetkari. This actually benefits the local people of Maharashtra on the grassroots level.
आणि त्या पंपाचं वीज बिल माफ केलं. शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही 2.5 वर्षामध्ये 2.25 वर्षामध्ये आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये जेवढा मोबदला दिला नव्हता 15,000 कोटी रुपये तो दिला. त्यांच्या योजनांसाठी 45,000 कोटी रुपये.
We gave free electricity to farmers. We did loan waivers for farmers.
आणि दुसरीकडे कल्याणकारी योजना याची आम्ही सांगड घालण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. आणि नेमकं यामध्ये
The mandate is mixture of two things. One is the development work, the infrastructure work, projects of Maharashtra, and others are the beneficiary schemes which we brought in.
आधार मिळाला पाहिजे. आणि मग आम्ही सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार म्हणायचो. मग सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार म्हणताना सर्वसामान्याला काय मिळालं याचा विचार आम्ही केला. आणि मला अभिमानाने या ठिकाणी सांगायचं आहे की मोदी साहेबांनी केंद्र सरकारने
government of common people, and we would always ask the question to ourselves only that what work we are doing for this common people, and therefore always while bringing different schemes and projects, we always thought that we have to do something for the common people.
10 वर्ष तर जाऊ द्या, पण 2-2.5 वर्षामध्ये देखील आम्हाला लाखो कोटी रुपयांचं सहकार्य केलं. त्यामुळे एक डबल
I thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji because to the help, to the assistance of central leadership from the central government, we got lot of funds and we could complete the projects and different schemes on time.
आणि आता आमच्या वेळेस सुप्रमा 124 सुप्रमा दिल्या. म्हणजे एक फक्त उदाहरण की अशा प्रकारचं काम आम्ही केल्यामुळे या राज्यातल्या जनतेने सर्वसामान्य माणूस आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानला. म्हणजे त्याच्यामध्ये महिला आहेत, गरीब आहे, युवक आहे, शेतकरी आहे, यांना आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानून काम केलं. आणि त्यांच्यासाठी
आम्ही Our focus was very simple. Our focus were the women of our society, the farmers, the youngsters, the people who are going to work. We focused on these people and we always thought that whatever we have to do, we have to do for them.
योजना बंद करण्यासाठी. आणि म्हणून लाडकी बहीण योजना जी आहे त्याचबरोबर शासन आपल्या दारी, आम्ही याच्यापूर्वी शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही केलं. डायरेक्ट तेव्हाही योजना होत्या, पूर्वी लाभही होते, सगळं होतं, परंतु लोक कंटाळून ते योजनांचा लाभ घेण्यापासून वंचित राहत होते. आम्ही 5 कोटी लोकांना त्याचा लाभ दिला, शासन आपल्या दारी. आणि आपल्या लाडकी बहीण
योजना, शासन आपल्या दारी, all this were actually a game changer. Let me tell you, over 5 crore people have got benefit from this particular scheme. And initially, before our government, people used to get afraid while going to such government.
आम्ही फक्त बोललो नाही तर 5 इन्स्टॉलमेंट लाडक्या बहिणींच्या खात्यात टाकले सुद्धा. आणि आम्ही तर आम्हाला माहित होतं हे विरोधक सावत्र भाऊ आमच्या या नोव्हेंबरच्या पैशामध्ये अडकाटी आणतील, म्हणून आम्ही ऑक्टोबरमध्येच आचारसंहिता लागायच्या अगोदर नोव्हेंबरचे पण पैसे दिले. कारण शेवटी आम्ही देण्याची नियत आमची आहे, नियत साफ आहे. कारण आम्ही फक्त कागदावर योजना ठेवायची.
Let me tell you clearly that our work is only to give to the people, and therefore even before the model code of conduct was in place in Maharashtra, before that 2 installments of Ladki Bahin Yojana were given to the people.
आम्ही म्हणालो कॉमन मॅन. आता कॉमन मॅन ने आम्ही ठरवलंय की त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये काही बदल घडवून चांगले दिवस आणून त्याला सुपरमॅन करायचं. पण त्यांनी आम्हाला या निवडणुकीत सुपरमॅन सारखं काम करून दाखवलं. आणि एवढं भरभरून त्यांनी आशीर्वाद दिले की लोकांनी एवढंच आहे की यामध्ये बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या. लोकांनी कल्याणाचं आणि विकासाचं राजकारण राजकारण झिडकारलं. आणि म्हणून 2 निवडणुका ज्या लोकसभेमध्ये पण आणि लोकसभेत फेक नॅरेटिव्ह वगैरे सगळं केलं, काय केलं, संविधान बदलणार वगैरे, सगळ्या जातीमध्ये भीती निर्माण केली, प्रत्येकाला घाबरवलं. तरी सुद्धा एवढं होऊन पण प्रधानमंत्रीपदी मोदी साहेबच बसले. आता ते म्हणाले जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ, आम्ही जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ. लोकसभेच्या
There
वेळेस
was
पण
lot
गेले.
of fake narratives
पण शेवटी
which
एवढं
were set
करून
in
एवढे
Lok Sabha
सगळं
elections.
नाटक
But let me
सांगून
tell you,
लोकांना
at
घाबरवून
the
पण
end, it was only Prime
प्रधानमंत्री
Minister
पदी
Narendra Modi who
शेवटी
said
बसले.
on the throne.
आणि आताही म्हणाले आम्ही जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ, दरबारात जाऊ. आता जनतेने त्यांना जो काही मॅन्डेट द्यायचा तो दिलेला आहे आणि त्यामुळे जनतेने पूर्णपणे विकासाला आणि कल्याणकारी योजनांना स्वीकारलेलं आहे. यामध्ये लोक रोज आमचं सरकार स्थापन झाल्यापासून रोज सरकार पडणार, सरकार पडणार, सरकार पडणार, रोज आम्हाला 3-4 शब्द ठेवले होते त्यांनी. ते शब्द तुम्हाला माहित आहे. मी देऊ.
People have given a very clear mandate, let me tell you. And initially, they kept on saying, the opposition kept on saying that today the government will collapse, the government will fall. But never such thing happened. We gave them the answer by working. We gave them the answer by bringing new projects, completing the infrastructure projects. We brought in new schemes. And that's how it worked. And therefore, people have given us this mandate.
आता कॉमन मॅन मध्ये मी जायचो. आता आमचे दोन्ही उपमुख्यमंत्री दोन्ही आम्ही 24/7 काम करत होतो. आणि याच्यामुळे घरी बसून सरकार चालवता येत नाही.
Myself and both the DCM, we used to work 24/7. We never took break.
बाळासाहेब सांगायचे कार्यकर्ता घरात नाही, लोकांच्या दारात शोभून दिसतो. शासन आपले दारी आम्ही घेऊन गेलो. शासन आपल्या दारी घेऊन गेलो. आणि म्हणूनच आज बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांनी आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं 2019ला मोदी साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने. आणि 2019ला जे सरकार स्थापन व्हायला पाहिजे होतं ते सरकार स्थापन झालं नाही. ते लोकांनी बरोबर लक्षात ठेवलेलं आहे. लोक ते विसरलेले नाहीत. आणि म्हणून या
Very important thing, Eknath Shinde is telling that with the blessings of Balasaheb Thackeray and the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we should have formed government in 2019. But the mandate which was given by the people of Maharashtra, it was ignored by some people and we could not form the government in 2019.
त्या स्पष्ट झालेल्या आहेत. बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या आणि मला समाधान आहे की 2019ला 56 जागा आल्या होत्या आणि त्या 56 मला वाटतं आताही 56 जागा आल्या. अजून चालू आहे. पण एकंदरीत आताच्या पर्यंत म्हणजे विकासाला लोकांनी महत्त्व दिलं. मोदीजींनी आता अमित भाई असतील, नड्डाजी आहेत, तिथं पियुषजी आहेत, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपले भूपेंद्रजी आहेत, राजनाथ सिंगजी, बऱ्याच सगळ्या लोकांनी आठवले साहेब तर आपल्या सोबतच आहेत. आठवले साहेब सोबत 100%. तर एकंदरीत आपण सगळ्यांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता त्याच्यामध्ये काही लोकांनी म्हणा त्याचा अर्थ वेगवेगळा काढला. मोदी साहेब म्हणाले एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या. आता लोकांना आवाहन केलं. जसं आम्ही काय त्याच्यामध्ये जातीपाती धर्माचा उल्लेख केला नाही, पण मतदानासाठी एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या, या राज्याला पुढे घेऊन जाण्यासाठी एकत्र या असं आवाहन करणं काय चुकीचं आहे. आणि लोकांनी ते एकत्र
All the leaders from all the political parties in Maha-Yuti came together and we worked for the people, be from any caste, creed, religion. We work for everyone and this is what the people of Maharashtra have given the mandate today.
जास्त आहे. आणि म्हणून लाडक्या बहिणी आमच्या ज्या आहेत त्या लाडक्या बहिणींनी सावत्र भावांना चांगला जोडा दाखवलेला आहे. आणि आम्ही म्हणायचो ना खोडा घालणाऱ्यांना जोडा दाखवा. तर एकंदरीत ही निवडणूक जी आहे ही निवडणूक विकासाच्या अजेंड्यावर, कल्याणकारी योजनांच्या ह्याच्यावर आणि जे विचार आहेत आज आमचे शिवसेना म्हणून बाळासाहेबांचे विचार आहेत, दिघे साहेबांची शिकवण, मोदीजींची जे काही जो त्यांचा सपोर्ट आहे, केंद्राचा सपोर्ट आहे,
election on the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, blessings of Balasaheb Thackeray and Anand Dighe.
लोकांना आरोप प्रत्यारोप नको आहे. लोकांना सुडाचं राजकारण नको आहे. लोकांना हवंय डेव्हलपमेंट हवंय आणि विकास.
It is very clear. People don't want the blame game. they don't want these politicians getting into blaming each other and putting out allegations. People need work, people need development, people need new infrastructure projects.
सकाळी तर अशा बातम्या चालल्या होत्या की बोला आमचा काय कार्यक्रम होतो का काय,
आमचा करेक्ट कार्यक्रम
तर याच्यामध्ये खूप चांगलं निर्णय झाला, चांगला एक आपला ऐतिहासिक विजय झालेला आहे आणि त्यामुळे खऱ्या अर्थाने आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे. आता या
It is very clear mandate which has been given to Mahayuti. This is a landslide victory, and now our responsibility has increased a lot. And let me assure you that we will work very hard. All the schemes which we brought in, they were not for election. Let me assure you, we are going to work very hard, and with responsibility, all the schemes will keep on going.
किंवा महाविकास आघाडी ज्यांनी ज्यांनी काही निर्णय घेतले, काही आश्वासनं दिली, ती पाळली नाहीत. आश्वासनं दिली, नंतर कर्नाटकमधलंच आश्वासन घ्या, हिमाचलमधलं घ्या, आपल्या राजस्थानमधलं घ्या पूर्वीचं, की त्यामध्ये आश्वासन दिल्यानंतर निवडून आल्यानंतर केंद्राकडे पैसे मागायला लागले. आमच्याकडे पैसे नाही.
You look at what Congress did in Karnataka, what they did in Himachal Pradesh, the earlier government in Rajasthan. After getting elected, Congress did not have any planning. All were just false promises. They later on asking for money from the central government. Our schemes are not like this. Our schemes are made with foolproof planning, and we have all the financial calculations done in place, and all the schemes will continue to work.
आम्ही केलं नाही. आर्थिक दृष्टिकोनातून जे जे काही आम्ही नियोजन करायचं ते केलं आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना लोकांनी खोटं ठरवलं. ते आम्हाला म्हणाले तुम्ही लाडकी बहीण योजना देताय, पैसे कुठून आणणार, पैसे कुठून आहे, हे फसवं आहे. आणि त्यांनीच आमची योजना चोरून नंतर त्यांच्या वचननाम्यामध्ये टाकली.
You let me know one thing, that when we brought the Ladki Bahin Yojana, they were asking us that from where you are going to bring the money. And later on during the election time, they brought a very similar scheme in their manifesto. They actually stole our scheme from us. But people clearly knew that what was happening.
स्पष्टपणे आम्ही मांडलं लोकांच्या समोर, लोकांच्या दरबारामध्ये आम्ही गेलो आणि लोकांना काम आवडतं, लोकांना विकास पाहिजे, लोकांना कल्याणकारी योजना पाहिजेत, ते आम्ही देण्याचा प्रयत्न केला आणि विकासाकडे या राज्याला नेण्याचा आम्ही प्रयत्न केला. यामध्ये केंद्राचा आम्हाला खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावर
people like infrastructure projects, people like good beneficiary schemes, and that is what we have done for the people. We went into elections with all this work, and therefore we got elected.
वर्षामध्ये मोदीजींनी 10 लाख कोटी दिले. हे आताचं नवीन उदाहरण तर 76,000 कोटी वाढवण बंदर आहे, दिघी बंदर आहे. हे अशी म्हणजे डेव्हलपमेंटसाठी जे आहे, मग ते एअर कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, वॉटर कनेक्टिव्हिटी, रेल कनेक्टिव्हिटी, रोड कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, अनेक प्रकल्प.
All this infrastructure work is actually going to help the people of Maharashtra.
आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही या राज्याला विकासाकडे घेऊन जाऊ शकलो आणि लोकांना कल्याणकारी योजना आम्ही देऊ शकलो आणि लोकांना आम्ही याच्यामध्ये मतं नाही, आम्ही लोकांची मनं जिंकलेली आहे. आज लोकांना शेवटी काय विश्वास महत्वाचा आहे. विश्वासावर सगळ्या गोष्टी.
One very important thing, let me tell you that we have not won the votes, we have not won the mandate of the people, but we have won the heart of the people of Maharashtra.
कार्यकर्ते आहोत आणि म्हणून आम्ही 24/7 काम केलं. जेव्हा जेव्हा शेतकरी अडचणीत आला तेव्हा तेव्हा त्याच्या मागे आम्ही उभं राहिलो, त्याला वाऱ्यावर आम्ही सोडलं नाही. आणि त्यामुळे जो जो सर्वसामान्य घटक जेव्हा जेव्हा अडचणीत आला त्याच्या मागे आम्ही
24/7 we work for the people of Maharashtra, we work for the farmers, we never let alone anyone.
हे सर्वसामान्याला न्याय देणारं सरकार आहे, जनतेच्या पाठीमागे ताकदीने उभं राहणार सरकार आहे. जसं आमच्या मागे केंद्र सरकार ताकदीने उभं राहिलं तसं आम्ही जनतेच्या मागे उभे राहिलो आणि म्हणूनच आम्हाला हा असा प्रचंड दैदिप्यमान हा विजय मिळालेला आहे.
सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट ऍक्च्युअली बॅक दी महाराष्ट्र गव्हर्नमेंट द सेम वे वी बॅक दी पीपल ऑफ महाराष्ट्र.
मतदारांना देतो, जनतेला देतो, जे आमचे महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते आहेत त्यांनी मेहनत घेतली आहे त्या सगळ्यांना देतो आणि म्हणूनच यापुढे जे काही काम आहे या जनतेच्या हितासाठी करणं एवढंच आमची जबाबदारी आहे. त्यामुळे पुन्हा एकदा मी आपल्या सगळ्या पत्रकारांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो, आपले आभार मानतो. आणि आता इथून पुढे तुम्ही खऱ्या चांगल्या बातम्या दिल्या तर तुमचा TRP वाढत जाईल. आमचे प्रकल्प जे आम्ही सुरू केलेत त्याच्या बातम्या द्या, लोकांच्या फायद्याचे जे प्रकल्प आहेत त्याच्या बातम्या द्या.
देवेंद्र जी, वाचाळवीरांच्या बातम्या देऊ नका.
देवेंद्र जी, एक सवाल ये है कि महाराष्ट्र में पिछले कुछ समय से जाति जाति में लगातार एक दंगा फैलाने की कोशिश हो रही थी. क्या स्थिर सरकार को लेकर के मैंडेट है क्या? दूसरा, वोट जिहाद शब्द आपने इस्तेमाल किया था, इस बार भी ऐसी कोशिश कई जगहों पर हुई थी, उसको कैसा जवाब?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, सब समाज को साथ में लाने वाली जो बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको रिस्पॉन्ड किया है और महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाजों ने एक साथ मिलकर एक बड़ा मैंडेट हमको दिया है. मुझे लगता है कि आज निश्चित रूप से जो लोग तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, उनको करारा जवाब जनता ने ही दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात को लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक्सेप्ट किया.
आप दोनों को लेकर ये आरोप लग रहे थे बार बार, आप दोनों के लिए साथ की लड़ाई थी शिवांगी ठाकुर फ्रॉम जी न्यूज, एका जी और अजीत पवार जी की नकली है. क्या आपको लगता है आज के बाद ये आरोप अब जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है, आपकी ओर से क्या जवाब दिया जाएगा? क्योंकि असली और नकली का फैसला
जनता ने दिखाया ना. अभी आपने पहले ही बोल दिया ना.
नहीं, आपकी ओर से जानना चाहते हैं क्योंकि देखिए बार बार
नहीं, देखिए जनता ने आज बता दिया है. असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है. कौन है, मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने आज. अभी तो मुझे लगता है वो तो अभी उनको तो हम कैसे रोकेंगे, वो तो और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे. लेकिन जनता की अदालत में जाने के बाद उनको भी दिखाया है और हमें भी दिखाया है. ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. जब भी अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं. उनको वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है. ऐसा कैसा है? तो ये तो देखिए, यही तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जनता ने पूरी तरह, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पूरी तरह थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी. ये पूरा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये पूरी तरह. अभी ये जनता ने भरपूर दिया है. अभी उनको उनकी जगह दिखाई है. अरे भैया, अभी हम लोग, अभी तो आंकड़े भी आने के अभी चालू है ना, काउंटिंग चालू है. अभी होने के बाद हमारी तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी. हमारे जैसे आपको बताते हैं, जैसे हमने सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ, हमें कोई मतभेद हमारे में नहीं थे. आज भी कोई मतभेद नहीं है. हम हमारे वरिष्ठ और हम लोग बैठकर उसके ऊपर निर्णय लेंगे.
बच्चे हैं नई सरकार को लेकर के, तो क्या कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास?
अरे हमें करो ना,
कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास? क्योंकि अब 26 तारीख जो है वो डेट पिछली बार हुआ था, 5 साल पूरा होगा.
समय पे सब बराबर होगा.
पहले तो तीनों पार्टियां अपना अपना नेता चुनती है. अभी रिजल्ट ही आने का है. रिजल्ट आने के बाद सारे एमएलएस को बुलाना पड़ता है, अपने अपने पार्टी का नेता चुनते हैं, उसके बाद ये प्रक्रिया होती है। आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए, तीनों पार्टियां साथ में बैठकर और अठौली जी का भी मशवरा हम लेंगे और इसका निर्णय करेंगे।
महाविकास आघाड़ी में तो ये जनता ने तय किया है ना, जनता ने इतना भरोसा दिखाया है, अभी हमें जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। हाँ, तो फिर वही तो पब्लिक जनता ने दिखा दिया है, जनता ने पूरा विश्वास दिखाया, तो हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ अभी काम करेंगे। सीएम साहब 3 होटल महाविकास आघाड़ी ने बुक लिए थे, कल से 3 हुई थी यहाँ पर। हमने एक भी मीटिंग नहीं करी थी, हम लोग शांत बैठे थे।
हमने मीटिंग भी नहीं करी थी और होटल भी बुक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि हमें मालूम था थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलने वाली है।
उनके आवश्यकता पड़े तो उनके होटल हम मांग लेंगे,
उनकी बुकिंग हम ले लेंगे। नाही, बरेचसे झालेत ना, काँग्रेसचे मोठे बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि काय काय पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण, बहुत से लोगों का हुआ है।
गडबड आहे लोकांच्या मनातला निकाल नाहीये, बॅलेटवर निवडणुका घ्यायला नाही
संजय राऊतची गडबड आहे।
प्रचार के दौरान
अरे भाई
चला आता 2 प्रश्न मराठीत घेऊ आपण, महाराष्ट्रात बसलो आणि मग संपतो। 2 प्रश्न मराठी।
अरे जाने दो ना, एक ही सवाल है क्या? आपका सवाल खत्म हुआ? सवाल खत्म?
असं म्हणतात की बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या, ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय माहीत नाही।
पुन्हा एकदा तुम्हाला विचारतो, संजय राऊत कोण?
ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय मान्य आहे, मान्य आहे, मान्य आहे।
Hey Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Ray. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. Big blow to MVA in Maharashtra as Mahayuti crosses majority mark. Jharkhand Assembly election results declared, Hemant Soren set to form government again. Supreme Court issues notice to CBI and ED on Manish Sisodia's bail relaxation plea in Delhi excise policy case.
मुख्यमंत्री किसका होगा, कौन होगा, तो एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजीत दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे। आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है और महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रही है।
जैसे हम चुनाव लड़े साथ में सभी के समन्वय से सब एकजुट होकर, वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे। कोई ऐसा हमारे में मतभेद नहीं है।
Her victory or defeat is a defeat for India because they are taking the support of radical elements who are opposed to our nation. Under the circumstances, I think it's a sad story for
क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या ये? अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सी है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान।
जनता नकारात्मक राजनीति को, बांटने वाली राजनीति को पूरी तरह खारिज कर चुकी है। और इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे। तो एक रहेंगे, सेफ रहेंगे पर देश की जनता जनार्दन ने राष्ट्रीय एकता और अखंडता को मजबूती प्रदान करने के लिए, सुरक्षा और समृद्धि के लिए अपना जनादेश दिया है। मैं आप सबका एक बार फिर से अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से उन्हें बधाई देता हूं और विजयी प्रत्याशियों को भी अपनी बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आज इस ऐतिहासिक जीत के अवसर पर, ऐतिहासिक विजयोत्सव अवसर पर क्या देखिए कुंदरकी पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विजय ये राष्ट्रवाद की विजय है। ये राष्ट्रवाद की विजय है, विरासत और विकास की विजय है। हर व्यक्ति को अपनी जड़ और अपनी मूल की याद आती है, और मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग कभी भूले भटके रहे होंगे उन सबको, किसी को अपना गोत्र याद आया होगा, किसी को अपनी जाति याद आई होगी। धन्यवाद। और विरासत पर ये विजय, विरासत की विजय है, और कुंदरकी की ये विजय बताती है कि आने वाले समय में समाजवादी पार्टी कहां जाने वाली है। धन्यवाद। मैं आग्रह करूंगा माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी से कि मुख्यमंत्री जी मिष्ठान वितरण करेंगे और एक दूसरे को मिठाई खिला करके विजयोत्सव करेंगे। माननीय, ये चीजें दिखाती हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के संकल्पों को जनता जनार्दन का पूरा आशीर्वाद प्राप्त है और यह भी जनता जनार्दन ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि समाजवादी पार्टी और इंडी गठबंधन का लूट और झूठ की जो पॉलिटिक्स है, अब इसके अंत की उद्घोषणा भी यह चुनाव है। महाराष्ट्र राज्य में भारतीय जनता पार्टी महायुति गठबंधन के सहयोगी शिवसेना शिंदे गुट को जितनी सीटें प्राप्त हुई हैं, महाविकास आघाड़ी यानी इंडी गठबंधन जो देश के अंदर है उसको कुल मिलाकर के भी उतनी सीटें नहीं प्राप्त हो पाई है।
So you were listening to Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on BJP's spectacular victory in Uttar Pradesh by polls, winning 7 of 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh during the by-poll. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath gave the credit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, also insisted that the voters of Uttar Pradesh have very clearly spoken. This is the victory of the Prime Minister's vision for our country. And of course, people of Uttar Pradesh going back to their roots, Virasat bhi or Vikas bhi. That was the point that the UP Chief Minister was making, specifically talking about the Kundarki seat. He also said this is a defeat of politics of lies and loot. The writing is on the wall, according to him. Okay, let's quickly cut across to Congress Party headquarters. Mallikarjun Kharge is there. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra speaking.
Their love for him and their trust in me. So I feel it's a great honor and I will respect it fully.
You expect this much majority, ma'am? Huge majority.
I just was happy getting the love of the people.
You are elected. What is your next plan, ma'am? So when you are going together?
Now soon, in the next 2-3 days, as soon as my brother starts.
So any road show in Maharashtra?
Let's see what the plan is.
Okay, thank you. What is your planned project?
Thank you.
Of the country, the voters in various parts of the country have very clearly given their mandate. If you were to talk about the Wayanad seat, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, it's a landslide victory for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Wayanad. Clear victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in 7 of 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Very clear victory for the India Bloc in Jharkhand. I once again want to cut across to Congress headquarters. KC Venugopal speaking. Was made to get a reaction from KC Venugopal, but we shall wait for it once again. But you heard Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Let's quickly cut across and listen into Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at the BJP after the Samajwadi Party's defeat in the by-poll. Akhilesh Yadav says BJP has made elections synonymous with corruption. Judenge to jeetenge remains the motto of Samajwadi Party, says Akhilesh Yadav. He took to social media platform X to say the tactics of those who've made elections synonymous with corruption have been captured in photographs and exposed before the world. The world, the country and Uttar Pradesh saw the most distorted form of electoral politics in these by-elections. There may be a time for falsehood, but not an era. Now, the real struggle has started. Clench your fists, tighten your fist, and make PDA proclaim, "We will join, we will win." Samajwadi Party MP Dimple Yadav reacting to this. Listen in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को खुली छूट दी गई कि मतदान के दिन वो घूमें, और बाहर से भी दूसरी विधानसभा से भी लोग आके गाड़ियों में यहाँ घूम रहे थे, और जहाँ 3 या 4 गाड़ी चलने की अनुमति होती है वहाँ पे 10-10 गाड़ियाँ लेके लोग चल रहे थे। और जिस प्रकार से पूरा माहौल रहा, उसके बावजूद भी समाजवादी पार्टी का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो सही रहा है।
लगता है अभी और सीटें आ सकती हैं, कई राउंड बाकी हैं।
हाँ, मैं समझती हूँ कि हम लोग अनुमान लगा रहे हैं कि 4 सीटों पे हम लोग अभी भी जीत सकते हैं।
Samarth Srivastava joins me from Lucknow for more. And Samarth, while the BJP was expecting perhaps 6 of 9, 7 of 9, is that better than expectation as far as the BJP is concerned? And explain the Chief Minister specifically talking about the significance of the Kundarki seat, saying this is where the voters have decided Virasat is very important.
Well, exactly, Gaurav. BJP was actually eyeing the 9 seats, though they knew that Karhal is going to be tough. But obviously, they were also eyeing the Sisamau seat of Kanpur. But they seem to be happy with the 7 seats, with Samajwadi Party bagging 2, one in Karhal and the other in Sisamau. CM Yogi Adityanath's message is loud and clear. He clearly talked about the Kundarki, because if you talk about the caste dynamics of Kundarki, it clearly says that opposition do have a edge right there. But what actually happened in the numbers is quite drastic for the opposition, and it's fruitful for the BJP. Though Dimple Yadav, while speaking to India Today TV, says that she does not believe in the results which came, especially in the Kundarki and Mirapur, because they were expecting a good performance by the Samajwadi Party candidate right there. They also blamed the police and administration for the same, and has even said that in the coming elections they will demand for the ballot paper elections and not the EVM. So she also questioned about the Maharashtra. But if you talk about the bigger picture of Uttar Pradesh, BJP saw a drawback in the Lok Sabha elections, where Samajwadi Party won 37 seats, and in total India Alliance won the 41 seats. And after that, it's a sigh of relief for the BJP, because currently, if you talk about the 9 seats that are assembly seats, the by-election seats, 7 being won by the BJP. So yes, there was a fight in some seats, but at the end of the day, results are telling the story that BJP has won the 7 seats, while SP has gone with the 2 seats. CM Yogi Adityanath's message
Stay with me for a moment, and for benefit of viewers who are just joining us, Samarth, stay with me. The BJP has managed significant victory in Uttar Pradesh Assembly by-elections, winning 7 of 9 seats. The highlights of winning, and it's actually a stunning comeback for the BJP. And the point that Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was making, the Kundarki seat, seen as a minority-dominated seat, a bastion, as many argued, for the Samajwadi Party, a stronghold since 1993. If you were to talk about Mirapur, the BJP RLD coalition retained its dominance. The by-poll elections came as a shot in the arm for Yogi Adityanath and the Bharatiya Janata Party, following the dismal performance of the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections, where the BJP was reduced to about 37 seats, trailing behind the NDA bloc, the India bloc's 43 seats. Now, reiterating the batenge to katenge. That's the point Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister said, that voters in Uttar Pradesh have understood this point. Ek hai to safe hai. UPCM dedicated this victory to the good governance both at the centre and the state, the dedicated work of party workers, and of course the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Samajwadi Party, on the other hand, is crying foul. They've accused the BJP of misusing state machinery. They said they've manipulated elections, and they want elections using the ballot paper and not the electronic voting machine.
लोकसभा के चुनाव में जो उन्होंने झूठ बोला, धोखा दिया, फरेब किया, अब वह उनका फरेब चलने वाला नहीं है। समाजवादी पार्टी समाप्तवादी पार्टी बनने वाली है। वो पीडीए के नाम पे राजनीति करते हैं, लेकिन एक दलित की बेटी की हत्यारा करने वाला हत्यारा उनके साथ बैठता है। यह दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। इसलिए सपा जैसी पार्टी की राजनीति के अंत का संकेत है 2024 का या विधानसभा उपचुनाव।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय मोदी जी की गरीब कल्याण योजनाओं को लेकर जन जन में गई और उत्तर प्रदेश के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की तारीफ पूरे देश की जनता कर रही है। लोगों का भरोसा बीजेपी के प्रति लगातार बढ़ा है। लोगों का मानना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही बढ़िया नेतृत्व दे सकती है और उत्तर प्रदेश में एक तरफा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर लोगों ने दिया है।
शाम तक क्या स्कोर होने की उम्मीद है यूपी का?
अभी हम 8 सीटें जीतेंगे।
ये पहला चुनाव हमने देखा कि ये चुनाव लोकशाही बनाम तानाशाही, लोकशाही बनाम तानाशाही लोकतंत्र की सारी मर्यादाओं को समाप्त करके और सत्ता पार्टी ने, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरी चुनाव की कमान पुलिस के लोगों पर, सरकारी अधिकारियों पर डाल दिया था।
I quickly want to cut across to Mumbai. Mosmi Singh, my colleague, has just spoken to Milind Deora, who's reacting after his defeat at the Worli seat, where Aditya Thackeray has won by a margin of about 8,000 votes. Worli is one seat where Milind Deora had put in a lot of effort, but this is a strong seat for the Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray group, and Aditya Thackeray had worked very hard on the Worli seat. But let's quickly cut across and listen in to Milind Deora explaining why he didn't succeed despite the effort.
जिस तरह की धुआंधार जीत दर्ज की है महायुति ने, मिलिंद किस तरह से देखते हैं ये एक साझा
महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक विक्ट्री है, एक ऐतिहासिक बहुमत है, और मैं महायुति सरकार के सभी नेताओं को, कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहूंगा।
क्या वजह रही आपको लगता है, क्योंकि जीत का सेहरा किसके मत थे? क्या मुद्दों की वजह से जीते हैं या
सकारात्मक मुद्दों के आधार पर हमने चुनाव लड़ा। विपक्ष नेगेटिव मुद्दों पर लोगों को डराने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। पब्लिक बहुत स्मार्ट है, बहुत समझदार है।
यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे मिलिंद देओरा हमसे बात करते हुए, और प्रफुल्ल पटेल से भी बात करेंगे। और
And I quickly want to cut across to BJP's Charu Pragya joining me on the broadcast. Charu, did the BJP also expect these numbers, the Mahayuti at 230, the Mahavikas Aghadi being reduced to 51 at this stage, and the Mahavikas Aghadi, at least Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena UBT, saying it's the EVM that's to be blamed for this?
Gaurav, good evening. But let me tell you, since the last 4 or 5 days, I have been insisting that if BJP does well, we are going to touch the 200 mark. Of course, today we have done even better than I expected. Congratulations to everyone in the Mahayuti, the leaders, the Karyakartas alike. And thank you very much for restoring faith in the policies and vision of Prime Minister Modi. This has been a massive victory for many, many reasons. A historic victory, because I don't think there has ever before been an alliance which has come to power in Maharashtra with more than 200 seats. And just look at BJP's strike rate, 86%. It's unimaginable. And compare it to the heroes of the MVA. Congress 18%, Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray faction barely 20%. So when you look at all of that, I just want to point out 3 things. One, the increased vote share points towards how women are driving the political narrative, how political parties that keep women at the forefront of their policies are going to do better at governance also and at winning elections also. The second thing, if you stray from your core ideology, people are not going to stick with you. And this was a resounding slap in the face of all those who left behind the ideology of Swargya Balasaheb Thackeray. Those who retained it,
that's a direct barb at Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, a group that they strayed from the ideology, as you say, of Balasaheb Thackeray, the Hindu Hriday Samrat. But what would you say to people like Swara Bhaskar? Her husband, Fahad Ahmed, lost. He says, I was leading in 17 of 19 rounds. Suddenly these EVMs with 99% battery charge came and he lost. So they're saying that EVMs played a role in his defeat.
Gaurav, have you seen any proof about this? Have you seen any video? Have you seen any CCTV coverage? So unfortunately for us, the opposition will only find someone else to blame when they lose an election. I have not heard anyone complaining in Jharkhand about EVMs. They cannot do that because they know this is not how the system works. Everything is in very strict scrutiny, and I think frankly, people of this country are tired of hearing the EVM excuse. The honest truth is that your divisive politics did not work. All your fake narratives have now been busted, and people prefer to stand behind the politics of development versus the politics of no development.
Okay, but how do you explain the BJP and its dismal performance in Jharkhand and the spectacular victory of JMM and India Bloc. I mean, there, the batenge to katenge and the ghuspetiya just clearly did not work for the BJP.
We have unfortunately not performed as per our expectations in the state of Jharkhand. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go and blame the administration or the EVMs or anyone else for that matter. The truth is that maybe what we were trying to convey to the people, we were not very good at conveying it. We'll work harder. I still believe that the issues we picked up were very important. The issues of infiltrators into our country is a very big one. And illegal immigrants coming into India, staying in parts of Jharkhand is going to become bigger in the days to come. We talk about women, the girls in the state of Jharkhand who are married only so that their tribal lands can be taken over by other people is also an important issue. And if not now, I'm sure, Gaurav, 6 months later, we'll be discussing it again. In any case, I congratulate Hemant Sorenji. And we're going to continue to work for the people of Jharkhand irrespective.
Okay, give me a moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reacted to the election results that have just come in. He took to social media platform X to say, and I quote, "I'm proud of every NDA Karyakarta for their effort on ground. They worked hard, went among people and elaborated on a good governance agenda." So the Prime Minister has tweeted on this spectacular victory of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. If you look at the latest victories and lead margins, it's 230 of 288 seats for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. The MVA reduced to a mere 51. And Charu Pragya was just talking about the strike rate of all the three BJP, the parties and their alliance partners. There is more that's coming in from the Prime Minister. So while the Prime Minister has congratulated the Karyakartas for their hard work and the agenda, he's also said NDA's pro-people efforts resonate all over. I thank people across various states for blessing the NDA candidates in the various by-elections held. We will leave no stone unturned in fulfilling their dreams. Okay, I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Mosmi Singh, who now joins us with the latest from Maharashtra. Mosmi, while the Mahayuti, and you've been speaking to Milind Deora and a number of other BJP leaders and Shiv Sena leaders, they are celebrating. What's the buzz also in the Congress camp? Is there any analysis or immediate reaction to why the Mahavikas Aghadi, their performance was so subpar, reduced to 51?
Right, Gaurav, before I answer that question, the mammoth nature of this victory you can see with every visual unfolding. Now, right here outside at Varsha, behind me, there is a big JCB machine and Eknath Shinde's posters there. And this is a massive garland that the JCB machine is carrying to the Chief Minister's residence. He's very precariously holding that garland, and I believe the CM's car. Okay, there's another JCB machine that's gone in with some lots of flowers, and this JCB would actually go in and garland the Chief Minister and offer this big garland to him. So I was telling you how the Mahayuti has put up a united show. They've done a press conference, combined force, and that's what the Congress couldn't do. We saw how there was a lot of internal bickering, lot of internal tussle, lack of coordination, and though they could find faults with the EVM, but there has to be some self-introspection within the Congress party as to why Haryana one battle was lost and why, with the Lok Sabha bumper performance in Maharashtra, why they lost it all with a very debilitating, disastrous performance in Maharashtra.
Indeed. So, were there no lessons learned from Haryana? Because in Haryana, it was said that a lot of responsibility was given just to one faction, and perhaps the Congress smelt victory too soon. They didn't want other factions to win. Was it exactly the same in Maharashtra? The bickering that took place amongst Mahavikas Aghadi leaders, they couldn't see eye to eye. Uddhav Thackeray was a little, unhappy that he wasn't made the chief ministerial face of the Mahavikas Aghadi. Others weren't coming together. Is that what the problem was?
You know, Gaurav, you're right when you said, I feel that the performance in Haryana weighed very large on what was happening in Maharashtra, and somewhere, you know, the BJP found its footing. The BJP realized, yes, it can make a comeback from its Lok Sabha performance and buck up its performance. It enthused its workers, and on the other hand, the Congress workers, in fact, lost the momentum and, in fact, were demoralized. And therefore, you know, then the Shiv Sena, UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar, both of them were talking about how the Congress was an underperformer in a direct battle with the BJP. So that was the starting point of the downfall of the Mahavikas Aghadi. And even as I talk, I will ask Kunj Bihari to show you these visuals, which are absolutely, marked with the entire tempo, the momentum and the feverish pitch in which the celebrations are happening here as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. And that's one reason these pictures further, add fuel to the fire as far as the Congress's performance is concerned. Rahul Gandhi is absent. He is not present today. Wasn't it the right time to come up and tell the Congress workers, never mind, you lost Maharashtra, we've got many battles to fight, and maybe this is just the beginning of our fight, just as Akhilesh
That's
Yadav,
a very interesting point Mosmi Singh raises here. Very interesting point. Where is Rahul Gandhi? We'll try and get you some answers to that question on the other side of a quick break. Mosmi, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. A quick break, back with the headlines and our top stories on the other side of these messages. Stay with us.
Hey Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Re. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello, Moto.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय मोदी जी की गरीब कल्याण योजनाओं को लेकर जन जन में गई और उत्तर प्रदेश के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की तारीफ पूरे देश की जनता कर रही है। लोगों का भरोसा बीजेपी के प्रति लगातार बढ़ा है। लोगों का मानना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही बढ़िया नेतृत्व दे सकती है और उत्तर प्रदेश में एक तरफा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर लोगों ने दिया है।
शाम तक क्या स्कोर होने की उम्मीद है यूपी का?
अभी हम 8 सीटें जीतेंगे।
महाराष्ट्र में आपने पूरी तरीके से क्लीन स्वीप किया है सवाल कवायतों पर, क्या कहेंगे महाराष्ट्र और झारखंड के?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं और महाराष्ट्र में हम गठबंधन के साथ मिलकर चुनाव मैदान में थे और लोगों ने इस पर मोहर लगाने का काम किया है।
पहली बार नहीं उठ रहा है, बार बार उठता जा रहा है कि क्या ईवीएम पे भी व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, स्टेक होल्डर से बात करनी चाहिए। इलेक्शन कमीशन उसको सीधे सीधे खारिज कर देता है रादर देन विनिंग ओवर द कॉन्फिडेंस ऑफ द पीपल। कितनी महाराष्ट्र में कितनी जगहों पर मैं गई थी जहां पे वहां पे लोग आकर हमसे कहते थे वोट तो हम आपको देंगे ही, पर आप ईवीएम पर ध्यान दीजिएगा। सबने हमसे यही आकर कहते थे। तो ये क्योंकि इतना चेंज आया है फ्रॉम लोकसभा टू महाराष्ट्र का ये विधानसभा चुनाव, हैरान करने वाला है। और इस पे मैं मानती हूं कि इवन फॉर मी मेंटली इट्स क्वाइट अनएक्सेप्टेबल कि इतना हमने आक्रोश देखकर भी वोट में कन्वर्ट नहीं हुआ, इस तरीके के नतीजे आए हैं। एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठाता है कि क्या ये सही मायने में फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन था।
संजय राउत का एक बयान आया है कि हम महाराष्ट्र में जो
देखिए, कांग्रेस के जो बुरे दिन आने का सिलसिला था वो अभी जारी। जहां वो अकेले चुनाव लड़ते हैं वहां भी नतीजे खराब रहते हैं, जैसे मध्य प्रदेश है, जैसे छत्तीसगढ़ है, जहां लोकसभा की एक भी सीट उनको नहीं मिली। जहां मिलके लड़ते हैं वहां साथियों को भी डुबोते हैं और खुद भी डूब जाते हैं, जैसे वो जम्मू कश्मीर में डूब गए, अब झारखंड में डूब गए और महाराष्ट्र में डूब गए। कांग्रेस पार्टी ना अब खुद को अपने पैरों पे चलने लायक है और ना ही किसी की मदद करने लायक है। और मुझको लगता है कि आने वाले दौर में एक क्राइसिस और पैदा होगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने खोए हुए स्थान
Catch the next Indian icons. B6E and XEV9E, Mahindra's electric origin SUVs at Unlimit India on the 26th of November at 6 p.m.
Presented by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike, Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
The voters have spoken loud and clear in Maharashtra, in Jharkhand, in Uttar Pradesh and in Wayanad. And it's a very clear mandate from the voters of India to the leaders of India. A spectacular victory for the BJP-led Mahayuti in Maharashtra, leading in 231 of 288 seats. A spectacular victory for JMM-led India Bloc in Jharkhand, for the BJP winning 7 of 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh, and for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Wayanad in Kerala of the Congress Party. I'll get you all details over the course of the next 1 hour. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 5. All eyes on who would be Maharashtra's new chief minister. The Mahayuti says all three allies will sit together and decide on the next chief minister. BJP sources say Devendra Fadnavis is a front runner to be the chief minister of Maharashtra.
से हमारी हम चुनाव लड़े साथ में सभी के समन्वय से सब एकजुट होकर, वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे। कोई ऐसा हमारे में मतभेद नहीं है।
Mahayuti scripts a landslide victory in Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Dada Pawar give a befitting reply. Say a reply has been given to divisive politics of the Congress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the victory, says good governance resonates with the voters. Defeated Mahavikas Aghadi leaders cry foul, say there was a conspiracy in the EVMs from Sanjay Raut to Swara Bhaskar. Opposition leaders and families pin the blame on EVM for poor performance in Maharashtra. Mahayuti leaders mock the defeated leaders.
महाराष्ट्र जो गौतम अडानी के जेब में जा रहा है, मुंबई जेब में जा रहे हैं, हमने विरोध किया। ये अडानी राष्ट्र नहीं होने देंगे, तो इसके लिए इस प्रकार के नतीजे महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर।
India Bloc pulls off a surprise turnaround after a neck-and-neck fight in Jharkhand. JMM-led coalition retains power in the state. Massive bounce back after big Lok Sabha setback. In Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath wins Assembly by-poll litmus test. BJP and allies win 7 of 9 seats. Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party suffers a massive setback.
जनता जनार्दन ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि समाजवादी पार्टी और इंडी गठबंधन का लूट और झूठ की जो पॉलिटिक्स है, अब इसके अंत की उद्घोषणा भी है चुनाव।
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's spectacular victory in her poll debut in Wayanad, Kerala, sweeps with a margin of 4 lakh votes. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra thanks voters, says brother Rahul Gandhi contributed massively to her victory. And after the Mahayuti spectacular victory in Maharashtra, the biggest question is, who would be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra? Will the Chief Minister be from the BJP or the Shiv Sena or the NCP of Ajit Pawar? Now, sources are telling India Today, and we have this exclusively here on India Today, Eknath Shinde camp has claimed that Eknath Shinde should return as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and his party insists his claim is based on the leadership, on the decisive leadership he provided to the Mahayuti after the drubbing in Lok Sabha elections. The turnaround that the Mahayuti made between the Lok Sabha election results and the Assembly polls. In the last few months, discussions have happened and several discussions have taken place with the BJP leadership, is what the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction tell India Today. They've had a series of meetings with BJP leaders even before elections, and their impression is that Eknath Shinde should and will continue as the Chief Minister even after this decisive mandate in favor of the BJP, alone getting or leading in 133 of 288 seats. Eknath Shinde will continue as the Chief Minister. This is their perception. He claimed that the Ladki Bahin was actually his brainchild, and that is why he should remain the Chief Minister to ensure that the implementation of this scheme takes place as effectively. So, big story that's coming in. Of course, this is source-based information that's coming in from the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde camp. Though Devendra Fadnavis, of course, had made it very clear that all three parties will sit together. That this was the decision that had been taken and announced by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, that once election results are announced, all three parties will elect their respective party leaders. They will hold their consultations and then come forward with who the chief minister, their chief ministerial candidate should be, and then a decision will be taken. But I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Mosmi Singh, now joining us with the latest on this big story. Mosmi, what are you picking up? What's the buzz on ground in the Shiv Sena camp, the Eknath Shinde camp?
Gaurav, clearly, with the Mahayuti leaders doing a joint press conference and saying that we will deliberate and discuss amongst ourselves. Sources do tell us that Shinde has also claimed for CM-ship. Now, this is a very prestigious post, and naturally, with him being the incumbent chief minister, he is saying that the claim is based on the fact that after Lok Sabha elections and the results that had come, the entire turnaround was scripted by him, and he said that he was the face of the government. In the last few months, discussions had happened with the BJP High Command as well, and there was assurance that was given to him that he will continue remaining the chief minister of the Mahayuti government, and so even after this particular mandate where BJP has done exceedingly well, the Shiv Sena camp says that Eknath Shinde is taking claims that he truly deserves this post.
What about the Bharatiya Janata Party, where Devendra Fadnavis is seen as someone who was the architect of this victory? And we just heard Devendra Fadnavis just a short while back when he said, इस महाभारत का मैं अभिमन्यु हूँ, मैं चक्रव्यूह को भेदना भी जानता हूँ और मॉडर्न डे महाभारत में उससे निकलना भी जानता हूँ. So he is drawing a parallel with one, the Mahabharat, two, the Chakravyuh taking on many powerful leaders and yet emerging victorious. So is the BJP on the same page that it would be Devendra Fadnavis for the BJP, or are they also thinking of a different name and face?
That's right, Gaurav, and it's been a turnaround of sorts for the BJP as well after Devendra Fadnavis had lost the CM post and he had to give away to the other regional satraps. The kind of performance that the BJP has registered, he remains the tallest leader, one of the tallest leaders in the landscape of the BJP in Maharashtra. And clearly you could see he was all smiles today, but he really knows the protocols of his party, and thereby, there will be serious deliberations as far as, his name is concerned. And as far
stay with me, there's more breaking news coming in. Mosmi, stay with me, there's more breaking news coming in. We're getting the first reaction from Aditya Thackeray after his victory from the Varli seat, but also speaking on the defeat of the Mahavikas Aghadi. Aditya Thackeray, after his victory, of course, says on the Mahavikas Aghadi defeat that it's the EVM tampering that needs to be looked into very closely. I don't know if people have voted or if EVMs have voted or words to that effect. Maharashtra results are very surprising. We got a good response during Lok Sabha. We need to see what changed. Listen in to Aditya Thackeray. I'll bring Mosmi Singh once again into this conversation.
की ह्याच्यात महाराष्ट्राने मतदान केले की ईव्हीएमने केले विजय हा एक मोठा प्रश्न आहेच पण त्या सगळ्यावर मला वाटतं नंतर आम्ही चर्चा करूच आता जे आहे ते आता जो निकालाचा एक आढावा घेतोय त्याच्यानंतर आम्ही बोलू एक नक्की आहे की ह्याच्यात महाराष्ट्राने मतदान केले की ईव्हीएमने केले विजय हा एक मोठा प्रश्न आहेच पण त्या सगळ्यावर मला वाटतं नंतर आम्ही चर्चा करूच आता जे आहे ते आता जो निकालाचा एक आढावा घेतोय त्याच्यानंतर आम्ही बोलू
Has Maharashtra voted? Have the people voted or has the EVM voted? It's a big question. We will discuss this. We will consider what led to this. We got a good response during Lok Sabha elections. The current results are very, very surprising. I once again want to bring in Mosmi Singh into this conversation. Mosmi, okay, we'll get Mosmi in just a moment because the big question here remains. Aditya Thackeray has won. He won with a margin of 8,000 votes in Varli. He defeated Milind Deora in these elections. So was the EVM working there or was the EVM not working there? Is the question that the BJP has constantly raised. Was the EVM working in Jharkhand where the JMM and Congress have done so well, or was the EVM tampered even in Jharkhand? In Priyanka Gandhi's victory in Wayanad, was the EVM working or not working? So Aditya Thackeray has reiterated the EVM tampering charge, and I want to bring Mosmi into this all over again. Mosmi, you heard Aditya Thackeray talking about was the EVM voting or were people of Maharashtra voting? But whether it's Eknath Shinde or Devendra Fadnavis or even Ajit Pawar, they've all responded to this question of EVM.
That's right, and the leaders did say, the Mahayuti leaders said that what about the EVM in Jharkhand? What about the EVM in Himachal or in Karnataka or in Telangana for that matter? So clearly, we saw as early as around 10:30 Sanjay Raut slamming the election commission, slamming the match fixing, saying that how could Eknath Shinde win above 50 seats, and so there was some foul play. But clearly, the India allies, including the Congress, will have to come clean on this one if they are making these serious allegations of the EVM time and again. They've gone to the Election Commission of India, even as far as Haryana is concerned. They complained about 12 constituencies, and said they'll give a list of more constituencies that were tampered with. But really that battle has not gone very far and is not stuck. And the ECI has rubbished all those charges, Gaurav.
It indeed has. And are these EVM working in Wayanad, in Jharkhand, as you very correctly pointed out, in Karnataka and in other states where the opposition have their government? But I want to also now take you through details of that 99% battery charge EVMs that is now being leveled. After Mahavikas Aghadi's big EVM charge, the Mahayuti has actually hit back at the Mahavikas Aghadi. So just a short while back, after Swara Bhaskar's husband lost elections, she said that there are a certain number of EVMs which have 99% battery charge. And those that have 99% battery charge results in the opponent getting double or sometimes 3 times the number of votes as, Fahad Ahmed, her husband. But Mahayuti registered a landslide victory in these elections. MVA has cried foul alleging EVM tampering. Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he slammed the opposition for blaming the EVMs. He actually mocked the opposition. Devendra Fadnavis said EVMs are rigged in Maharashtra, but they're working perfectly well in Jharkhand. The election commission was corrupt in Maharashtra, but the same election commission was perfect in Jharkhand. Ajit Pawar too accused the Mahavikas Aghadi of playing this blame game instead of doing an honest introspection or gracefully accepting the verdict of the voters. Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction leader and member of parliament Sanjay Raut said he does not believe these election results. He's accused the Mahayuti of stealing this election, of stealing seats with the help of Gautam Adani's support.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. जब अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको. वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जितते तो बोलते अच्छा है.
आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंडमध्ये झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ, परफेक्ट, एकदम जनमताचा कौल, लोकशाहीचा विजय. आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे. ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेममध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर झालेला आहे. मला असं वाटतं की कुठेतरी अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आत्मचिंतन केलं पाहिजे.
आता विरोधक टीका करतात की बाबा बॅलेट पेपरनी घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं, मग बॅलेट पेपरने लोकसभेला पण घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. लोकसभेचा निकाल लागला की तो बरोबर आणि इथला निकाल लागला की बॅलेट पेपर यायला पाहिजे, मग मशीन काय ईव्हीएम बरोबर नाही, असं नाही चालत. आता झारखंड पण आमच्या हातनं गेलंच ना, आम्ही कुठं काय म्हणतो.
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसके ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं। ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं। हमने महाराष्ट्र की जनता का जो मन है, हमें मालूम था किस दिशा में जा रहा है। लेकिन 2 दिन पहले गौतम अडानी के खिलाफ एक वारंट निकला, अरेस्ट वारंट, बहुत बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप हो गया। उसका ऊपर से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये पूरा एक कपट कारस्तान हो गया है और उसकी तैयारी पहले से चल रही थी। हमने ये महाराष्ट्र जो गौतम अडानी के जेब में जा रहा है, मुंबई जेब में जा रहे हैं, हमने विरोध किया। ये अडानी राष्ट्र नहीं होने देंगे। तो इसके लिए इस प्रकार के नतीजे महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर लाद गए हैं। ये जनता का कौल हो ही नहीं सकता। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मन हमें मालूम है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता है।
पहली बार नहीं उठ रहा है, बार बार उठता जा रहा है कि क्या ईवीएम पे भी व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, स्टेक होल्डर से बात करनी चाहिए। इलेक्शन कमीशन उसको सीधे सीधे खारिज कर देता है रादर देन विनिंग ओवर द कॉन्फिडेंस ऑफ द पीपल। कितनी महाराष्ट्र में कितनी जगहों पर मैं गई थी जहां पे वहां पे लोग आकर हमसे कहते थे वोट तो हम आपको देंगे ही, पर आप ईवीएम पर ध्यान दीजिएगा। सबने हमसे यही आकर कहते थे। तो ये क्योंकि इतना चेंज आया है फ्रॉम लोकसभा टू महाराष्ट्र का ये विधानसभा चुनाव, हैरान करने वाला है। और इस पे मैं मानती हूं कि इवन फॉर मी मेंटली इट्स क्वाइट अनएक्सेप्टेबल कि इतना हमने आक्रोश देखकर भी वोट में कन्वर्ट नहीं हुआ। इस तरीके के नतीजे आए हैं। एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठाता है कि क्या ये सही मायने में फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन था।
जैसा कि आप इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे देख रहे थे, मैं लगातार जो है आगे चल रहा था, हत्ता कि 17वें राउंड तक जो है मैं आगे चल रहा था और कुल राउंड जो थे वो 19 थे। और फिर एक मिस्ट्री चालू होती है कि जो ईवीएम सुबह वोटिंग के दिन सुबह 7 बजे से लेके शाम को 6 बजे तक चली थी, उनकी 99% बैटरी निकलती है। और वो 99% बैटरी जहाँ जहाँ निकलती है उसमें मेरी जो सामने वाली उम्मीदवार हैं सना मलिक जी, जो सुबह से यहाँ नहीं आई थी, शायद उनको अंदाज़ा था। हम लोग यहाँ 5:30 बजे आ गए थे, लेकिन वो अब तक यहाँ नहीं आई थी, शायद उनको अंदाज़ा था। लेकिन जिस तरह की शायद महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जिस तरह की भी चीज़ें चल रही थी, उस घटना के बाद जो रुख महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में हो रहा था, 99% की जो ईवीएम निकल रही थी उसमें मेरे से उनको डबल वोट मिल रहा था। और बूथ पे वो मुझसे पीछे चल रही हैं, लेकिन जैसे ही कोई भी ईवीएम खुलती है जिसमें 99% बैटरी है, उस ईवीएम को कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी तरीके से उसमें डबल ट्रिपल का मार्जिन सना मलिक जी लेके चल रही हैं।
Certainly, I think all the analysts in the whole of India, I don't know what is the mechanism why we have lost so much. The reason is even in MP, when you see Madhya Pradesh, the ruling government has got 8% of increase of vote share. It is surprising. Even if Congress gets, I would like to know what is the reason. I'm not trying to straight away blame, but always I'm trying to put there is a doubt, element of doubt. The reason is could be there is a chance of tampering. The reason is in the parliament election, same Modi ji comes and he does not get some mandate there. After 6 months, the same ruling government, which definitely runs with an anti-incumbency, does get so much huge of majority, is always a question mark. Even if Congress would have won, there has to be reasoning why it has won with such thumping majority.
ईवीएम पर विस्तृत चर्चा होनी चाहिए, व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, लेकिन वो दिन आज का दिन नहीं है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक चुनाव का परिणाम अच्छा नहीं आया है, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा सबक है इसमें, ये डिसअपॉइंटिंग है। हम ईवीएम पर जरूर व्यापक चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। हम जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव टाला गया, महायुति को वक्त मिला अपनी स्कीम लॉन्च करने का, 3-3 इंस्टॉलमेंट्स गए, वो सारे फैक्टर्स हैं। लेकिन डिसअपॉइंटिंग बात यह है कि हमारे वो नंबर्स नहीं है जिसकी हमें आशा थी।
An actor Swara Bhaskar, she too blamed the EVM for her husband, NCP, the Sharad Pawar faction candidate Fahad Ahmed, losing in the Anushakti Nagar constituency in Maharashtra. She spoke just a short while back to India Today on why she felt that the EVM, according to her, is not above board. Listen in. Swara Bhaskar is alleging that in the seat that her husband was fighting in Anushakti Nagar, where he's lost to Sana Malik, the allegation is that there was some tampering with the EVMs or the EVMs weren't working well. Swara Bhaskar is now live with us. She was at a counting center just a moment ago when we connected. So Swara, can you explain the reasons behind you leveling this very serious charge?
Yeah, so we, as I think was reported in the media as well, and was on the Election Commission website, that Fahad has been leading in almost every round except maybe round 3 and 4 or 4 and 5. barring that, he was leading right up to the 16th round. And even in the rounds where the margin of lead was reducing, the number of votes that both Sanaji and Fahad were getting were like about the same. From the 17th, in the last three rounds, which is 17, 18, and 19, this is not my allegation, Rahul. This is the allegation of the counting agents who were inside the booth, who towards the last round started basically questioning the fact that many of the EVMs that were actually most of the EVMs in those rounds were 99% charged. And and the question that they raised was that how can EVMs that have been used throughout the day on the day of polling be 99% charged? Like, how can they have barely been used? And those are the last three rounds, the EVMs. Those are the places where the pattern is quite unusual, right? So, I mean, you're an analyst. So, where there is a pattern of a steady lead, and even where the lead is dropping or reducing, the number of votes polled for both candidates are almost the same. How can in the last three rounds suddenly, there be such a huge jump? So then, and then the EVM be 99% charged. So those were the two sort of things that they found fishy, the counting agents. And now I think that they have made a demand and an application for a recounting and a matching of VVPAT slips to the machines that have allegedly been.
So what have the agents you spoke to at the counting center, Swara, told you? Are they willing to consider these charges and investigate them?
So when I'm not there anymore, but at the last moment they were willing to first. They said they'll go step by step, that at first they will match the VVPAT slips to the machines upon which objections have been raised. And after that, if those slips are indeed found that there is a problem, then they will order a recounting of the last three rounds, or whichever rounds that are.
One of the most stunning results of this election in Maharashtra for the Shiv Sena has been the number of seats won by Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction. They've won or are leading, as the latest information tells you, in 21 seats. Compare that to Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, which has won or leading in 54 seats. Of course, when you talk about the Bharatiya Janata Party on its own has won or is leading is 133 of 288 seats. But what does this mean for Uddhav Thackeray? And this is one question that was repeatedly raised throughout this election. Who is the real inheritor of Hindu Hriday Samrat Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy? And this has effectively been answered, according to both Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, by the voters of Maharashtra. But what does this mean for Uddhav Thackeray and his faction of the Shiv Sena? We get you more in this report.
The loyal deputy has now come of his own. It was in 2022 that Eknath Shinde dumped Uddhav, citing an insult to the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. And since then, there's been a bitter battle over who is the real Sena and who is the real claimant of the Thackeray legacy. The voters have taken their pick. Eknath Shinde has trumped Uddhav, and how? Uddhav, banking heavily on his surname, has lost the poll battle, and with it, the legacy battle. In the 38 seats that Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena squared off in, the Shinde camp has a strike rate of over 65%.
In the Sena versus Sena contest, there were 38 seats where it's 1 and 2, Sena versus UBT, right? 26 of those have gone in favor of Eknath Shinde. 12 of them have gone in favor of Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray.
Eknath Shinde has decisively won the Sena versus Sena battle, even expanding his footprint from beyond Thane and into Mumbai.
मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थंपिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ.
The Mahayuti, celebrating their sweep, has reiterated that the real Sena battle has been settled.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से लोगों ने अपना मैंडेट दे दिया, लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है. बाला साहब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है, उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली.
Uddhav Thackeray, whose party has managed to win just about 20 seats, faces the biggest crisis now of his political career. The Uddhav Sena right now is sulking, even calling the results illegal.
ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी. अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं. आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा. ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा. ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सी है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है.
Shinde Sena by itself at the same number of seats as the entire India alliance put together. What do you think went so dramatically wrong in this election, ma'am?
To be very honest, I don't really know. And I won't be able to give you answers because I wasn't mentally prepared to come on television channels accepting this kind of a defeat. And again, I'm just hoping something would turn around simply because we saw that it was a very close fight. What we saw on ground was a lot of anger against the government. What we saw was tremendous amount of support coming from the people. All the surveys across the state showed that Uddhav ji was amongst the most popular, and the votes don't seem to be matching up to the sentiment that we were seeing on ground. So right now, I don't have an answer to this particular question as to what really did not work for us. But again, it does raise questions on, when we are gauging the mood of the people, when we are seeing different surveys and outcomes coming out to be totally different. What really went wrong is something for everyone to speculate.
The Thackeray legacy battle has been settled for now, as has the battle over who is the real Shiv Sena. Bureau Report, India Today.
And Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he's hailed the Mahayuti on its spectacular win, on its landslide win. Amit Shah took to social media platform X to say the victory of the Mahayuti is the victory of the double-engine government's politics of performance led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The people of Maharashtra have rejected the politics of appeasement and have once again expressed their faith in the legacy, development and welfare of the poor, followed by the Mahayuti. I heartily congratulate all the workers of the BJP, Maharashtra BJP, National President JP Nadda, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar for this grand victory. The BJP is planning a massive celebration in the national capital, in the BJP headquarters. But when you look at the numbers, and since we were talking about the Sena on its own, so Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray at 21 is less than half of what Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde has 54. In fact, Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde has more than the entire Mahavikas Aghadi put together at 51. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal joining us from the BJP headquarters. Aishwarya, the BJP has reason to celebrate, not just because of the Mahayuti's spectacular victory, the first time ever that Indian alliances crossed 200, but the BJP's own performance at 132, better than what they'd expected. Aishwarya, what's planned later this evening?
Well, let me tell you, the Prime Minister, Gaurav, will be here and he'll be speaking with the supporters and will also fuse them with new enthusiasm, building it up for the next big election that will take place in the national capital. Now, let me tell you, in Feb, that's the month when we will see the Delhi elections taking place. The BJP now will go full swing for Delhi elections, and this is a victory that now they will remember. The supporters, let me tell you, Gaurav, have started arriving in large numbers. Prime Minister, we are expecting him to be present here in almost half an hour from now. आप जहां से आए हैं वहां ये बताइए कि कितना उत्साह है और आप ये जो पूरा वस्त्र पहन के आए हैं मोदी जी के स्वागत के लिए आए हैं।
मैं यहाँ 150वां सभा के लिए आया हूँ। मेरे श्री राम रूपी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की भारत में जहाँ जहाँ सभा होती है मैं इसी रूप में सभा का साक्षी बनने के लिए आगे आ जाता हूँ। आज गरीबों के मसीहा, दलितों के मसीहा, आज ओबीसी के मसीहा, आज आदिवासी के मसीहा, आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास की पद्धति पर ये गरीब घर में जन्म लेने वाले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री योजना दर योजना लाकर गरीबों को जो लाभान्वित किए हैं वो आज दिख रहा है। भारत एक विकासशील जो था वो विकसित के पथ पर अग्रसर है और पूरे दुनिया देख रहा है। जहां मोदी जाएंगे वहां काम भी होगा, वहां नाम भी होगा। और उत्साह पूर्वक आज जो है महाराष्ट्र में जो जनता ने 4 बार के एनडीए को वोट दिया है वो आज दिख रहा है।
So, Gaurav, these are the kind of supporters who have come here and who believe that it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is just the beginning of the victory streak. That is what the supporters believe. Now, the victory sign you will be able to see. The stage that you are seeing right behind me, Gaurav, that's the place where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming. Supporters in large numbers. The one color which you can see here abundantly is the saffron color. In fact, people have now also come and they are pressing the BJP. So, these are people who have come here, the supporters of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and of Bharatiya Janata Party. All of them showing the enthusiasm that they have.
Aishwarya, you've been covering the elections in Haryana and in Maharashtra very closely. What turned it around after the Lok Sabha, when the BJP stalled at 240 on its own? Of course, NDA, the Prime Minister was able to return to power for a historic third term. But how did BJP turn it around? Because everyone said BJP will lose Haryana, BJP will lose Maharashtra, and the BJP hasn't done well in Jharkhand at all. So these were 3 states the BJP was to lose. How did they manage to pull off a victory in 2 of 3? What was the inside story? What's the inside story?
Gaurav, let me tell you at least 2 things that the BJP did right after the Lok Sabha elections. First, ear to the ground, because the party realized that somewhere one of the things that they forgot to do was to keep the ear to the ground. So that's what they did in Haryana and that's what they did massively in the state of Maharashtra. Let me also tell you, most of the top leaders have been visiting Maharashtra, and in fact some of them have been stayed in fact in Mumbai over the past 2 to 3 months, making sure that they understand what was the pulse of the people. And with that, they also made sure that they dole out or give a lot of incentives to the women, because women voters, Gaurav, let me tell you, they have solidified the women voters and have also made sure that they give a lot of benefits that cut across caste lines, benefits that cut across everything else. And that's the reason why now we are seeing a consolidation taking place. Now also making sure that there is no infighting, because the BJP realized that the infighting was the plague that was in the opposition parties. So making sure that no infighting takes place, even though the BJP has some of the top leaders, they made sure that there is no infighting. The goal was very clear and everyone was working for that one goal, winning Maharashtra. Who will become the chief minister? That was question number 2. The question 1, and the hurdle was to win Maharashtra first.
Of course, the bigger challenge now for the BJP remains Delhi, a state it hasn't been able to come back to power after that onion debacle in 1998. It's never been able to return to power in Delhi. What's the strategy there? Will this victory spur them for Delhi?
Well, definitely, and Gaurav, let me tell you, even though there are close to 3 months for the big elections that will take place in the national capital, the BJP has already started working on it. They will not be repeating the mistakes that they did in Lok Sabha 2024 elections. And you asked me, what is that one thing, keeping ear to the ground? The second thing is that you cannot be lax for any of the elections, because the 400 par slogan was something that the BJP thought would work in their favor. It did not do so. So now keeping ears to the ground and working in advance, that's something that will be the formula that will be followed by the BJP. And we'll see a repeat of the kind of work that we saw in Haryana and Maharashtra taking place even in the national capital.
Aishwarya, keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more, because after Maharashtra, the most interesting election we'll be tracking very, very closely would be the elections in the national capital. But here, right now, the BJP won in Maharashtra, the Mahayuti won. It's the opposition that's crying foul over the electronic voting machines. And the Mahayuti is mocking the Mahavikas Aghadi for raising the EVM question each time it loses elections and keeping quiet when they win elections. So Mahayuti secured this landslide victory. You're looking at the numbers on your television screen. 230 of 288 for the Mahayuti and 51 for the Mahavikas Aghadi. The Mahavikas Aghadi says this is just not possible. This is a result of EVM tampering. They're questioning the legitimacy of these results. The Mahavikas Aghadi has leveled multiple allegations ranging from delaying elections, raising questions about the independence of the Election Commission, to alleged manipulation of the electronic voting machine. Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray faction, they claim that these results are, according to them, impossible, and raise doubts whether the mandate came from either the voter or the EVM. That's what Aditya Thackeray said, even though he won from Worli. The Congress party has accused the BJP of transporting EVMs from Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra. They say it's the Madhya Pradesh EVMs that give BJP the victory in Maharashtra. The NCP, this is the Sharad Pawar faction. At the Anushakti Nagar seat, the NCP SP candidate Fahad Ahmad, he alleged that the Ajit Pawar faction candidate Sana Malik, she surged ahead, suspiciously surged ahead after certain EVMs that he claimed had 99% charge were opened, and Sana Malik had doubled or tripled the advantage according to him. The Mahayuti, of course, has dismissed these allegations, accusing the opposition of blaming the EVM each time they lost. And Ajit Pawar said, with the same EVMs, the Mahavikas Aghadi had performed spectacularly better during Lok Sabha elections, and that time they did not blame the EVMs for the defeat. Devendra Fadnavis said EVMs are rigged in Maharashtra but work perfectly fine in Jharkhand, where the India Bloc candidates have won. Lots of reactions coming in. Listen in.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, सब समाज को साथ में लाने वाली जो बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको रिस्पॉन्ड किया है और महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाजों ने एक साथ मिलकर एक बड़ा मैंडेट हमको दिया है। मुझे लगता है कि आज निश्चित रूप से जो लोग तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, उनको करारा जवाब जनता ने ही दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात को लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक्सेप्ट किया है।
लोकांनी कल्याणाचं आणि विकासाचं राजकारण स्वीकारलं, लोकांनी सुडाचं, आरोपाचं, द्वेषाचं राजकारण झिडकारलं आणि म्हणून दोन निवडणुका ज्या लोकसभेमध्ये पण आणि लोकसभेत फेक नॅरेटिव्ह वगैरे सगळं केलं, काय काय केलं, संविधान बदलणार वगैरे सगळ्या जाती जातीमध्ये भीती निर्माण केली, प्रत्येकाला घाबरवलं, तरी सुद्धा एवढं होऊन पण प्रधानमंत्रीपदी मोदी साहेबच बसले। जनता ने आज बता दिया है, असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है। कौन है, मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने। आज अभी तो मुझे लगता है वो तो अभी उनको तो हम कैसे रोकेंगे, वो तो और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे, लेकिन जनता की अदालत में जाने के बाद उनको भी दिखाया है और हमें भी दिखाया है।
अर्थसंकल्प सादर करत असताना आम्ही सरकारमध्ये तिघांनी मिळून काही योजना जाहीर केल्या, त्या योजना इतक्या पॉप्युलर झाल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली। अंडर करंट असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले।
Now, this election was as much about the hard work that was put by leaders and workers on ground as it was about their strategists working with their laptops behind the scenes. And now let's get to an interaction with two key men behind Ajit Dada Pawar and Eknath Shinde's campaign. Now, Showtime Consultancy's Robert Sharma and Design Box Naresh Arora, they spoke exclusively to India Today, explaining the reasons about this landslide victory, the spectacular first time ever 200 plus for any coalition in these elections. How did they work towards it? We get you the inside story.
Was it the Ladki Bahin, in your view, that made the difference, particularly for Eknath Shinde winning the kind of strike rate that he has, or was there something else beyond that?
No, I think the entire credit and most of it goes to Ladki Bahin, but that worked in our favor. But apart from that, the Mahayuti alliance has been well prepared. Coordination was very smooth. The preparedness, the readiness was much better than Mahavikas Aghadi. And there was no friction of sorts. For example, we campaigned for each other during the last 15 days. And Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis ji, and Ajit Dada, all three leaders have always coordinated well with each other, helped each other on each other's seats. We have always gone down to detailing of every seat. Wherever we needed each other's support, they have always helped. So I think that coordination, preparedness, and...
So tell us this, the last guy you worked with was Chandrababu Naidu. He has this CEO kind of avatar, very prompt and punctual. Now you're working with Eknath Shinde, who works till 4 a.m. in the morning, and oftentimes during the campaign, you are also up till late at night and therefore waking up late. What's the difference between working for Eknath Shinde and working for Chandrababu Naidu? Both are very hardworking, but one major difference is that here, Maharashtra CM, he's a mass leader. I think he's one of the biggest mass leader that Maharashtra has ever seen. And he could be one of the biggest mass leader that country could ever see in next 5 to 10 years.
You know, he keeps Robin up at 3 in the morning. That's the big difference. You know, Chandrababu Naidu usually is an early riser. And so Robin's time clock has changed. With Chandrababu Naidu, he had to get up early. With Eknath Shinde, you had to sleep late. Am I correct? Broadly. No, not even 3. 3 is the average. It's 4, 4:30, even 5:30. So, and he, you know, during, if you see it as an example, during election meetings, he used to do 7 to 8 election meetings in a day. Come back at 10:30, 11 in the night. Then he used to start interview. I'm sure, Rajdeep, you took interview at 4 a.m. in the morning. 4 a.m. Finished at 4:11. Yeah. So he used to give interviews after he completes election meetings at 6 until 6 in the morning. Then 9:30 he gets up and goes for election meetings again. So that's how his schedule was. So he worked really hard, and I think that's paying off.
I need to ask a question. Did you have some specific strategy for Sena versus Sena contest, or was it really the same for all the seats you contested?
I think for Sena versus Sena contest, one thing I can tell now that we utilized that confusion of CM phase that they were having, Mahavikas Aghadi, because there are two factors that helped, I think. One is that Katengo Batenge was able to break certain core Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav Sena votes in favor of us. Number two, the confusion of CM phase, that Uddhav ji might not be the CM phase and Congress will have a CM phase, that also helped us in Sena versus Sena contest.
Were you expecting this result, 39 out of 59 odd seats, or is this even better? Because Sharad Pawar's faction is reduced to just 12. This is a complete turnaround from the Lok Sabha campaign where the strike rate was 1 out of 5. You know, the tables have completely turned in terms of which is the real NCP.
Well, of course, when Rajdeep and Rahul, both of you were in Maharashtra, we were discussing, and I was confident that we'll be touching somewhere around 35 to 40 seats. And to be honest, 40 was not the number we were looking at. We were aiming for, but yes, something around 35 we were confident that we will be achieving. And we were contesting 57 seats on our symbol, and out of that, we should be around 40.
What, according to you, changed between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha? Quite apart from you joining hands with Ajit Pawar, I'm sure that had some impact. But what, according to you, was the major factor that changed between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha so much?
See, apart from whatever the government schemes and the campaign and the projection, etc. There was one thing which Ajit Pawar had to understand about the change of his role from an administrator, which everyone vouches for him from opposition to the people who are in power. He had to take on the role of a vote getter as well. He was a person who was reluctant for media. He never used to speak to media. He was never going out for public meetings and the interactions that a vote getter should be doing or a party president should be doing. So first of all, it was the change required for him to understand that he has a bigger and a different role now. Once he understood that that is his role, of course, you could see everything changing on the ground, from Jan Samman Yatra to the adoring of the pink color and getting to the women folk fair to see that they connect with him, whatever he is wanting to communicate. And mind you, Rajdeep understands Marathi more than anyone else, that he is a very good orator as well. So that those oratory skills were not being utilized as the way they should have been for a leader who's wanting to have votes for his party in his name or on his symbol.
But why, may I ask you why pink? May I ask you why pink? And is it true that you asked him to smile more?
Well, Rahul asked the same question to me on the India Today conclave, but it's not that I have to ask him to smile more. It's just that he needs to speak to people more. And while speaking, of course, his original self does come out. And one other thing which I told that time also, that probably for 30 years that he's not been smiling or has not been seen smiling, probably that is why people notice it more.
And the biggest question right now is Maharashtra ka Mukhyamantri kaun? Who would be the next chief minister of Maharashtra? Will it be Eknath Shinde or will it be Devendra Fadnavis, or could there be a dark horse that we are not talking about at all? Of course, the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, he does become a very strong candidate to be Chief Minister of Maharashtra once again with BJP's stellar performance. Look at the strike rate of the Bharatiya Janata Party, 85% plus. The Mahayuti has said all the three parties, they will now sit together. They will decide on their leaders, and then there would be consultation on who would be the chief minister and who would be the deputy chief ministers. They, of course, slammed Mahavikas Aghadi politics. They said they were fighting on who would be chief minister even before winning elections. Here, there is a problem of plenty, but that is after winning the elections. And we'll be tracking that story very, very closely. That is all I have for you on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. One thing is very clear, the voters of India have spoken and spoken very decisively. A quick break, news and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Rangila with Motorola's incredible range of smartphones.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. Big blow to MVA in Maharashtra as Mahayuti crosses majority mark. Jharkhand Assembly election results declared, Hemant Soren set to form government again. Supreme Court issues notice to CBI and ED on Manish Sisodia's bail relaxation plea in Delhi excise policy case.
Certainly, I think all the analysts in the whole of India, I don't know what is the mechanism why we have lost so much. The reason is even in MP when you see Madhya Pradesh, the ruling government has got 8% of increase of vote share. It is surprising. Even if Congress gets, I would like to know what is the reason. I'm not trying to, straight away blame, but always I'm trying to put there is a doubt, element of doubt. The reason is, could be there is a chance of tampering. The reason is, in the parliament election, same Modi ji comes and he does not get some mandate there. After 6 months, the same ruling government, which definitely runs with an anti-incumbency, does get so much huge of majority, is always a question mark. Even if Congress would have won, there has to be reasoning why it has won with such thumping majority.
पहली बार नहीं उठ रहा है, बार बार उठता जा रहा है कि क्या ईवीएम पे भी व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, स्टेक होल्डर से बात करनी चाहिए. इलेक्शन कमीशन उसको सीधे सीधे खारिज कर देता है रादर देन विनिंग ओवर द कॉन्फिडेंस ऑफ द पीपल. कितनी महाराष्ट्र में कितनी जगहों पर मैं गई थी जहां
उद्धव ठाकरे ने 2019 में नरेंद्र मोदी को धोखा दिया, लोगों ने सबक सिखाया. राहुल गांधी और उद्धव ठाकरे लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद, वोट जिहाद के समर्थन में मैदान उतरे. महाराष्ट्र की जनता चिंतित हो चुकी. टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंस का जो रिपोर्ट आया था, क्या ऐसा ही रहा तो बांग्लादेशी मुस्लिम, रोहिंग्या मुस्लिम के कारण मुंबई में 2050 में हिंदू लोक संख्या सिर्फ 54% बढ़ेगी. तो लोगों ने जो भाजपा की विकास की नीति और जो वोट जिहाद का बदले धर्म युद्ध का समर्थन किया.
आप एक हैं तो सेफ हैं, बटों के तो गटों के नारे की बात कर रहे हैं. आपको लगता है कि इस बार हिंदुओं ने एक साथ एकमुश्त होकर महायुति को समर्थन दिया?
इस बार विश्वास और विकास दोनों में मानने वाले मतदाताओं ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी के एक है तो सेफ है, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, वोट जिहाद विरुद्ध धर्म युद्ध, उसमें विश्वास व्यक्त किया.
संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि उनको ये डाइजेस्ट नहीं है रिजल्ट और वो चाहते हैं बैलेट पेपर चुनाव.
किसी के भी घर में अपने कोई प्रकल्प का, कोई किसी व्यक्ति का मृत्यु होता है. आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने उद्धव ठाकरे सेना विसर्जित कर दी, तो स्वाभाविक है उनको दुख तो होगा.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी, और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है। ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है। इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ।
पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार आने वाली है। ये जनादेश स्पष्ट है कि अब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गरीब, किसान, युवा, महिलाओं के लिए जो काम उन्होंने शुरू किया है, जनता ने उस पर आशीर्वाद दिया है।
ईवीएम पर विस्तृत चर्चा होनी चाहिए, व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, लेकिन वो दिन आज का दिन नहीं है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक चुनाव का परिणाम अच्छा नहीं आया है, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा सबक है इसमें, ये डिसअपॉइंटिंग है। हम ईवीएम पर जरूर व्यापक चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। हम जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव टाला गया, महायुति को वक्त मिला अपनी स्कीम लॉन्च करने का, 3-3 इंस्टॉलमेंट्स गए, वो सारे फैक्टर्स हैं, लेकिन डिसअपॉइंटिंग बात यह है कि हमारे वो नंबर्स नहीं है जिसकी हमें आशा थी। नहीं, मैं बिल्कुल मानती हूं कि महाराष्ट्र के रिजल्ट हमारी आशा के विपरीत गए हैं और इसमें मुझे कोई संशय नहीं है कि हम शायद महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ज्यादा बेटर कर सकते थे, लेकिन इस बात की खुशी है कि झारखंड में हमारी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी रही है। इस बात की भी खुशी है कि झारखंड में हमारी सरकार रिपीट हम करने जा रहे हैं। हम सबक सीखते हैं इलेक्शन से और ड्राइंग बोर्ड पर जाकर हम देखेंगे कि क्या हुआ। महाराष्ट्र का इलेक्शन बिल्कुल डिसअपॉइंटिंग है, लेकिन झारखंड एक उम्मीद है और एक आशा है कि अगर मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ा जाए तो जीत आपकी जरूर होती है, सरकार रिपीट होती है।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसका ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं। ये
प्रेजेंटेड बाय पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात, को प्रेजेंटेड बाय आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई बाइक, महिंद्रा इलेक्ट्रिक ओरिजिन एसयूवीज।
Good evening and welcome. It was a magical day for the Mahayuti at the hustings in Maharashtra. A victory beyond the wildest imagination of BJP supporters. What impact does this have on the future of Indian politics? Also, the India Alliance winning big in Jharkhand. We're tracking all of this. Key newsmakers will be joining us over the next couple of hours. Let's get started. Here are the headlines I'm tracking this evening. It's a Mahayuti tsunami in Maharashtra. BJP secures its third consecutive victory in the state. Shinde Sena gets more seats than the Mahavikas Aghadi combined. Ajit Pawar redeems himself with the NCP's performance. PM Modi hails the UT victory, says development and good governance has won. PM declares united, we will soar even higher. He also congratulates Hemant Soren on his win in Jharkhand. The race for the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra intensifies. Who will it be? Eknath Shinde or Devendra Fadnavis? Ajit Pawar's wife says the NCP Neta could be made CM. After
bold route. Mahavikas Agadi cries EVM conspiracy. Aditya Thackeray says it needs to be investigated if people or EVMs gave the verdict. Sanjay Raut says the results are unbelievable. JMM-led India alliance wins Jharkhand. Hemant Soren set to return as Chief Minister, thanks his wife and star campaigner Kalpana Soren for the victory. BJP alliance wins 7 out of 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh by polls. UP CM Yogi Adityanath credits the Prime Minister for the victory, says "Ek rahenge to safe rahenge" message resonated with voters.
जनता जनार्दन ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि समाजवादी पार्टी और इंडी गठबंधन का लूट और झूठ की जो पॉलिटिक्स है, अब इसके अंत की उद्घोषणा भी यह चुनाव है।
Priyanka Gandhi Watra makes a smashing debut as Lok Sabha MP, wins Wayanad by over 4 lakh votes. Priyanka thanks her brother Rahul for his support. One of the biggest disappointments today is for the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. Uddhav Thackeray at this moment doing a press conference. Let's listen in live to what he has to say. This is the worst possible outcome for Uddhav Thackeray, who was hoping to be Chief Minister of the Mahavikas Agadi. Let's listen to the UBT chief.
सुरक्षितता वाऱ्यावरती सोडली गेले म्हणून दिली का? म्हणजे नेमकं कळत नाही की कोणत्या प्रेमापोटी हा शब्द चुकीचा आहे, रागापोटी अशी ही लाट जणू काय उसळले हे कळत नाहीये. हा निकाल अनाकलनीय आहे आणि याच्या मागचं गुपित हे काही दिवसामध्ये तर शोधावं लागेल. तूर्त मी महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला सांगतोय की आपण निराश होऊ नका, खचून जाऊ नका. काही जण म्हणतात की हा ईव्हीएमचा विजय आहे, असूही शकतो, पण महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला हा निकाल मान्य असेल तर मग कोणीच काही बोलण्याची गरज नाहीये. पण जर मान्य नसेल तर त्यांना सांगतो की आम्ही प्राणपणाने महाराष्ट्रासाठी लढत राहू, महाराष्ट्राच्या हितासाठी आम्ही लढत राहू. कोणी काही म्हटलं तरी महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला मी वचन देतो की आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत.
हा जो विजय आहे महायुतीचा, लाडकी बहीणचा इम्पॅक्ट असल्याचं म्हटलं जाते.
लाडकी बहीणचा इम्पॅक्ट जर का असेल तर मग बाकीच्या ज्या काही गोष्टी या उघड उघड दिसत होता, आपण सुद्धा रिपोर्टिंग केलेलं आहे. मी तेच म्हटलं ना की सोयाबीनला भाव नाही आहे, कापूस खरेदी होत नाही, शेतकऱ्याच्या डोक्यावरती कर्ज चढलेलं आहे, बेरोजगारी वाढते आहे, महिला असुरक्षित आहेत, ह्या अशा अनेक गोष्टी आहेत, बेकारी वाढते आहे. तर लाडकी बहीण पेक्षा ज्या महिला आमच्या सभेला प्रचंड संख्येने येत होत्या त्यांच्यासमोर प्रश्न होता की घर कसं वाढवायचं, चालवायचं. कारण महागाई वाढते म्हणजे वाढती महागाईची शाबासकी म्हणून या सरकारला मत दिलं का? आणि आता मला एक असं वाटतं प्रामाणिकपणे, हा टोमणा नाही, की यावेळेला तरी अस्सल भाजपचा कोणतरी मुख्यमंत्री होईल अशी अपेक्षा आहे किंवा आशा आहे. विकास आघाडीचं आम्ही फार प्रामाणिकपणाने वागलो, हे चुकलं की काय असं मला वाटतंय.
and very transparent. Now I think that it was the mistake by us.
288 पैकी या मोजलेल्या जागा किती आहेत? 288 पैकी बरोबर आहे, पण 288 पैकी या जागा किती आहेत आणि अशाच काही जागा या त्यांच्याकडे पण आहेत. पण म्हणून मी म्हटलं ना की अशी लाट उसळले, असं काय नेमकं यांनी काम केले ते तिथे दाखवा ना. पण आणखी एक
complete wave has been from their side.
त्यांचं अभिनंदन करण्यामध्ये मला कुठे कद्रूपणा दाखवायचं नाहीये. मी त्यांचं अभिनंदन करतो. आणि आता निवडणूक आयोगाने स्थगिती दिलेली लाडकी बहीण ही योजना पूर्ववत चालू करून त्याच्यात 2100 रुपये दर महिना ते द्यायला लागतील.
The mandate of the people and I congratulate Mahayuti Alliance.
नंतर कोणी बोलू नये की असा जुमला तर निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला करावा लागतो. या सगळ्या आश्वासनांची पूर्तता त्यांनी लवकरात लवकर करावी अशी माझी मागणी आहे.
Forward that schemes like Ladli Behan could continue. No one should come forward and say that it was just a Chunavi jumla.
हाच एक अनाकलनीय बदल आणि मला असं वाटतं की करोनाच्या काळामध्ये कुटुंब प्रमुखापर्यंत प्रमाणे माझं ऐकणारा महाराष्ट्र हा माझ्याशी असा वागेल याच्यावरती माझा विश्वास नाहीये. कारण मी
ड्युरिंग द कोरोना पिरियड
मनापासून तळमळीने सांगितलं